This guy was absolutely exhausted from working overtime. And the moment he turned his back, he transmigrated into a bizarre, inverted world. A place where men are weaklings who stay home to raise kids, while women are the buff, muscular breadwinners. After waking up and finding himself dressed in some frilly, dainty outfit, he knew something was seriously wrong. Zhang Hao, are you up yet? The guy quickly confirmed this voice belonged to his dad. His father walked in and started grumbling. Get up already. Didn't you have plans to go out with Lin Yilong today? I have to go out and buy dinner. We're eating with your mom and Aunt Zhang. As a son, you should learn a thing or two from your best friend Long, like how to wear makeup and take care of yourself. The moment his housewife dad stepped out, the guy froze in place. Who am I? Where is this? Who's A Chen? Is my last name Chen? And who the hell is Lin Yilong? Why would a guy like me wear makeup to go out? Is my dad losing it? Or am I? A billion questions flooded his head until his phone started ringing. Just as he was about to answer, there was a loud shout from outside. Zhang Hao, hurry up and open the door. The second he heard that voice, Zhang Hao imagined a totally badass, tough guy image. Someone like Brother Long tattoos on his arms. A guy who owns his actions. I admire this boss, the manliest of all manly men. The guy seemed to have lost his mind, leaping toward the door. Brother Long, hold on, I'm coming. But the moment he opened the door, reality crashed down. The legendary Lin Yilong turned out to be a guy who looked frail as hell. Oh my god, Zhang Hao, you're so slow. Making a pretty boy like me wait at the door for so long. What if a bad person snatched me? Zhang Hao couldn't believe his eyes, straining his voice to call out. Brother Long, where are you? Lin Yilong was still standing right in front of him, waving his hands. Right here, I'm right here. Everything became clear when his dad spoke up. Is that Lin Yilong? Zhang Hao, look at how well-dressed Lin Yilong is. As a man, you should be a bit more feminine. This image is just like how your dad was when he married your mom. One shock after another, they invited Zhang Hao to go for a professional skincare treatment. The guy was still acting like a dazed idiot, struggling to process everything. Skincare, who am I? Where am I? Today, in this world, gender roles are completely reversed. Emperors and historical figures have all turned into women. Men help their wives raise the kids, while women are bold, strong, and do all the heavy lifting. Here, men are naturally born with weaker physiques. Furthermore, in this woman-centric society, the gender gap is widening significantly. So, men are considered rare treasures now. Stepping outside, Zhang Hao felt like a ghost. Meanwhile, girls were staring at him and Lin Yilong like they were idols. Oh my gosh, a hottie. You guys are so handsome. Lin Yilong was still excited. Zhang Hao, let's go buy face masks. We have to get our nails done later too. My evil little sister secretly used up my masks again. Oh, and I need to buy some pepper spray. The female hooligans have been getting really aggressive lately. Zhang Hao felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He'd rather die than live like this. Passing by a tattoo parlor, Zhang Hao dragged his friend inside. Let's go, Brother Long. My image as a muscular, manly man cannot be destroyed. I'm going to take you to reclaim the dignity of all men. Pushing the door open, Zhang Hao declared bluntly, Ma'am, give me a dragon tattoo, the kind that covers the whole back. Do the same for my friend here. Lin Yilong panicked. Wait, have you lost your mind? I'm not crazy. Today, I'm going to make you remember what a straight man really is. Despite his bravado, the two boys weren't exactly welcomed with open arms. Little brother, men don't just go get tattoos like that. Where did such a sweet little boy come from? Zhang Hao snapped, losing his cool, and ripped his shirt right off. Let me show you women what a real man is. The two ladies nearby were smoking and nearly had a nosebleed. Zhang Hao kept acting out. I want a dragon on my left arm, a tiger on my right, and a phoenix on my chest. Lin Yilong was frantically trying to stop him, while the two ladies were cheering, egging Zhang Hao to take the rest of his clothes off. Before leaving, the guy made another declaration. I will definitely become a real man. Finally, dragging himself home, a weak Zhang Hao slumped against the door. Destroy me already. I'm so tired. Sitting on the sofa was Zhang Hao's stepsister, Zhang Tianqin, waiting for him. Before she could even say hello to her stepbrother, he had already scrambled away. Sorry to bother you. I opened the wrong door. Even though he sat at the dinner table, Zhang Hao was still blanking out. What kind of situation is this? Why are there girls in the house? His father, bringing out the food, had to explain again. Zhang Hao, didn't I tell you 2 days ago that Aunt Yan and Zhang Tianqin were coming over for dinner today? Why did you run away as soon as you saw them? The guy was too flustered to explain, so he just nodded while eating. I'm sorry, I forgot. Zhang Yan acted very understanding. assuming it was normal for Zhang Hao to forget things because he had so much homework. Memories flooded back, and he finally remembered. I remember now. In this world, Dad remarried. This is my stepmother, Zhang Yan, and my stepsister, Zhang Tianqin. In a few days, we're all moving into a big house together. Zhang Tianqin was staring intently at Zhang Hao, observing his every gesture. His father and his stepmother were busy complimenting each other. "Hey Chen, your cooking skills have improved again. Hee, I learned it just for you." Once he was full, the guy had an excuse to hide in his room. Exhausted all day. What the hell did I go through today? Wearing adorable clothes, putting on cute makeup, and getting hit on by a female hooligan? Did I really transmigrate into a matriarchal world? My dad and brother Long have both become so delicate. Am I going to end up like that too? Do I have to help my wife raise the kids? I heard men even have a male cycle. Do I have to give birth too? Hugging a stuffed bear and fidgeting for a while, the guy threw it in frustration. No way. I cannot turn into a wimp. I have to find a way back to the real world. Just then, Zhang Tianqin opened the door, and the bear unfortunately hit her right in the chest. The guy was flustered, not knowing how to start the conversation, but his stepsister had already pinned him to the bed. Zhang Hao stammered, "Sister Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to." The guy was overthinking it. In reality, she just wanted to cuddle her little brother for a bit. "Little Zhang Hao, did you miss your sister?" Pressing his face against her massive chest made the guy flush bright red. Seeing Zhang Hao's face change color, Tianqin was deeply worried. "What's wrong? Why is your face all red? Are you sick? Let me check you out." In that moment, the guy had a different thought. He sat up, trying to act as manly as possible. "I am very okay." For a fleeting second, while trying to act like a real man, Zhang Hao felt like maybe, just maybe, not going back wouldn't be so bad after all. The moonlight crept through the window, and the guy drifted off to sleep. A figure both strange and familiar appeared, softly calling out the name Zhang Hao, who was still half asleep. "Who's there?" In the middle of the night, a gorgeous girl with pink hair suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Don't you remember me? I'm the one who brought you here." Zhang Hao instinctively recalled the moment the strange portal opened. "I remember now. It's you. Who are you? And why did you bring me to this insane world?" Seeing Zhang Hao leaning in close, the girl confidently introduced herself. "You can call me the Blood Moon Goddess. Didn't you say that as long as you're surrounded by girls, you'll still be a virgin? There are so many girls in this world, and they all like you. Isn't that a great thing?" Zhang Hao jumped in panic. "Great my foot. There isn't a single normal person here. Take me back right now. Want to go back? That's possible, but you have to complete a mission." Zhang Hao was completely bewildered. She explained further, "In your original world, didn't you always want to be called a real man? Weaklings are the ones who watch cute anime, but real men watch. You know what? Real men should be working on their muscles. You can barely lift a book without trembling. That's pathetic. Unlike a real man who can pop a lid off with one hand. So, you have to become a real man in this matriarchal world. And maybe, just maybe, you'll have a chance to find your way back. If you fail, you'll be assimilated by this world." Hearing that, Zhang Hao turned pale with fear. "Assimilated? You mean I'll turn into a weakling? No way. Save me. Lord, help me." With that, the Blood Moon Goddess gradually faded away. "I hope you have a fun life in this world." Zhang Hao couldn't stop her in time. She hadn't even told him how to become a real man. Waking up the next morning, he still thought it was all just a dream. But after looking at the floor and seeing the ribbon the Blood Moon Goddess had left behind, Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. It wasn't a dream. Dragging his weary body to brush his teeth, he couldn't help but wonder, do I really have to complete this mission to become a real man? What does it even mean to be a real man in this matriarchal world? I don't have a clue, but I know for sure that right now, I'm definitely a bit of a softie. Whatever the mission is, it seems I first need to learn a bit about this world. Fumbling around his brilliantly pink room, Zhang Hao was helpless as he only found bizarre news reports. What is this? Do these stories actually exist? The newspaper even featured a story about a wealthy female real estate mogul bringing a dowry to propose to a beautiful 21-year-old man. The absurdity didn't end there. Zhang Hao even found a book titled Determining Virginity. Does this world really have a way to check a man's purity? In this world, women are the initiators, and things like being unable to move, numbness all over, or losing one's composure are physiological reactions that men can't fake. Is there anything in this world worth staying for? Is there really no other way to get back? After wallowing in helplessness for a while, Zhang Hao made a firm decision. No, forget the Blood Moon Goddess nonsense. I have to trust in science. I need to find a way to study that strange phenomenon from that night. What if it was just a magnetic field shift? Right. I can't rely on some vague mission. Should I study it myself? No, I'm not an expert in this field. I could hire someone to research it. Wait, who would I invite? And with what money? Damn it. I'm just a high school student, I don't have a single penny. Guess I'll have to figure out how to make money first. Just then, his sexy sister opened the door. Zhang Hao, you awake? Come try the breakfast I made. Zhang Hao blushed, stuttering. I'm coming, sis. Zhang Hao figured if all the women in this world were like his sister Zhang Tianqin, he could reluctantly hold on a little longer. Looking in the mirror, he felt a bit of satisfaction. He had to admit, even if his face was a bit feminine, it was still very handsome. Wasn't this what they called androgynous beauty? Since arriving in this world, this was his first day at school. Passing through the kitchen, he still wasn't used to the sight of his father acting all shy, while Aunt Zhang Yan was assertive and strict, even giving him a playful pat on the behind. Zhang Hao was in total shock. Oh my god, Aunt Zhang Yan is taking advantage of my dad. It's best to get out of this house as fast as possible before I lose my mind. I'm off to school. Brother Long is waiting. Goodbye, everyone. Just as he escaped that weird house, he met his friend named Long. Zhang Hao, look at me. Does my new lipstick color look pretty today? Then Lin Yilong even pursed his lips to the max. It's the latest trend this year. Zhang Hao tried his best, but he just couldn't handle this painful scene. Brother Long, we're outside. Could you please tone it down a bit? Just like that, Lin Yilong started sobbing. Zhang Hao, what's wrong with you? We used to be like this all the time. Zhang Hao was speechless, so he patted his shoulder like a real man, trying to talk in the manliest way possible. Lin Yilong, look. I've had a new idea lately. I want to become a real man, so a real man. Before he could finish, Lin Yilong's face turned pale with fear. What? Zhang Hao, how could you be a real man? Real men aren't a good thing, you'll never get married that way. The more he spoke, the more Zhang Hao felt like banging his head against a wall. Zhang Hao, let's go quickly. There's a pervert looking at us. Zhang Hao looked left and right. Where's the pervert? Lin Yilong pointed in fear. Over there. It turned out the pervert Lin Yilong was talking about was just a chubby woman lurking behind a pillar. He, a high school boy. How lovely. Zhang Hao smiled blankly. What are you scared of? We're two big guys. Why should we be afraid of her? Don't worry. If she tries anything, I'll definitely kick her away. Right after this seemingly normal statement, Lin Yilong was shocked. Zhang Hao, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? You can't even lift a brick. Zhang Hao, unconvinced, flexed his arm to show off his muscles. No way. Back in the day, I was really good at fighting. Brother Long panicked. Stop dreaming. Let's take another route. The moment that chubby woman walked out and called out, Hey there, little brother. Lin Yilong couldn't take it anymore and bolted, dragging Zhang Hao along so hard he even lost his shoes. Once they reached safety, Lin Yilong was panting heavily. Oh my god, I'm sweating so much, my makeup is about to melt off. Zhang Hao was surprised that he was already reaching his limit after running just a few steps. He was already gasping for air. What stunned him even more was arriving at the school. It was huge. At Alliston Academy, it seemed all the heavy labor was done by women. Moreover, Zhang Hao felt a bit overwhelmed by his own family status. My family must be pretty well off to be able to send me to a prestigious school like this. His classroom was 113. Entering the classroom felt like stepping into an entirely different world. The guys were acting so weak, asking the girls to open their water bottles for them. Zhang Hao just stood there, stunned. Am I really that weak too? A real man can't even open a bottle cap? Without a second thought, he walked over to a classmate who was struggling with a bottle. Hold on, let me help you with that, Zhang Hao told himself. How hard could a water bottle be? He thought it would be easy, but things didn't go as planned. When he first tried to twist the cap, he felt it was stuck pretty tight. Zhang Hao comforted himself, thinking he probably just had the wrong posture. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and muttered, Come on, open up. The whole scene left everyone stunned. What surprised them most wasn't the fact that he couldn't open the bottle, it was Zhang Hao's attitude. After a moment of helpless effort, he finally handed the bottle to the girl next to him. Sorry to bother you, he said. Zhang Hao honestly felt like crying. Have I really become so weak that I can't even twist off a bottle cap? Seeing Zhang Hao look so exhausted, a dozen girls rushed over to help. My dear heartthrob, are you okay? Does my handsome god want me to open that for you? Let me do it. They were all fighting for the chance to help him, while he just felt totally hopeless. Lin Yilong stepped in to block the girls and tried to smooth things over. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Hao hasn't been feeling well the last few days, so he's acting a bit strange. No need for everyone to worry so much. In that moment of defeat, feeling like his life was over because he was so weak, he started brainstorming. I have to add a workout routine to my daily schedule. I have to complete this real man mission no matter what. Currently, my real man progress is at 0%. It was too suffocating. Zhang Hao decided to head out for a bit, and Lin Yilong quickly followed him. Wait for me. Let's head to the restroom together. Zhang Hao. Under the adoring gazes of all the girls, he just wanted to pull his shirt over his head. Oh my god. Do guys here really have to go to the bathroom together? I can't deal with this. I need to get out of here fast. Everywhere he went, he heard whispers of admiration. Zhang Hao is so beautiful. Look at those arms, they're so fair, smooth, and slender. His waist is so slim, and his legs are long, and his Zhang Hao had heard it so many times he felt like he was starting to catch these weird vibes. This can't keep going on. Being handsome is one thing, but I can't be this soft. He decided to pull out his smartphone. It was time to find a place to work out. Let's see here. After checking out a few routines, he nodded to himself. This doesn't look bad. I'll go check it out sometime. Building muscle isn't enough. I need to strengthen my mental state too. He was just about to jot down a memo when a girl walked up. My handsome god. What are you doing? This girl was his deskmate, Huang Yuan. He jumped in surprise and groaned. Huang Yuan. Are you a ghost? How did you sneak up on me without making a sound? I did make a sound. Zhang Hao. You were just too focused to notice. For some reason, Yuan leaned in way too close, almost like she was interrogating him. Zhang Hao. Don't tell me you're texting some girl you like? Her face was getting closer and closer, making Zhang Hao incredibly flustered, so he turned away. What are you even talking about? Don't lean in so close. A man and a woman should keep their distance. Yuan seemed to ignore every word he said, continuing to fondle his hand and complimenting. Zhang Hao's hands are so fair, slender, and beautiful. What shocked him most was realizing where his own hand was being placed. Are the girls in this world this bold? You're taking my hand and putting it on your? Zhang Hao tried to save his dignity and quickly pulled his hand back. Watch yourself. Huang Yuan looked completely confused. Zhang Hao, you've been acting so strange today. You weren't like this before. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat because, truthfully, he had no idea what his past self used to do. No way. You're overthinking it. Haven't I always been like this? After thinking for a moment, Yuan probed again. Zhang Hao, are you not sleeping well? I know an ancestral massage technique. Let me help you work out the tension. He awkwardly tried to push her away, but he didn't expect her to be that strong. Zhang Hao tried to clear his throat and calm down. Class is starting. Go back to your seat. The person walking in was their English teacher and homeroom teacher for Class 3, Miss Ma. Students quickly returned to their seats. Zhang Hao, who was a guy before he transmigrated, had always been terrible at English, but now he was shocked to find that as soon as he looked at the book, he understood almost everything. For him, the content wasn't hard at all. This was the first real perk of transmigrating. He had unexpectedly become a genius student overnight. Zhang Hao didn't keep his head down anymore. He looked straight at the teacher with confidence. See this confident look in my eyes? Hurry up and call on me to answer a question, miss. Ma, let me show off a little. As soon as she saw his expression, the teacher called his name. Student Zhang Hao, are you not feeling well? Is your mouth twitching? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Everyone in the class turned to look at him with confused expressions. Zhang Hao was so embarrassed his brain just stalled. Damn it, my mouth isn't twitching. Your whole family's mouths are twitching. He tried to stay calm and replied coldly, I'm not. I'm fine. You saw it wrong. The girls in the class started whispering. What's wrong with my handsome god today? He's acting so weird today. Is my image of him as a perfect god about to crumble? It's really strange. Zhang Hao is so handsome, but that look just now was kind of dull, right? I heard he took a bad fall a few days ago. Did he hit his head so hard he turned stupid? Zhang Hao could only helplessly cover his face and think, damn you all. You're the ones who hit your heads and turned stupid. I just want to go to the planet of happiness now. Don't stop me. When class ended, Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong walked out, patting each other on the shoulder. Zhang Hao, what's wrong? You look really tired. Zhang Hao kept a blank face. I'm fine. Probably just didn't get enough rest yesterday. He said that out loud, but inside he was screaming. I'm actually tired because of all this mental exhaustion. As they walked, they bumped into a girl with bulging muscles who confidently asked, Zhang Hao, did my slam dunk look cool just now? A little further on, he got his butt slapped by a girl who acted like it was totally normal. Liu Sinsum boy, your butt is firm. Zhang Hao was literally about to go insane. A gloomy sky hovered over him. Just as he stepped down the stairs, he ran into a guy who was acting dramatic, falling down on purpose and crying loudly. Zhang Hao, I already moved out of your way. Why did you have to push me? What a total mess. School is more stressful than work. He really wanted to go home, but before he could catch his breath, another girl stood in front of him to confess. Zhang Hao, I have something to tell you. I've liked you for a long time. Let's date. She even had a flashy, colorful gift in her hands. Holy crap. Isn't this the standard way guys are supposed to confess? Zhang Hao awkwardly waved his hands. Sorry, I'm not looking for a girlfriend right now. I'm heading out first. The moment he left, the girl stood there and burst into tears. Lin Yilong's eyes lit up. Zhang Hao, even the straight A students from all the grades like you. What are we going to do? I'm so jealous of you. Zhang Hao couldn't stomach this prissy tone. Long, speak normally, will you? Let's just get to the cafeteria. While wondering what he should eat to fully satisfy his hunger, he saw other guys picking at their food like kittens, and he was absolutely baffled. Long, look at the people over there. They eat so little. Lin Yilong looked annoyed. Zhang Hao, why have you been calling me Long like that lately? This way of addressing people is so weird. And besides, what do you mean by so little? Everyone eats like that. The kitchen called for the next person, and Lin Yilong confidently pointed at the vegetables. Ma'am, give me 1 portion of baby bok choy and 1 portion of spinach. Just a little, okay? I'm not eating any rice. Zhang Hao couldn't believe it. You're only eating that? You're going to faint by this afternoon. Lin Yilong turned back with a puzzled look. Zhang Hao, what are you talking about? I've been trying to lose weight lately. I've always eaten like this. Once again, Zhang Hao felt his illusions shattered. What the hell? Do all the men in this world eat this little? He decided he had to be one of a kind, and immediately made a note of it. From now on, whenever I order, I have to order the largest portion. I have to add these to my top priorities to become a real man. Zhang Hao walked over to order the most substantial meal there. Ma'am, give me the largest portion of braised pork, the kind with extra everything, and the largest serving of rice too, please. Lin Yilong was horrified. Zhang Hao, if you eat that much, you're going to get fat. What in the world? Men are supposed to eat a lot. Otherwise, how are they going to grow and develop? The other male students saw this and started whispering. Oh my god, look at Zhang Hao. Is he serious? Eating that much? Is he challenging the local eating champion? That braised pork is so fatty. If he eats that much, he's going to get fat as a pig. What's the problem? If I had a build like Zhang Hao's, I could eat braised pork without a care in the world. Others were just green with envy. What is Zhang Hao doing? Does he think just because he's popular he can do whatever he wants and eat however much he likes? Huh. And who even said he was popular? Let's go over and say hello. Otherwise it would be very rude. Lin Yilong sat nearby, looking at Zhang Hao, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Hao, don't eat like that. It's really crude. People are going to mock you. Lu Feng from the senior class walked over, acting like they were best friends. Zhang Hao, what a coincidence, meeting you in the cafeteria again. Why are you eating so much today? Only manual laborers eat that much. Zhang Hao was still confused. Who are you? Zhang Hao, are you kidding me? A few days ago we were at the study hall together. Why do I feel like you've put on weight in the 2 days I haven't seen you? Even though we're popular, we still need to watch our figures. Don't you think you look a bit greasy today? Zhang Hao didn't feel like talking to him. He just kept munching away, looking at this guy Liu Feng with the same contempt one would give a fake, manipulative person. He replied, oh, maybe there's something wrong with your eyes? If you're sick, you should see a doctor soon. And another thing, what gives you the right to look down on manual laborers? If it weren't for the hardworking men and women who build our nation, how would you have the happy life you're living right now? After Zhang Hao went off on him, Lu Feng started sobbing dramatically. I just wanted what's best for you. I never thought you'd speak to me like that. The other girls started feeling sorry for him. Isn't that Liu Feng? Why is he crying? Don't tell me he was just scolded by Zhang Hao. What's wrong with Zhang Hao? Why did he make someone cry? I never expected the heartthrob Zhang Hao to be this vicious. His image is ruined. Lu Feng was secretly smiling at the support from the crowd when a girl stepped up. Zhang Hao eating however much he wants is his own business. Who said eating a lot is bad? This is just discrimination and prejudice. Then the girl with purple hair leaned in closer. Are you really hungry today, Zhang Hao? Here, have some of my meat. If that's not enough, I've got more. Zhang Hao tried to remain calm in the midst of the chaos. Oh boy, another beauty. Lu Feng, seeing this romantic display, felt very agitated. Zhao Ying, Zhang Hao, you too. Zhang Hao took the opportunity to provoke him further. If you've got something to say it. Otherwise, if you see me eating, keep your mouth shut. Hearing that, Lin Yilong was shocked. Zhang Hao, how can you call yourself that guy? That's too rude and doesn't fit your heartthrob image. Zhao Ying continued to gaze at Zhang Hao with fascination. Zhang Hao is just like a little stray cat, getting more and more charming by the second. Stung by the rejection, Lu Feng turned away, trembling. Humph, vulgar. He doesn't appreciate the sentiment. Let's go. Two friends standing nearby kept buttering him up to comfort him. Lu Feng, don't be sad. Surely Zhao Ying is just dazzled by Zhang Hao's looks. That's why she likes him. That's right. Your personality is much better than Zhang Hao's. Lu Feng kept sulking. I'm not sad. Sooner or later she'll see Zhang Hao's true colors, a crude and despicable man. Zhao Ying just sat there, doting on him every step of the way. Zhang Hao, eat slowly, don't choke. Drink some soup, Zhang Hao asked blankly. Long, who is this? Zhang Hao, what's wrong with you? This is Zhao Ying from the next class. She's been chasing you for a long time. She's in class 12-4 and is the captain of the school basketball team. Zhang Hao was still in a daze. Though he tried to remain masculine, he couldn't help but be impressed. The build of the girl chasing him was truly amazing. A real gem. Zhao Ying turned to ask Lin Yilong. Last time I introduced League of Legends to you. Have you tried playing it yet? I tried. It's too hard to play. As expected, boys aren't cut out for this kind of game. As soon as he heard that, Zhang Hao looked like an expert. League of Legends. Are you talking about the 5 versus 5 tower-destroying game? Lin Yilong stared blankly, even though last time Zhang Hao said he wasn't interested in girl games. In reality, Zhang Hao didn't expect League of Legends to exist in this world. It's just that it seems to be for girls. Zhao Ying asked with affection in her eyes. Even though there are no men among the professional League of Legends players, there are still men who play the game. Have you tried playing it, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. I've tried it. It's not bad. Quite interesting. I'm full. Long. Want to walk back to class with me? They walked off together, while Zhao Ying looked incredibly sad. When will Zhang Hao finally accept me? Back in class, Zhang Hao sat there, lost in thought. Zhao Ying said, there are no male players reaching a high level in League of Legends. Could it be that top male players like Dajuma, or UI, are stuck in some hidden corner of this fashion star world? Next time I have to find time to watch a gaming live stream. What exactly does it mean to be a real man in this world? Unconsciously, he saw someone who looked quite strange. Long, who is that person sitting by the window who looks so lonely? The girl he's so curious about is a transfer student named Min Yuehua. As soon as he caught a glimpse, Lin Yilong covered his face in shyness. Does Long actually have a thing for her? She doesn't like talking much. But I think she looks really cute. Zhang Hao decided to drag Lin Yilong along. Come on, let's go. Walk over there with me to break the ice and show off your manly charisma. Long. Wait! Lin Yilong panicked, trying to hold back. Hey Zhang Hao, what are you doing? A guy needs to be a little more reserved. Zhang Hao declared bluntly, that's how it used to be. A new age man does what he says. Besides, how can you let a new transfer student sit all alone? Doesn't your conscience bother you? As soon as they arrived, Zhang Hao acted super friendly. Hey there, I'm Zhang Hao, your classmate. The girl just gave a cold, one-word response. Min Yuehua. This shocked Zhang Hao. In this world, girls were usually super enthusiastic and treated him like a gem. He'd never met someone so cold before. Zhang Hao introduced his friend on the spot. This is Lin Yilong standing next to me. Seeing Min Yuehua just greet him with a blank stare, Lin Yilong turned bright red. Let's go. She clearly doesn't want to talk to us. Zhang Hao still persisted and asked, are you reading an English book? She nodded. Yeah. Zhang Hao scanned the situation. Long. Looks like she has social anxiety. You want to talk to people, right? If you want to make friends, I'll help you out. After those few moments of Zhang Hao's encouragement, Min Yuehua finally opened up and shook his hand. Zhang Hao suddenly felt like he smelled what it meant to be a real man. A real man wouldn't just turn a blind eye to a lonely girl. He felt like he was closing in on the key to his mission. Right then, Huang Yuan popped out of nowhere. Heh, why is our godlike Trung hanging out with a transfer student? He had his first target. Min Yuehua's first friend would be this gossip-loving girl. Zhang Hao dragged Huang Yuan over. My friend, it's time to show off your diplomacy skills. Do you agree to be friends with Min Yuehua? Facing Zhang Hao's intense, charming gaze, Huang Yuan completely lost her reason and agreed immediately. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Great, so go ahead and chat with Min Yuehua. You know a ton of things, right? Go show off your skills. I'm gonna go take a nap. Before leaving, Zhang Hao received a sincere thank you from Min Yuehua. The young man felt like he had just woken up. He was definitely on the right track. I feel like what I just did was genuinely masculine. It would be totally unfair if this weird mission didn't give me a 50% completion boost, right? Zhang Hao kept trying to act as manly as possible. He put on his headphones, cranking up the rock music, and was just getting into the groove when Tian Kum knocked, wanting to come in. Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Zhang Hao stammered, flustered. I'm just listening to music. Seeing his sister walk in, looking absolutely gorgeous, the guy nearly had a nosebleed. Is this the perk of having a goddess for a sister? I'm in love. I'm in love. Tian Kum asked curiously. Can you let me hear what you're listening to? Turns out, Zhang Hao liked rock music. Our Zhang Hao really is different from the other boys. You're so attractive. You know that? Tian Kum leaned in closer and closer, making Zhang Hao lose his mind. Damn it, who could handle this? Is this also a mission for a real man? Zhang Hao tried to be as disciplined as possible. Hold it together. A real man must be able to withstand temptation. Otherwise, he's no better than an animal. Just then, the opposite thought popped into his head. Screw that. A real man takes action when the time is right. It's served on a silver platter. Don't act like a fool who isn't even a man. Zhang Hao started scolding himself, calling himself worse than an animal. He decided to throw all his revolutionary ideals out the window, his heart pounding as he decided to pin Tian Kum down. Sister Kum, Zhang Hao, do you like playing like this? Zhang Hao broke into a sweat. His sanity was barely holding on. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. You belong to me. I won't let you go anywhere. The inspiration died instantly, and the guy switched to scared mode, backing away immediately. Tian Kum sat up. Zhang Hao felt deeply confused. Who was that face from just a second ago? Are you okay, Zhang Hao? Why is your face so pale all of a sudden? I'm fine. Maybe I'm just anemic. I'll be fine after a quick rest. Zhang Hao was terrified he almost lost control and became an animal. Before leaving the room, his sister didn't forget to remind him. Men are so fragile, Zhang Hao. You have to take better care of yourself. That gentleness made the guy blush all over again. Oh, that's right. Sister Tian Kum, I want to get my hair cut a bit shorter. What do you think? He rubbed her head and smiled brightly. That sounds great. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you. Zhang Hao felt something was a bit off, but he pushed it aside, thinking it wasn't as important as getting his haircut tomorrow. Changing his image would start with this haircut. As soon as he stepped into the salon, the staff greeted him enthusiastically. Hello there. Here for a haircut? You're so pretty. I'll get you the best stylist. Zhang Hao sighed. No need. I just want a simple cut. A stylist came out to greet him right away. Liu Shinzum, sit here. What kind of style do you want? Short. As short as you want, just cut it however you like. It doesn't need to look too good. Even the stylist was stunned. After all, she had never heard such a weird request, someone coming in for a haircut but not wanting to look good. After staring at Zhang Hao's face for a long time, the stylist was startled. I get it now. Do the opposite of what a man says. This handsome guy meant he wanted the best-looking cut possible. The stylist rolled up her sleeves and got to work immediately. When she was done, she asked if Zhang Hao was satisfied. Zhang Hao took one look at himself looking so sharp and got narcissistic. As expected of me. It's flawless, and somehow I look even more handsome. What a burden. The stylist didn't even want to take his money and offered to let him be the salon's poster boy instead. Zhang Hao remained firm. No way. Let me pay. The stylist still couldn't stop admiring him. Oh, such a pity. A boy this pretty. Liu Shinzum. Come find me next time, okay? I've got other services that will guarantee your satisfaction. Zhang Hao held the business card, not feeling too annoyed. His image as the nation's crush could absolutely not be allowed to collapse. What was this feeling of joy anyway? After returning home, the guy couldn't stop looking in the mirror. Even if this hairstyle wasn't manly enough, it was still very handsome. Haircut done. Now it was time to officially start his new life in this world. Let me see if there are any clothes that match this style. He opened his closet and saw only flamboyant, flashy stuff. Damn it, when I have some free time, I'm definitely getting rid of all these clothes. Suddenly, his father called out, telling Zhang Hao to come down and pick up some things. As soon as he appeared with his new look, his father was shocked. What happened to your hair? Why did you cut it this short? What son cuts his hair that short? Which salon dared to give you this cut? I have to go there and set them straight. Oh my God, my beautiful baby. Seeing his father overreacting, the guy had to calm him down. Dad, relax, okay? I wanted to cut it short myself. It was too long and it was getting too hot. This excuse is totally unconvincing, and it only makes him even more frustrated. Are you trying to get on my nerves? Who gave you permission to cut it that short? What are you going to do if you can't get married later because of this? He was moments away from getting a slipper to the face. Zhang Hao yelled, "Oh my God, Dad, hitting me like that is domestic violence. Hit me lightly, don't hit my face." Hearing the commotion, Zhang Tianqin opened the door to see what was going on. Seeing her, the young man immediately rushed over to his older sister, like a child. Zhang Hao's behavior made Zhang Tianqin feel very protective. "Dad, calm down first. Getting this worked up isn't good for your health. What's going on?" Zhang Hao didn't say a word, and just cut his own hair like this. "Tell me, how can I not be angry? Oh, for heaven's sake, I've got such a headache." Right after that, Zhang Hao looked up with innocent, glistening eyes. "Sister Qin." Zhang Tianqin had to step in to protect him. "Dad, I think Zhang Hao looks really good like this. It looks very neat. He told me about it yesterday, so please don't be mad anymore. I'll have a talk with him later." "Zhang Tianqin, you spoil him too much. Go have a talk with him in a bit so he realizes his mistake." After complaining for a while, the father finally swallowed his anger and went in to cook dinner. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat, completely relieved. "Sister Qin, thank you just now. If it weren't for you, Dad would have kicked me out." Zhang Tianqin replied as gently as could be. "You're my little brother. Of course I have to protect you." "Oh, right. I have a gift for you. Come to my room, Zhang Hao." The young man sniffled, already imagining a super cute scenario in his head. "I'm actually going into the goddess's room? Sister Qin's room?" He was so excited, but when he stepped inside, he was completely shocked. It was the most rugged and masculine room he had ever seen. What was I even expecting in this world anyway? Zhang Tianqin walked over to the desk. She had been in such a rush moving that she hadn't had time to prepare a gift for Zhang Hao. "I'll make it up to you now." Inside the gift box were two sparkling, clearly expensive diamonds. The young man didn't even dare to touch them. "Oh, sis, these are too expensive." "They're not expensive. Anything you like, I'll buy for you." The moment he held the gift, Zhang Hao felt like she was his domineering CEO, like a refined young lady from a wealthy family. Back in his room, the young man kept staring at them, wondering, how much are these worth? I've got to give her something back. Are these real diamonds? They definitely weren't cheap. What should I give her in return? He was flat broke, poor as a church mouse. After opening his bank account to check, he just wanted to close it immediately. After the haircut? This is all I have left? What could I possibly buy? Don't even mention it, he probably couldn't even afford that. Just then, he got a message from Lin Yilong. "Zhang Hao, look at this. This is the domineering CEO novel I just wrote, and it's already been signed." The novel's plot was about a gentle, beautiful boy and his generous, domineering CEO sister, a love trapped in prohibition. If he tries to run away, she'll chase him down. There's no escaping her. Zhang Hao looked a bit confused reading this nonsense, but suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Maybe I should write a novel too? He could write a serial, getting paid daily to earn money quickly. After focusing hard for a while, the young man couldn't squeeze out a single word. He couldn't write the domineering CEO trope at all. What about a military heroine? Or an urban heroine? That seems doable. Let's try that. Or maybe develop the original world into a novel that's both smart and cunning, essentially a true woman in a world dominated by men. Today, he went to school, but the young man felt more upbeat than usual. He was humming a tune when his phone rang. "Congratulations. Your novel, A True Woman in a World of Men, has been approved for a contract. Please contact the editor in charge." Zhang Hao was quite pleased. The approval process was fast, so now he could earn a daily income. The young man was happy enough to cry finally. He was on the right track. No matter what world it is, money is still vital. Anyway, it was time to celebrate. With his current funds, he immediately popped over to buy a $1 ice cream. Just as he stopped at the grocery store, the young man froze because it looked so familiar. This was the first time he'd seen Sister May. Even though she was a student about to graduate, her build was very petite. She looked incredibly determined standing in front of him. May was the daughter of Uncle Kim, the arty from the grocery store right next door. The moment he met her, Zhang Hao felt his heart racing. Back then, he had felt that fluttery sensation, just like a first love. Afterward, he visited the store many times. Every time he was around her, things were incredibly exciting. Finally, one day, he gathered all his courage to confess to her. "Sister, I like you." At that moment, her reply hit him like a bucket of ice water. "Little Hao, I'm sorry. I like muscular men. You're still just too small." Just like that, Zhang Hao was rejected. From that day on, he trained like a madman to build his body, hoping one day he could become a muscular man to protect Sister May. But it seems the situation is reversed now. In this world, Zhang Hao is the man everyone adores. He decided to bravely confess one more time, hoping he would definitely succeed. Before he even entered the door, The sounds of arguing spilled out. Just staying home instead of working, and you still want enough money for a husband? Dad, you're talking too much. I'm still working. I do manual labor every day, don't I? What's the use of that? Mister, Lee's daughter is 2 years older than you, and by her own merit, she earned 300,000 inches dowry, and even snagged a sweet, obedient husband. Is 300,000 really just that much? Just go move a few more truckloads of bricks. Zhang Hao was peeking, not knowing who was fighting. Just as he was about to sneak away, Sister Aimee walked out. His heart started racing again. Aimee, his first love. She hadn't changed at all. Before he could even wave to say hello, the young man stood frozen, nearly fainting when he saw those bulging muscles. What the? Where did this woman come from? The moment she saw him, she greeted him back. Huh? Zhang Hao, did you get a haircut? The young man was so shocked he collapsed. Aimee leaned in close, constantly complimenting him. You look so handsome. He was so scared he told his crush to stay back. Aimee just kept smiling and asking, Zhang Hao, did you need something? Zhang Hao couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Oh, you cruel heaven, give me back my Aimee. In the end, he was still dragged inside the house. Zhang Hao, it's been a long time. Do you want some melon or something to drink? Don't be so polite, just tell me what you want to eat. The young man was still feeling crushed, unable to believe the reality. No, sister, really, it's okay. Aimee shook her head frantically. Zhang Hao, why are you being so polite with me? After lifting him up for a moment, she set him down so forcefully that the young man bruised his little bottom. She was so strong and yet so panicked. Oh, Zhang Hao, are you okay? Let me help you up. Zhang Hao scrambled away, desperate to get out of there as fast as he could. I'm fine, really. It's getting late, and I've got some stuff to take care of today, so I won't keep you any longer. Aimee fumbled, dropping her phone. Zhang Hao, hey, let's exchange contacts first. Wait, the young man tried to bolt, but he waved back over his shoulder. Some other time. Today's events had really opened Zhang Hao's eyes. This world's rules weren't kidding around. Even someone as gentle and delicate as Aimee had turned into a powerhouse. I need to sign up for a Muay Thai class as soon as possible. How much was it again? And I need to buy some gifts for her to hold, plus replace all this chaotic junk in my closet. Just thinking about it made him panic. Why does everything cost so much? I wonder when I'll be able to start researching the secrets of the blood moon. Just as his mind was spinning, a voice called out, Zhang Hao, you're back? What are you mumbling about? The guy didn't expect to see Jiang Tianqin at home. What shocked him even more was that she was practicing yoga. Girls in this world do yoga too? Are you actually practicing yoga? Yeah, I got bored with the stuff at the gym, so I wanted to see what men's yoga was like. He thought things were just following their natural course, but he was dead wrong. Oh my god, men's yoga? This world really isn't kidding. Jiang Tianqin walked over and grabbed her younger brother's hand. Zhang Hao, you should try yoga too. It's not good for a guy to be this skinny. What are you going to do if you get bullied at school? Zhang Hao couldn't believe that in the eyes of his goddess sister, he was just a weakling. He couldn't take it anymore and gripped Jiang Tianqin's hand back. If you say so, sister, how about we arm wrestle? Fine by me. Loser has to grant one wish to the winner. You on? The two siblings dragged each other into the living room and started the match. Zhang Hao had already decided this wasn't just any arm wrestle, this was about his manhood. He absolutely could not lose. Just a few seconds in, Zhang Hao felt his arm throbbing. How is her strength this insane? Billions of men in his previous life went through hell and back just to survive and support their families. Yet here he was, being treated like a weakling by a cute girl? I can't just fold. As he tensed up, sweating bullets, Jiang Tianqin praised him. Zhang Hao, you're actually pretty good at holding out for this long. In reality, the guy's arm was killing him, but he kept telling himself, even if his body couldn't handle it, he had to keep the iron will of a man. Jiang Tianqin even looked worried, as if she were holding back. All right, that's enough, or my Zhang Hao is going to get hurt. He had been defeated so easily, and Jiang Tianqin was even petting and rubbing his arm. You worked hard, Zhang Hao. You really tried your best earlier. Does your arm hurt? The guy sighed in frustration. I'm fine, sis. A bet's a bet. Is there anything you want me to do? Jiang Tianqin leaned in close and whispered, I don't need Zhang Hao to do anything. I just want to try using your lap as a pillow. The guy immediately pictured a scene that couldn't get any hotter. Use my lap as a pillow? Holy crap, I lost the bet and I get this kind of reward? Sure, no problem. He thought he'd be the one resting his head, but it turned out to be Jiang Tianqin. Wow, Zhang Hao's lap is even more comfortable than she imagined. This is paradise. The guy was stunned she was using his lap, and to top it off, Jiang Tianqin begged, Zhang Hao, can I lay here a little longer? He stammered. But in reality, Zhang Hao was loving every second of it. Lay down. Stay as long as you want. I really am a man who gets whatever he wants. After his moment of bliss, Zhang Hao got back to his frantic typing. It was the weekend, but his phone started ringing off the hook. He didn't know who was calling until a message from Huang Yuan popped up. Hey, heartthrob Zhang Hao. I'm taking Yuehua to the amusement park today. You should come too, I asked Long Long. And he said you were free, so I already told him to go find you at your place. Zhang Hao felt cornered. This isn't a suggestion, this is her telling me what to do. No sooner had he finished the message than a loud knocking echoed at the door. Zhang Hao, I'm here. Open up. Zhang Hao felt helpless. Must have built up some bad karma in my last life to end up reincarnated like this. Lin Yilong, how did you get here so fast? Zhang Hao, stop calling me Lin Yilong all the time. Suddenly, a little girl jumped out, hugged him, and yelled, Zhang Hao, big brother. The guy just stood there, stunned, having no clue who this was. The girl started sobbing. This was Lin Ling, 6 years old, Lin Yilong's biological sister. She met Zhang Hao when she was 4. But that was 2 years ago, who remembers that? Zhang Hao gave an awkward, stiff smile. How would I know? In the real world, Lin Yilong doesn't even have a sister. He invited them inside to wait. But he felt something was off. It felt like someone pinched his butt. Lin Ling, standing behind him, kept giving her brother a thumbs up. Looks like they've had a perverted plan from the start. Long Long wanted to drag Zhang Hao to the amusement park, but he didn't want to go at all. Amusement parks are so boring. Let's just skip it. It's not boring. They just opened a haunted house. Plus, aren't we still trying to help Min Yuehua overcome her social anxiety? I don't really know how to fix it either, but getting out and having some fun definitely can't hurt. Lin Ling was still excited. Oh my god, Zhang Hao's uniform. Look, it's Zhang Hao. He was just about to close his eyes and drift off when his whole body started itching. Fine, haunted house it is. Wait for me to change. He really had promised to help Min Yue with her social anxiety. A real man couldn't do this half-heartedly. After throwing on a killer outfit, Lin Ling kept pulling out her phone to snap photos so she could admire them later. Seeing Zhang Hao dragging his feet, Long Long urged him, come on, stop checking yourself out in the mirror. Even if it's normal for women to keep men waiting, we shouldn't keep Huang Yuan waiting for too long. The three of them set off and found Yuehua and Yuan waiting. As soon as she saw Lin Ling, Yuan wondered, whose kid is this? The kid hugged Zhang Hao's arm tightly and replied, I'm Zhang Hao's big brothers. Everyone felt helpless. Long Long had to drag her away. This is my little sister, Lin Ling. She heard I was going to the haunted house today and wouldn't stop asking to come. I'll keep a close eye on her. Yuan looked at Zhang Hao with interest. Wow, rarely see you dressed like this. It really suits your new hairstyle. You look prettier and more charming every day. Yuehua, don't you think Zhang Hao looks better like this? Yuehua didn't answer. She didn't seem to think it was that great. Zhang Hao waved his hands shyly. All right, it's fine. No need to force it. Let's get going. After a few minutes of hesitation, Yuehua finally managed to say, You look very beautiful today. Zhang Hao immediately walked over and patted her head, looking energized. You actually spoke. That's great. The place was the haunted house. It looked gloomy and dark, with the sound of dry leaves rustling. Long Long started trembling. Zhang Hao, I'm a little scared. How about we go ride the carousel and the Ferris wheel? Zhang Hao looked incredibly annoyed. What's so fun about those childish rides? Let's go to the haunted house. Didn't we already decide on that? Lin Yilong, cheer up. Stop holding my arm. You're giving me goosebumps. Even his 6-year-old sister, Lin Ling, watched this scene with helpless frustration. Huang Yuan stepped in to organize things. There are too many of us. Let's split into 2 groups. Zhang Hao and I will be one group. Yuehua, Lin Yilong, and Lin Ling will be the other. Yuehua, make sure you protect the guys, okay? That's your responsibility as the girl in your group. Lin Ling started throwing a tantrum, demanding to be in the same group as Zhang Hao. Looking at Huang Yuan, I figured that if anyone ended up in a group with her, they'd probably end up getting teased or harassed by some creep inside. In short, Min Yuehua seemed way more reliable. Zhang Hao finally gave in and just started assigning people. Lin Ling, listen to me. Stick with your brother. Huang Yuan, you're brave enough. So just stay with that group. Don't worry about me. I'm with Min Yuehua. Seeing how cold the guy was being, Yuan choked back her tears, but Zhang Hao remained firm. All right, that's settled. You guys go in first and find the way. We'll head in 10 minutes later. Huang Yuan, I'm sure you're not scared, right? To prove how tough she was, Yuan Yuan had to put on a brave front. A girl like me? Scared of this? Never. Let's go. Lin Yilong. I'll protect you guys. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao and Yue Hua still hadn't moved in. Stop spacing out, Yue Hua. Let's get going. Over at the haunted house, the others were screaming their heads off. Even Zhang Hao could hear them clearly from where he was. Heh, turns out Yuan Yuan isn't that brave after all. He turned to Yue Hua and asked bluntly, "Are you scared?" Yue Hua hesitated, stammering, not daring to answer. With his natural manly instincts kicking in, Zhang Hao told Yue Hua to hold his hand if she was afraid. At that exact moment, Yue Hua reached out and tugged on Zhang Hao's shirt. The guy immediately stepped up his game, leading the way and clearing the path. Even those pesky cobwebs weren't a problem. As they walked, a fake ghost popped out to scare them, but he didn't even blink. "Sorry, we're in a hurry. Move aside." Zhang Hao wasn't afraid of anything here. He just thought the place was ridiculously big. 10 minutes later, he suddenly felt like something was off. He turned his head and realized Yue Hua was gone. The guy panicked a little. "Yue Hua? Where are you? It seems like you've vanished. You didn't get lost, did you?" Zhang Hao decided he had to find her at all costs, pulling back every curtain and even checking inside a ghost's chest, leaving the actor completely confused. "Are you kidding me?" Poof. When he reached a wooden box, he heard a girl trembling inside. It sounded like Yue Hua was sitting in there. As soon as he opened the cabinet, he saw Yue Hua terrified, sobbing uncontrollably. "Wah, I got lost." Seeing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile, leaning down to comfort her as gently as he could. "Don't be scared. I'll lead you out." The moment her tear-filled, shimmering eyes looked up, Yue Hua's heart melted. Zhang Hao was the first person to ever treat her this kindly. Meanwhile, the group of three finally made it out after screaming until they were hoarse. Lin Yilong was crying like he'd never cried before. "I'm never going to a haunted house again." "Wah." Yuan Yuan felt a migraine coming on. "You're seriously going to make me deaf with all that noise." Lin Ling complained, "Big brother, you were screaming so loudly in there. It's so embarrassing." Seeing his friend so weak, Zhang Hao walked over to check on him. "Damn, Lin Yilong, you all right?" Yuan Yuan started jumping to conclusions. "You guys were in there for so long. Did you?" Letting the little girl voice her wild thoughts. Zhang Hao flicked her on the forehead. "Forget it. Get those thoughts out of your head right now." Seeing Yue Hua sweating profusely, Zhang Hao called her over to his side. She managed a few shaky steps before suddenly passing out. Lin Yilong, not done with his dramatics, started yelling again. "What do we do? What do we do? An ambulance! Call an ambulance! Oh my god, where's my phone?" Yuan Yuan fumbled around to dial the emergency services. Zhang Hao felt even more helpless and exhausted. "Don't panic." He shifted his body so Yue Hua had something to lean on. She probably just fainted from extreme shock. "Let's lay her down on that bench over there first." After waiting a while, Yue Hua still showed no signs of waking up in the direct sunlight. Lin Yilong started rambling again. "Zhang Hao, what should we do? Do we need to give her mouth to mouth? That's supposed to be someone's first kiss." Zhang Hao was genuinely annoyed, wanting to curse and tell Lin Yilong to shut the hell up. Thinking about his first kiss potentially being lost to Yue Hua, Huang Yuanyuan looked visibly jealous. Does she really need mouth to mouth? Shouldn't we just press some pressure points? Let's just call the ambulance. No kissing. With a perfectly calm expression, Zhang Hao told them. "You guys go buy some water. And grab some food too. I'll watch over Min Yue Hua here. I'll try to stimulate her muscles a bit and see what happens." He even sat down and let Yue Hua rest her head on his lap. That would probably be more comfortable, right? If she only fainted from fear, a bit of pain should wake her up. And sure enough, it did. After he pressed on her ear, Yue Hua slowly opened her eyes. "Why were you pinching my hand? You fainted, so I wanted to see if a bit of pain would bring you back." Yue Hua took Zhang Hao's soft hand. "I was scared, but I'm better now." Zhang Hao asked tenderly, "Don't go to haunted houses anymore. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "No." Zhang Hao. "I want to sleep, don't leave." Hearing this, Zhang Hao froze, feeling a bit shy. All right then. Looking at her delicate face, he thought that even if her personality was a bit strange, she was the most fragile and quiet girl he had ever met in this world. After catching some sleep, Yue Hua was able to sit up, and she felt much better. Yuan Yuan was worried they wouldn't be able to keep hanging out, but Zhang Hao spoke up right away. "Let's call it a day here. I should take Min Yue Hua home to rest first." "Yue Hua, let's take you home." Yue Hua grabbed Zhang Hao's hand again. "Let's go home together." "Okay." Lin Ling saw this and went wild. Her brother barely managed to hold her back. Yuan Yuan stood there in despair. What's going on with Zhang Hao and Yue Hua? "Wah, I want to hold the heartthrob's hand too. That's something I've always dreamed of." On the ride back, Lin Yilong and Yuan kept grumbling. Yuehua, your house is so far away, I've never been here before. Yuehua, do you live in the suburbs? Isn't it really inconvenient for school? Zhang Hao had a massive headache. Can you two just go to sleep already? Finally, the car stopped in front of a building that looked like a castle, with maids standing at the gate. Everyone's jaws dropped. As soon as she stepped out, the butler spoke up. Welcome back, miss. Miss, how could you sneak out like that? The master told you not to go anywhere that far away. He's going to be furious. Everyone shouted in unison. What? Yuehua is the heiress to the Sahara villa? When they realized the people following her were Yuehua's friends, the butler, looking a bit flustered, immediately ushered them in for tea and refreshments. Oh, so you're the young Mrs. Friends. My apologies for the oversight. This is Cloud Mist tea brought in from the heavenly mountains, and the pastries were made by a master chef. Please, make yourselves at home. The young miss needs to go change, so she asks to be excused for a moment. The second Yuehua stepped onto the stairs, her friends were still in shock. Oh my god, Yuehua's family is seriously loaded. Yuehua is so modest. You really couldn't tell at all. Zhang Hao saw how over the top they were being and felt a bit embarrassed. Hey guys, calm down a little, will you? On the surface, he acted cool, but Zhang Hao was actually shocked too. It was hard to believe. He never imagined the transfer student he'd been helping out came from such a wealthy background. Once she reached her room, the butler asked, sounding concerned, Miss, you went all the way out there today without any bodyguards. The master is very worried about this. It cannot happen again. Yuehua stopped in her tracks and asked coldly, Did Dad call? And what about Mom? Yes, miss. But Madam didn't call because she's very busy. Yuehua's hand clenched tightly. Then why hasn't Dad called me even once? The butler's expression turned sad, but he tried to soothe her. Miss, your father is very busy overseas, but he has prepared a gift that's being shipped here, that tank model you love so much. Yuehua said nothing more, just gave a short nod and went into her room. The butler watched her, feeling heartbroken but helpless. After waiting impatiently for half an hour, Yuehua finally came back down. Wow, she really is a high society daughter. Even her style is completely different. She looked so simple and elegant out there, but those eyes were sparkling. So this is how Yuehua dresses at home? She looks amazing. Although she looked stunning, Zhang Hao still felt something was off. She was beautiful, but compared to when she was with him, she looked more like a gorgeous, lifeless doll. There was even an indescribable sadness in those glittering eyes. Zhang Hao asked her gently, What's wrong? Did your dad not call again? A short, sharp answer left Zhang Hao stunned. What does she mean by that? Yuehua then took his hand and said she wanted to give him a gift. Nothing that happened today compared to the shock Zhang Hao felt when he stepped into Yuehua's room. It was unusually cold and empty. Even though the girls in this world were extremely masculine, Zhang Tianqin's room wasn't like this at all. He turned to her and asked, I felt like you were acting strange after we got home. You said your dad didn't call you. Does he not treat you well? Fathers in this world were supposed to be like mothers, but in this mansion, besides Min Yuehua, it seemed there were only nannies, servants, and the butler. Where are her parents? Yuehua sighed and replied, Dad treats me very well. He's just very busy. And your mom? Mom is even busier. It's just me. Zhang Hao looked shocked and paused. You've always lived here all by yourself? That soft, quiet yeah was heartbreaking. They're both always so busy. My mom is the mayor and doesn't have time to come home, and Dad has to go on business trips to earn money. The butler says they love me very much, but I've been alone like this since I was a kid. Feeling a wave of empathy, Zhang Hao ruffled Yuehua's hair and said, If you ever feel lonely in the future, you can come find me, or you can look for Huang Yuan or Yilong. We're all your friends. In a moment of awkwardness, Yuehua pulled him to another spot. In a room filled with models, Yuehua picked out the best one. Zhang Hao, this is my favorite model. I'm giving it to you. Zhang Hao panicked. No, I can't take this. But isn't this your favorite thing? I can't accept it. As much as he liked it, Zhang Hao was being rational if he brought a toy gun like this home. His dad would definitely give him an earful. Yuehua's voice dropped as she lowered her head. This is what I treasure most. The butler said, Friends give each other gifts. I want to be friends with you for life. Zhang Hao replied awkwardly, We can still be friends without this. Suddenly, Yuehua hugged him tightly and said the most sentimental things. Then let's be together for our whole lives, never apart, okay? As it got dark, the group headed home. Yuehua, we're leaving. Let's hang out again next time. As for Zhang Hao, he told the girl they'd meet at school in 2 days. While carrying Lin Ling on his back, Long marveled, I never expected Yuehua's family to be that rich. The clothes she was wearing today were so nice too. Seeing her in them makes me want to buy a new outfit that British style. Specifically, Zhang Hao didn't seem to care much, yawning heavily, clearly exhausted. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. Wait, if Long Long wants new clothes, this is the perfect chance for me to overhaul my whole wardrobe. As soon as he got home, he ran to his room. He was going to toss out every single one of those flashy, tacky outfits. Just thinking about throwing all those rags away made Zhang Hao incredibly excited. Long Long, let's go clothes shopping tomorrow. The very next day at the mall, the two guys were busy picking out flashy outfits for each other. Long Long's eyes lit up at every fancy piece he saw, while Zhang Hao kept rejecting them. After hitting a shop with a cool, edgy style, he decided to buy the whole rack. He didn't know why he felt so good today, so that's why girls are addicted to shopping. After finishing their spree, both their stomachs were signaling an SOS. Let's go eat. There's a Mary's restaurant over here. As soon as they walked in, a staff member introduced them to the newest combo meals on the menu board. The girls in the shop were buzzing, pulling out their phones to take pictures. That little guy is so handsome. Tee-hee. Long Long wondered what Zhang Hao was staring at. He froze, feeling like someone was staring at him, but replied, "It's nothing. Let's order." Photos of Zhang Hao had been secretly taken and uploaded to social media with the caption, "Ran into an incredibly beautiful guy at MY," along with the hashtag, #StreetSnapBeautifulGuy. The boy had no idea. To be safe, he pulled on his sports cap. "I'm just too handsome. Gotta stay low-key." Long Long covered his mouth and laughed. Yeah, Zhang Hao is too good-looking. You really have to be careful. That guy named Lin Yilong who's famous online has to have girls protecting him whenever he goes out now." The girl who took the secret photos was having a blast, while Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, like he'd been spotted. As soon as his photo went live, it went viral. The likes and comments exploded. Everyone was swooning. Holy crap, does a top-tier handsome guy like this actually exist? Isn't this guy way more handsome than those random internet celebrities? Oh my god, he is absolutely my husband. Tell me, within 1 minute, how can I get all the information on this little cutie? The comments are filled with people claiming to have seen Zhang Hao somewhere, and many are begging for his location. Lin Ling also wanted to jump on the bandwagon, so she posted a photo with a caption. "Spent the day at the amusement park with him, wanting to show off her idol. Follow me for updates every weekend." As soon as he got home, Zhang Hao rewarded his butt by flopping right onto the sofa. Phew, shopping is exhausting as hell, but at least I finally got out of those weird clothes. He had just parted ways with his friend, and not long after, he got a call from Lin Yilong. The curious guy answered, and Lin Yilong started screaming, "Zhang Hao, you're famous. You're super viral." "What? Viral for what?" "The photo of you at the fast food place is all over the internet. It's being shared like crazy by netizens. Open VBO right now and you'll see. You're in the top 5 trending searches." Seeing everyone obsessing over her crush, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel annoyed, incessantly chewing on her collar. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have posted it for friends to see. Zhang Hao belongs to me only." Zhang Hao still couldn't imagine how viral a single photo could get. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw the top trending keyword. "The ultimate handsome guy spotted at Magni," with over 1 million views. Suddenly, he was being talked about and even fought over by women. Zhang Hao was shocked, mouth agape. "Oh crap, this is not good. I don't remember being that showy, right? Whatever, I'll just wait for the trend to die down in a few days, and everyone will forget." He logged out and, having some free time, decided to watch a gaming live stream for entertainment. What on earth am I looking at? What's with these women wearing rabbit ears and pouting their lips? He really just wanted to curse. Luckily, the game section seemed a bit more normal. Other than the streamers being girls, the gameplay itself hadn't changed. Zhang Hao suddenly realized, wait, how old am I now? I wonder if a non-member can stream games? With my elite skills, I could make money faster by boosting for others. Just then, his sister Zhang Tianqin returned. "Zhang Hao, I'm home." She had been in the research lab all day and had no idea that their Zhang Hao had become an internet celebrity. Zhang Hao gave a stiff, awkward smile. So you know about that too?" Suddenly, she looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Did you go out with Lin Yilong today?" The young man broke into a sweat, feeling that Sister Zhang Tianqin was genuinely upset. "Oh, yeah. Lin Yilong said he wanted to buy some new clothes, and since I needed some too, we went together." Zhang Tianqin suddenly moved closer and leaned over him. "Zhang Hao, you didn't get harassed by some weirdo, did you?" In that split second, eyes locked and chests almost touching, Zhang Hao felt shy. No. Sister Zhang Tianqin, you don't need to worry about me like that. I can protect myself just fine, Zhang Tian shouted, sounding almost like she was scolding him. Zhang Hao, you are so naive. Women in this world are far scarier than you imagine. In our family, you are our only precious son. If something were to happen to you, how would I face our father? If any strange woman harasses you, you must tell me immediately. Also, next time you go out, you have to tell me first. The young man's face was beet red, nearly unable to take it anymore. Zhang Tianqin was about to continue when her phone rang. She opened it to find another stolen photo of her brother. At this rate, he was being followed everywhere and his location was being updated in real time. How come I can't see him anymore? I don't know. He must have run off already. It's not easy to catch a glimpse of a handsome guy these days. Let's run over there and check. Elsewhere, Zhang Hao was so terrified that he was hiding and peeking around. What kind of situation is this? Just as things were getting heated, Lin Yilong called. Before he could even say anything while sweating bullets, Lin Yilong panicked. Zhang Hao, don't go to school yet. Zhang Hao looked blank and exhausted. Lin Yilong continued. Didn't you trend yesterday? I don't know how those people found out you're a student at Kanhui, but there are tons of people at school today trying to intercept you. It was already too late to talk about it. Zhang Hao was now in a position where he was being cornered, so Lin Yilong suggested a plan. Zhang Hao, why don't you ask for a leave of absence to avoid the storm? There are even crazy fans of yours there. Zhang Hao peeked with one eye, and seeing the coast was clear, he decided to bolt. To avoid getting scolded by his father, he decided to text Sister Zhang Tianqin for help. Sister Qin, because of the trending search, it's not convenient for me to go to school. Can you help me ask for a leave? Of course. Zhang Hao, come home. I'll be home early today too. We can finally keep you safe. Staying put at home, he had nothing to do. He decided to research gaming streams. I'm 18 now. Streaming games will definitely have a better future than a part-time job, especially since I was a prince back in the day. The moment he logged in, Zhang Hao noticed that the state of the game looked a bit off, but aside from the character skins, the game's core rules hadn't changed. He still wanted to test it out. Just like that, he was getting quadra kills and pentakills, dominating repeatedly. Zhang Hao felt very satisfied. Phew, that feeling isn't bad. Luckily, I'm still young. My hand speed and reaction time have improved. It seems my gaming talent hasn't vanished. Let's do it again. He played until evening. Zhang Hao stretched his body, feeling quite satisfied after clearing so many levels. I could try streaming for a bit tonight. It's just past 6. While his father and aunt were cuddling happily, he headed upstairs. Zhang Tianqin was curious why her brother was in such a rush. As soon as he sat at the desk, Zhang Hao was excited. Let's begin. My first live stream, I'm actually a bit nervous. Welcome to Summer Rift. He clicked his mouse rapidly. Zhang Hao sighed. Whew, what is this guy doing? Trying to fight me? Why does he follow me everywhere I go just to ambush me? A player named Pale Fish commented, facing the Wind Swordsman, I guess you're about to be done for, huh? The person chasing him wasn't a guy at all, but a female gamer. My vision range in that previous spot wasn't great. A player at this level can't kill me, unless she's hacking. Zhang Hao typed a response. Hey opponent, if you don't stop cheating, I'm going to smash my monitor right now. The female student was completely bewildered. Me? Cheating? How shameful. Many people were watching the match, buzzing about the man who could handle the Pale Fish. Who on earth is this strongest man on earth? They tagged each other in the comments. Pale Fish, teach him a lesson. Pale Fish, solo him. The Pale Fish players were getting annoyed too. Competition doesn't care about gender. Even if he is a guy, they couldn't stand for this hacking behavior, especially with so many people using fake male IDs. Zhang Hao read every single word. Me? Hacking? Do I even need to hack? Who do you guys think you're looking down on? He decided to comment back. I'm not hacking. If you're not convinced, let's solo. Fine. You set up the room and invite me. Let's get started. The atmosphere was getting heated. Oh? Is this hacker really that arrogant? Even if he's a guy, I can't take it anymore. Pale Fish, make sure you teach him a lesson. They couldn't understand what this guy, calling himself the strongest man on earth, was thinking, daring to solo against one of the top 3 national gamers. They were all rooting for Pale Fish. As for the female gamers, they were just as curious. I want to see just how good his hacks are. Once the match started, both focused and tapped away, like crazy. Before long, the system announced that Pale Fish had been defeated. She frowned, unable to believe it. People kept commenting, looks like this hacker is actually pretty good. Pale Fish, don't bother with him anymore, just report him. Another user with the nickname The Mysterious One had a different take. I feel like those hand movements were really fluid. It doesn't really look like a hack. A user nicknamed The Counter snapped back, "Who knows how or where he's playing? If this isn't a hack, I'll eat my own poop." Suddenly, they realized Zhang Hao was also live streaming, so they scrambled over there. Holy crap, the guy opposite is actually live. What's the room number? Come on, brothers, let's head over. Palefish acted concerned. Huh? Guys, don't go over there and attack the streamer. He's probably just a young guy who doesn't realize how serious hacking is. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was cracking his neck and stretching his hands. The guy on the other end is actually pretty good. Suddenly, he was totally shocked to see dozens of people flooding into his stream. They started attacking him in the comments. "Streamer, are you trying to climb the ranks to elite? No mic, no face reveal. Isn't that just because you're scared of getting caught hacking? Using a male ID when you're really just a sloppy loser girl?" Huh? Zhang Hao sat there with a blank expression, having no clue what they were thinking. Me? Hacking? And a sloppy loser girl? Zhang Hao had no choice but to let them hear his voice. "I've decided to speak up to clear the air. I am a guy." Only then did the suspicions start to fade. Whoa, holy crap, he really is a guy. His voice sounds so good. Don't fall for it, guys. Don't let yourselves be fooled. He could be using a voice changer. A bunch of thirsty people, just because he's a guy. That makes hacking okay? Zhang Hao spoke into the mic, asking them, "Where did you guys find my stream from? I'm not hacking. If you're not convinced, let's all solo. I'll stream my hand movements directly." At that very moment, hundreds of people poured into the stream at once. Palefish also sent a friend request to Zhang Hao and opened her own stream. Here we go. Your Palefish just added me. Zhang Hao's first day of streaming was getting pretty chaotic. He decided to point the camera down at his hands. He showed every move clearly to shut them up. The moment they saw those small, dainty hands, even Palefish was stunned. Holy crap, those hands are actually pretty cute. Wait, I just soloed with this little guy? Good thing I added him in time. The keyboard warriors who were just going crazy had suddenly quieted down. Oh my god, I can't handle these hands. I'm about to lose it. If his hands are this beautiful, he must be stunning in person, right? Please, little brother, do a face reveal. These hands are giving me some weird thoughts I can't even describe. I believe him. Those are definitely a guy's hands. Little brother, do you need someone to teach you how to play? Look at me. With skill like this, does he really need you to teach him? They were all buzzing, demanding Zhang Hao show his face on screen. They spammed the words face reveal non-stop. Zhang Hao was feeling really annoyed. The second match is starting. You guys focus on watching. I'm turning off the comments. It's too laggy. At a big company, a businesswoman was also watching the stream. She was one of the 107 people watching. She looked very interested. If she could sign this newcomer, he would definitely become the company's cash cow. After the second match ended, Zhang Hao was exhausted, and his neck was stiff. Alright, that's it for today. This is my first time streaming. Thanks for the compliments, everyone. Today was really a day of turning tables. Now the comments were nothing but praise. Oh god, is Little Hao ending the stream already? Don't. It's only been 2 hours. I haven't seen enough yet. When will Little Hao do a face reveal? Can you do it tomorrow? I've already followed you. Will you be live streaming games again tomorrow? I'll promote you on the forums. You're seriously too good. Little Hao, I'm sending you a gift. Please stream for another 2 hours. Zhang Hao was grinning ear to ear. Thanks for the gifts tonight. But I really have to log off. My parents will yell at me if it gets too late. I'll still be streaming games tomorrow. Let's set the time for 8 o'clock. But I'll probably only stream for 2 hours. Everyone get some rest. I'm logging off. As soon as he took his headphones off, he felt a huge weight lift off his head. It was past 10. Time to sleep. Tomorrow I'll ask Long about how things are at school. First thing in the morning, Zhang Hao put on a hat to stay as low-key as possible to meet Lin Yilong. What's up today? Are there still a lot of people standing at the school gate looking for you? It's way less than yesterday. I guess since they didn't find you yesterday, they were too lazy to come today. But inside the school, there were still a lot of people gossiping. Zhang Hao rested his chin in his hand, thinking, the internet hype really dies down fast. I can probably go back to school tomorrow. Wear your hat, it's safer. Lin Yilong was very curious about what Zhang Hao had been doing while staying home for 2 days. He replied nonchalantly, just writing a novel and live streaming. Lin Yilong jumped and shouted, What? Zhang Hao, you started streaming? Since when? How come I didn't know? Was it super popular? How much money did you make? Zhang Hao couldn't stop him in time. Keep your voice down. I just started yesterday. I'm just testing it out. I haven't even signed a contract with the app yet. Just then, his phone pinged with a notification. Dear user, you have been streaming on the Do app as of November 23, 2021. Your popularity has reached the criteria for a contract. Upon receiving this message, please contact Manager 01 immediately to proceed with signing and to receive the benefits and perks of being a streamer. Seeing Zhang Hao frozen, Lin Yilong was curious about what happened. The app sent me a message saying my popularity hit the benchmark and I can contact a manager to sign a contract. Lin Yilong was beaming. That's a great thing. Sign the contract quickly. With your looks, you'll definitely get even more popular. And by then, you'll be an internet celebrity, making a ton of money, able to buy whatever you want. Isn't that great? Zhang Hao was still a bit hesitant and not very excited. But I'm still a student. If live streaming affects my studies, I'll definitely get in trouble. Plus, I feel like becoming an internet celebrity means losing all my privacy. People online are definitely going to pick him apart from head to toe. Lin Yilong is busy suggesting all sorts of ideas again. Well, Zhang Hao, you could just wear a mask while you livestream. That would actually make people even more curious. In the chat, you just need to sing a few songs and bust a few moves. I'm sure plenty of people will shower you with gifts. Zhang Hao calmly explained. Listen, if I livestream games, I don't need to show my face anyway. But I'll give it a try when I get home. Let's get out of here quickly. You have no idea, but there are 2 people following us. Where was Zhang Hao going? They were following him wherever he went. The young man happened to sense that something was off, so he told Lin Yilong to head back first. I just remembered I need to pick up some things at the supermarket, so I won't go with you. Innocent Lin Yilong said goodbye as if it were nothing, and didn't forget to tell Zhang Hao to be careful. Once the area was clear of people, Zhang Hao turned around and said firmly, "You 2 can stop following me now. Come on out." A girl with flashy red hair, dressed like a total bad girl, stepped out. Well, I guess I'm lucky today. That famous online pretty boy is actually in my territory. Hey kid, how about you let me sponsor you? Zhang Hao stood his ground and countered. Sister, who are you exactly? The girls who seemed to be her lackeys spoke up indignantly. You don't know our sister Liu? Every street around here is her turf. Zhang Hao used this to toy with them. Oh, Sister Liu, huh? Never heard of you, not interested. If you have something to say it. If you want to fight, bring it. Hearing this, one of the girls behind her looked furious. You little brat, are you looking to die? How dare you talk to Sister Liu like that? That Sister Liu saw this, turned around, and smacked the girl so hard she started wailing. She smirked. Don't treat such a pretty boy like that. This kid has some real spirit. I'm starting to like him even more. She was thinking to herself that the internet rumors were right. He really was a top-tier boy. I've got my eye on you. Lu Xin stepped forward, smiling as friendly as she could. I was a bit rude earlier. Maybe you misunderstood, kid. I want you to be my boyfriend. I can give you 10,000 yuan a month in pocket money. What do you think? Zhang Hao's face went blank. Isn't this just sugar baby territory? Is this a plot where a bunch of lazy people dream of being sponsored by a wealthy woman? After looking her over, Zhang Hao felt this Liu woman wasn't half bad. But to be a real man in this world, how could he agree to be sponsored? He decided to refuse bluntly. That's ridiculous. Please move out of my way. I'm going to be late. Lu Xin continued. It's completely normal to be sponsored at your age. If you're not happy with the price, I can pay you more. Why don't you think it over, kid? Suddenly, she pulled out a weapon. Think again. After all, if we fight, you're the one who's going to get hurt. I wouldn't want to ruin this pretty face of yours. The moment he saw the blade close to his face, instead of being scared, Zhang Hao challenged her. Then go ahead and try. He immediately swiped his wrist behind him, while Sister Liu was still stunned. The young man was testing to see if his W-tie skills worked. After one hit, he landed another one. After that agonizing blow, Sister Liu was furious. You little piece of. He raised his leg and kicked, landing his shoe right on her face, but she managed to block it. Zhang Hao lunged for the knife that had fallen to the ground. You'd better stop bothering me. A few of the lackeys behind her were about to rush in to beat Zhang Hao up, but Sister Liu stopped them. Stay back. I'm going to fight this little stray cat myself. After cracking her wrists, she clenched her fists, ready for battle. Zhang Hao was sweating with worry. He only gained the upper hand earlier because she caught her off guard. Plus, women in this world have a natural advantage, so he had to think of another way. She threw a punch straight at Zhang Hao, but luckily he dodged. After a few more swipes, the young man pulled out his phone. I've already called the police. I advise you to stop fighting. At this, Sister Liu raised her hands. This kid doesn't just have good moves, he's smart too. Fine, I'll stop. Her lackey was annoyed. Liu Xin, are you just going to let him get away with it like that? What do you know? You have to be patient when dealing with beautiful people. Isn't that right, my little sweetheart? Zhang Hao warned her one last time. Stop right there. Don't follow me anymore. I haven't hung up the call yet. Even though she didn't say anything, she had marked him in her heart, and even snapped a photo to send off. Meanwhile, in a certain office, an employee came to report, Miss Wei Nan. My subordinates have discovered a real talent. The chairman wants us to sign him. He's definitely going to be huge. Wei Nan puffed on a cigarette, acting indifferent. Since when do I have to worry about these things? Isn't this the scout's job? Yes, but the chairman asked me to give this to you so you could talk to him personally. Wei Nan looked annoyed and grumbled. Another fresh meat for my mother? She's not satisfied? Does she really have to make me find another boy toy? Fine. Give me the photo. As soon as she looked at it, she clicked her tongue. He looks like just a high schooler, right? Got some guts. If we train him well, he could be the company's star. Go investigate his details. Liu Jinned it in by this afternoon. Wei Nan seemed to know his identity already. Zhang Hao, huh? A beautiful morning on the school basketball court. Zhang Hao was playing basketball but kept sneezing. Lin Yilong looked very worried. Zhang Hao, you've caught a cold. Maybe we should stop playing. This is a girls' sport anyway. We can just go to the stands and cheer for them instead. Zhang Hao insisted. I didn't catch a cold. I just sneezed, that's all. Besides, who said basketball is a girls' sport? With that, he kept playing. He sighed and took a shot, sinking the ball into the hoop to the amazement of the girls watching. See? Boys are great at basketball too. Standing there talking to Nguyen Min Yuehua, Lin Yilong let out a sigh. Nguyen Min Yuehua, huh? Zhang Hao seemed to be acting very strangely. Do you feel that too? Whatever, as long as Zhang Hao is happy. Lin Yilong felt very admiring. Zhang Hao is truly amazing. Even someone as cold as Nguyen Min Yue has been won over. There were two girls lurking nearby, looking like anti-fans. Zhang Hao loves getting involved in women's business like that. Don't those girls see he doesn't know his place? They only like his face. They don't know his true colors. Let's keep an eye on him. We'll definitely find his weakness. They started taking out their phones to take secret photos. Sister Lu said, even if the photo is blurry, we can trade it for money. This step should be acceptable. Zhang Hao had another bad feeling. He felt like someone was following him, so he thought he'd go check it out. A girl asked curiously, Zhang Hao, what's wrong? Instinctively, he turned away, thinking he was just hallucinating. It's nothing. Let's keep going. The girls on the other side looked intrigued. That's 200 yuan in the bag. Outside the school gate, everyone was buzzing and whispering. Zhang Hao didn't pay them any mind, just kept ruffling Yue Hua's hair. See you tomorrow. Yue Hua. Lin Yilong popped his head out when he saw that. Zhang Hao, what about me? What am I? Chopped liver. Zhang Hao shoved his hand away. Man up, will ya? See you tomorrow. Suddenly, he heard the click of a camera and turned toward the bushes. What's wrong, Zhang Hao? You've been looking over there all day. It's nothing. I just have this feeling someone's been staring at me all day. You guys go ahead. After thinking about the photos, Zhang Hao had a hunch. Could the person stalking me be Sister Chen Chen? He walked over to the bushes and tapped the girl hiding there on the shoulder. Come on out. Caught red-handed, the girl looked terrified. I didn't do anything, I swear. After confirming it wasn't Chen Chen, he demanded her phone. Liu Xinned it over. Now. I only took one shot. Zhang Hao kept a forced smile when he saw the photo of himself on the basketball court. So, tell me, why were you stalking me? Out of options, the girl stuttered out the truth. It was one of Sister Liu's lackeys. She gave our group a task, saying whoever could get even just one photo of you would get 200 yuan. Anyone can take it, as long as your face is clear. Zhang Hao looked completely fed up. Her again? Is she not bored yet? What's this Sister Liu's real name? Do you know? Is this whole area under her control? The girl nodded frantically. Liu Xin. Her name is Liu Xin. She's the boss around here. After deleting the photos, he returned her phone. Freed. The girl took off running, like her life depended on it. This Liu girl is a real pain in the neck, he thought. I need to find a way to deal with her. Fast. At the shopping mall square at 10 in the morning, Zhang Hao was riding his bike, while Lin Yilong was absolutely hyped. Zhang Hao, did you really sign a contract with the Do agency? Yeah, I set some conditions, and they agreed to everything. I also asked to withdraw the fan gifts, which is why I called you today to help me pick out a present. Lin Yilong grinned. Who are you buying a present for? Wait, does Zhang Hao have a crush? If you don't tell me, I'm going to be heartbroken. Zhang Hao sighed, deciding to just get it over with before he got a headache. Who else could it be? It's my sister. Didn't I tell you about her before? After my dad remarried, I ended up with a goddess for a sister. Oh, So what kind of terms did you set with the agency? I told them no face reveals unless I want to, and no offline events unless I feel like it. 2 hours of streaming every day, maybe 5 on weekends, but I get 1 full day off a week. If there are any extra activities, they have to run it by me first. And the most important thing, I don't do any fan service stuff. Lin Yilong's eyes lit up, and he gushed. Man, Zhang Hao, you're amazing. You'd have to be their top-tier streamer to get benefits like that. Zhang Hao struck a cool, confident pose. That's what you call a master-tier streamer. Watching from below, Liu Feng was spreading rumors, fuming. That's our school's #1 heartthrob, but he's a total freak. He relies on the fact that all the girls like him, playing hard to get, and stringing a bunch of girls along. The 2 guys standing behind him chimed in, sounding just as annoyed, clearly looking to suck up to Liu Feng. Ugh, guys like that are disgusting. Figures. Being handsome just makes him insufferable. Exactly. I hate guys like that the most. Liu Feng, if he's getting on your nerves, I'll go vent for you. Let's head over to the MOC store next door and check out the Sonys. Liu Feng looked a bit more energized. Fine by me. Trent sent me a huge stack of cash recently and told me to go blow it. At the MOC store, I'll buy you some lipstick. It's not like it costs much. Anyway, the guy in the brown jacket kept kissing up. Liu Feng, I want to go too. Let's think of a way to make him cry. We'll post ugly photos of him online so everyone can see what a loser he really is. Liu Feng was already beaming. I think we should find a place with no one around. If we don't, some hero is bound to show up and play Save the Damsel in Distress. Zhang Hao, wait until your social media feeds are nothing but ugly pics of you. Let's see how smug you are then. After picking out a pricey gift, Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong headed out. Zhang Hao, you're really good to your sister, buying her a belt that costs over 1,000 yuan. Well, after signing with the agency, the daily bonuses are pretty solid. Besides, Sister Zhang Tianqin gave me those diamond earrings. Isn't it only right that I get her a nice gift back? Lin Yilong's eyes widened at the mention of diamond earrings. Wait, diamond earrings? No way. Show me, show me. I don't have them on me today. I'll let you see them next time. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. The moment Zhang Hao stepped into the restroom, Liu Feng started scheming. Our chance. Get in there, you guys. I'll keep watch here so nobody messes up our plan. In reality, Liu Feng didn't want to tarnish his own reputation. If I go in there, Zhang Hao will know I'm in on it. What if he goes to school and says I bullied him? The 2 goons nodded maliciously. Got it, Liu Feng. Just wait here for the good news. The second he walked out, Zhang Hao felt nauseous from the reek of Lin Yilong's cologne. Stop spraying that stuff, it's way too strong. Let's just go eat. As they walked out, the 2 goons intentionally slammed into Zhang Hao, then immediately tried to play the victim before he grabbed them by the collars. What the hell do you think you're doing? The brown jacket guy immediately barked, Hey, you blind or something? You almost knocked over my friend. Lin Yilong was getting furious. Are you blind or just stupid? Your friend clearly walked right into Zhang Hao. Seeing that, the other guy snapped. Who are you calling blind? Zhang Hao couldn't just stand by and watch this. Who hit who? You both know perfectly well. Laying hands on my friend? What do you want? The guy stammered. Who? Who hit who? You. You're just spouting nonsense. The guy in the brown jacket stood there sweating, not daring to move. Why do I get the feeling he's a bad guy? Zhang Hao shoved them aside. Get lost and get out of my way. Right then, the guy who was playing the victim spat his gum right in Zhang Hao's face. You knock into people and you think you can just run off? These 2 disgusting losers. Pathetic. Zhang Hao tried to keep his cool, but he'd had enough. Damn it. Are you crazy? Don't think just because you're a guy I won't swing on you. Right after he landed a punch on the guy's head, the brown-haired guy outside yelled, Aha! You coward. You actually dared to hit someone? Lin Yilong wasn't having it either, rolling up his sleeves. You guys started it. Lin Yilong and the brown jacket guy got into a tussle, but they were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. It felt like they could be at it until nightfall without a winner. Zhang Hao stood to the side, feeling helpless. What kind of stupid game are these guys playing? Turning to the guy playing the victim, Zhang Hao cracked his knuckles. Today, I'm going to teach these 2 jerks a lesson on behalf of all the men out there. After the sound of thuds and heavy hits, Long was still in the restroom and knew they'd gotten thrashed by Zhang Hao. After teaching those 2 a lesson they wouldn't soon forget, he brushed off his hands and gave them one last warning. If you dare try to bump into people on purpose again, I'll break your legs. Long, let's go. The troublemaker, despite having a swollen face, couldn't hide his resentment. How dare he hit me in the face? What a low-life coward. I have to call my girlfriend and have her bring people here to deal with this Zhang Hao. Outside the mall, The troublemaker had already brought his burly girlfriend over. That's him. Is that the jerk who bullied you? The guy in the brown shirt pointed him out, adding fuel to the fire. Yeah, he hit me. So arrogant. Liu Feng stood to the side, egging them on. You guys go ahead. I'm gonna hit the bathroom. Liu Feng, you better get back fast. You might be able to snap some bad photos of Zhang Hao. In reality, this Liu Feng wasn't just a bystander. He was just looking for a way to bail so he wouldn't get dragged into the fight. How could I be as dumb as you guys? I'll just stand back and secretly take pictures of Zhang Hao and Shu Qi confronting each other, frame Zhang Hao as a homewrecker, and post it on the school forum. Heh. Zhang Hao, just you wait. Shu Qi kept on wailing. Babe, that guy just hit me. Wah. Zhang Hao was already sick of this scene. You weaklings still dare to show your faces here? Long, despite being scared out of his wits, still tried to argue back. You guys were the ones looking for trouble first, and now you're trying to smear us? Zhang Hao declared bluntly. If you lot want to fight, do it fast. I'm in a hurry. Ironically, Shu Qi's girlfriend seemed to have been struck by love at first sight the moment she laid eyes on Zhang Hao. Oh my god, love has just made my life so beautiful. Have I, AZN, really fallen for this handsome guy at first sight? Seeing his girlfriend standing there dazed, Shu Qi started acting up. What are you staring at? Go teach him a lesson. AZN didn't want to hurt him, so she just tried to brush it off. Ahem. Regardless, you were the one who started the fight. I'm a reasonable person. You apologize to my boyfriend, and we'll call it even. Shu Qi jumped up in shock. Babe, what are you doing? He beat me up like this, and you're letting him off with just an apology? AZN shot a sharp look at him. There were people watching on the street. You want me to lay a hand on a guy? Shu Qi started crying loudly. Do you like him or something? Tell me. You were looking at him so affectionately just now. I'm your boyfriend. Zhang Hao got a headache. Take your internal drama somewhere else. Don't block my way. Shu Qi angrily spread his arms to block him. You're not going anywhere. Zhang Hao was losing his cool. I'm warning you. If you keep messing with me, I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you. Ajen turned to nag. Shu Qi, shut your mouth. Otherwise, don't even dream about that handbag anymore. Ajen turned and gave a sweet smile to Zhang Hao. Liu Jinsom, I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. How about we exchange contacts? I'll send you a digital red envelope as an apology. Liu Feng, standing far away, had already captured quite a bit of footage. Heh. I'll edit this video, make it look like he's a homewrecker, then post it online and on the school forum to ruin Zhang Hao's reputation. Just then, a supercar pulled up in front of the mall. The person stepping out was none other than Wei Nan. Miss Wei Nan, we are heading to the Qingtian Plaza now to inspect the quarterly revenue. Suddenly, she froze when she saw Zhang Hao. Is that Zhang Hao? Liu Feng was still enjoying himself getting the perfect shots when Liu Xin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, tapping his shoulder. What are you filming? Nothing, Miss Liu. After checking the video on the phone, Liu Xin glared at him threateningly. Do you want to die? You dare put my man in the same frame as another woman? Liu Xin grabbed Liu Feng by the collar so hard he started drooling. Miss Liu, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Wah! Liu Feng cried inwardly. Isn't she the boss of this whole area? And Zhang Hao actually dares to mess with someone like her? Liu Xin dragged Liu Feng over to Zhang Hao. Long time no see, huh? Ajun turned pale the moment she saw this Miss Liu. How? How is this possible? Why is Liu Xin here? Liu Xin smirked. It's only been 2 days. Do you know how much I've missed you? Zhang Hao. Long cowered in fear behind him. Zhang Hao. Who is this? He just wanted a quiet life, but trouble kept finding him. Zhang Hao didn't want any more drama, so he turned to leave. Don't ignore me, Liu Xin called out. Zhang Hao, don't be in such a hurry. Someone was just filming you secretly. As soon as she finished, Liu Xin kicked Liu Feng to the ground. Look, I caught him for you. Do whatever you want with him. Zhang Hao turned back and asked straight out. What do you want now? Liu Xin snapped her fingers, telling her underlings to bring something out. After smoothing her hair, Zhang Hao thought she was going to fight, but she pulled out a huge bouquet of flowers. Accept this and go on a date with me. I really like you, Zhang Hao. The guy was left dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. Liu Xin firmly repeated herself. As long as you'll be my boyfriend, you can have anything you want. Zhang Hao stood frozen for a few seconds. What the hell? Why isn't she acting like she usually does? Zhang Hao cleared his throat, regaining his composure. I have no interest in you, so I can't date you. If there's nothing else, get out of my way. Liu Xin refused to give up. Maybe I was too hasty, but can you at least take the flowers? Zhang Hao was speechless looking at them, thinking, girl, you need to get this straight. We've only met once. You even held a blade to my throat, and now you're acting all gentle? What is this? With as much composure as he could muster, Zhang Hao replied, "Take your flowers and leave. I'll say it again. I can't be your boyfriend. Before, you threatened me, and we even fought. Let's call it a draw and act like strangers. Don't bother me again, or I'm calling the police." Liu Xin remained stubborn, tossing the flowers onto the ground. "Take these guys away for some tea. Don't disturb my conversation with my idol." After being dragged away by her men, Zhen screamed and apologized profusely. Long was witnessing this terrifying scene for the first time. "Wait, you want to silence them? How could you? You're Lin Yilong, Zhang Hao's friend, right?" Zhang Hao asked coldly. "You've been investigating my friends? What's wrong with me caring about my idol's friends? Isn't that perfectly normal? Besides, some of my sisters are really good at this stuff. If they go crazy, even I can't stop them." As she spoke, Liu Xin leaned in dangerously close to Zhang Hao's face. She was using Long as leverage to threaten him. The rustling of leaves made the air feel even quieter and more tense. Zhang Hao reluctantly swallowed his pride. "How about we both give a little? You tell me. What else do you want?" Liu Xin kept that sinister smile on her face, caressing Zhang Hao's cheek as she replied, "Since the heartthrob said so, of course I can make a concession. How about this? Tonight, you come to the bar and have a drink with me. What do you think?" Zhang Hao agreed immediately. "Fine. Just tell me the time and place. 7 o'clock tonight, West Street Bar. Don't be late. My dear heartthrob, I'll be waiting for you." Zhang Hao offered a mysterious smile. "I'll definitely be there on time." As soon as Liu Xin left, Lin Yilong, looking terrified, asked, "Zhang Hao, that girl from before, she looked like a gangster. They even had tattoos. Are you really going to that bar? Should we just call the police?" "No, they haven't actually committed a crime yet. If I'd let her escape while provoking her like that, she'd find a way to trap us anyway. I'm going tonight to see what her attitude is really like. Don't worry, I've been practicing martial arts lately. They can't do anything to me, but I'm telling you now, you need to watch your back these next few days." Lin Yilong wailed and clung tightly to Zhang Hao as if they were parting forever. "Boo-hoo-hoo. Brother Hao, you absolutely cannot get yourself eliminated. Just let me go. I'm only going to a bar, not a firing squad. Calm down, man." Just then, a female manager approached him. "Are you Zhang Hao? Our Wei Nan would like to meet with you. If it's convenient, please come with us." Zhang Hao was completely exhausted. "Are you guys done yet? Do I really need to be intercepted twice in one day?" Since he had no clue who this Wei Nan was, Zhang Hao picked his ear and flatly refused. Not convenient. At that moment, she ordered a group of bodyguards to rush him. Zhang Hao didn't dare refuse this time and led the way. "I guess I didn't check my luck today. Every ghost and demon in the city is showing up," he thought. He told Lin Yilong to head back first, saying that they could just stay in touch by phone if anything came up. The young man was taken to a massive, skyscraper-sized corporate building. As soon as he stepped inside, he was stunned by the intense aura of the woman sitting there. She was the CEO of Phoenix Red Media, Wei Nan. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, she immediately stood up. After giving him a quick once-over, the CEO exclaimed, "Decent potential. There's nothing like this currently on the market. Sign the contract, and I can make you famous." Zhang Hao was still reeling and didn't understand what they were implying. He took the folder, flipped through the pages, and finally found an excuse to decline. "I'm sorry, Wei Nan, but I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I have no intention of being a star, so there's no need to help me get famous. I'm in a hurry to get home for dinner, so I'm leaving." The manager beside her shouted, "A high school kid like you shouldn't throw away such kindness. Wei Nan is talking to you personally." Zhang Hao shook her hand off and coldly declared, "I said it already, I don't need it." He then tossed the manager aside, making her collapse onto the floor. The CEO watched his every move closely, guessing that he had some training. Right then, she clenched her fist and lunged at him to test him. Zhang Hao managed to parry her blow, but was still caught in the CEO's lock. "A high schooler who knows martial arts? We'll add a bonus." "Thanks, but I can't accept Wei Nan's kindness." She let him go and warned, "Don't be in such a rush to refuse. In this world, there is nothing I cannot achieve. I'll give you some time to think it over carefully. You can take him back now." Zhang Hao confirmed that this woman was not easy to deal with. As soon as he got home, Zhang Hao locked his bedroom door tight and prepared some things. He packed all his gear for the night, including a voice recorder, a knife, and pepper spray. The young man took a deep breath, then sent a text to Lin Yilong as a precaution. "If I don't call you by 8:30 tonight, call the police." He sent the message, but in his mind, he was constantly thinking of ways to cut ties with Liu Xin. For some reason, it was pouring rain, but he knew he had to go to the meeting spot. Soaking wet, he entered the bar and was greeted by staff. "Are you Zhang Hao? Our boss has been waiting for a long time. They led him up to the second floor. Liu Xin was sitting with her legs spread wide, with two young men serving her drinks and fruit. Liu Xin, I'm here. Before she could get a word in, Zhang Hao spoke first. I agreed to come today to settle our business once and for all. I don't want any relationship with someone like you. Let's just go back to the way things were before. I don't know you, you don't know me. That would be best for both of us. Liu Xin sighed and stood up. I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. How about this? You satisfy me once just tonight, and I won't cling to you anymore. Zhang Hao insisted on his stance. You know that's impossible. If you keep this up, I'm calling the police. Calling the police? But I'm just seriously pursuing my boyfriend. Is that a crime? Liu Xin's henchwoman chimed in. Liu Xin, stop wasting your breath on him. Let the girls pin him down, and you just sit on him directly. Then we can record it and take pictures. If he dares to resist, we'll post it online to see if he's still so stubborn. What's the matter? Scared? I suggest you behave and stay by Sister Liu's side. Zhang Hao turned to look at her with a look of pure astonishment, thinking to himself that he'd never met anyone so stupid. You guys are working well together. I've never met people who plot conspiracies so loudly. I'm recording this, by the way. Liu Xin seemed very pleased with the idea. It seems my little sister has a good point. Do you want me to pin you down alone, or one by one? The girl behind him pulled out a knife and smiled sinisterly. Zhang Hao kept his expression cold. You even brought a knife? If I refuse, are you going to silence me? But sorry to disappoint, I brought something too. Right then, he pulled out his pepper spray and blasted them right in the eyes. Damn it, that's pepper spray. Zhang Hao had already closed the distance to Liu Xin's sidekick. Stay still and drop the knife. Let me go, or if I cause an accident in self-defense, you're going to be in trouble. Liu Xin still acted like she didn't care much. This kid's got guts, doesn't he? Zhang Hao continued to hold his ground. Don't think about having people follow me, unless you want to see blood on the streets. Causing a scene that brings the cops here won't do you any favors. He backed away, dragging Liu Xin's sidekick toward the door. Liu Xin didn't seem discouraged. If anything, she was even more intrigued. Zhang Hao, sweetheart, I've got all the time in the world to play with you. Just then, Liu Xin received a message. Sister Liu, Zhang Hao sent this photo to you. He said he already recorded the conversation in that room. If you don't want him to send this to the police, don't provoke him or the people around him, or else he'll fight you to the bitter end. Liu Xin was shocked and furious. That coward, no wonder he dared to be so aggressive earlier. Up on the floor, there was the person tracking Zhang Hao's every move made a report. Master Wei Nam. Zhang Hao is fine. Standing blankly in the hallway, Zhang Hao couldn't shake his anxiety since that day. I wonder if threatening Liu Xin 2 days ago actually did anything. If she goes crazy again, I'll have to come up with a different plan. Just then, the students started gossiping. Hey, have you heard? Apparently, the big sister Liu got bullied. Yeah, I heard about it too. Is this area getting a new boss or something? I heard the new big shot is coming to Dangmin Yuehua tonight. Why the sudden change in management? There wasn't even an announcement. The Fuang Hong Corporation said that the bullying in this area was getting out of hand, which goes against their corporate goals, so they sent someone else to take over. Zhang Hao felt a bit uneasy. A new boss? That Fuang Hong Corporation sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it somewhere before. After a moment of thought, Zhang Hao panicked. Wait, hold on. That's not Wei Nam's company, is it? But what kind of connection does Wei Nam have with Liu Xin? After school, he went straight home. Zhang Tianqin had prepared a feast. Zhang Hao, you're back. Let's eat. I cooked everything today. Zhang Hao looked around. Are Dad and Aunt not home? Why is it just you, Sister Zhang Tianqin? Mom and Dad have to work overtime, so they won't be back tonight. Zhang Hao felt his face flush for no apparent reason. Does that mean it's just me and Zhang Tianqin alone tonight? Seeing her little brother acting so dazed, Zhang Tianqin tapped his forehead. What are you thinking about? The young man jumped, coughing to clear his throat and changed the subject. Nothing, sister. Let's just eat. He said that while mentally slapping himself. Zhang Hao, pull yourself together. She's your sister. Even though they weren't blood-related, he tried to eat quickly to keep his mind from wandering. When he went to clear the dishes, Zhang Tianqin intervened. Zhang Hao, go to your room and do your homework. Don't you have a live stream tonight? Let me handle the dishes. Are you sure you don't need my help, sister? Zhang Tianqin walked over and took her little brother's hand. Yeah, I'm sure. I can't let these beautiful hands of yours get greasy. Zhang Hao blushed shyly. To think, Zhang Tianqin is both beautiful and kind. She's the perfect woman. In my previous world, I always dreamed of having a wife like this. He felt a pang of regret, that Zhang Tianqin was his sister. Time flew from 7 to 9. The usual 2-hour live stream was finished. Just then, Zhang Tianqin walked in. Zhang Hao, 2 hours are up. Time to rest. Yeah, I just ended the stream. Wearing a sexy camisole, his sister sat on the bed with a playful air. Live streaming is tiring, right? Come here. Let me give you a massage. The young man was acting coy. I'm fine, sister. You've been doing housework all day. You should rest too. Zhang Tianqin pulled Zhang Hao's hand, pressing his face into her chest while stroking his hair. Zhang Hao is so considerate, caring for me like that. Let's rest together. Sister Zhang Tianqin, don't say that. We're family. Of course we care about each other. The moment she heard those words, Zhang Tianqin froze. Family? Suddenly, for no reason, tears began to stream down the girl's face. Zhang Hao was extremely flustered, confused by what was happening. Sister? What's wrong? Why are you crying? He looked directly into her teary eyes to ask, don't girls always say they'd rather bleed than shed a tear? The young man was panicking, thinking he hadn't said anything that offensive. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin smiled, though it was a bit forced. I'm happy. I'm just so happy. That's why I'm crying. Because I'm Zhang Hao's family. And I'm by his side. Zhang Hao realized the issue. Did she cry just because he mentioned the word family? Transmigrating here really gave me things I never had before. At least I have a family now. Dad doesn't have to be lonely anymore. As long as I'm in this world, I will definitely protect this family and bring everyone happiness. With an incredibly serious expression, Zhang Hao looked straight into her eyes. Sister, the days ahead are long. As a family, we will always be this happy. Her heart racing, Zhang Tianqin managed to regain her composure. I'm usually not the type to cry easily. That was just an exception. It's embarrassing to cry in front of you. The young man continued with his sappy words. Sister Zhang Tianqin, thank you for being my family. Finally, they both laid down on the bed. Sister, are we really sleeping together tonight? Yeah, Mom and Dad aren't home. I was worried you might be afraid of ghosts. Seeing Zhang Tianqin tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Zhang Hao asked, do you want to talk about something? In reality, the young man was eyeing her soft frame, his heart pounding. Zhang Tianqin had no idea what her brother was looking at, so she started a conversation. I'm curious. What kind of girl do you like? I've always wanted the chance to talk to you about this, and now is the perfect time. Her tempting chest pressed closer and closer, leaving the young man incredibly flustered, stuttering his answer, something about her being gentle, kind, and dependent. Oh, so you like the gentle type. Are there any girls like that at your school? The young man instinctively thought of Njuet Min Yuehua, but quickly brushed the thought away. Min Yuehua isn't exactly dependent, she's just cute in a goofy way. None, huh? But you're still a student, and puppy love isn't good for you. You're so handsome, it makes me worry. The moment she leaned against his chest, his eyes drifted shut, and he fell asleep without realizing it. Morning came in the blink of an eye. The young man bolted upright, looking at the pillow next to him. Didn't I sleep with Sister Zhang Tianqin last night? Was I dreaming? Sister, are you there? He called out, peeking into her room, but didn't see anyone. He checked her private room, but it was empty too. Is she at the lab, even though it's the weekend? Seeing some books on the shelf, Zhang Hao was curious and started poking around. I'll just pick a novel to read. That shouldn't hurt, right? It seems the genre girls read in this world is what boys read back in my original world. The Strongest Empress. Goddess with no enemies. And what's this? The title is My Cousin's Seductive Secret. After opening it, he saw nothing but steamy scenes, featuring dialogue between him and Zhang Tianqin. Sister, can we really be together? Of course, nothing can stop us. Sister, don't. The young man had a nosebleed, shocked to find out it was adult content. What shocked him even more was, does she actually have feelings for me? After thinking for a while, he put the book back. No way. No way. Yesterday she was crying and telling me we were family. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's head felt like it was splitting open, and a strange image and voice flashed in his mind. It's happening again. What is this? Exactly. Zhang Hao is ending the stream. Everyone. That's the end of today's stream. Goodbye. The comments in the chat box flooded in non-stop. Why did our idol end the stream so early today? He seems completely out of it. Did something happen? Zhang Hao sighed, his hand hovering over the mouse before clicking to exit the streaming room. He wasn't really focused today. His mind kept drifting back to images of himself and his sister, Zhang Tianqin, doing those kinds of things. He thought to himself, his head filled with that book of hers. Does she have any interest in her own younger brother at all? Then he started reminiscing about his childhood, flashes of a little girl wearing glasses with a gloomy expression. always stepping up to protect him when bullies targeted him back then. Plus, there were those random, hazy scenes that kept popping up, though he couldn't quite put his finger on them. Zhang Hao looked at his post-stream stats and felt miserable. He felt like his daily streaming routine had hit a massive slump. It seemed like his viewer count and engagement had completely plateaued. To make matters worse, the more he thought about it, the more his face scrunched up. He looked just like a dried date, and honestly, making money from streaming wasn't easy. Suddenly, the system chirped, beep, beep, beep. You have a new message. Please check your notifications. Zhang Hao was surprised. Huh? A system message? The notification read, Message from the platform. Hello user. ID number 4,785,537. Based on our data, your recent engagement has stabilized, and your fan growth is slowing down. We have prepared several plans to help boost your popularity. Please contact Manager 01 of the streaming department to claim them. Zhang Hao clicked confirm and thought, so, they're finally making their move, huh? But he had a bad feeling about this. The next evening, while Zhang Hao was browsing the web, he got the same notification again. He ignored it, pretending he didn't see it. On the third day, just as Zhang Hao was heading to the bathroom, the system was relentless and sent the same message again. He really wanted to curse the system's ancestors to the 18th generation. It was so annoying. Yet, even at 2 in the morning, Zhang Hao received another notification. He was about to lose it. Then, that clingy Manager 01 sent a direct message to Hao. Did you get the web notification? Why haven't you reached out to me these past few days? Zhang Hao, using the screen name The Strongest Man on Earth, exploded. Can you stop it? I already told you I'm not interested. Manager 01 replied, pleading. Oh, don't say that. Hao. Listen to me. I'm only doing this for your own good. Think about it. Your fans are getting bored of just watching you play games. Look at the people who donate to you, don't. They all want you to show your face, sing, dance, or cosplay. That's what they want to see. The strongest man on earth sent an icon expressing speechless frustration. When I signed the contract, I said that unless I agree to it, I won't stream other types of content. Even after being shut down, Manager 01 tried hard to convince him. Of course, I'm not forcing you. I'm just giving you some advice. I'll send you 3 plans to look over. Don't feel rushed to decide. Just think about it. I'll be in your city for work the day after tomorrow. Let's meet up and talk. Sitting on the other side of the screen, Zhang Hao looked conflicted, but he remained firm in his initial decision. Forget it. My answer is the same. I won't do that kind of fan service content. Manager 01 seemed satisfied with his persistence, though. Heh, let's leave it at that then. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. He decided to check out what was currently trending in the streaming world, but as soon as he clicked, he felt a shiver run down his spine. On the screen, a cute boy was acting all coy, blowing hearts and using sweet, sugary words. My ladies, please drop a like for me. The chat box exploded with praise. So cute. I love him so much. My idol. My idol. Little brother, I want to have your babies. Moa Moa is forever, my god. Zhang Hao didn't even last a minute before shutting it off. He felt like he had nothing to live for. He'd rather go streaming with his keyboard than act like that. So cringy. Still, Zhang Hao couldn't help but open the file Manager 01 sent, just to see if there was anything remotely feasible. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to see what kind of plans they had, right? Plan 1. Super hot thong outfit with a provocative dance. Zhang Hao stared, filled with question marks. He quickly scrolled to Plan 2. Idol cosplay, recreating an anime otaku girl. He almost choked on his drink at the sight of that. Plan 3. Idol wears tight workout clothes, drenched in sweat at the gym. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and angrily closed the file. I knew it, he thought. I shouldn't have had any expectations to begin with. 3 days later, on a beautiful sunny day, Zhang Hao invited Lin Yilong to a coffee shop to meet with Manager 01. As they stood in front of the cafe, Along asked, Zhang Hao, does the streaming platform really value you that much? They even sent a manager all the way here to meet you? Zhang Hao pushed the door open. I don't know, but she insisted I come. Let's go in. As soon as they sat down, Tong Thon handed them a business card. Hello Hao, I'm Tong Thon, your streaming manager. You can call me Miss Tong. Tong Thon was a beautiful, sharp-looking woman with a very professional demeanor. Zhang Hao introduced her. This is my friend. He's here with me. After the introductions, he got straight to the point. I've reviewed those 3 plans. To be honest, I'm not interested. Tong Thon began her analysis. I watch your streams every day. I know your personality. We can skip the first 2, but I think you should consider the last one. It might have an unexpectedly good result. Zhang Hao was serious as he refused. Oh really? How so? Tong Thun was drinking water, but she slammed her cup down and suddenly reached out to touch his firm chest. Zhang Hao exclaimed in shock. Miss Tong, what? What are you doing? Self-correction note. Aligning dialogue flow. Along, sitting next to him, was also stunned by the sudden action, his eyes wide and mouth hanging open. Tong Thon didn't care about the two of them at all. She continued, those muscles on your chest you've been working out, right? If you don't want to show your face, I think you could stream yourself working out while wearing a mask. No more of that silly talk. We have the proof your physique is very convincing. This way, we'll distinguish you from all the other streamers who only rely on their looks. You can work out while you stream. That's actually quite positive. Tong Thon kept pushing. Along thought about it and found it reasonable, saying, Zhang Hao, I think she's got a point. Zhang Hao thought, if it's just working out in a mask, not selling himself, it wouldn't be too bad. It's not impossible to agree to. Besides, if it could raise awareness and get other guys to work on their fitness and reclaim their confidence, that would be a good thing. Maybe this will change how girls view guys in this world. Zhang Hao agreed to the decision. All right, starting tomorrow, 3 times a week, I'll do a half-hour workout live stream, wearing a mask. At Zhang Hao's house, after his father heard the decision, a wave of rage washed over him. He roared, livid, over my dead body. Absolutely not. Zhang Hao's father, hearing his son's decision, burst into such a fury he seemed like a completely different person. He grabbed Zhang Hao by the neck like he was a chicken, deciding right then to roast him for dinner just to vent. You think you're all grown up and can fly now, huh? I was already being generous, letting you livestream games. Now you want to livestream yourself working out? Have you seen what those athletic clothes look like? I forbid it. Zhang Hao panicked and shouted, Dad, my workout gear is very modest. Plus, aren't you worried I'm too handsome and might get taken advantage of? If I train to build a strong physique, won't that solve the problem? Zhang Tianqin rushed over to intervene. Uncle, please don't get so worked up. I think Zhang Hao makes a fair point. Why don't we let him try? I'll stay by his side to keep an eye on him. If anything seems off, I'll make him turn the stream off. Zhang Tianqin confidently put an arm around Zhang Hao while trying to convince his father not to worry. Zhang Hao's father sighed helplessly. Fine, just spoil him then. This kid never lets me have a moment of peace. Zhang Hao was incredibly grateful and turned to thank Zhang Tianqin. Sister Can, thank you for sticking up for me. Otherwise, I'm afraid my dad and I would have had an all-out war right here. Zhang Tianqin winked playfully at Zhang Hao. Don't mention it, but I really will be watching you closely when the time comes. There are some people in the chat who have no boundaries, and it worries me. That evening, when Zhang Hao began his live stream, hey everyone, today's going to be a special workout live stream for you all. Last time, you kept pestering me to show my face, so consider this my way of indulging you. For those just starting to exercise, improving your cardiovascular health through aerobics is the most important thing. I recommend you start with jogging. Of course, warm up your joints before running to avoid injury. I've already warmed up before the stream, so let's get right into it. In the stream, the strongest man on earth had over 6 million viewers. The chat exploded with praise. Zhang Hao is live streaming a workout today. He showed his face, though he's still wearing a mask. Look at that masked heartthrob. Still waiting for the official face reveal. Our heartthrob has so much energy, completely different from those other streamers who just wiggle their butts and wink. This is so good to watch. Amazing. Working out doesn't just keep your body hot, it also improves your stamina in bed. Look at his legs. Zhang Hao chatted happily while jogging. Looks like even more people are joining. You guys should really focus on working out. Aimei was out making deliveries, watching the live stream on her phone with a passionate, dreamy expression, drooling as she exclaimed, Zhang Hao is just so adorable. Even an elderly woman was mesmerized watching the stream. The old man sitting next to her was incredibly jealous. You're still watching him? Li Honi. Tong Thun, watching the broadcast numbers, felt the results weren't bad at all and bragged confidently, I knew it. You can't find another streamer like our Zhang Hao on Do. After Zhang Hao had been running for a while, the chat flooded with gifts of support. Heartthrob, keep up the pace. If you last another 15 minutes, I'm gifting you a rocket. Last time I watched another streamer exercise. They stopped after 5 minutes. If the streamer hits 10 minutes, I'm gifting you a meteor shower. You guys are so generous. A poor person like me can only offer a free rice ball. Go Heartthrob, take all my rice balls. The big shots are placing bets, but I'm just here looking at the sweat dripping off our Heartthrob. Zhang Hao thought to himself, 15 minutes? Is that all you think I can do? I'll show you the strength of a real man from my past world. 30 minutes later, the chat was filled with endless praise. Brother is a legend. 20 minutes of running, and no signs of exhaustion. Little brother is the best. You worked hard. Rest up. Compared to other guys, this stamina is seriously top tier. Way beyond my expectations. Who would have thought he's not just handsome, but loves to exercise too? Little brother is so handsome, a true icon. Zhang Tianqin read the comments, her expression turning darker and darker. The more Zhang Hao live-streamed his workout, the more viewers he attracted. So jealous. What should I do? Keep it together. I can't act like I did when I was a kid, or Zhang Hao will grow further away from me. Seeing he'd worked out enough, Zhang Hao stopped and said goodbye to everyone. Alright, that was my first workout livestream. We'll wrap it up here for now. If you guys want to follow along, just stick to the routine. I'm going to take a shower, then I'll be back to game. Thanks for the gifts, everyone. Zhang Tianqin walked over with a towel. You worked hard, Zhang Hao. Are you exhausted? Working out on stream is so tough. Maybe you should stream this less often? I'm so worried about you, she said, wiping the sweat off Zhang Hao with a deeply concerned tone. Zhang Hao felt shy. It's fine, Sister Can. I usually work out anyway. This little bit of exercise is nothing to me. Zhang Tianqin seized the moment and gently patted Zhang Hao's butt, saying in a doting voice, All right, go shower, or you'll catch a cold. As soon as Zhang Tianqin left the room, Zhang Hao panicked, thinking, Did Sister Can just take advantage of me? What am I thinking? Sister Zhang Tianqin treats me so well, that was definitely just a hallucination. Zhang Hao stood there frozen, lost in thought. That night, Zhang Tianqin snuck into Zhang Hao's room. Seeing him fast asleep, she approached him gently, thinking, If only we hadn't been separated back then. A memory from their childhood flashed. Zhang Hao was just a cute little boy back then, and she had walked up to him and given him a flower. That was the start of their friendship, and whenever Zhang Hao was bullied, she was the one who protected him and helped him through a beautiful childhood. Zhang Tianqin whispered his name and gently placed a soft kiss on his lips. Perhaps Zhang Hao felt bothered even in his sleep, as he mumbled, Go away. Zhang Tianqin just sat there quietly, watching him sleep. Zhang Hao dreamed of his childhood. At school, he never had friends, always standing alone in a corner, watching the sky. Just then, a little girl walked up and said, Is there no one to play with you? Let's play together then. With a friendly look, she reached out her hand to make friends. That little girl was even ready to charge at anyone who dared to get near Zhang Hao. Seeing how fierce she was, Zhang Hao started sobbing. Scary. You're so scary. I'm scared. Sob. Zhang Tianqin angrily grabbed Zhang Hao by the collar and hauled him up. We promised to always be together, didn't we? Don't be afraid. Just come home with me. My sister approached, her expression dark and threatening. Zhang Hao woke up early that morning, feeling as if he had just emerged from a long, strange dream. Ugh, my head hurts. I feel like I was dreaming about something last night. Whatever, it's not important. It's Monday, gotta get to school. Better get up, or I'm gonna be late. As Zhang Hao was shaking off the sleep, he heard a faint sound. Wait a second. Why do I hear a girl's voice? Zhang Hao turned toward the side of his bed and jumped, completely shocked. Damn it, what is going on? Why is Sis Can in my bed? Hearing the noise, Zhang Tianqin sleepily rubbed her eyes. Morning, Zhang Hao. Time to get up for school already? Zhang Hao greeted her back, feeling flustered. Morning, Sis Can. But, why are you sleeping in my bed? Zhang Tianqin sat up, stretched, and said, I came over last night to see if you were kicking your blanket off. You looked so cute sleeping. I just couldn't help myself. Zhang Hao awkwardly tried to brush it off. Sis Can, I'm gonna go brush my teeth now, or I'll be late for class. Zhang Tianqin said happily. Sure. No need to rush. Once I buy that new car, I'll be the one driving you to school. On the way to school, Zhang Hao was busy watching martial arts videos. Min Yuehua walked up from behind and said, Zhang Hao, I know this stuff too. Confused, Zhang Hao turned around to see Min Yuehua standing there. You know this? Since when? Yuehua replied, I've been learning since I was little. I even know how to box. Zhang Hao asked further, Yuehua, you really like stuff like this? I mean, like guns and boxing? Yuehua explained, Yeah, my grandmother was a soldier. I want to be a soldier too someday, to protect my family and our country. I've been training hard since I was a kid. I'm definitely going to make it. Zhang Hao clapped his hands, a sudden idea popping into his head. That's it. Yuehua, teach me some boxing techniques. It's still early. We can head to the storage shed behind the stadium. Nobody uses it. Yuehua seemed to recall something. Just the two of us? I'm in. Zhang Hao gave a forced smile, wondering if he had misunderstood something. It felt like there might have been a double meaning. At the storage shed, Zhang Hao said, "Throw a punch first. Let me see how you box." Yuehua agreed, standing in a ready stance that looked quite professional. She asked, "Zhang Hao, does this count as socializing?" Zhang Hao got into his own stance. Socializing? Yeah, sure, let's call it that." Yuehua said, "All right." She suddenly sped up and lunged right at him, tackling him to the ground with a loud thud. Her speed is insane. She caught me off guard. Zhang Hao couldn't react in time. Yuehua was already sitting on top of him. He had lost. Yuehua looked down at him and said, "Zhang Hao, you lost." Zhang Hao raised his hands in surrender. I yield, Yuehua asked mysteriously. "So, do I get a reward?" Zhang Hao was puzzled. A reward? Before he could even process it, Yuehua pinned him down and lightly bit his earlobe. Zhang Hao's face turned bright red as he yelped, Yuehua. Yuehua blew gently into Zhang Hao's ear, stimulating a physical reaction he couldn't hide. In this world, the male body is extremely sensitive, and Zhang Hao's ear was his absolute weak spot. Yuehua asked shyly, "Does it feel good, Zhang Hao?" Internally, Zhang Hao was screaming, "Damn it, who could handle this? Why is Yuehua suddenly being so bold? This is so weird. I'm dying from this embarrassment," Zhang Hao thought, covering his face. Good? Not a chance. But deep down, he couldn't deny he kind of liked it. Trying to keep his cool, Zhang Hao said, "Yuehua, let's separate for a second. In many ways, this position isn't exactly appropriate. Why did you suddenly do that? Did someone teach you this?" Yuehua shook her head and whispered, "No one taught me. I learned it myself. Huang Yuanyuan sent me a ton of videos." Zhang Hao immediately thought of all the wrong things. The videos Huang Yuanyuan sent, they couldn't be. "Hey, show me those videos." Yuehua honestly showed Zhang Hao the videos. Huang Yuanyuan said these are the good stuff. She watches them all the time. I saw all the couples in the videos interacting just like this. The video showed a man and a woman kissing passionately. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, furious and frustrated. Does Huang Yuanyuan watch this trash every single day? What a creep. Seeing Zhang Hao's anger, Yuehua hurriedly acted apologetic. "Zhang Hao, did I do something wrong?" Zhang Hao tried to explain while comforting her. "Couples don't actually interact like that." "No, wait, what I mean is, in real life, we don't go around doing things like that. From now on, stop listening to Huang Yuanyuan. If you come across anything strange, ask me first, okay?" Yuehua asked naively, "Then when will we be able to interact like that?" "I want to do what we just did again." "What did you call it?" Zhang Hao said patiently. "What it's called doesn't matter. As classmates or just regular friends, you can't do things like that. You have to remember, only people in a special, intimate relationship can do this. Don't kiss me randomly again, and don't do it to anyone else either. Let's go. We need to get back to class." Zhang Hao grabbed Yuehua's hand and headed back. Yuehua kept trying to ask, "So, can we be in a special, intimate relationship?" Zhang Hao didn't know how to explain this concept to her stubborn head anymore. He asked back, "Do you even know what a special, intimate relationship is?" Yuehua shook her head, leaving him sighing in defeat. "Fine, just wait until you understand, then we'll talk." Yuehua agreed. Okay. The next day, in the school hallway, Zhang Hao was happily chatting with Lin Yilong. "Zhang Hao, I bought it yesterday." Suddenly, Yuehua lunged out from behind a door, asking Zhang Hao if they could interact now. Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong both jumped, screaming, "Ah, no, not now." During PE, just as Zhang Hao was about to grab the ball, Yuehua popped up from behind it, asking if they could interact. Zhang Hao said helplessly, "No, we can't." Even when Zhang Hao was on cleaning duty, wiping the windows, Yuehua poked her head in from the outside. "Zhang Hao, can we now?" Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock. "No, we are on the 3rd floor. How did you even climb up here?" At the end of the day, Lin Yilong asked Zhang Hao curiously, "Seriously, what kind of socializing is Yuehua doing with you? Why is she popping up like a ghost all day?" Zhang Hao was too exhausted to talk, and he definitely didn't want to recount the embarrassing events of yesterday. Don't ask. Liu Feng, watching from the balcony, felt a pang of jealousy as he looked down at Zhang Hao's group. Min Yuehua's family is so wealthy, and she never talks to anyone. Why does this pathetic loser Zhang Hao act like such a drama queen? Then, Liu Feng saw Zhang Hao talking to another beautiful girl. He was shocked. As Zhang Hao's group walked by, a girl approached them politely to say hello. "Zhang Hao, hello," Zhang Hao asked, surprised. "Oh, hello. Do I know you?" Lu Feng, watching from above, saw Zhang Hao greeting the pretty girl and following her. Liu Feng smirked triumphantly. He snapped a photo of Zhang Hao and began putting his own wicked plan into motion. So that's how it is. Zhang Hao. Oh, Zhang Hao. So you really are a piece of public property. I've finally caught you in a compromising position. Zhang Hao walked with the secretary of the director's office of the Fanghong Group to a secluded spot. He spoke first. You didn't treat me like this last time. For a second, I almost didn't recognize you. Just say it. What do you want? The girl said, appearing genuinely apologetic. My attitude last time was poor, and I apologize. Besides apologizing, there's another reason I'm here. Wei Nan really wants to see you again. Zhang Hao coldly refused. There's nothing worth meeting about. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will always be no. Don't waste each other's time. The secretary was in a very awkward spot and nervously said, Zhang Hao, really, I'm just following orders. If I don't get the job done for my boss, it'll be hard for me to go back. Can we compromise a little? Just call her, use my phone. Zhang Hao sighed, thinking that this Wei Nan was truly formidable. Since he hadn't managed to get the upper hand in their last encounter, he said, fine, call her. I'll make things clear with her right here. Zhang Hao answered the phone and said, yeah, it's me, Zhang Hao. Your secretary found me and said you wanted to meet again. Wei Nan, my stance remains the same. It hasn't changed at all. I know your time is precious, so please, stop wasting it on me. Wei Nan replied, Zhang Hao, you're desperate to prove you're not some weakling, aren't you? Zhang Hao was stunned, his thoughts laid bare, and he didn't know how to respond. But without waiting for an answer, Wei Nan continued, I've met plenty of people who hate being seen as weak, submissive men. I saw it when we fought last time. I don't just train celebrities, Zhang Hao. I'll give you more time to think about it. Think it over carefully, then give me your answer. After saying that, she hung up without waiting for a reply. Zhang Hao stood there, thinking for a long time. This woman really knew how to hit a nerve. Constantly dodging her wasn't the answer. He'd just have to find the time to meet her. At her office, Wei Nan stood looking out at the vast sky before her. Hates being seen as a weak man, huh? She seemed to recall a memory, and on her desk lay a photo of her standing quite intimately with a man. The next morning, at the school gate, Jiang Tianqin dropped Zhang Hao off at school in a luxury car. Everyone around them started gossiping. Oh my God, look at that car. Who are they dropping off? So envious. What's there to be envious of? It's probably just some spoiled boy being kept by a sugar mommy. Zhang Hao stepped out of the car, squinting against the sunlight. The sun is way too bright. Jiang Tianqin rolled down the window and called out. Zhang Hao walked over and asked, What is it, Sister Jiang Tianqin? Jiang Tianqin gently brushed his hair. Your hair is a mess, Zhang Hao. All right, go on now. I'll wait until you're inside the school gates before I leave. Zhang Hao replied. Got it. And waved goodbye to Jiang Tianqin. He thought, lately, Sister Jiang Tianqin has been getting closer and closer, always touching me. If this keeps up, I won't be able to handle it. During the lunch break, wherever Zhang Hao went, he could feel people giving him cold, unfriendly stares, accompanied by endless whispering. Hey look, don't stare, Zhang Hao's here. Where? Where? I honestly couldn't tell. So Zhang Hao is actually that kind of person? Lots of girls see him as a god. Yeah, right. What kind of god? Read this post on the school forum. It sounds like he's not just being kept by one person, but several. Heh. I see a lot of girls in the comments saying their worldview is shattered. On a post on the school forum, everyone, rub your eyes and look closely. The god in your eyes is actually just public property being kept by someone. Comments flooded in, hurling insults at the shameless guy. Never seen a clean lotuses like this before. You're supposedly rising from the mud without being stained. No matter how handsome you are, you're just a male prostitute kept by some thick-skinned sugar mommy. How much for a night, then? I'm waiting. Liu Feng looked smug. I bet they can clearly see Zhang Hao's true face now. Facing the fabrications on the school forum and the whispers everywhere, Yilong asked if he noticed anything strange. Zhang Hao said, Yeah, I noticed. It's been like this since yesterday. It's clear everyone is avoiding us. Yilong wondered, what on earth is going on? In the classroom, the class monitor stood up and said, Time to hand in homework. Is there anyone who hasn't? He walked over to Zhang Hao and tapped the desk. Oh, wow. It seems our school heartthrob hasn't handed in his work. Busy every night, so you don't have time to do your homework, right? It made sense, he looked so pretty, and with women willing to pay for him, he didn't even need to worry about college. Zhang Hao took out his homework and handed it over. If you're jealous of my looks, just say it. Why the passive-aggressive jabs? The class monitor angrily retorted. Passive-aggressive? That's rich. serving so many sugar mommies every night, being kept by someone, and yet acting like nothing's wrong. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to come to school. Zhang Hao was stunned, kept by someone? Yilong stood up and shouted, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You're slandering Zhang Hao." The class monitor turned back and said, "Slandering him? Haven't you seen the school forum the past 2 days? The post has already gone viral. Zhang Hao has been caught multiple times, acting intimate with women at the school gate. And it's not even just one girl. Photos were taken, too." Yilong yelled, "Show me then. Who's afraid of you?" Yilong opened his phone and saw the photo of Zhang Hao and his sister, Zhang Tianqin, standing in front of the school. Yilong said worriedly, "Zhang Hao, they're calling you public property. And this photo is clearly your sister. Right?" Zhang Hao had a dark expression, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, what the hell is public property?" He was furious. "I don't care. You guys are clearly spreading lies." The homeroom teacher walked in. "Is Zhang Hao here? Follow me to the office." At the teacher's office, she said, "Zhang Hao, are you aware of what's been going on the school forum about you lately?" Zhang Hao honestly replied, "I just found out." She continued, "This is having a bad influence on the school. Zhang Hao, I hope you can turn yourself around. You can't handle women like that in this society." Zhang Hao tiredly interjected, "Wait, teacher, there's no turning around because there's nothing to turn around from. I am not being kept. The person who brought me to school is my sister. The other person is someone I've only met a few times. She was looking to discuss something with me. If you don't believe me, I can call my sister to come down here. Furthermore, the forum post is clearly a malicious lie, and this behavior is disgusting. I hope you investigate this thoroughly. Teacher, I'll wait here. My sister will be here soon." Just then, Zhang Hao's sister, Zhang Tianqin, arrived. "Hello, Teach. I'm Zhang Hao's older sister." When Zhang Tianqin approached, the teacher explained the whole situation. "Hello there. So here's what happened. Outside the door, Zhang Hao's friends were eavesdropping. Did you hear anything? What are they saying in there?" Yeah. Who was that pretty lady who just walked in? She's so gorgeous. Are you blind? That's the person from the photo who dropped Zhang Hao off at school. I heard it now. That's Zhang Hao's sister. Man, doesn't that prove the forum post was total nonsense? It was pretty boring." Zhang Tianqin said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Zhang Hao, for causing such a misunderstanding with your friends. How about I help you explain everything to them?" Zhang Hao smiled and said, "It's all right, big sis Chin. I can handle this myself. You should get going. Don't let this hold up your work." As soon as Zhang Hao stepped into the classroom, Huang Yuanyuan ran up to him. "Zhang Hao, my idol, I knew you weren't that kind of person. As soon as you left, Lin Yilong went to dig up some info for you. He texted me and said this was all Liu Feng's doing." Zhang Hao looked over at Lin Yilong's seat and asked, "Did he go alone? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Meanwhile, in the men's restroom, a temporarily closed sign hung on the door. Lin Yilong was trapped inside, drenched from head to toe, trembling as he held his phone, crying in fear. "Boo-hoo. Why is there no signal in here? And no one is coming to this side of the restroom. Am I seriously not going to get out of here? It's so cold. That bitch Liu Feng is truly heartless. The second I get out, I'm telling the teacher." Sob, sob. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Lin Yilong made one last desperate call and whispered hopefully, "Please, just connect. I'm begging you." Elsewhere, Zhang Hao was busy asking other students if they had seen Lin Yilong, but everyone just shook their heads, clueless. Yue Hua was also scouring the school grounds for him. Yuan Yuan was acting even weirder. She was crawling through the bushes to search, startling all the other students who saw her. When the three of them, Zhang Hao, Yue Hua, and Yuan Yuan finally regrouped, he asked urgently, "Did you find anything? Has anyone seen him?" Yuan Yuan, her hair covered in leaves, shook her head to show she'd found nothing. Then Yue Hua raised her hand and spoke up. "I found something." Zhang Hao, a kid from class 3, said he saw him at the restroom behind the football field, and Liu Feng and a few other guys were there too. Hearing this, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Liu Feng again? Is she insane? Then he told the two girls, "Let's head behind the football field and check it out." He thought to himself, "Liu Feng has always loved causing trouble for me. I hope Lin Yilong is okay." Outside the restroom door, a desperate cry echoed out, "Hey! Is anyone out there?" Lin Yilong kept pounding on the door, shouting, "Can someone open the door for me, please?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Lin Yilong, are you in there? Did someone lock you in the restroom?" Lin Yilong froze for a second. Then, feeling a wave of relief, he burst into tears and started tattling. "Boo-hoo. Zhang Hao, you finally came. I was so scared I'd never get out of here. That bitch Liu Feng is so evil. I'm telling the teacher. Sob, sob. Zhang Hao called out to him through the door. Lin Yilong, stand back. I'm going to have Yue Hua kick the door in. Yue Hua got into position. Boom. The door cracked. Yue Hua delivered a massive kick, her eyes even glowing with a red light. Zhang Hao was left wide-eyed and speechless. He looked down at the shattered pieces of the door, muttering in awe to himself. That is insane. Lin Yilong, eyes wide as saucers, huddled in the corner, staring at Yue Hua like she was some kind of monster. Zhang Hao walked in, grabbed Lin Yilong by the shoulders, and asked, "What happened? Did Liu Feng lock you in here?" Still shaken, Lin Yilong started crying all over again as he explained. "They didn't just lock me in here. They dumped milk all over me. Boo-hoo-hoo. We have to tell the teacher." Zhang Hao's expression turned dark. "Don't bother with the teacher yet. Once school's out, I'll help you get some payback." Cut to a small alleyway outside the school. Yue Hua was coldly pinning Liu Feng down. Liu Feng, still kneeling on the ground and showing no fear, shrieked, "Zhang Hao, what do you think you're doing? You're not just immoral, you're a bully. You better watch your back. I'm going to tell the teacher to get you expelled." Zhang Hao replied in a chilling voice, "You should be worrying about yourself. My sister came to school today to clear up all those rumors on the forum. And the classmate you bullied and locked in the restroom is right here. I bet you didn't know there was a security camera behind the football field, did you? I'm giving you two choices. First, you admit that you were the one who posted those slanderous lies about me and apologize to Lin Yilong. I'll record a video of it to show the teachers. Second, I'll go to the administration tomorrow to check the camera footage, and the consequences of that will be a lot different. Make your choice." Liu Feng's face went pale with terror. Sweat poured down her face. She gritted her teeth, calculating in her mind. "If I admit it now, maybe the teacher will see I'm being remorseful and let me off with a warning. But if they investigate it themselves, I'm finished." She balled her hands into fists right there in the dirt at his feet and gave in. "Fine, I'll apologize. Just record it. And also," Zhang Hao cut her off before she could say another word. He leaned down with a menacing, cruel look in his eyes and whispered, "If you ever try to act high and mighty with me again, I'll kill you." Liu Feng screamed in absolute terror. After dealing with her, the three of them let her go. Lin Yilong asked worriedly, "Zhang Hao, will Liu Feng really just let this go? What if she comes back to cause more trouble for us later?" Zhang Hao smiled to reassure him. "She won't dare. She's a senior. If I hand this video over to the teachers, she'll face a severe penalty at the very least. If she does anything else and gets caught by me again, she'll definitely have a permanent black mark on her academic record." Done for the day, he signaled to his two friends. "It's getting late. Let's head home." It was a quiet street, and night had fallen. The streetlights and the windows of the tall buildings were all lit up. Zhang Hao and Yue Hua were walking together when, suddenly, he remembered something. "Right, Wei Nan," Zhang Hao asked. "Yue Hua, have you ever heard of a girl named Wei Nan?" Yue Hua turned to him and replied, "I've heard of her. She's the current head of the Wei family. She's incredibly capable." Zhang Hao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "How does she compare to your family?" Yue Hua answered casually, "I'm not sure. Probably about the same level." Hearing that, Zhang Hao felt like his brain was going to explode. He rolled his eyes, stunned, thinking to himself, on the same level as her family? He then thought about Wei Nan and did some quick math. She's definitely not someone simple. If I have to meet her, I might as well make it tomorrow. Outside Wei Nan's place, there was a massive pool, and the house itself was a luxurious 3-story mansion. She was sitting in her room working, until she finally rubbed her temples, exhausted. She looked at her phone, thinking about how it had been 3 days since that last call, and he still hadn't reached out to her. With that, Wei Nan leaned back, staring at the ceiling and sighing. Why on earth has she been thinking about that kid so much lately? Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Come in," Wei Nan called out. Her secretary walked in and reported, "Wei Nan, the CEO of Qingtian, wants to meet you at the lounge right now to discuss that piece of land in the West District." She replied with a stern tone, "Get the car ready." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Zhang Tianqin were out and about. He looked up, staring blankly, and asked, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, are we really eating at a place this fancy?" He looked confused, his eyes darting toward a female staff member standing by the door, whose figure was quite distracting. Zhang Tianqin gently explained, "You had a rough day at school today, Zhang Hao. I brought you here specifically to treat you and cheer you up." Zhang Hao was touched and replied, "Thank you, Sister Zhang Tianqin." He looked at her face and exclaimed, "You're so kind. Sister Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Tianqin blushed slightly at his gaze and turned away to urge him. Don't be so formal, Zhang Hao. Let's go. They walked inside. It was bustling, filled with people chatting and laughing. As they passed a corner, Zhang Hao froze, recognizing a familiar silhouette. He looked back, thinking to himself, wait, was that Wei Nan just now? Their table was already covered with an array of delicious dishes, steamed crab, fish, and dumplings. Zhang Tianqin rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she said, Zhang Hao, if there's anything else you want, just order it. Zhang Hao happily pointed to a cup of alcohol nearby and asked, Sister Zhang Tianqin, can I have a little drink? I'm an adult now. He thought to himself that he hadn't even tasted alcohol since arriving in this world. Zhang Tianqin's cheeks turned. Rosy, and unable to refuse her adorable younger brother, she immediately agreed. Zhang Hao, you're an adult. Of course you can. Mom and Dad aren't home tonight, so it's okay to be a little rebellious. Let me pour it for you. She picked up the bottle and filled his cup. Zhang Hao wasted no time, picking it up and downing it in one go. After finishing, he let out a satisfied ah. It had been such a long time since he'd had a drink. He remembered having a pretty high tolerance back in the day. Memories of drinking with his old friends flashed through his mind. Caught up in the nostalgia, Zhang Hao kept pouring and gulping it down. Zhang Tianqin rested her, cheek on her hand, tilting her head as she teased her interesting younger brother. Zhang Hao, you shouldn't drink like that. It's not good for your stomach. Eat something too. Zhang Hao listened, alternating between drinking and eating. Zhang Tianqin smiled in satisfaction. A while later, Zhang Hao was full and satisfied. He let out a loud burp, his cup still in hand, as everything before him began to blur. Why am I feeling so dizzy? Zhang Tianqin asked, concerned. Zhang Hao, are you drunk? Zhang Hao's eyes were glassy. He rubbed his head and said, I'm fine, Zhang Tianqin. I think I just drank too much. I need to use the restroom. He stood up, stumbling slightly as he navigated his way toward the bathroom, muttering to himself as he walked. How did I pass out after just one cup? This isn't like my old tolerance at all. Not paying attention, he accidentally stumbled into the women's restroom. Once inside, he splashed water on his face to sober up. Done. He lifted his head and let out a long sigh, only to realize there was someone standing right next to him. He turned to greet them. Hello. His face went pale with sweat when he realized who it was. The two locked eyes, both looking bewildered. A second later, Zhang Hao shrieked, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Damn it, why are you in the men's room? Wei Nan calmly reminded him. This is the women's room. Zhang Hao panicked. What? Outside the door, voices emerged. It sounded like people were coming in. Haha, let me tell you. I saw such a handsome guy earlier. Let's go find him later. Yeah, for sure. Two women were walking in. They were chatting away happily. The two women entered, and with a few others coming out of the stalls, Zhang Hao was completely frantic. He couldn't believe he'd made such a mistake. Oh God, a drinking disaster, he thought, picturing himself as a helpless little lamb about to be devoured by a pack of wolves. Inside one of the stalls, through the gap at the bottom, one could see a pair of sneakers and a pair of high heels facing each other. Wei Nan, inside the stall, spoke sternly. You want to hide. I get that. But why do I have to hide with you? Zhang Hao and Wei Nan were pressed against each other to avoid being seen. He felt helpless, thinking, I can't believe I dragged her into this mess. He made an excuse. I had some wine. My brain must be short-circuiting. Wei Nan let out a soft laugh. Then, she grabbed his hand and slammed it against the stall door, creating a loud thud. Outside by the sinks, a long-haired girl turned around, confused. Is someone bombing the stalls in there? What was that noise? The girl with purple hair next to her smiled knowingly, gesturing with her hand, and replied, Oh, you know how it is in the restroom. Zhang Hao, suddenly restrained by Wei Nan, asked frantically in a whisper, Are you crazy? Wei Nan leaned into his ear, teasing him. Don't you get it? You should be the one scared. A little guy with no ability to defend himself. Zhang Hao muttered to himself. A little guy. She looked down at him with eyes as deep as a dark ocean. Why didn't you call me? Because of the height difference, Zhang Hao's gaze accidentally landed right on her cleavage, making him blush. He looked away and replied, I was planning to meet you tomorrow to talk about it anyway. Who knew we'd run into each other tonight? Wei Nan grabbed his chin, her voice dangerous. I've changed my mind. I don't need you to sign that contract with Feng Hong anymore. I just want you to be my man. He found it funny, grabbing her arm and asking, Are you suffering from arrogant CEO syndrome? We've only met twice, haven't we? To be honest, the person from last time is gone. Wei Nan maintained her calm expression. You mean Liu Xin? She was involved in illegal transactions, so my people have already locked her up. He was shocked. What does that have to do with you? If she's involved in illegal activities, why didn't you turn her over to the police? Wei Nan sighed. Men really do like to overthink things. As she held his arm, he said uncomfortably, "Whatever you say, there's no one outside anymore. Let go of me. A guy like you is too cunning. I need to hear your answer today," she replied. Zhang Hao shot back. "My answer, huh?" He then used his free hand to tickle her under the arm, catching her off guard. She blushed, gritted her teeth, and pulled her arm back to fix her shirt. "What are you doing?" A flash of realization crossed her eyes. By then, Zhang Hao had already flung the door open and bolted, ignoring everything behind him. He ran for his life, thinking, the gamble paid off. He grinned with satisfaction at his own trick. Even an arrogant CEO is ticklish, but honestly, getting a feel of Wei Nan wasn't too bad. As he stumbled out of the restroom, he looked like a hollow shell of himself. Zhang Tianqin approached, clutching her purse, and asked with concern, "Why were you in there so long, Zhang Hao? Are you feeling sick?" Trembling all over, he managed to reply, "I'm fine, Zhang Tianqin. I think I've just had a bit too much to drink." He then covered his mouth, looking like he was about to be sick. He slumped his head onto Zhang Tianqin's chest, and she whispered softly, all right. Be a good boy. Let's head home and get you some rest." A while later, he opened his eyes to see the clock had already passed 11 at night. Zhang Tianqin walked in carrying a tray with a hangover soup. "Zhang Hao, drink some of this. It'll help you feel better." Zhang Hao flopped back onto the bed, grumbling, "I can still drink. I don't want to sit at a table with a bunch of kids." Zhang Tianqin set the tray with the soup and a glass of orange juice down beside him. Then she stepped closer, looking down at him with a happy secret thought. Zhang Hao is so cute when he's drunk. Her expression suddenly softened into something more intimate. Just one kiss. Anyway, we're going to end up together sooner or later. Zhang Tianqin leaned down and kissed the unconscious Zhang Hao, their hands intertwined tightly. She gently caressed his cheek, then trailed kisses down to his neck. She lingered there for a long time, lost in the moment, when suddenly, Zhang Hao opened his eyes. He stared blankly, thinking he must be dreaming. He saw Zhang Tianqin licking her lips, looking at him with a passionate gaze, and hovering right over him. Zhang Hao wrapped his arms around her waist. If it was just a dream, he decided to take charge, flipping Zhang Tianqin onto the bed and hovering over her himself. Her silhouette looked incredibly alluring as she called out his name. The devil inside Zhang Hao stirred, and he smirked slyly. "A beauty in my arms, what's the harm in being a little bad?" Zhang Hao's heart was pounding, his face flushed, but he tried to resist. "I can't. Zhang Tianqin is my older sister, and she's always been so good to me. I can't do this." The devil in his head wouldn't let up. "But it's just a dream. No one will ever know. It's fine." Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat, battling with himself. No. Still, he stayed pressed against her for a long time, leaving her with a sense of anticipation. But in the end, he only kissed her forehead, then lay back down on the bed, murmuring to himself, "Even if this is a dream, a real man doesn't take advantage of others." Zhang Tianqin looked down at him, dazed. "Zhang Hao, are you asleep?" She tenderly stroked his hair, watching him with affection. He had already drifted into a deep sleep. She gently tucked him in. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's phone rang. The screen flashed with an incoming call from Din. Zhang Tianqin reached out, picked it up, and held it to her ear. A voice hurried from the other end. "Hello? Zhang Hao? You finally answered. You've been so distant at school lately. Do you find me annoying? I really like you." Zhang Tianqin cut her off. "I'm Zhang Hao's sister, Din, right?" The girl on the other end sounded surprised. "Oh, hello. I'm Din, a friend of Zhang Hao's." Not letting her finish, Zhang Tianqin issued a warning. "I know you've been chasing Zhang Hao for 2 years. As it happens, I have something to tell you. I won't allow this. Zhang Hao shouldn't be dating while he's still in high school. I hope you'll give up and stop clinging to him. Goodbye." Her eyes turned cold and dangerous as she hung up. Zhang Tianqin looked down at the sleeping Zhang Hao, thinking sadly, "Zhang Hao, when will you finally belong only to me?" She leaned down to kiss his forehead again. "It's okay. This time, I'll definitely learn to control myself." Early the next morning, when the sun was already high and the light streamed through the window, Zhang Hao finally woke up. He noticed the numerous marks under his neck that Zhang Tianqin had left the night before. He sat up listlessly, looking confused. "What happened last night? I think I got drunk." He felt completely speechless with himself. How could I get that wasted? Is this body really that weak? He hurried into the bathroom and stood before the mirror. "I had dinner with Zhang Tianqin, and I think I had a really strange dream. But as he looked in the mirror, he panicked. Seeing the bruises on his neck, he cursed. What the hell is this? He examined the marks closely. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin walked in. Zhang Hao, are you up? He turned back to answer. Yeah, while thinking, could it have been that dream last night? Zhang Tianqin? She walked over and feigned curiosity. Huh? Zhang Hao, are you allergic to alcohol? He was surprised by her question. He turned to look at her and asked blankly, allergic to alcohol? Then he thought to himself, wait, what? Is this not that? Zhang Tianqin leaned in close, inspecting him closely. Let me see how bad it is. Your sister is a doctor, remember? He shyly turned away. About that, Zhang Tianqin. After checking him over, she declared it was an alcohol allergy. Luckily, it's nothing serious, just looks a bit dramatic. Just be careful when you go to school, Zhang Hao. He stood there, chin in hand, confused and wondering, is this really an alcohol allergy? Zhang Tianqin replied softly, this is my specialty. After all, go brush your teeth and come down for breakfast, or you'll be late for school. But as he walked away, he sighed with uncertainty. Even though she said it's an allergy, something feels off. Outside, the sky was clear, and migratory birds were flying off to find shelter. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, making the trees look vibrant and green. In front of the school gate, students were bustling about. Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong were walking together. Lin Yilong called out, Hey, Zhang Hao, answer me. Yeah? Lin Yilong looked at him like he was an alien. Why are you wearing a turtleneck today? Isn't it hot? Zhang Hao was, in fact, already roasting and sweating buckets. He kept a calm face and replied, A real man isn't afraid of the heat, while screaming internally, Damn it, I'm just trying to hide the marks on my neck. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar and shouted, Hold it! A group of 3 students from another class blocked their path, and the one holding his collar spat, You're Zhang Hao, right? I'm warning you. Stay away from Trio Din. She's the girl our Zhang Tianqin Puss Beauty Lamb likes. Zhang Hao didn't look happy at all. He glanced down at the guy's hand and said coldly, Let go. The guy just grinned, pretending not to hear, and asked, What was that? Zhang Hao's eyes darkened. He grabbed the guy's wrist and, with ease, flipped him over. The guy hit the ground hard. His arm twisted painfully. He shrieked in agony, Lin Zhongjong, help me. He's got surprising strength for someone who looks like a pretty boy. A voice smirked. No wonder you're the guy that has Triyu Din so obsessed. He scratched the back of his neck and gave a friendly introduction. Zhang Hao offered a polite greeting, but nobody even bothered to ask. Long then leaned into Zhang Hao's ear and whispered, Zhang Hao, this guy, Lin Zhongjong, is the captain of the basketball team in Zhao Ying's class. Hearing this, he just shoved one hand into his pocket, walked right past them with a confident stride, and said, Hey, look, I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Keep your underlings in check. And another thing, if you're so concerned about Zhao Ying, go find her yourself. If you've got no guts of your own, don't go leaning on others. Lin Zhongjong flashed a sly, devious smile and shot back. Is that so? Duly noted. You've got a long road ahead of you, pretty boy Zhang Hao. A little way down the hall, Zhang Hao and his friend bumped into a pair of long legs clad in white socks. Yue had been standing there the whole time, watching what just happened, and spoke up. Zhang Hao, that guy was being aggressive with you at the school gate earlier. I can help you beat him up. Zhang Hao's face twitched. How could he possibly let that happen? She was the kind of person who could kick a door right off its hinges. He walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and declined. No need for that. Yuehua, just keep teaching me how to box. That's enough. Besides, a man should always be focused on improving himself. Yuehua listened to everything he said and replied. Long, sensing something strange, poked his head in and asked, What's this about boxing? Zhang Hao, what exactly are you and Yuehua doing after school? Zhang Hao excitedly ruffled Long's hair and said, I'm going to start boxing after school today. You should come too. You can't have a guy out here with weak limbs, right? Long forced an awkward smile and replied, Me? I'm just a quiet, harmless little guy. Zhang Hao threw his arm around Long's neck and tried to convince him further. How can a guy be hiding behind a girl like that? If you're in pain, just say so. Boxing might be a bit much, but I'm sure you could at least handle something like swimming. Over at Wei-Nan's private pool, she was swimming laps after a long, tiring day at work. Finished, she reached for the handrail to climb out, wearing a sleek black swimsuit. Her dripping, toned figure looked as beautiful as a statue under the sunlight. She stepped out and took a towel from the maid. As Wei-Nan dried her hair, she thought in annoyance, Ugh, that brat Zhang Hao is really getting on my nerves. Every time I close my eyes, it's all him. The memory of that day, when Zhang Hao tickled her, flashed through her mind. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "Absolutely not." Then, she turned to give instructions to the girl standing beside her. Meanwhile, in the school storage room, Zhang Hao, Long, and Yuehua were hanging out. Zhang Hao excitedly cracked his knuckles and said, "Let's do some strength training today. My stamina is still really weak, and I want to build some 8-pack abs and get my strength back as soon as possible." As he spoke, a vision of a muscular, ripped version of himself appeared. Yuehua heard him and leaned down to ask, "Zhang Hao, do you mean abs?" With that, she lifted her shirt, revealing a perfectly sculpted set of abs that any girl would die for. Seeing that, Zhang Hao bashfully covered his face with both hands. Though it wasn't very effective, his eyes were still peeking through his fingers. "Hey, Yuehua, this isn't right. I'm not seeing anything at all." "But, wait, you really have abs?" But almost immediately, he leaned in closer and reached out to touch her stomach. As he felt them, he said, "You look so thin, Yuehua. I never expected your abs to be this defined. Wow, I'm so jealous." Yuehua turned away, looking a bit shy herself, while Zhang Hao innocently continued, "I want to train until I look like that too, though it'll probably take a while." Suddenly, Long rushed over with a giant magnifying glass, peered at them, and said, "You two are acting really weird. You're actually touching her, and she's not even pushing you away." That comment caused both of them to freeze. Zhang Hao turned to Yuehua and asked, Why didn't you stop me?" She replied, looking clueless, "If you want to, I'll let you." Seeing this, Long leaned in close to Zhang Hao's ear and whispered, "Zhang Hao, I think she's really strange. She listens to everything you say. Walaun, why don't you try telling her to do something else?" Zhang Hao realized he was right. It felt like this girl had never once said no to him. "Let me test this out." He held up his hand with a gloomy, mysterious expression and said to Yuehua, "How much money do you have on you right now? Give it to me." Long looked absolutely horrified, his mouth hanging open so wide his chin nearly hit the floor. "Holy crap, is he for real? Can you just walk up and ask for money like that?" Yuehua just reached into her pocket, rummaged around for a second, and pulled out 2 handfuls of cash. Something gold-colored also fell to the floor with a loud clink. She replied indifferently, "I only brought this much today. The rest is on my phone, and the payment password is." Before Yuehua could finish, Long rushed over and covered her mouth, shouting helplessly, "Zhang Hao, testing is one thing. We don't need the password. We don't need the money either. If someone sees us, they'll totally misunderstand. It looks like a dirty deal extorting a classmate." Zhang Hao was just as confused as everyone else. He asked, "Min Yuehua, why do you do whatever I say?" Yuehua replied honestly, "We're friends. Friends aren't supposed to say no." Zhang Hao was stunned by the answer. Because of his family, he'd had very few friends, and he wondered if that had warped her understanding of social boundaries. He remembered back when Yuehua had told him, "This is my most precious possession." The butler had said, "Friends can give each other gifts. I want to be friends with you for the rest of my life." Yuehua had once hugged him and said, with a hint of sadness, "I want to stay by your side forever and never leave." He thought it over for a moment, then decided to set her straight. "Yuehua, that's not what friendship is. A friendship is about being equals. From now on, you need to use your own judgment and firmly refuse to do things you don't want to do." Yuehua bit her lip, showing no emotion at first, then returned to her obedient posture and replied, "Oh, okay." Zhang Hao massaged his temples in frustration, wondering if it had even sunk in. Then, from outside the storage room, the voice rang out, "That's enough for today. Let's pick it up again after school tomorrow." It was dark by now. Zhang Hao walked down a quiet alleyway alone, whistling and reflecting on the day. He was in a pretty good mood. The workout felt great. He had no idea that a few people wearing masks were already waiting for him around the corner. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, feeling that something wasn't right. It was far too quiet tonight. He thought with concern, "Why do I have such a bad feeling about this all of a sudden?" He turned around to take a different route, but suddenly, a little girl appeared out of nowhere, tugging on his sleeve and calling out, "Big brother!" She held out a piece of candy in both hands and asked with a bright smile, "Would you like a piece of candy?" Surprised, Zhang Hao crouched down and asked, "Little sister, why are you out here all alone so late?" The little girl replied with a naive expression, "We're doing a social project to spread warmth to strangers. My teacher said I have to give away all this candy, or else I won't get a little flower sticker." As she spoke, she looked down at the small bag she was carrying. Zhang Hao forced a smile, thinking to himself, elementary school kids these days are really something, working this late. He reached out to take the candy and added, "All right, I'll take you home once you're done." "It's way too late to be out. It's not safe," she replied, Thank you. As soon as he took the candy, he popped it into his mouth. After chewing for a bit, Zhang Hao felt something was off. Why does my throat smell like smoke? Suddenly, everything around him blurred, followed by a loud boom, and the whole sequence repeated a few times. A moment later, Zhang Hao's eyes snapped open and he gasped, "Ah!" Just then, a guy with brown curly hair and black sunglasses leaned over and asked, "You're finally awake?" Beside him was that same little girl from earlier, now dressed in a suit with a cigarette hanging from her mouth. Surrounded by men in black suits like gangsters, he screamed in pure terror, thinking he was done for. What the hell is going on? Zhang Hao struggled with all his might, kicking and thrashing to break free from the chains, but it was no use. He couldn't help but curse his rotten luck. Zhang Hao was strapped to the bed, looking like he was about to be torn to pieces, his face twisted in panic. Who am I? Where the hell am I? Then, looking at those guys in black suits, wearing intimidating dark shades, he trembled, wondering what they wanted with him. With so many tough-looking guys here, are they really gonna kill me? A young woman smoking a cigarette turned to report to someone. Wei Nan, he's awake. Recognizing her, Zhang Hao shouted, "So it's you! Did you tie me up?" The person standing there was indeed Wei Nan. She rested her chin on her hand, staring at him. Hao Zhang kept shouting, "This is against the law, you know." He then glanced at the young girl, questioning her. And another thing, why is an elementary school kid smoking? The girl took the cigarette from her mouth, let out a puff of smoke, and replied coldly, "I'm 30 years old this year. I just happen to look young." This was absolutely ridiculous. He couldn't believe his ears. Suddenly, Wei Nan spoke up. "All right, everyone out." The men in black suits and dark glasses replied in unison. "Yes, ma'am." Then she leaned back down to continue her work, not forgetting to add, "Hey kid, behave yourself. Don't disturb me while I'm working." Zhang Hao let out a dry, mocking laugh, looking up at her with a sarcastic smirk. "You say you don't want me to bother you, yet you're the one who tied me up? What is this? Are you suffering from some kind of obsessive CEO complex or something?" Wei Nan paused, her pen hovering over the paper. She stood up, walked over to the bed, and looked down at Zhang Hao, saying, "After the way you dared to run off last time, and now you're being this insolent? You're acting out again and again? Do you honestly think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you?" As she spoke, she reached down to a place that was hard to describe, her hand moving in a way that left him speechless. He thought to himself, helpless. Is this really why she tied me up? He then retorted with a serious expression, "I don't know what you're talking about when you say you want me to be your man. To be honest, you don't even have the slightest bit of genuine interest in me, do you?" His question left her silent, unable to provide an answer. Zhang Hao continued, "You don't understand anything about me, nor do you have any desire to find out, right? Wei Nan, CEO of Hongfeng Group, the current head of the Wei family. Your family used to be involved in all sorts of illegal activities. But after you took control, you didn't just turn over a new leaf, you merged all those businesses, building them into the Hongfeng Group we see today. Your business empire spans countless industries, every single one of them a top-tier powerhouse in the country. I won't even go into the bloody, cutthroat past you had to survive. People in this world even worship you like some kind of national goddess, someone as big as you. Do you really expect me to believe you just randomly fell for me? Do you think I'm that gullible?" Her expression was darkening by the second, but he kept right on talking, unrelenting. "And on top of that, you're insisting on dragging me in to be an artist for your company. You're really telling me you're short on artists? To be frank, I haven't the faintest clue what kind of scheme you're pulling. And honestly, I don't even want to know. I just want a peaceful life. And I don't want to be involved with you. So, please just let me go. Thanks." With that, he gave the chains a hard, forceful tug. Wei Nan narrowed her eyes and spoke up. "So, you're really not Zhang Hao." She rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with a smirk. Hearing the loud bangs nearby, Zhang Hao's face twisted in panic. "Huh?" Then she continued. "Oh, wait, that's not right. You probably haven't been Zhang Hao since that day, have you?" He was completely stunned by her words. Chu Xia had managed to free himself from the chains by now. He rubbed his sore wrists, looking thoughtful as he asked, "What do you mean? If I'm not Zhang Hao, then who am I?" Wei Nan returned to her chair to answer him. "The change was just too drastic. I've looked into your background." She lit a cigarette, glanced at him, and continued. "Do you know what you were like before? Zhang Hao. You lived in a single-parent household, raised by your father all on his own." He pressed his lips together, feeling anxious. She kept exposing him. "Because of your father's strict, traditional upbringing, and thanks to your looks and decent grades, You became the target of many girls' crushes. Everyone around you saw you as gentle, lovely, and someone who really understood people's feelings. Hearing all this, Zhang Hao pounded his chest as if he were about to throw up blood. Wei Nan, now with the cigarette in her mouth, said, "But now, I guess calling you a tough guy would be more fitting, don't you think?" They were clearly two different people, yet they shared the same face. He thought to himself, I was too careless. I didn't think I'd get exposed like this. He looked down at his hands, lost in thought. The blood moon made me transmigrate here so suddenly. I've been trying so hard to adapt to this world. I didn't have time to look into this body's past. He frowned and tightened his grip, wondering, but based on just these records, how can she conclude that I'm not Zhang Hao? Wei Nan looked over at him and continued, "There's one more thing. When I appeared before you, you didn't react at all." He was so startled he nearly tipped over, asking in disbelief, "Huh? Why would I be excited? Just because you're a celebrity?" She replied calmly, "No, because you're my superfan." Zhang Hao shouted in horror. "What?" Cold sweat broke out on his face as he thought, "No way? Could it be?" Wei Nan flicked the ash from her cigarette and continued, "You used to post publicly about how much you liked me on social media. If you don't believe me, go ahead and check." Zhang Hao's eyes went dark. He pulled his phone from his pocket and started scrolling through his personal feed. 4 months ago, staying up late again, getting pimples. Long Long's new bag is so pretty. I have to buy one next time. I'm too scared to walk home alone lately. He scrolled to a post from 8 months ago. Got confessed to again. It feels so good to reject others. Dad is working so hard. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's eyes filled with panic. The posts from a year ago read, 5 a.m. Woke up to see the sunrise, but it's raining. Why is there such a perfect girl in this world like Wei Nan? To that one person in my friends list, I really want to scold you. Stop bad-mouthing Wei Nan. Wei Nan is so beautiful. She must be a good person. Her past in the underworld has nothing to do with her. Are you guys all idiots? If she were a bad person, how could she be a special forces soldier? Does anyone have photos of Wei Nan to trade? Seeing all these status updates about Wei Nan, Zhang Hao felt like he was going blind. I must study hard and become a man worthy of Wei Nan. A man belonging to Wei Nan must do well on his exams. So worried that Wei Nan might love someone else. So sad. After scrolling through the terrifying posts, he was drenched in sweat, thinking, I glanced at these before, but I didn't expect this body to post every single day. There's just too much. I gave up after checking the posts from 3 months ago. I can't believe there was stuff like this a year ago. Wei Nan sat down beside him. It seems like you have absolutely no memory of being my fan during that time. She crossed her arms, smiling as she teased him. Don't tell me you have amnesia or multiple personality disorder. Indeed, some people with multiple personalities undergo drastic character changes, leading each persona to have a different identity. But human beings are creatures who need to learn. You wouldn't suddenly gain skills you never had just because your personality changed. These words made Zhang Hao even more anxious. You're a gaming streamer. In just over a month, you made it into the top 100 rankings. Specifically, you're ranked 96th with the nickname The Strongest Man on Earth, with a score of 32.7. Your game account history shows you never played this before. Someone who has never been in a fight like you wouldn't seldom be able to handle those thugs. Not even a high school girl could do that. So, I'm certain you aren't suffering from multiple personalities. You've swapped souls. Her gaze was steady as she stated her deduction. Zhang Hao laughed. You're really crazy. Who would think like that in their right mind? But inside, he felt a spark of relief as he realized something. Unless, he turned to ask, so, assuming I did swap souls, what do you want to do about it? She's just like me, he thought. Wei Nan wore a calculating smile. In the previous chapter, Zhang Hao asked her, assuming I swapped souls, what do you want? He asked coldly. She finally got to the point. My team is researching a blood moon phenomenon that only occurs once every 100 years. At the mention of the blood moon, he panicked, the blood moon god appearing in his mind. She stood up and said, based on my background check on you, the sudden change in your personality happened just a few days after the blood moon appeared. I suspect you're connected to this blood moon phenomenon, Zhang Hao asked in confusion. Why was she so sure? Wei Nan put her hands on her hips and looked down at him. Just agree to cooperate with our investigation, and I'll tell you why. He was silent for a moment, then scratched his face awkwardly. Well, this is... Wei Nan gave him a playful, reassuring wink. Don't be so tense. I guarantee your safety. We won't take you away for any dissecting experiments. That only made him more terrified. She continued. There's a contract on the nightstand. The terms of our cooperation and your benefits are all written there. Take it and read it carefully. The conditions will make you happy. Following her gaze, Zhang Hao turned his head toward the document on the table. He then voiced his question. This blood moon research, aside from you, is anyone else researching it? Wei Nan replied. As far as I know, just me. Zhang Hao picked up the contract and said, got it. Then he stood up and turned toward the door. I'll read the contract once I'm home. But inside, he was thinking, I never expected anyone in this world to know about the blood moon, but I'm still not really sure what this blood moon mission is all about. Is it too dangerous to just agree to this so easily? Whatever. I don't have any other leads right now. No need to rush. Things will get sorted out eventually. Taking it one step at a time, he dropped the contract, getting ready to say goodbye. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. It's getting late, and my family is probably looking for me. Wei Nan smirked in response, hoping that your answer this time won't keep me waiting too long. And one more thing, those 3 words made Zhang Hao panic. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the back of his neck and shoved him against the door, pinning one of his arms behind his back. Startled, he asked, What? What do you mean by this? Wei Nan was now pressed right up against him. She gripped his chin and said, This is the price for that ambush you pulled on me last time, making you scream like that. What was it again? Then she raised her hand. Zhang Hao panicked and tried to stop her. Hey, let's talk this out. Let's not resort to this move. But it was too late. From inside Wei Nan's house, the sound of smack, smack, smack rang out, loud enough that you could probably hear it from outside. Zhang Hao could only scream. Aha. A moment later, he had to rub his sore, swollen rear end. Damn this bossy female CEO. It hurt so much that a few tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth in anger, walking away while rubbing his rear and fighting back tears, feeling furious. I can't believe I was forced down and spanked by a woman. I'm going to remember this humiliation. I better get home fast. His phone had been blowing up with calls. The lights were still on at Zhang Hao's house. He stepped inside, saying, I'm home. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze. He saw Zhang Tianqin putting on her shoes, looking surprised when she saw him. Zhang Hao? He heard her call out. He asked blankly, Big sister Zhang Tianqin, are you heading out? She lunged at him instantly, shouting, Zhang Hao! It startled him. Zhang Tianqin hugged Zhang Hao tightly and said worriedly, Zhang Hao, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. He stammered, Sister. Sister Qin? Trapped in the tight hug, he struggled to think. Was Sister Qin about to go out looking for me? Good thing I got back just in time. He spoke up first. I'm sorry, Sister Qin, for making you worry. Dad and... It took a moment for Zhang Tianqin to let him go, and she replied, Mom and Dad went to their room already. Where did you go, Zhang Hao? Why are you back so late? Zhang Hao scratched his head and gave a forced smile. I went for a walk and lost track of time. Sister Qin, I'm going to take a shower first. The walk made me sweat so much. After saying that, he awkwardly brushed past her. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin grabbed his arm. Wait a second, Zhang Hao. Zhang Tianqin asked with a dark tone. Did you go for a walk with some girl just now? Her gaze was dangerous, and she added, You smell like perfume. Zhang Hao sniffed his own clothes and replied, No way, I went by myself. How could I have the scent of women's perfume on me? He frowned and thought to himself, Holy crap, is the perfume on Wei Nan really that strong? Feeling guilty, he pointed at himself and haphazardly made up a story. Oh, I must have gotten a bit messy while waiting in that crowded line for ice cream. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin put on a serious look, stepped closer, and touched his face as she said, You really need to be more careful, or someone might try to take advantage of you. He replied blankly, Oh, right. She quickly shifted back to her cheerful self, turned him around, and said, Go take a shower, and leave your clothes for me to wash. Zhang Hao asked, feeling flustered. Sorry for the trouble. Sis. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Nan's secretary walked in to call her. She replied, You're here. She then handed over a file and said, Investigate this person further. The secretary replied, Understood, Wei Nan, and took the file. After a moment, she asked in surprise, Zhang Tianqin, Zhang Hao's stepsister? Wei Nan's expression turned dark as she replied, Exactly. Dig into everything she's been through lately too. I just feel like it's too much of a coincidence that she became his stepsister. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin was burning with rage, grabbing Zhang Hao's school uniform and holding it over a fire. She gritted her teeth and hissed, Zhang Hao doesn't need this. It smells like another girl. A moment later, Zhang Hao finished his shower, drying his hair with a towel as he called out, Sis Zhang Tianqin, I'm done. Suddenly, he froze, noticing something. Zhang Tianqin was currently rummaging through the fridge, posing in a provocative way. She turned her head and asked, "Done already? Do you want something to drink, Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao turned bright red and stammered, "Milk, please." He thought to himself, Sis Zhang Tianqin really has a great figure. Liu sending him a bottle of milk, Zhang Tianqin said, "Come on, go to the room. I'll dry your hair for you." Zhang Hao didn't refuse and said, "Oh, sure." Inside the room, Zhang Hao sat there, smiling foolishly, thinking, I'm a sensible guy. But why did I even come into Sis Zhang Tianqin's room? Zhang Tianqin was still happily drying his hair. Suddenly, noticing something on the screen, he told her she had a message. On the phone, a message popped up from the nickname My Painful Dream Nobody Loves. The profile picture was a guy with purple hair, wearing an off-shoulder top, trying to look sexy. Below the photo was a confession. Sis Zhang Tianqin, I fell in love with you the first time we met. Will you give me a chance? I'm willing to give you my first time. Seeing the picture, Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse. What the hell? He gritted his teeth in anger. Is this guy a crazy exhibitionist? He thought about calling the police, then turned to Zhang Tianqin and said, I'm sorry, Sis Zhang Tianqin. I didn't mean to see that. She stayed calm, continuing to dry his hair, and told him, It's fine. Just tell him I already have a boyfriend. Zhang Hao was still furious, typing away at the computer while saying, Yeah, Sis Zhang Tianqin, don't pay any attention to someone like this. Someone who just sends photos like that without even saying a word, they're not a good person. Seeing him so worked up, Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but smile happily, leaning down to hug him from behind as she whispered, It's so sweet that Zhang Hao cares about me like this. I'm definitely not going to accept his request. After that, she left and asked him, I'm going to take a shower. Could you help me block him and turn off the computer? He replied, Sure. Zhang Hao clicked the mouse repeatedly, saying, Block, block. Suddenly, he noticed something on her computer and gasped. This is Angel Zhang Hao. Hi guys, keep it up. He thought in shock. Do I actually have my own group in Sis Zhang Tianqin's close friends list? And she even called it that? Then, he suddenly pulled a book off her shelf. The book was titled, Secrets of My Charming Cousin. An intimate, steamy photo of the two of them looking longingly at each other was revealed. Sis Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Hao clutched his head, feeling like he was turning to stone. No. What am I thinking? This is Sis Zhang Tianqin. The devil in his head appeared, whispering that there would be no good outcome. But the angel in his head had heart-shaped eyes and stayed optimistic. Sis Zhang Tianqin isn't even my biological sister. Who wouldn't love a goddess like her? The devil scoffed and scolded him. But she treats you like a little brother. And you want to eat her? That's disgusting. The angel clutched its face confidently and said, Maybe Sis Zhang Tianqin likes me too? She treats me so well, and we live under the same roof. Zhang Hao just collapsed onto the desk like a dead man. I'm done for. I discovered I can't hold back, and I'm so happy because I'm in her private group. Do I really want to act out that forbidden dynamic? Switching to the next day, it was a beautiful day during recess. Zhang Hao was sitting on a public bench alone. He looked up at the sky, deep in thought. He thought back to that day when he was on top of Zhang Tianqin, and they called each other's names, Sis Zhang Tianqin, Zhang Hao. Then she smiled at him, seductively asking, Does Zhang Hao like playing like this? Yeah. He frowned, pondering. Now that I think about it, it seems like the last time I got worked up, Sis Zhang Tianqin didn't really resist. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. Zhang Hao frowned and asked, Why is it you? He leaned back against the bench, looking at Lin Zhongjong coldly. Seeing the obnoxious, triumphant way the other guy crossed his arms, Zhang Hao scoffed. Lin Zhongjong finally spoke. Zhang Hao, I heard you're also live streaming on the app. Tonight, I want to see who's more popular and who gets more virtual yachts. Zhang Hao listened silently until he finished, then tilted his head and replied, Not interested. Lin Zhongjong immediately tried to provoke him. What's the matter? You scared? Hearing such a childish challenge, Zhang Hao picked at his ear dismissively and retorted, Geez, does your class have so little homework that your dog brain can only think about me every day? If you like causing trouble so much, I'll give you a red armband so you can catch students breaking the rules at the school gate. His eyes narrowed slightly, filled with coldness. I don't have as much free time as you do. Just as expected, Lin Zhongjong took the bait, gritting his teeth and stammering, You. Zhang Hao didn't intend to stop, pointing behind him. If you're going to stutter, go get it treated. The infirmary is over there. Lin Zhongjong was furious, his hands dropping down, acting like a pouty girl. Zhang Hao, don't get cocky. No matter what you say now, you're definitely going to lose tonight. Lin Yilong suddenly appeared, shouting, "Bring it on. Brother Hao isn't afraid of you. His livestream popularity is 800 miles ahead of yours." Lin Zhongjong walked away, pointing his finger. "Fine, Zhang Hao. Let's wait and see tonight." "Hey," Zhang Hao said helplessly. Lin Yilong put on a smug face, confidently doing a fighting pose. "Go for it, Zhang Hao. You definitely won't lose." Zhang Hao looked confused. That night, when the moon rose and the room was lit up, Zhang Hao sat in front of the live stream screen. The special thing was that he wasn't wearing a mask today, simply because it felt too hot. He was going to live stream properly, while thinking mockingly to himself. A gift-off competition? How childish. Time drifted by as the kill announcements rang out, double kill, then triple, and finally, victory. Zhang Hao's KDA was the highest. He successfully became the MVP with 16 kills, 7 assists, and 2 deaths. He looked at the screen and smirked. "We won't be seeing each other today." The chat erupted in a storm of comments. "Whoa, I admire you so much, Nam Shen. I'm gifting a yacht to this game, Nam Shen." I took a screenshot of this face. I'll keep it safe. No matter how long I stare at Nam Shen's face, I never get bored. Breath, breath. His face showed a hint of surprise. A system notification made everything else seem unimportant. W gifted a yacht, but they gifted 999 of them. Zhang Hao was so shocked he cursed. "What the hell? Isn't this Wei Nan?" Elsewhere, on a luxurious, elegant yacht, sat a girl with a hot, curvy figure, every curve in all the right places. The bikini allowed one to admire such a beauty. That girl was none other than Wei Nan. Zhang Hao's expression darkened as he thought, "She's reminding me to hurry up and agree to that deal." The terms of that agreement, he recalled that the research participant had to stop all schooling activities, move out of their home, and relocate to a designated location. At this point, he was clutching the papers so hard they were shaking. He had to cancel all his outside collaborations. The contract termination fees would be paid by Party A, and it included room and board with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Zhang Hao tossed the stack of papers onto the table, screaming, "This is a contract of indentured servitude." Sitting in front of the screen, he continued to ponder what this Blood Moon mission actually was. "I'm still not sure about it, so I don't think it's smart to tie myself to a sinking ship just yet. My priority is to clarify the Blood Moon mission to find out exactly what I'm supposed to do. As for Wei Nan, I'll find an opportunity to decline for now. I'll pay her back for those yachts later." After the 999 yachts, Zhang Hao's livestream room hit number 1, with a score far ahead of second and third place. Lin Zhongjong's house was in the middle of the city. He wore cat ears and women's clothing. He was thin and held his stomach, saying softly, "My stomach hurts suddenly. I'm sorry, everyone. I think that's it for today. Thanks for the yachts, bosses." Mwah. Mwah. He moved the mouse to turn it off. His face turned hideous as he cursed wildly in his heart. That hypocritical Zhang Hao. He's clearly clinging to a sugar mommy while pretending to be innocent. "I'm definitely going to tear that mask off your face." Lin Zhongjong called someone and said, "Hello, Sister Mo?" He let out a sinister, twisted smile. "I want you to help me with something. Don't worry about the money, there will be plenty." In his heart, he was thinking, "Zhang Hao, I will definitely make you lose everything. Just another brain-dead antagonist who loves messing with the protagonist." The air was fresh and clean. The sunlight shone peacefully down on Zhang Hao as he walked down the street. He looked at a roadside flower shop, scratched his neck, and thought of Qin. Sister Qin said she wanted to buy lilies. He didn't know that. In the distance, 2 girls were secretly watching him. One whispered into the other's ear, "Sister Mo, that's Zhang Hao. Lin Zhongzong wants us to teach that guy a lesson." The one called Sister Mo smirked and replied, "Humph, doesn't look half bad." She watched Zhang Hao's back, gradually finding him familiar. Her eyes narrowed. Wait a minute. Why does he look so familiar? Then she was struck with realization, as if hit by lightning. "Oh, crap, it's him." She panicked and immediately called out to the girl beside her. "Quick, quick, call Wei Nan." "Yes, yes." At a tall, luxurious FH company building, a female secretary walked in and reported, "Wei Nan, I have some news regarding Zhang Hao that I need to report." Wei Nan was a beautiful girl with curled lashes, willow leaf eyebrows, rosy lips, and a small beauty mark near her eye. She took off her glasses and said, "Go ahead." The secretary immediately reported, "Just now, one of my subordinates reported that on Do, there's a streamer named Lin Zhongjong who seems to have some conflict with Zhang Hao. They told her to help take nude photos of Zhang Hao. Knowing Zhang Hao was, Wei Nan handled it with total authority. I got it. Tell Do to cancel the contract with Lin Zhongjong." Lose Indul the rest yourself. Get out of here. She was really hoping to be taken care of by Wei Nan. Cutting to Hao Zhang's house, he carried a vase while thinking, all those yachts, how much are they worth? If I keep half the money, how on earth am I going to pay Wei Nan back? Just then, his phone started ringing. Ring, ring, ring. Hao Zhang answered. Hello? The person on the other end said bluntly, this is Wei Nan. Before he could even respond, Zhang Tianqin was standing right behind him. Who is that? Hao Zhang. Hao Zhang jumped as if he'd been startled by a cat. He forced a smile and quickly pressed the mute button. Oh, it's nothing. Just Zhang Tianqin from the insurance company. He worriedly thought, why does it feel like I've just gotten myself into some serious trouble? On the other side, Wei Nan hung up abruptly, feeling absolutely furious. Veins popped out on her face and neck. She yelled in a rage, damn it, get the car ready for me. Meanwhile, Hao Zhang was sitting alone in his room, reconsidering. Liu Xingying up on her like that probably wasn't very polite. Maybe he should try to negotiate paying her back for the yacht. Suddenly, his phone lit up. Wei Nan's name appeared. Oh, she's calling back. He barely got a hello out before the boss lady's dominance shut him down. Get out here now, or I'll have a dozen men come inside and drag you out. He instantly snapped and shouted into the phone, just because you're some big-shot CEO, you think you can just barge into people's homes? Who are you to be so arrogant? Immediately, the sound of loud car horns blared in response. Hao Zhang was stunned when he saw what was happening outside. His face turned pale. Damn it, a whole line of cars was parked outside, and his heart nearly stopped. Hao Zhang screamed into the phone, are you serious? You actually came? I'm calling the police. Wei Nan wasn't about to let that slide. She said, go ahead and try. See if parking on the side of the road is against the law. This time, Hao Zhang was silenced. With nothing left to say, he unwillingly gave in. Fine, I give up. Tell them to drive off. I'm coming out. Hao Zhang immediately ran downstairs to the living room to make an excuse. Zhang Tianqin. Hey Zhang Tianqin, I'm just going to the convenience store to grab some things. Oh, do you need me to come with you? Hao Zhang quickly replied, no need, Zhang Tianqin. I can go by myself. I'll be right back. Hao Zhang shoved his hands in his pockets, stepped outside, and spoke into the phone. I'm out now. I'm hanging up, Wei Nan asked. Wait, besides me, who else have you been provoking? The fierce, beautiful CEO in pantyhose, sitting with her legs crossed, said coldly but with a hint of concern. Someone has been following you. Ma'am, please, just choke me, he thought. Wei Nan directed Hao Zhang over the phone. Keep walking forward. Hao Zhang followed her instructions until he spotted the black car parked on the side of the road, 30 meters ahead on the right. There's a chance he's armed in that dark corner. Beads of sweat were already forming on Hao Zhang's forehead. He asked nervously, hey, are you sure this is a good idea? It's so dangerous out there. I'm just an ordinary high school kid. I'll definitely get ambushed. I should just head back. Wei Nan sat in the car and asked, are you not worried that if that person keeps watching your house, it'll get even more dangerous? I'm here this time. You go out and bait him, and I'll handle the rest. Fine, Hao Zhang replied. The beautiful CEO, Wei Nan, gently reminded him, keep your distance from him. Stay right there, don't move, and wait for me to arrive. Wei Nan told her secretary, then prepared to head out, ordering her men to surround the area nearby. Don't let him get away. Miss Wei, are you going yourself? The secretary panicked. Wei Nan turned back, her eyes sharp. Is there a problem? No, no problems at all, Hao Zhang whispered into the phone. Hey, hurry up. I don't think they can wait any longer. A dark figure stepped out from an alley in the distance. Based on the silhouette, it was a girl in a gray hoodie. You scumbag, she muttered, sounding terrifyingly cold. Hao Zhang kept his cool and asked, who's there? This psycho clearly has some issues. Suddenly, she screamed like a savage, damn you, and charged at him at full speed. Holy crap! The mysterious figure threw a hook from right to left, but Hao Zhang dodged it easily. This girl wasn't just some random thug. She threw punch after punch, yet couldn't land a single one. Hao Zhang suddenly leaped backward, putting some distance between them. The girl hissed, damn it, you're just like a little rat. Hao Zhang didn't say a word, he thought to himself. Her attack power is insane, but she doesn't seem that fast. Just then, the mysterious girl lunged again, yelling, you damn, low-life scumbag. His eyes widened. This was his chance. Hao Zhang dodged to the side again, easily tripping her with his leg. She instantly lost her balance and went down hard. What the? She slammed into the ground with a loud thud, and her back was pinned down immediately. Hao Zhang was now on top of her, shouting, Behave yourself and stop moving. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? The girl snapped back. It's all your fault. Do you have any idea what kind of situation I'm in because of you? For a second, Hao Zhang couldn't figure out who it was. He was totally confused. He demanded she take off her mask so they could talk. As she reached for it, she suddenly elbowed him and flipped around to strike back. Get off me! Hao Zhang was thrown to the ground. Damn, she's strong. The stranger's eyes were fierce. I want you dead, she shrieked, pulling out a knife. A knife? Now things were getting serious. Hao Zhang's face turned pale. A killer. Just as the blade lunged toward him, a fist suddenly appeared by the mysterious girl's left cheek. The badass CEO arrived just in time, landing a powerful punch that sent the girl reeling. The knife flew out of her hand and clattered to the ground. The mysterious figure's mask was knocked off, and blood trickled from her mouth. Wei Nan had just saved Hao Zhang's life. Standing in front of the person who dared to hurt him, Wei Nan said coldly, I thought you'd run out of the province. I didn't expect you'd have the guts to come back here and mess with him. Hao Zhang finally recognized her and shouted, Wait, it's you? Liu Xin. That's right, the person trying to kill Hao Zhang was Liu Xin. Her cheek was already swelling from the punch. Hao Zhang couldn't believe it, and voiced his confusion. I just turned down your offer to be my sugar mommy. That's not a reason to try and kill me, is it? Liu Xin's eyes went wide. Her voice was dripping with resentment. If you hadn't seduced Wei Nan, how could I have ended up trapped by her? Turns out, no matter how handsome a man is, once they see money, they turn into Zhang Hao, snapped, his temper flaring, and he cursed out loud. Damn it, enough! Wei Nan shouted. The beauty who had been speaking up for Zhang Hao interjected. Keeping you locked up has nothing to do with Zhang Hao. It's all because you pushed things too far. As she spoke, Wei Nan pulled out a hair tie, her movements elegant, her silhouette radiating a sultry allure. You and your underlings, hiding behind the reputation of the Feng Hong group, bullying the weak and extorting protection fees everywhere, even forcing male students to serve you, you've completely violated the rules I set from the start. I don't have time for trash like you. Wei Nan's voice was sharp, cutting through the air like steel. You're definitely getting what's coming to you. The beautiful woman finished tying back her hair. Liu Xin immediately spiraled into a frenzy, shouting, What would a silver-spoon socialite like you know about anything? I'm not accepting this. With that, she lunged forward, fists flying. Wei Nan's eyes remained razor-sharp. She said calmly, Maybe I don't understand, but regardless of your reasons. Liu Xian's fist was caught instantly by Wei Nan, just as easily as she had been completely dominated by her. Liu Xian's face was beaded with sweat. That's no excuse to bully others. With her fist inches from Liu Xian's face, Wei Nan landed a devastating uppercut. Liu Xin teared up, her face twisted in pain. Knockout. Wei Nan wins. Back to the kennel for you, Liu Xin. She collapsed to the ground, looking pathetic. Zhang Hao stood to the side, deathly pale, thinking, wait, did she go easy on me during our spar? A while later, the police arrived and hauled Liu Xin away. She'd be out of trouble for a good while. Zhang Hao let out a sigh of relief standing next to Wei Nan. Finally, it was over. Sorry for the trouble. Could you take me home now? It's getting late, and my sister will be worried. Wei Nan didn't reply. She just asked, Did you forget why I came to find you in the first place? Zhang Hao replied like a dimwit. Oh, right. Why did you come find me? Seeing Wei Nan's expression shift, he quickly added, Ah, the contract from before? Wei Nan didn't beat around the bush. The contract is one thing, but mainly, I wanted to warn you someone is planning to secretly take nude photos of you. Zhang Hao was bewildered. Huh? Who would be that bored? The domineering CEO then suddenly changed the subject. That's not important. What matters is that you hung up on me before I even finished speaking. You really don't want to talk to me that much? Zhang Hao looked over and immediately picked up on her mood. He bowed 90 degrees and said sincerely, I apologize for surprising you, boss. He continued, I was in the wrong for hanging up. I'm sorry. Wei Nan's cheeks flushed slightly, her mood improving. She asked, So, are you willing to accept your punishment? Yes, ma'am, punish me. That was just his inner thought, though. Out loud, Zhang Hao asked in surprise, Wait, what punishment? Wei Nan leaned in close, stroking the young man's cheek. Because of the height difference, she had to lean down. This. Without another word, she abruptly planted a kiss on Zhang Hao. The beauty's eyes fluttered shut, looking quite satisfied. Oh man, my heart is racing. Zhang Hao's mind was in total chaos. What is happening? Did I just get forced into a kiss? What should I do now? I should push her away. Zhang Hao felt completely flustered, but she smelled so good it was actually really nice. Oh my god, I want to try this too. Plus, Wei Nan was an incredibly stunning woman. Not just beautiful, but with a huge heart, if you know what I mean. I'm just an average guy, after all. If she's throwing herself at me, his hand was already ready to move. But right then, the image of Zhang Tianqin popped into his head. Zhang Hao hastily pushed Wei Nan's shoulders. He wiped his mouth, asking awkwardly, Wei Nan, do you have some weird habit? Why do you keep acting like a hooligan toward a high schooler like me? That was my first kiss, you know. The way Wei Nan wiped her own lips made her look like a total rogue. You still remember? You're a high schooler? She thought, though her mind was elsewhere. So that was his first kiss? Zhang Hao said shyly. That's not the point. Let's consider tonight a favor for helping me, but since you stole my first kiss, let's call it even. Also, you were the one who gifted the livestream last night, right? I'll pay you back. Give me your account number. Wei Nan crossed her arms, exuding the aura of a wealthy socialite. Humph, that was just petty change. Who do you think I am? But what do you mean by saying that? Are you trying to cut ties with me? Does this mean you aren't going to sign the contract either? Aha, caught you. Zhang Hao replied. I can't sign that contract yet. Wei Nan's face turned gloomy. She said only 2 words. Reason? Zhang Hao couldn't explain it clearly just yet. He avoided her gaze, turned around, shoved his hands in his pockets, and prepared to leave. You're tired today, too. Go get some rest. Wei Nan didn't answer or say another word. Watching the boy's back as he walked away, she thought to herself, Zhang Hao, Wei Nan, there is nothing I cannot achieve. Back at home, the moment he arrived, he collapsed onto his bed, his mind a jumbled mess. When he was with Wei Nan earlier, Zhang Tianqin suddenly popped into his head. Do I really have those kinds of feelings for my sister, Zhang Tianqin? He immediately slapped both his cheeks hard, trying to snap himself out of it. Zhang Hao, what are you thinking? Get a grip. That's your sister. Forget it. Stop thinking crazy things. I've got school tomorrow. The high school was loud and bustling. Students walked by, chatting happily under the peaceful blue sky. Min Yuehua. The call from afar immediately caught the attention of the girl with white hair, red eyes, and an adorable, pretty face. The one calling was Zhang Hao. He said, Good morning, Min Yuehua. Yuehua replied softly, Good morning, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt a bit excited. He secretly thought, after spending a day with that domineering CEO, I realize being with Yuehua is the most comfortable thing ever. Wait. Zhang Hao's attention was suddenly drawn to her black tights. Yuehua's beautiful legs looked even better in black tights, long, slender, and sexy. It felt like this was the first time he'd seen Yuehua wear black tights. She always used to wear white ones. Yuehua tilted her head slightly and called, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao quickly tried to cover his tracks. Ah, right. I have a gift for you. He pulled out a gun-shaped keychain and said, Thanks for teaching me martial arts. It was really helpful back at your place. Didn't you say you liked this gun? I saw this keychain while I was out walking and bought it for you. Here. Yuehua held it up to admire it, then squeezed it tight, a smile forming on her lips. Thank you, Zhang Hao. I will cherish this gift. She looked so sincere. Zhang Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit proud. Haha, as long as you like it. Come to think of it, he seemed to remember something. Min Yuehua only changed her tights, so why did he feel like something was different? In the end, it was still just the tights. Just as Yuehua finished putting away the keychain, she noticed something odd. She looked up, then followed Zhang Hao's gaze down to her own legs. Zhang Hao? Yuehua called out again. Zhang Hao started in surprise. Yuehua shyly closed her legs, covering herself with her hands, and asked, Is there something wrong with my legs? Wait, you're not? During lunch break, Zhang Hao and Yuehua were alone in the room. Zhang Hao sensed something and asked, Why do you keep staring at my thighs? Yuehua noticed Zhang Hao asking that, looked at him, and replied calmly, Because you've been looking at my thighs a lot today. She continued, Do you like my thighs, Zhang Hao? Feeling a bit caught, Zhang Hao cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to hide his expression with his hand as he asked, Oh, is it that obvious? Zhang Hao snuck a peek at her and admitted that Yuehua's legs were indeed beautiful. Hearing that, she revealed her thigh and said, Zhang Hao, you can touch them. Zhang Hao was so shocked that his pupils dilated and his mouth hung open. He couldn't believe what he just heard. You're telling me to touch them? Yuehua acted as if it were only natural, saying, Yeah, I'm just so happy to have someone to eat with after getting to know you. Seeing that didn't work, Zhang Hao replied. She looked sad and leaned in closer, asking, You don't want to? He hadn't even processed it yet and could only say, But inside, he was screaming, "A sweet girl like this is telling me to touch her thighs. There's no reason to say no, right?" His expression turned lecherous, though he tried to keep it under control. But he quickly calmed himself down, thinking that just touching her thighs might be a bit vulgar. He put down his lunch. "Spread your legs," he said. Minuehua set the bento box down, stood up, and replied, "No." Without missing a beat, she sat right on his lap and asked, "Is this better?" The sudden movement caught him off guard. He couldn't believe it. "Do you always just listen like that?" "Minuehua, you're a real treasure that needs to be protected in this matriarchal world." Zhang Hao chuckled, looking at Minuehua on his lap. "If only I had a little sister as obedient as you. Doesn't it feel a bit awkward?" Minuehua brought a hand to her mouth, thought for a moment, and said, "Maybe just a little." She then rested her hands on his shoulders, closing the distance between them. "But this feels really comfortable. No one has ever hugged me like this before." Hearing that, Zhang Hao felt a twinge in his heart. It seemed Mingyue was truly starved for affection. It probably stemmed from her family background. Suddenly, Zhang Hao noticed the charm she was wearing. "Wait, isn't that the keychain I gave you?" Hearing him mention the charm, she looked down at her wrist, curious. "Why did you hang it on a bracelet?" Mingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Actually, this is the first gift I've ever received from a friend. I wanted to keep it with me always." Hearing her say that, he was even more surprised and double-checked. "The first gift? Has no one ever given you a gift before?" She lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes, and said softly, "Yeah, my friends before only ever asked me for money. They never gave me gifts." Interrupting her somber mood, he reached out to stroke her hair and said, "Those weren't real friends. Don't worry about them anymore. Huang Yuan probably isn't asking you for money, right?" Glancing at her, he thought bitterly, "These people are truly awful, bullying such an innocent soul like Min Yuehua." She listened to him, calmly shaking her head. "No, Huang Yuan gives me lots of strange books and movies, but I listened to you and haven't watched any of the weird stuff." With a confused expression, he looked away, thinking ill of Huang Yuan. As expected, Huang Yuan is as twisted as ever. He held her close and said, "This keychain should be on a bag. Wearing it as a bracelet isn't really right. I'll buy you a better one that's more comfortable to wear as a bracelet." She snuggled happily into his arms and asked with a smile, "Really?" He answered firmly, sticking to his promise. "For real. Now eat up, we've got class soon." She just hummed in response, and the scene shifts to outside his classroom. He sat there, dazed, looking around the room. He picked up his notebook and was surprised to find something blurry inside. Without thinking, he reached out to grab it. Someone's hand quickly snatched the blurry object away from him. The class monitor's mouth dropped open as he shouted, "Hey, Zhang Hao, why are you bringing this to school? That's so inappropriate." He was left completely stunned, unable to understand what the hell was going on. A corner of his mouth twitched as he spoke. "Number 52, the green-haired class monitor yelled, pointing directly at him. "Zhang Hao, you've ruined the school's reputation. You've even caused the girls to turn against each other just to chase after you. It's disgusting." The guys nearby started whispering and gossiping immediately. The guy with black hair sneered, "Look at that, did you see? Zhang Hao brought that to school again." His buddy chimed in, "Yeah, exactly. He's got that innocent look, but he's just a piece of trash inside. Everyone treats him like a wife, too." The girls nearby saw their nasty attitudes and immediately snapped back. "What are you talking about? Zhang Hao isn't like that at all." A girl with blue hair quickly defended him, saying it wasn't fair to jump to conclusions and that the class monitor was out of line. Zhang Hao's face darkened with frustration as he cursed under his breath. His head was spinning with all these accusations. He never thought there'd be a day he'd be surrounded by guys calling him trash. He stood up, looking totally slay, and exposed the love letters hidden by others to confront the class monitor. "Take a good look, everyone. These are things other people shoved into my desk." He hurriedly pointed straight at the hot item in the class monitor's hand and spoke with full confidence. "That one too. Don't think you can just dump everything on me. And don't even think about using this as an excuse to cause trouble." The class monitor was left sweating, completely speechless. He continued, throwing in a crush-your-hand combo with an icy glare. "Don't make me shove that thing down your throat." Seeing that, they tried to brush it off and walked away, whispering, "Is that really the school idol? So aggressive." Minyu noticed his frustrated expression and came over to check on him. "Zhang Hao, are you not happy?" Lin Yilong seemed annoyed as he blurted out, "Zhang Hao, what kind of freak put this stuff in your desk?" The purple-haired friend who defended him earlier also quickly said, "Zhang Hao, don't take it to heart. We believe you." He rubbed his head, tiredly saying, It's fine. It's not a big deal. In a dark corner, someone was eavesdropping on their entire conversation. The next morning, he arrived and found more of those items under his desk again. Panicked, he cried out, "Is this never going to end?" He quickly took the items and threw them straight into the trash. But the story didn't end there. By the second day, the stuff appeared again. He angrily threw it away with a loud crash. By the third day, he was so pissed he kicked the hell out of the trash can. His voice echoed throughout the school. "Bringing this every single day? Are you running a wholesale business or what?" During gym class, Lin Yilong stretched and asked him, "Zhang Hao, I've heard guys talking about you for the past 2 days. They say you bring that stuff to school every day. Who on earth is trying to frame you?" He replied with an indifferent expression. "Who knows? I've been finding this in my desk every morning for 4 or 5 days now. Whoever is trying to frame me is spending quite a bit of money," Lin Yilong asked anxiously. "Then what should we do, Zhang Hao?" He stared ahead with an icy expression and said, "Don't panic. I have my own way to deal with them. I'll go find Min Yuehua for help later." Min Yuehua eagerly approached him. "Zhang Hao, were you looking for me?" He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Here's the situation." After hearing his story, she calmly agreed. "Fine. I'll have the housekeeper come over later so we can get it installed after school." Time passed, and the classrooms became dark and quiet. Yilong wiped sweat from his forehead and said, "This time, we'll definitely catch that pervert." The next morning, someone walked into his classroom wearing a dark yellow hoodie, reaching out to grab something very sneakily. Suddenly, a beeping sound rang out from nowhere. The guy was completely panicked, looking left and right. "Oh my God." We made eye contact. He was startled to see Zhang Hao standing there holding a phone that was beeping. The guy frowned, grit his teeth, and started trembling. Zhang Hao smiled, holding the pile of toys in his other hand. 8 days, huh? You're really dedicated. Preparing these toys for me every day. You've spent quite a bit of money, haven't you? Don't waste it." The whole pile went flying straight toward him. Zhang Hao shouted, holding his ground. "Number 53. The guy trembled, gripping the stuff, veins popping as he asked, "How did you find out?" Zhang Hao replied casually, "Just a high-tech security system." He waved his hand, opening the door while laughing. "See you at the office." The guy screamed in anger. "Don't let him leave." Oh my God. A whole gang of street boys rushed out. This is a mess. Zhang Hao turned back, saw them, and thought, bringing in outside help. Huh. He looked cool, but internally he was thinking, this isn't good. These guys actually look like they know how to fight. The guy glared at him and pointed, "Drag him into the bathroom first." They rushed at him like darts. 1 punch, 2 punches came his way, but Zhang Hao was quick and dodged them all. But when there are many against one, even a hawk can get injured. One girl flew in from a distance and kicked him, sending him flying. Min Yuehua saw him from afar and screamed his name. The gray-haired girl was startled. Watching him get beaten like that, Min Yuehua was furious, shouting, "You bastards!" Another woman saw her anger and started mocking her. "Stop sticking your nose in other people's business." The blonde guy lunged at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was distracted, keeping an eye on Yuehua. She wasn't about to just stand there and watch him get beaten again. She flew toward them like a gust of wind. And then it happened. She kicked the guy so hard his nose started bleeding, and he skidded several meters across the ground. She walked up to him and stomped her foot on his face. She looked back with a ferocious gaze, her foot not stopping its stomping. The girl behind her saw the devil in her and began to tremble in fear. Before she knew it, Yuehua's hand was already on her throat. She cried out in terror, "Cough, cough, I surrender." But Yuehua didn't care about her pleas. She just walked over gently, punched the girl in the face, and said, "Die." Just as she was about to finish off her prey, Zhang Hao's voice interrupted her burst of anger. "Yuehua, stop." He continued to hold her back. "Yuehua, don't hit her anymore, I'm fine. If you keep hitting her, things are going to get serious." Before they could stop, a teacher rushed in from nowhere and yelled, "Zhang Hao, Min Yuehua, what are you two doing? Stop right now." He spoke softly to Yuehua, the teacher. Then, whatever was bound to happen, happened. The school speakers suddenly blared. "Attention. Student Lin Zhongjong from class 114 brought an item into the school with the intent to frame student Zhang Hao from class 113. There is sufficient evidence regarding the disciplinary notice. Student Min Yuhe from class 113 fought with fellow students on school grounds. As this is a first-time offense, she will only receive a formal reprimand." He and Yilong stood by the window, looking down with worried expressions. Lin Yi quickly spoke up. "Zhang Hao, Yue won't be in any serious trouble, right? I heard 2 people from the next class were taken to the hospital." He replied anxiously, "I don't know. It feels a bit difficult." Watching her, he thought, Yuehua's family upbringing seems very strict. If she's taken home like that, will something happen? His eyes remained fixed in one direction, full of heavy thoughts and worry. The sky suddenly poured with rain, and he had to run through the drizzling rain empty-handed. When he got home to his father, he quickly grabbed a towel and asked anxiously, "Is Zhang Hao back? Why didn't you call your father if you didn't have an umbrella? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" He hurriedly took the soft white towel from his father and said, "Dad, I'm fine. I'm going to my room first." He trotted off to his room, oblivious to his father's gaze. Seeing his son's suspicious behavior, his father wondered, what is this kid rushing about? As soon as he got to his room, he quickly pulled out his phone, worried, and said to himself, "No, I have to call Yuehua." The phone rang, and as soon as Yuehua saw his call, she answered immediately. From her end, he could only hear her voice trembling as she called his name. Zhang Hao? He asked anxiously. "Yuehua, what's wrong?" He thought to himself, is she crying? He panicked and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Distraught, she sobbed. "It's so dark here. Where are you?" His face showed clear worry for her, and he wondered, wasn't she taken home? She sat, huddled in a corner of that dark room, pouring her heart out to him. "My mother locked me in the confinement room." He blurted out in shock. "The confinement room?" She started crying while telling him the whole story. "Every time I make a mistake, Mom locks me in the confinement room to reflect. I have to stay for 2 days before I can come out. It's so dark in here. It's really dark. I'm so scared." Zhang Hao quickly tried to calm Yuehua down. "Let me talk to you." "What do you want to talk about?" she asked timidly. "Anything you want." She added, "Zhang Hao, please don't hang up the phone tonight, okay?" The pitter-patter of the rain seemed to harmonize with their conversation. He replied instantly, "Sure. Besides, tomorrow is the weekend, so let me tell you about the novel I'm writing." As he was speaking, he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He quickly rubbed his nose and told her, "If you don't hear anything later, it means I've fallen asleep. If you don't want to hang up, just put the phone aside. I'm starting now." And so, he began telling her about his novel. "My novel is titled The World of Real Men. Men in that world are all strong and sturdy, all with six-pack abs. Physically demanding jobs like heavy lifting are all done by men. Dangerous jobs like being a police officer are also mostly done by men." He quickly introduced the characters in his story. "My protagonist is a reincarnated immortal cultivator, the strongest man in the world, carrying the burden of saving a collapsing world. Along the way, he fights demons to level up and meets many adorable, beautiful, and gentle young ladies. They all admire him for his ability. And of course, being handsome, he has plenty of followers, like my protagonist, but it's completely the opposite of this world." She laughed happily, rubbing her eyes as she said, "Zhang Hao, your novel is well written, but it's not realistic. Men's strength is too weak. They can't carry anything. Women are the strong ones, so women should be the ones protecting men and saving the world." Hearing her opinion, he curled his lips into a faint smile. "That's right. This world has changed." Hearing his voice sound a bit melancholy, she said in a panic, "But I think your world is very interesting. You write very well. I will read it. Can you gift things in your novel? I see everyone reading novels giving lots of gifts. I can give you some too, as long as you're happy." He looked out the window and replied, "If you want to read it, just leave me a few comments. That makes me happy enough." He added, "Are you still scared now? Or why don't you tell me about the things you usually like to do?" She quickly answered him, no longer as scared as before. "I usually like watching fight scenes, and..." The two of them chatted happily until the rain stopped completely. The next morning, he woke up with a weary face and said, "My head hurts so much." Subconsciously, he noticed the towel on his head and said, "Oh." Staring right at his face was Sister Cancan. She smiled and said, "I was going to wake you up for breakfast, but I noticed you had a fever. Drink your medicine," he said in a trembling voice. "I feel like I don't have any strength in my whole body." He thought to himself, "Am I really like this just from being in the rain for a bit? My body is too weak." She smiled and said, "Is that so?" Then she suddenly leaned in close, making his face flush red. She put the pill into her mouth, leaned into his face, and said, "I'll feed you." He panicked, thinking, "Feed me with her mouth?" His face burned red as Cancan moved closer and closer. But the most shocking thing of all was that it was all in his imagination. He squeezed his eyes shut, embarrassed, and said, "No, that's not right. We're siblings." Cancan had a what the fuck look on her face. "What's wrong with him?" she asked helplessly. "Zhang Hao, what's wrong? You don't have any strength, right? Let me help you up." He jolted awake in a panic. "Huh?" He subconsciously scrambled to think, was I sleepwalking just now? I actually imagined that in front of her. In a split second, he replied to Ken. I'm sorry, I'm troubling you, Sister Ken. She quickly helped him up. In his head, only 3 words echoed. So embarrassing. As he took the medicine, he was still blushing. Trung Tin Kun was also quickly deep in thought. Zhang Hao. He seemed to resist me just now. Did Zhang Hao realize something? With a slightly flushed face, she turned to tell him, That's right, Zhang Hao. Eat it while the porridge is still hot. He looked at her, deep in thought. Do other people's sisters care about their younger brothers in such detail? And we aren't even blood related, he asked, hanging his head shyly. Sister Kun, why are you so good to me? It feels even better than how a normal sister treats her brother. She paused for a moment, then smiled carefreely. Of course, it's because Zhang Hao deserves it. As long as Zhang Hao is willing, I'm ready to take care of Zhang Hao for the rest of my life. Come on now, she spoon-fed him, spoonful by spoonful. He blushed, thinking to himself, Isn't this crossing the line for siblings? It feels like she's proposing to me, he shyly said. Come, just give it to me. I can hold it myself, he thought. She seems so calm about this. Am I overthinking this? Maybe she's just being a controlling older sister. Once he finished the porridge, he said, Come, you should go get back to work. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine once I get some sleep. She quickly interrupted him. Zhang Hao, you're sick, so I'm not in the mood to work right now. Just rest. I'll stay here with you. He squinted at her, thinking, even though something feels off, having her by my side like this actually makes me feel at ease. But seriously, who could actually sleep like that? Barely 5 minutes later, he was fast asleep. She watched his sleeping face, lost in thought. Zhang Hao is actually asleep. If this were before, this would have been impossible. She sighed. Zhang Hao, I really want you to know, but you'd hate me, wouldn't you? The scene shifts to a dark room where Ngui Nam sits in a sultry pose. His name, Zhang Hao, escaped her lips as memories of the past flooded her mind. She quickly covered her face, blushing. I actually forced a kiss on him because he had that cute, defeated look on his face. His confidence and arrogance. He really is the most unique guy I've ever met. She skillfully brought a cigarette to her lips. As she took a drag, she suddenly blushed. Wait a minute. Ngui Nam, are you actually falling for a high schooler? In the middle of the night, while Zhang Hao was sound asleep in his warm bed, his phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Zhang Hao just wanted to smash that annoying phone for disturbing his sleep. Plus, feeling sick, he felt miserable and weak. Even lifting his arm to grab the phone was a struggle. He finally reached it and answered in a raspy voice. After he answered, there was no reply from the other end. Zhang Hao, with a giant question mark on his face, decided to speak first. Who is this? It's the middle of the night. If you're not going to say anything, I'm hanging up. As he was about to end the call, the person on the other end seemed afraid of what they were hearing. After a long beep, she finally spoke up. It's me, Ngudi Nam. Zhang Hao looked utterly exhausted, his eyes dull and half asleep. This is tough. I just need a deep, uninterrupted sleep. He wasn't in a good mood after being woken up in the middle of the night, but she wasn't someone he could easily mess with, so he replied half-jokingly, What's wrong, Ngui Nam? Is there someone you want me to take care of? He was hoping she had something important to say, otherwise. If he weren't sick and bedridden, he would definitely give Ngudi Nam a piece of his mind, but she just said calmly, I can't sleep. That made Zhang Hao, whose eyes were as dark as a panda's from sleep deprivation, freeze for 5 seconds. He pulled the phone away to check the time. It was exactly 2 a.m. He was seething, but he didn't dare do anything. Otherwise, ending up as a corpse by tomorrow would be way too easy for Ngui Nam. He just had to sit up and try to stay calm. Big sister, look at the time. It's 2 a.m. Calling a high schooler to annoy him? You want me to tell you a bedtime story? Or maybe sing you a lullaby? Ngui Nam was used to being a domineering CEO, so even though she was the one disturbing someone in the middle of the night, she had to be careful with her words. Watch how you talk to me. Zhang Hao was trying to hold back his anger. Unbelievable. You're the one bothering me. And you want me to be polite? Ngui Nam just randomly picked a topic. Did you learn your fighting techniques from that person named Min Yuehua? That crossed the line for Zhang Hao. His gaze turned chillingly cold in an instant, and his voice hardened immediately. Are you investigating me? She didn't answer right away, calmly taking a puff of her cigarette and exhaling a hazy white cloud that filled the space with a thick scent of tobacco. Hidden in the darkness and the white smoke, her face unclear, she spoke again. Min Yuehua? Her level is just average. For a split second, the usual cold, dismissive gaze of the domineering CEO softened, but it didn't last long before she returned to her usual self. Why don't you come to me? I have a professional training team. You have a great foundation. If you work hard, you could easily become a world-class bodyguard with both fame and fortune. When Ngudi Nam said that, Zhang Hao was speechless. First, she wanted him to be a celebrity. Now some kind of bodyguard? Is this some kind of insult? But Zhang Hao didn't know that Ngui Nam was just using this as an excuse to contact him in the dead of night. Zhang Hao replied, seriously, not interested. Don't try to brainwash me. I just want to keep my distance from you. Muyet and I were just practicing casually after school. Don't call me again, or I'll change my number. Ngui Nam still thought Zhang Hao had feelings for her, so she assumed his coldness was because someone else was nearby. Wait, there's no one else with you right now, is there? Zhang Hao was sleepy enough to die and didn't want to deal with this nonsense, so he hung up abruptly. Ngui Nam listened to the dial tone, echoing through the cold screen. She was always the one to hang up on others, so today, she finally experienced what it felt like to be hung up on. She felt a bit disoriented, looking at the black screen, feeling like things weren't real. She put her hand on her forehead and comforted herself. Just practicing casually. After a long night, the morning came bright and clear, with white clouds and birds chirping. Zhang Hao had woken up. Feeling better, he put on the jacket that Zhang Tianqin had thoughtfully prepared. She had even left a note. If you need to go to the bathroom, remember to put on your jacket. After putting it on, he sat back on the bed and read the note, thinking, Cum must have prepared this because she was worried about me. She treats me like a kid. Just as he finished reading, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Tianqin gently opened it and peeked in. Zhang Hao, are you awake? Help me choose an outfit. She was very close to him, truly treating him like her own younger brother, asking for his opinion without any hesitation. Without a hint of awkwardness, she asked, Zhang Hao, which one do you like better? As she held up two revealing outfits. Zhang Hao almost had a nosebleed, looking at his stepsister's gorgeous figure. Whoa, are you really going out like that with your lingerie showing? If I didn't have any self-control, I would have coughed up blood and died right there. But seriously, that's way too revealing. You need to tone it down. I coughed a few times to keep my cool and hide my true feelings, then just pointed randomly at an outfit in her hands. How about this one? Zhang Tianqin grabbed the two outfits, beaming, her voice filled with the kind of doting affection you'd only show a sibling. Sure thing, Zhang Hao. But the second she turned around to leave, Zhang Hao noticed a large tattoo on her slim waist, half hidden by her apron dress. Sister Qin has a tattoo? His eyes went wide with shock. His gentle, sweet sister, who always coddled him, actually had such a large tattoo. Since he was still coughing and hadn't fully recovered from his sickness, Zhang Hao didn't go to school today. He was currently sitting comfortably at the dining table, enjoying the delicious breakfast made by his stepsister, Zhang Tianqin. She had already packed her things and finished getting ready to head to the research lab, but she still gave Zhang Hao some careful instructions. Zhang Hao, I have to head to the lab. You stay home and get some rest, okay? Zhang Hao nodded obediently, waving back at her. I got it, Sister Qin. You take care on your way there. After Zhang Tianqin left, he went back to enjoying his peaceful morning, finishing off a plate of steamed buns while lost in thought. This world is pretty great, but I still miss my friends and family back home. He had been wondering how to make enough money to figure out a way back. He'd tried writing novels and live streaming, but were there any faster ways to make cash? Then, something suddenly clicked. His eyes lit up, and he even stopped mid-bite on his steamed bun, shouting in excitement. That's it! Why did I forget about that? Back then, when I did the right thing and reported that whole situation with Liu Xin, I was supposed to get a $50,000 reward, right? I should go check on that today. Zhang Hao clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling like stars, and he immediately got up to head to the police station. It didn't take long for Zhang Hao to arrive at the station, ready to claim his reward. Hello, I'm here about that report on Liu Xin. You said there was a $50,000 reward. I was in a rush to get home last time, so I couldn't stop by. Is it still possible to claim it? The officer gave him a friendly smile. Oh, you're that handsome guy from before? I remember you. But reality hit hard just when Zhang Hao was dreaming about holding that $50,000 check. The policewoman's refusal brought him right back to earth. But you're still a high school student, right? I'm afraid you can't collect the money today. You'll need to go through some paperwork. If it goes fast, it'll take about a month to process. Zhang Hao wasn't about to give up. He pulled out his eye to prove he was no longer a minor and argued. But I'm already an adult. Can't you just give me the cash directly? The policewoman helplessly shook her head and waved her hands, signaling there was nothing she could do. I'm sorry. Those are the rules set by the person who provided the reward. I'm just following protocol. Zhang Hao was left speechless. Getting this money is way harder than I thought. We're all human. Do you really have to make it this difficult? So, you guys aren't the ones paying it out? Who is it then? Can I call them and talk to them directly? The officer continued to refuse. To protect their privacy, I can't disclose Wei Nan's identity to you. You'll have to go to the Feng Hong group to talk to her yourself. Zhang Hao had no choice but to give up, thank her, and leave. Thanks anyway. Over at the Feng Hong Media headquarters, CEO Wei Nan was sitting in her office, leaning back casually while listening to the report from the police. Wei Nan, Zhang Hao came to claim the money and wanted cash. I told him to go see you directly. Wei Nan gave a dismissive answer and hung up. Got it. She then stared blankly at her phone screen, muttering to herself. You hung up on me last night, and now you're coming to see me on your own? Wait, Zhang Hao came to see her for the money. So why does it feel like he's coming to see her for other reasons? Typical arrogant CEO. Even her thoughts on love are different. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao had arrived at the Feng Hong Group building. With his striking platinum hair, it wasn't hard for him to stand out to everyone around him. Plus, he had that fresh, pretty boy look that girls love. So, the moment Zhang Hao stepped inside, quite a few eyes were glued to him. Still, Zhang Hao was having second thoughts. I hope I didn't just lose my brain the second I saw money. I said some pretty harsh things last night, and now I'm here asking for cash? This is so awkward. Ultimately, he brushed it off and walked straight inside. He had never stepped foot in this huge building before, and he didn't know where Wei Nan's office was. So when he saw a female staff member, he asked very politely, "Excuse me, how do I get to the top floor? I'm here to see someone." Just then, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. The lady blushed a deep red. Maybe it was her first time seeing such a cute guy here, because her attitude suddenly became much warmer. She blocked the elevator door with her hand, eagerly inviting Wu Zhang Hao inside and trying to strike up a conversation. While inside her heart, she was doing backflips. Her heart was pounding out of her chest, but she had to play it cool. Oh my God, is this love? I really, really like this little guy. Are you here to see your dad? What's his name? Maybe he's a manager here. Zhang Hao explained. My dad isn't a manager here. You probably wouldn't know him. The woman replied enthusiastically. Oh, that's true. I don't know everyone in the company either. She pressed on. You're still in high school, aren't you? Which school? She actually nudged Zhang Hao against the back of the elevator, and without hesitating, she said, with looks like that, you must be the school heartthrob, right? Zhang Hao was pressed into a corner, silently praying. It's not like that at all. The elevator ding cut their conversation short. Ding. Zhang Hao hurried to get out. We're at the top floor, thanks. I'm here now. You don't need to show me the way. The lady was still reluctant to let go, her face looking desperate as if she wanted to keep him by her side forever. She quickly grabbed Zhang Hao's hand as he tried to leave, finally confessing, Little guy, I really like you. She turned Zhang Hao around to face her. You probably don't believe in love at first sight, right? I didn't either, but the moment I saw you, I believed. She looked just like a young girl experiencing her very first crush. She'd only known him for a few minutes, but her eyes were shining, and she was already talking about dating him. Whoa, lady, you're freaking me out. Zhang Hao didn't respond, but she took his silence as a green light. I feel like I can't love anyone else anymore. Can you just give me a chance? She hadn't even finished her sentence when the elevator doors slid open to reveal the great demon queen herself, blocking the entrance. Her hand was pressed firmly against the control panel, keeping the doors from closing. The scene unfolding before them was enough to make anyone's blood boil. The woman in the elevator, previously frozen in shock, finally realized who was standing there and stopped dead in her tracks. The great demon queen of the Dana Corporation was standing right there, watching the whole pathetic, flirtatious display. Hao Trong and the woman in the elevator were sweating bullets, looking as if they were facing their own doom. But Hao didn't know how terrifying Nam Nguai was in the corporate world, so his expression remained calm, save for a hint of surprise. Meanwhile, the woman was pale as a ghost, stammering and unable to get a single word out. Miss Nugi. Hao, who had been facing the woman and had his back to the elevator door the whole time, didn't know who had just arrived. He asked in confusion, Nam Ngui? The great demon queen. Nam Ngui frowned, her eyes blazing with rage as she snapped, Get lost. You don't need to come back to this company anymore. Trying to make a move on my person? You've got a long way to go before you can even touch him. The woman suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Terrified of losing her precious job, she didn't hesitate to drop to her knees. She didn't even care what she'd done wrong. She just knelt down instinctively. Miss Nguai, what did I do wrong? Hao, standing to the side, felt like Nam Ni was being way too harsh. It was a bit much to fire the woman over something so trivial. Did she cause any losses or affect the corporation? No, none of this had anything to do with the company, so why take it to the level of termination? She didn't do anything wrong, did she? By what right was she firing her so arbitrarily? Beside him, the woman was still kneeling, her face crumpled in misery, tears pooling in her eyes, just waiting to spill over. Nam Nugi remained cold as ice, her face expressionless, her voice flat. Are you trying to plead on her behalf? The woman, still clueless about her supposed crime, quickly tried to explain, looking incredibly pitiful. Miss Ngi, I'm a very hard worker. I usually never break the rules. Please, don't fire me. I promise I won't strike up random conversations ever again. Hao ignored her words and reached out to help the woman up. Get up first. Don't people say a girl's knees are worth gold? If you can't work here, you can find another job. Why go to such lengths? The woman said, sounding incredibly stressed. If word gets out that I was fired directly by Nam Ngui, no one else in this city will dare to hire me. Hao wasn't from the corporate world and didn't realize how much influence Nam Ngui actually had. He'd never thought of her as some legendary figure, just a successful business owner in her field. Hearing that, he was slightly startled. Nam Nugi brushed past the woman and dragged Hao by the arm straight into her office. Come here. Being dragged around in broad daylight, Hao was naturally getting annoyed. What are you acting so high and mighty for? Are you having another one of your domineering CEO delusion episodes? As soon as they entered, Nam Nugi cornered Hao against the wall, blocking his escape. She gritted her teeth, restraining her anger, and hissed. You dare flirt with someone else right in front of me? Hao felt this was completely ridiculous. They weren't even officially together, yet she was acting like she could forbid him from loving or flirting with anyone. Without giving him any status, she had no right to act like a tyrant. Hao was speechless at her behavior. We're not even a couple. So why are you acting like this? And I wasn't even flirting with her. Hao was feeling incredibly frustrated. Which eye of yours saw me flirting with her? Good grief. I was just telling her to stand up. He pushed her hand, the one that had been holding on to him, aside, and stepping out of her interrogation range, spoke calmly. Besides, she was just giving me directions. Isn't it a bit unreasonable of you to fire her just like that? Nam Ngui looked at him with sudden suspicion. What? You're telling me she was only giving directions? Hao was exhausted by this woman. It was clear there was no romantic relationship between them, and he didn't need to report every person he met or spoke to. Yet, this Nam Nai still wanted to control him and keep him from interacting with other women. He leisurely walked over to the sofa and sat down. You're being a bit over the top, don't you think? Whatever we were talking about has nothing to do with you. Nam Ngi was a natural control freak, but Hao wasn't about to let her boss him around. Naturally, Nam Nai was feeling very uncomfortable, momentarily rendered speechless. But Nam Ngi was a businesswoman. She had encountered countless frustrating situations before. They weren't always the same, but they had one thing in common. The other party wouldn't bend to her will, so she couldn't always force others to comply. It was the same with Hao. She didn't push him further. Crossing her arms, she sat on the edge of the table and said, "Ha, you really know how to get under my skin." Hao was surprised. Was Nam Nai being this bold now? Why did she look so much like the overbearing CEO from those trashy romance novels? His eyes were inadvertently drawn to her. He couldn't help but think her physique was actually quite impressive. Nam Ngui's personality was questionable, but her body was top tier. It looked like the result of disciplined training, but for someone who used violence like she did, wasn't she afraid of a wardrobe malfunction when fighting? Nam Ngi noticed Hao's gaze and realized he was staring at her. A second later, Hao looked up and realized the gravity of the situation. A few minutes ago, Nam Ngi hadn't even bothered to look at him, but now she was staring straight into his eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade. Sensing Hao's reaction, Nam Ngi let out a loud, heavy sigh. So you want to protect her? Fine. Let's play a little game. Hao, thinking he'd been seen through, was stunned and left blank-faced by this proposal, which didn't sound so little after all. Nam Nuai pulled a cigarette from her pocket and, with an arrogant and confident air, issued a challenge. I'll toss this cigarette up. I'll use my left hand, you use your right. If you can catch it before I do, I'll let her stay at the company. Hao's eyes switched in battle mode, serious and fully confident as he accepted the challenge. You're on. He rolled up his sleeves coolly and patted his biceps, unaware that this was just a small trap Nam Ngi had set. His current strength wasn't equal to hers, but he was very confident in his reflexes. However, Nam Ngi hadn't expected Hao to roll his sleeves up high, revealing forearms whiter and more delicate than any girl's. In this world, a boy rolling up his sleeves was like a girl, wearing a short skirt. Forearms and thighs were things that shouldn't be put on display, no matter how beautiful they were. It was the first time Namingi had seen such a sight. It was truly a rare, beautiful view, but it still caught her off guard. In that moment of distraction, she let the cigarette drop from her hand. Hao shouted in surprise. As he spoke, his shirt pulled up, revealing a forearm whiter than any girl's. In this world, a boy showing off his arm was just like a girl wearing a short skirt to show her thighs. Any boy's arm or girl's thigh was meant to be kept hidden, no matter how beautiful it was. When Nguyenam first saw this, it was a rare and beautiful sight, but it caught her off guard. In a moment of carelessness, she let her cigarette drop. Zhang Hao cried out in surprise. "You just started without saying a word?" You dashed over, clearly determined to grab that cigarette and save that girl's job at all costs. Wei Nan only just realized she'd dropped the cigarette. Her eyes snapped into focus, and she lunged after it, her left arm taut as a bowstring. "Too slow for you." Zhang Hao had already snatched the cigarette, cheering excitedly because he'd successfully secured the girl's position at the corporation. Last month, wait, no. Wei Nan had put too much force into her momentum, balancing on just one leg. When the other couldn't find its footing, she tumbled right into Zhang Hao, just as she'd planned. It was Zhang Hao's first time being that close to a woman. He froze for 5 seconds, too shocked to react, just staying exactly where he was. Oh, Wei Nan took full advantage of the moment, lingering on him for a bit before slowly propping herself up on the sofa armrest, her voice satisfied, as if she'd accomplished exactly what she wanted. "Not bad, you win." She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "I lose." Zhang Hao, a bit late to the realization, wondered, was taking advantage of me her main goal all along? But he quickly brushed the thought aside. Whatever, it's not like I lost anything. His wandering hand subconsciously gripped her smooth, fair thigh. Wei Nan, suddenly realizing, felt a strange, unexpected warmth, recoiled, and started scolding Zhang Hao relentlessly. "You pervert! No self-control, huh? You're a guy with your sleeves rolled up, and you're touching my leg? Have you no shame?" Zhang Hao was dazed for a moment before snapping back. "Huh? You were the one taking advantage of me, and I'm not allowed to react?" He remembered just in time, almost forgot, that in this world, boys rolling up their sleeves is equivalent to girls showing their thighs. Seeing Wei Nan had no intention of backing down, Zhang Hao conceded. Fine, my bad. But I got the cigarette. I won. You're not firing her. Also, could you stand up first? Every time you do this to me, I start to think you like me." Wei Nan didn't hesitate to speak her mind. "Whether I like you or not, I don't know. But you are definitely the man who attracts me the most. I've never met a guy like you. You're self-reliant, brave, responsible, and your skills aren't bad at all." Zhang Hao, praised, immediately got cocky, his face turning beet red as he bashfully waved off the compliment. "No need for all that praise. I think you, giving me the 50,000 yuan would be a lot more practical." Right at this crucial moment, Wei Nan made an excuse to slip away. "I'm going to the restroom." Zhang Hao was left alone in the room, lamenting. He didn't know what she was hinting at, but her face was full of smiles. Man, this situation. It's like she lost her cool before the big battle and had to run to the restroom. While Zhang Hao was lost in his thoughts, his phone started ringing loudly. He quickly picked up. "Hello, Sister Tianqin?" A gentle voice came through the other end. "Zhang Hao, were you not listening and staying home to rest today? I called the house, and no one picked up." Zhang Hao put on his best good little brother act and politely replied, "Oh, it's because Lin Yilong couldn't finish his homework and kept wanting me to come over and teach him. I'll be back right away, don't worry." Zhang Tianqin, ever the doting sister, gently reminded her stepbrother. You're still sick. Get home early. I'm out with friends today, so I'll be back a bit late. Travel safely, you hear?" Before the call ended, Jiahui walked over. "Tianqin, why haven't you gone in to sing yet?" Tianqin replied calmly. "Oh, I was just on the phone." She walked inside while still on the call, just as they were all going in together. As Jiahui walked, she noticed the tattoo on her back. "What's that tattoo on your back?" "It's beautiful." Tianqin hesitated, stopping for a second. That was. She held her phone up to look at the screen, the name of someone very dear. Tianqin continued the call, explaining, "Everything is going pretty well on Sister Tianqin's side." Zhang Hao didn't have the full picture, only catching bits and pieces. He thought he heard someone asking about her tattoo. His eyes drifted over to the clean ashtray, sitting on the coffee table. He was still holding Wei Nan's cigarette, so he grabbed a lighter and took a puff. "Not bad. This tobacco actually tastes pretty good." No wonder she's a bossy CEO. The cigarette had burned down quite a bit. Zhang Hao leaned over to tap the ash off, but his eyes caught the beautiful woman in front of him. Seeing Wei Nan like this for the first time is definitely different. When she isn't being a bossy CEO, she's just as beautiful as Sister Tianqin. She'd already taken off her blazer, leaving only a thin dress shirt, buttoned by just one little clasp. It revealed her black lingerie underneath. She'd changed her skirt to a black one, and the black stockings from earlier were gone, exposing skin so fair and clear it looked, dotted with beads of sweat, as if she'd just been through an intense battle. Wei Nan, despite her relaxed state, didn't lose that prickly temper of hers. Noticing the cigarette in Zhang Hao's hand had been used, her face immediately clouded over and turned serious again. A kid like you smoking what? Zhang Hao just acted indifferent. Here we go again. With a possessive flick, she snatched the cigarette and crushed it in the ashtray, replying coolly, I was just checking the scent. By the way, why did you change clothes just to go to the restroom? Zhang Hao was all smiles, even a bit of a tease. Did you do something in there or what? Wei Nan didn't bother denying it. I'm a normal woman too, so stop trying to seduce me. I can't resist your charm. Zhang Hao was genuinely surprised. Wei Nan usually cared so much about her reputation. Why wasn't she denying what people said today? She's not denying it? Unless she actually. He caught himself, his nose starting to bleed. What a perverted CEO. He didn't dwell on it, coughed a few times to clear his throat, and got back to the main point. Whatever, say what you want. I came here today for the 50,000 yuan. Just give it to me so you can stop saying I'm trying to seduce you. Wei Nan took the opportunity to settle all debts, old and new, with the guy in front of her. Your 50,000 yuan? I don't think I need to give you that. The market price for that special cigarette you just smoked is 60,000 yuan. In fact, you owe me 10,000 now. Zhang Hao hadn't seen this coming at all. He felt his blood start to boil. He forgot about the power dynamic and just snapped. Damn it, you're telling me one cigarette is worth 60,000? Are you trying to scam a student here? Wei Nan put on an I'm only telling you for your own good face and waved her hand, telling him to check if he didn't believe her. Zhang Hao was shocked. Why didn't she say that earlier? How could one lousy cigarette cost 60,000? I worked so hard to get here. Almost got taken advantage of. And the final result is I'm 10,000 in debt? Nunam burst out laughing, looking absolutely delighted, hardly the image of a debt collector squeezing someone for cash. Zhang Hao was so frustrated he felt like he was losing his mind. Are you messing with me? Ngu Nam simply placed a paper box on the table and calmly explained. She told him the cost of the medicine was real, but the debt collection was just a ruse to answer his earlier question about the 50,000 yuan. It was all inside the box. Zhang Hao took the box, carefully checked the contents, and then let his hands drop, gripping the box tightly. He couldn't help but add, You might have a terrible personality, but I guess you're still trustworthy. Thanks. Then, he took responsibility for his own actions. My behavior just now was probably inappropriate for you. So, getting pushed around by you is what I deserve. I think we should just move past everything that happened between us. It's best if we don't see each other anymore. That way, your work efficiency can go back to 100%. You'll be happy. I'll be happy. Everyone will be happy. Nunam crossed her arms and said nothing, remaining comfortably seated in her office chair with no intention of leaving. Zhang Hao turned to leave, giving a dismissive wave of his hand. I'm heading out. No need to see me off. And one more thing, go dry your hair. I just got over a cold, and I don't want to catch yours. While waiting for the elevator to his floor, Zhang Hao stood there, lost in thought. The arrogant CEOs in novels are always so possessive. Honestly, hanging around this woman is never a good idea. If Ngu Nam actually likes me, yikes. Just the thought of it is terrifying. The spacious, empty hallway created an underlying sense of emptiness. Back in the room, Ngu Nam lit a cigarette, puffing away while lost in thought. Move past it? How could that ever happen? I will make you mine. At the Zhang family estate, Zhang Tianqin and Jia Hue had returned home, though no one knew exactly when. They were busy looking through an album of Zhang Hao's childhood photos. Jia Hue was deeply curious, wondering, no wonder Tianqin came home right after work instead of hanging out with us. Turns out there's a handsome guy at home. Tell me, who is he? Zhang Tianqin replied with a proud look, her eyes never leaving the photo album. He's my stepbrother, but we've known each other since we were kids. She pointed to each photo, tracing Zhang Hao's mischievous journey from when he was small, celebrating birthdays with giant cakes, to growing a bit older and playing on the beach, all the way up to when he started school. Jia Hu gazed at those beautiful photos and sighed in admiration. The kid is so adorable. You have so many photos of your little brother from childhood to adulthood. It's like a record of his whole life. Tianqin lowered her eyes, deep in thought. Of course, this is my precious Zhang Hao. After all, there will be even more photos in the future. Plus, I won't even have to sneak them anymore, we're family now. I can take photos of him openly. The two were so engrossed in the photos that they didn't notice the footsteps approaching until they both turned toward the door at the same time, coming face to face with a familiar figure. Sister Qin, didn't you say you'd be back late? You're home so early? Do we have a guest? Hi, are you a friend of Zhang Tianqin? What are you two looking at? Zhang Tianqin's face darkened. She almost let the secret she'd been hiding for years slip out. Damn it. I can't let Zhang Hao. Before Jia Hui could finish her sentence, her small waist was pinched so hard by Zhang Tianqin that she let out a sharp cry. Ouch! Zhang Hao stood there with 3 big question marks over his head, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Zhang Tianqin stuttered, coughing a few times. Nothing at all. You and your friend were just reviewing some research documents, weren't you? Behind her back, she silently signaled for Jia Hui to hide the album. Jia Hui caught the signal and played along perfectly. Ah, right. Just reading some papers. Poor thing. This little brother of yours is just so hard-working. Still suspicious. He pointed behind Jia Hui's back. Really? What kind of documents? That book looked pretty thick. Tianqin rushed over to him, her feet tripping over each other. Zhang Hao, she cried, stumbling forward. Luckily, Zhang Hao caught her just in time, or she would have ended up face first on the floor. Even then, she still managed to comfort her brother. It's okay. But Zhang Hao? Didn't I tell you to stay home and rest? Why are you out? Her face was filled with worry. If my brother goes out now, his illness might get even more complicated. My heart just can't rest. I have to keep this treasure hidden away safely. Zhang Hao thought to himself, I can't tell her I went to see that arrogant CEO, so he made up an excuse to put her at ease. Haha, it was just too boring at home, so I came out for a walk. Zhang Tianqin truly adored her little brother, doting on him by pinching his cheeks. Zhang Hao really didn't know he had a face that could cause so much trouble. With so many bad women out there, what would I do if I got into danger? Zhang Hao rubbed his poor squashed cheeks and promised, I'll take good care of myself, sis. With that, he quickly scrambled upstairs, wanting to escape before his beloved sister decided to pinch his cheeks a second time. Jia Hui, I won't bother you two with your research anymore. I'm going back to my room to rest. Before anyone could finish a sentence, Zhang Hao had already vanished. He was probably scared that his cheeks would get pinched out of shape again by Sister Tianqin, so he just ran for it. Jia Hui was still a bit curious as to why her best friend felt the need to hide that photo album from Zhang Hao. What were you doing earlier, covering up that photo album? Can't your brother see it? Zhang Tianqin turned her head and said coldly, Don't poke your nose into other people's business, while giving her friend a look sharper than a blade. And another thing, don't go putting any crazy ideas into his head, or we can't be friends anymore. Jia Hui was intimidated and felt helpless, so she decided to compromise with her friend's odd request to save their rare friendship. Is it really that precious? Fine. I won't ask anymore, okay? Up in his room, Zhang Hao was bored, letting his mind wander. Why do I feel so exhausted every time I meet new Nam? His gaze drifted to the scenery outside, peering curiously through the transparent glass. Who is that? Down on the street across from the building, there was a man standing in the shadows, quietly watching. He wasn't sure if the guy was looking at his house or somewhere else, but the man was wearing a windbreaker, black trousers, and a wide-brimmed hat, just like one of those stalkers you see on TV dramas. His movements didn't look natural at all. There was something suspicious and shady about him. Zhang Hao didn't know who it was. Could I be being followed by someone? But that's a man. And yet, he somehow started thinking that maybe this person was hunting him down because they wanted to be in a relationship with him. I'm not into both, you know. His eyes were filled with weary exhaustion. In the end, out of concern, he decided to tell Tianqin. Maybe I should talk to Sister Qin. Dad and Aunt Trong are on a business trip and aren't home right now. A man of his word, Zhang Hao immediately drew the curtains and headed downstairs to bring it up, only to run into the cold farewell of the two best friends. Take care, Zhang Tianqin and Jia Hui. Let's hang out again when we're free. I'm not seeing you out, so make sure to lock the door behind you. Used to her constant nagging, his best friend just waved it off and said, I know. I'll help you get rid of them. Zhang Hao waited until Jia Hui had completely left before speaking to his sister. Was Sister Jia Hui's visit really that short? I only just changed my shirt and stood upstairs for a second. Why did Jia Hui leave so fast? She's already gone? Thiensam cleared up her younger brother's confusion. Did she have something else to do? Zhang Hao didn't rest. He reported seriously, I was just upstairs and saw someone acting sneaky outside our house. I don't know what they were up to. Sister, you need to be careful when you go out these next few days. Zhang Tianqin, who treated him like her precious little treasure, dotingly ruffled his hair. You're finally looking out for your sister. I'm so happy. This is so different from other families with step-siblings. We're worlds apart. Zhang Tianqin looked at her younger brother with eyes full of unmatched, tender affection. But Zhang Hao, you don't need to worry. The man outside is just someone who's been pursuing me. Actually, Zhang Hao, you've met him before, but with your limited memory, you can't seem to recall much. So how could you possibly remember who he is, right? No way. How come I don't remember? As the two siblings sat back down on the sofa, Zhang Tianqin continued talking about that man, the one who had chatted with her and sent her photos that night. Zhang Hao finally remembered who the guy was, and his face darkened, looking pretty ugly. Holy crap, you mean that ugly pervert? He also felt that a suitor who follows you all the way home is definitely not safe at all. Sister, could this guy be some kind of obsessive stalker? I feel like this is really dangerous. This wasn't a small issue. Mentally, Zhang Hao might have matured, but physically, compared to that grown man, he was still far behind, not to mention that right now, it was just the two of them in the house. If something really happened, they wouldn't know who to turn to. This matter had been weighing on Zhang Tianqin's mind for a long time, and it still hadn't ended. There's just no way around it. I'm so frustrated I could die. Zhang Hao felt like he had nothing to do right now, and just sitting around idly didn't feel right. So he offered, "Is there anything I can do to help you, sister?" Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin was over the moon, seizing the chance to take advantage. Then, Zhang Hao, let me lean on you for a bit. I'm tired. At first, Zhang Hao was quite open, but when it came to boundaries between a man and a woman, he wasn't so comfortable anymore. His sister, Zhang Tianqin, really didn't care about those boundaries at all when it came to him. Zhang Tianqin narrowed her eyes, watching Zhang Hao's expression, and gently stroked his chin. What's wrong, Zhang Hao? The next second, she leaned her lovely, cute face directly against his, making his face turn as red as a ripe tomato, while sweat slowly began to pour down. You're blushing. Zhang Hao coughed a few times and jerked away from his sister's reach. I don't think I need to ask for time off tomorrow. I can go to school. Zhang Tianqin was half teasing, half serious. Are you in such a rush to go back to school because you have a girlfriend there? Her cute face moved closer and closer, pressing right against her brother's, making him so tense he could barely breathe. I'm dying here. Zhang Hao waved his hands to signal her off. No way. How could that be? I'm not doing any early dating at school, sister. So, Zhang Tianqin had just been worrying for nothing. This kid definitely isn't the type to get caught up in messy romances like you're imagining. Hearing that, his sister felt much more at ease, affectionately wrapping her arms around Zhang Hao's neck. I'm relieved now. Don't you dare lie to me, Zhang Hao. Having a handsome little brother like you is a happy kind of trouble for sure. Zhang Tianqin pulled Zhang Hao slightly away, looking him in the eyes with deep affection. I really just want to keep you by my side forever. Zhang Hao looked surprised. What are you talking about, sis? Tianqin didn't answer, just gently patted her little brother's shoulder. It's nothing. If you want to go to school, I'll drive you tomorrow. Time flew by in a flash until the next day. A luxurious white Lamborghini pulled up to the school gate. Today was Zhang Hao's first day back at school. Zhang Tianqin drove him there herself and gave him strict instructions. Stay inside the classroom today. You haven't fully recovered yet. Don't go out into the wind. Got it? Zhang Hao was very obedient today. I know, Sister Zhang Tianqin. After Zhang Tianqin drove off, Zhang Hao walked towards his classroom. There weren't many people around at this hour. It was empty because classes hadn't started yet. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Yilong greeted him enthusiastically. Zhang Hao, however, had no idea what was going on. Huh? What's going on? Lin Yilong huddled close to share the latest gossip. Zhang Hao, you haven't been in school for 2 days, so you probably don't know that Min Yuehua has been getting shunned by everyone else. Isn't this about that time Lin Zhongzhong tried to hurt you? Weren't all the students who got beaten sent to the hospital? People think Min Yuehua is dangerous and will just hit anyone, so they've been staying away from her. Zhang Hao realized he was late to the news and could only blame himself. If he had been there a little sooner, this wouldn't have happened. During break time, Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to go to the third-year classroom to find Min Yuehua. Good morning, Yuehua. Min Yuehua didn't act awkward at all. She chatted with him happily. Good morning, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao pulled up an empty chair next to her and sat down, facing her to talk. I'm sorry, you got dragged into the mess because of me. Next time something like that happens, we should learn from this and go a bit easier. A flash of sadness crossed Min Yuehua's eyes as she looked down. Zhang Hao, who had always considered her a close friend, affectionately rubbed her head. If you're this well-behaved, why would I ever be scared of you? Min Yuehua let out a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm so happy. As long as Zhang Hao is still by my side, anything is fine. When thousands of people shunned her, treating her like some strange creature or the polluted city air in this crowded place, Zhang Hao was the only one who didn't. From start to finish, he treated her like a real human being, ignoring the gossip. To her, it was true that only in difficult times can you truly understand a person's character. She hadn't even finished the thought before the school bell rang loudly. Ring, ring, ring. Students outside were shouting for each other to get to class. Zhang Hao hurried to pack his things and headed back to his own classroom. I'll head over there first. Let's have lunch together later. Inside, Min Yuehua nodded in agreement. Many other students in the hallway saw Zhang Hao stepping out of Min Yuehua's classroom, and all wore the same puzzled, curious look, whispering meaningless rumors to each other. Even though Min Yuehua was that violent girl everyone shunned, she had spilled a lot of blood to be considered a friend by Zhang Hao. Two gossiping girls nearby were whispering loudly enough to disturb the whole corner. If I could have the affection of that heartthrob, I wouldn't care about being ostracized at all. I just never got the chance. Sigh. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 12 noon. At that moment, Min Yuehua and Zhang Hao were enjoying lunch in a private corner. Zhang Hao was busy gnawing away at a large steamed bun from his lunchbox. I'm starving. Beside him, Min Yuehua slowly opened a colorful and incredibly beautiful bento box. Compared to Zhang Hao's lunch, it was like night and day. Inside, there was deep-fried shrimp, egg salad, and several traditional Japanese bento items. Overall, it was a very nutritious meal for a high school student, providing enough energy to keep going all day. She held out the appetizing bento box, intending to share with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, do you want to eat some of mine? It was the first time Zhang Hao had seen a high school student's lunch look like it came from a five-star restaurant. He was drooling so much he almost needed a bowl to catch it. That's amazing. Who makes such delicious lunch for you every day? He quickly reached out with his bare hand to grab a fried shrimp. Min Yuehua spoke up. Zhang Hao, your hands. Zhang Hao looked at his little friend, confused. Huh? My hands. What about them? Min Yuehua, without any hesitation, got straight to the point. Can I touch your hand? Zhang Hao was so shocked he dropped the fried shrimp. In this world, wasn't a boy's hand just as sensitive as a girl's thigh? If people saw her doing that, wouldn't they think she was acting like a hooligan? After a moment, he asked, Who taught you that? Min Yuehua put on an innocent look, twiddling her fingers, looking troubled. No one taught me. I just kept looking at them, and felt like I wanted to touch them. Zhang Hao froze, his face stiffening as if it were glued shut, a mental, written all over his face. Then, he proactively held out his hand for her to see. It's not a big deal, but I'm glad you told me. If you had asked Lin Yilong, he probably would have screamed and called you a pervert. Zhang Hao's gaze was genuinely filled with concern for her. Last time, Yuehua let me touch your thigh, so consider this a fair trade. Yuehua reached out, slowly touching his warm palm. Two people sharing a room, then touching hands, the atmosphere was definitely a bit suggestive. She then voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. Honestly, I don't really understand. The girls in class all say that I've never kissed anyone, and I've never even held a guy's hand. They say a guy's hand is a waste on such a pretty face. And, she added, they say I'm too stupid, and will never have that chance in my entire life. Her expression was full of grievances that were hard to put into words, a look that made you really want to protect her. Zhang Hao, why do they laugh at me just because I've never kissed a guy? The feelings that Min Yue had carefully repressed in her heart for so long were finally pouring out to the only person she trusted. Zhang Hao felt this wasn't a big deal, but since it was affecting the mental health of a high schooler so deeply, he explained it to her. Some people think that experiencing the opposite sex early makes them more mature or higher class than others, and then they look down on everyone else. But in reality, they're just satisfying their own vanity. You don't need to pay attention to what they say. Yuehua's eyes were still welling up with tears, but Grandma once said that a girl must never let others look down on her. After unburdening her heart, Min Yuehua became shy and hesitant, not daring to look Zhang Hao in the eye, intentionally avoiding his gaze. Zhang Hao, can I kiss you for a moment? Upon hearing this, he was so shocked that he blushed deep red, staring at her while screaming internally. Today, Min Yuehua hadn't even given him a chance to compose himself before her sparkling eyes, filled with shyness, looked up at him, asking again, Is it really not okay? Nguet Min Yuehua looked just like a little puppy acting spoiled, gazing at him with such expectant eyes, that looking at her, he was totally speechless and couldn't refuse. Then, Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched the back of his head, looking away before finally answering her. I mean, I guess it's okay. But then he added, if kissing a little bit keeps you from obsessing over what those people said, he cut himself off. He then offered a gentle smile, his face flushed, and promised, I won't let it bother me. Deep down, he was questioning himself. Nguyet Minuehua was so sweet. If it's just a little kiss, who could ever have the heart to say no? Hearing that, she quickly hung her head, her face burning red, and stammered, "Pfft." Then, I want a kiss. Beside her, he also softened his voice, agreeing with her. Yeah. Nguyet Minuehua looked up, and as he reached out toward her, she startled. Zhang Hao pressed his cheek against hers, leaving Nguyet Minuehua completely surprised. Both of their cheeks turned deep red. She stared at him in surprise and asked, You. He lowered his voice and spoke to her. Let me lead the first time. The two looked straight into each other's eyes. Then, he narrowed his eyes and instructed her. If you're shy, you can close your eyes. When Nguyet Minuehua heard his instructions, her eyes went even redder, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Then, he moved in close, placing his hand on her cheek. Nguyet Minuehua squeezed her eyes shut, waiting in suspense. Finally, their lips met, and they were officially kissing. Nguyet Minuehua was lost in the endless kiss with him. Minuehua had actually boldly lunged forward, gripping Zhang Hao's arm and giving him an unexpected kiss. Zhang Hao hadn't expected this at all from Minuehua. Usually, this friend of his was so shy and afraid to do anything. But today, she dared to do something this outrageous. The room was deathly silent, and the sound of their hearts pounding like springs was even more audible. Thump thump, thump thump. Minuehua felt a sweet sensation she had never tasted before, and unconsciously, she realized, is this what kissing feels like? My heart is beating so fast. Zhang Hao suddenly found himself on the receiving end, unable to react in time. Yeah. Zhang Hao's gaze drifted as he looked at her, and a few beads of clear sweat broke out on his forehead. The two were still face to face when footsteps clicked from outside. Fearing a misunderstanding, Zhang Hao immediately pulled away, leaving Nguyet Minuehua with a puzzled expression and a sense of disappointment deep in her heart. But Minue had prepared for this earlier. I locked the door. The people outside couldn't open it, and wondered, huh? Why is it locked? It was open when I came by yesterday. The person next to them gave a vague explanation to end the matter. I heard many people like to mess around in this music room. Let's go somewhere else. Only now did Zhang Hao in the room feel relieved. He gave a wry smile, thinking, that was close. Almost got caught. Thanks. Good thing you're here. Still, he wouldn't hold what happened earlier against Minuehua. All right. Now that you've kissed a boy, you won't be looked down upon anymore, and you'll be able to understand what they're saying. Nguyet Minuehua compromised, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Yeah. Before Zhang Hao could pull his hand back, she grabbed his other hand, held it tight, and stated bluntly, But Zhang Hao, my heart was beating so fast just now. Am I sick? On the outside, Zhang Hao tried to act like he was okay, but inside, he was screaming, Help! Nguyet Minuehua is so innocent. I feel like I'm taking advantage of her. Finally, he still tried to stay calm and patted the head of this naive little friend. No, that's just the excitement of dopamine being released. Everyone feels like that when watching movies, he reasoned. But deep down, he tried to convince himself that Nguyet Minuehua couldn't possibly like him, right? However, Minuehua was just too innocent and asked an incredibly silly question. Oh, is that so? In that case, can we kiss often from now on? I like the feeling. My heart beats so fast, and it feels very gentle and comfortable. This made Zhang Hao, who was sitting on the bench, jump in surprise, to the point where he almost slipped off the high stool. Yet, Nguyet Minuehua, sitting next to him, didn't realize the implications of her own words. Looking confused at her friend's awkward reaction, Zhang Hao's cheeks were burning red like he had a fever, and thin beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he took the time to educate her again. That can't be. Actually, only lovers kiss like that. Even though I don't mind, you can't go asking other people like that, okay? Do you understand? Minuehua looked a bit disappointed, perhaps because she didn't get her way, but she didn't ask for anything more. Yeah, I get it. Zhang Hao let it slide, and didn't dwell on it. All right, I'll teach you these things slowly later. Go eat dinner now. The school day passed quickly, and before long, it was over. The sky was getting dark, pitch black, and the full moon had risen high, round, and bright. At Minuehua's luxurious villa, she was sitting on a large bed, holding a tablet, scrolling and mumbling to herself. Which one is good, I wonder? Unexpectedly, what was displayed on the screen was a porn site, Minuehua. She had known about these things for a long time, but she still thought it was just a normal romantic movie, even picking out clips that commented on people's bodies. Huang Yuanyuan said, "This is the latest movie. This physique is extremely beautiful. Oh, I forgot. Then, let's watch this one instead." Within 3 minutes, the spacious room was filled with the non-stop, lewd moaning sounds coming from the video. Min Yuehua was actually watching it, but she felt nothing and didn't realize what kind of dark content she had just clicked on. She even casually compared it to her kiss with Zhang Hao that morning. "My heart rate didn't increase, and it didn't feel gentle or comfortable at all." The face of the little cutie fell into confusion again. "Why is that?" Zhang Hao said. "Huang Yuanyuan feels excitement and heart palpitations when watching these, but I only feel that when I kiss Zhang Hao." She let her hands drop, the tablet falling, and grabbed the phone on the table, sitting on the bed and staring at it. "Zhang Hao said he would teach me slowly later, so is it okay to call him now?" On the other end, Zhang Hao was preparing to take a shower, his hair messy like a bird's nest, a towel draped over his shoulder. As he was about to head to the shower, he saw his phone on the table ringing incessantly, the screen displaying the name Nguyet Min Yuehua. He quickly answered. Nguyet Min Yuehua's eyes were full of hope that he must have had a reason to call her at this hour of the night. Min Yuehua responded, "Hello, Zhang Hao?" he asked kindly. "What's wrong?" But, in his mind, he was secretly thinking about the unexpected kiss with her that morning. "Oh man," he thought. Just thinking about earlier felt so surreal. Nguyet Min Yuehua spoke up, feeling aggrieved. "I just watched that video Huang Yuan sent earlier, but I didn't feel my heart racing at all." Zhang Hao. "Is it possible I still don't get it?" Zhang Hao was startled and shouted into the phone, "You watched the movie Huang Yuan sent?" His mind was in a complete whirlwind. Why on earth would she do that? She's as innocent as a naive little sister. How could she possibly be watching that kind of inappropriate stuff? Finally, his face darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. "Oh, so she really asked me directly like that. Is it because she truly has zero knowledge about this kind of thing?" Nguyet Min Yuehua sat on the bed, hugging her knees, looking anxious. "Zhang Hao, is it weird that I asked you that? If you don't like it, I won't ask anymore." Zhang Hao walked toward the bathroom. "You know it's a bit strange, but I don't really mind. I don't mind answering you. Just make sure you don't ask any other guys about this stuff." "Wait a second. Let me talk to you once I'm in the shower." Nguyet Min Yuehua, on the other end, jumped up. "I want a shower too, Zhang Hao. Can we keep?" Did he want to talk while taking a bath? He looked at his abs, which weren't very defined yet. "My abs still aren't showing. Man, this is so hard to train." Min Yuehua was already settled on the toilet lid on her end, answering him. Well, Zhang Hao didn't object. "Sure, go ahead if you want to talk. Just make sure you put your phone somewhere safe. Don't let it get wet." Min Yuehua replied excitedly, like a child being given candy. "Okay, I'll put it on the towel rack. I've set it down." "Zhang Hao, I'm taking my clothes off now." Zhang Hao, on the other end, just sighed helplessly. "Ah, you didn't really need to tell me that." The sound of trickling water was so soothing, it felt incredibly healing. Min Yuehua asked while scrubbing her body. "Zhang Hao, I'm washing my hair. What about you?" he replied happily. "I'm taking a shower too. Oh, by the way, your bangs are getting pretty long. Do you want to trim them a bit?" Even though they were acting cheerful on the surface, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Talking on the phone while taking a shower just felt so strange. Just then, Zhang Tianqin walked up to the bathroom, presumably bringing towels for her younger brother. She looked at the door, listening to the voices coming from inside. She couldn't help but worry, her face showing a hint of anxiety as she clutched a pile of folded towels. It sounds like Zhang Hao is talking to someone. And while he's in the shower? Does he have a girlfriend at school? She stopped overthinking it, set the large towel down, then turned around and left, closing the door behind her. But she hadn't given up on her concerns. She felt like she needed to do something. Tianqin went back to her brother's room, started scrolling through her phone, and messaged Lin Yilong, one of her brother's schoolmates, to check on things. "Lin Yilong, you're Zhang Hao's best friend. Tell me, does our Zhang Hao have a lot of admirers at school?" Lin Yilong replied quickly, "Sister Tianqin, Zhang Hao is so handsome. At school, he's basically a heartthrob for everyone." She continued to ask, "So, does he have a girlfriend? Are there girls always clinging to him? Uncle Zhang is very worried that he'll be led astray." Yilong patiently replied, "No, you take this. Don't worry. I won't let Zhang Hao pick up any bad habits." Giving the final word, Zhang Tiancum said politely, "Then I'll leave him to you." Lin Yilong stared blankly at the cold screen before setting it down on the bed. He pondered deeply, his eyes calculating his next moves. Zhang Hao didn't have a girlfriend yet, so he still had a chance. He pulled his feet out of his fuzzy slippers and curled up under the warm blanket. Upstairs in Zhang Hao's room, he finished his shower, one hand busy drying his hair while the other held his phone. All right, I'm done. I've got to head out for a bit. Then I'll look up some info on hermaphroditism online and send it to you. Study hard, all right? I'm hanging up now. He felt a bit more at ease. It was better for her to read actual, factual information than the movies Huang Yuan had been showing her. He opened the bathroom door to head back to his room, but as soon as he opened it, he spotted a strange lump curled up under his blanket. He wanted to flip the covers back to see what it was. Just a moment ago, there was nothing there, but now someone had snuck in. It turned out to be his stepsister, Zhang Tianqin. She was lying on her side, sprawled across his bed, wearing only a very short, breezy nightgown and thin, paper-like black pantyhose. She murmured breathlessly, Zhang Hao, I'm so hot. Zhang Hao was startled. Seeing her lying on his bed like that was honestly incredibly seductive. Sister Tianqin, why are you lying in my bed? His face was panicked, as if he'd just suffered a massive mental shock. Zhang Tianqin struggled to sit up. I just wanted to come call you to watch a movie, but I ended up falling asleep while waiting for you. Zhang Hao gave a forced smile and scratched his neck, trying to play it off. Okay, give me a sec. I just need to find some stuff real quick. His hands trembled as he tried to look at his phone with a straight face. In reality, he just wanted to be discreet. With Tianqin sitting right in front of him, looking up information on hermaphroditism right now was way too dangerous. Screw it, I'll just send Yue Hua a few clips and explain later. Once he sent them to her, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't been caught, or he'd be in serious trouble with this strict stepsister of his. Zhang Hao switched back to being the well-behaved little brother. Sister Tianqin, what movie do you want to watch? Zhang Tianqin played the role of the sweet, caring older sister who doted on her brother perfectly. I haven't decided yet. How about you choose, Zhang Hao? I want to watch a horror movie. For him, that wasn't an issue, and he quickly agreed. Tianqin suggested, I'm a bit sweaty. I'm going to go shower first, Zhang Hao. Go wait in the living room, okay? You can turn off the lights if you want. That gaze was 10 parts seductive. It was truly intoxicating. Zhang Hao trudged downstairs, lost. If things went the other way, would he have to hide in Zhang Tiankum's arms later? A few minutes later, he was settled on the large sofa. He wasn't actually afraid of these things. I'm not even sure if the rules here are actually set in stone, or if it's just how guys around here are born. Zhang Hao, being a softie, started imagining himself hiding in his stepsister's arms, crying about how scared he was. Ugh. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Maybe I should just drop it. After zoning out for a while, it was enough time for Zhang Tianqin to finish her shower. She came out wearing nothing but a white button-up, and not even any stockings. She was such a tease, her voice dripping with seduction. Finished picking a movie yet, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao was stunned by her bold, revealing look. He quickly collected his thoughts, figuring maybe Zhang Tianqin didn't think anything of dressing like that at home, but he really needed to watch a horror movie to cool things down. Who could actually handle this situation? Zhang Tianqin sat across from him, looking deadly beautiful, teasing him. Why is your face so red, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao turned beet red the moment he saw her white shirt barely containing her massive curves. He looked away, stuttering. It's nothing, Tianqin. I just feel a bit hot. He sat down on the sofa, grabbed the remote to change the subject, and told her to hurry up and start the movie. Zhang Hao was incredibly anxious. If she got any closer, he really didn't know what he might do. Who could resist such a sizzling body? While Zhang Hao was busy picking a movie, Zhang Tianqin just smiled at him, watching him intently. She then looked away, thinking she should take it slow and not scare him off. After all, if he got scared during the movie, he'd definitely come crawling to her. All the lights in the house were turned off, plunging them into darkness. The two of them sat there watching a terrifying horror film. Geez, that ghost in the movie was seriously creepy. But Zhang Hao was completely unfazed, not showing a hint of fear. My God, with the gender roles reversed in this world, I don't feel scared at all. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from Zhang Tianqin. Without a second thought, Zhang Tianqin lunged at him. She grabbed his arm, her face trembling with fear. Zhang Hao chuckled and asked, Are you scared, Tianqin? She looked pathetic, her eyes welling up with tears as she asked, Do you think I'm useless, Zhang Hao? A guy like you isn't even scared. But here I am, terrified. She deeply regretted picking a horror movie. What kind of guy would like a woman who's such a coward? Then, she tried to calm herself down. How could that be possible? Being scared of ghosts is normal, right? Zhang Hao pulled her into his arms, rubbing her shoulders to comfort her. Don't worry about it, Tianqin. I don't mind at all. She pressed a hand to her chest, trying to settle her heart. You don't think I'm pathetic? That's a relief. At that moment, she felt incredibly satisfied. It was rare for Zhang Hao to take the initiative like this. Her eyes narrowed, filled with hidden schemes. It was rare for Zhang Hao to take the initiative. Who knew a disaster could turn into such a blessing? Zhang Hao's face turned bright red again, completely flustered. Even though having her lean on his shoulder made his heart race, he told himself he shouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about her. His hand was resting on her shoulder, dangerously close to her cleavage, which only made him more anxious. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Your father will arrive in 5 seconds to discipline you. Zhang Hao's expression darkened, and he started trembling, muttering under his breath, No, no, no. Dad is going to kill me. Zhang Qianqin heard him mumbling and asked, What are you saying, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head and replied, It's nothing. There was no way he could let her find out about that. Nuit or Zhang Hao just went dark, trembling as he muttered, No, no way. Dad is going to beat me to death for sure. Hearing his muffled voice, Zhang Tiancum asked, Zhang Hao, what are you saying? Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head and said, Nothing. Nothing at all. She definitely can't find out about this. The horror movie finally ended, and it was past midnight. After the film, Zhang Hao stood up and said, Sister Zhang Tianqin, it's getting late, and the movie is over. Let's go back to our rooms to get some rest. Zhang Tiancun immediately took Zhang Hao's hand, nodding with a smile. All right, let's head upstairs. Zhang Hao assumed she was still scared, so he smirked triumphantly. It felt like the first time Sister Zhang Tianqin had been like this, and it gave him a real sense of manhood. The house was completely dark, except for a dim, golden glow coming from one small room. Zhang Hao held Zhang Tiancun's hand as they walked upstairs. When they reached his room, Zhang Hao opened the door and stepped inside. But when he turned back, he saw Zhang Tiancan still standing there, not heading to her own room. He asked in surprise, Sister Zhang Tianqin, why aren't you going back to your room? Zhang Tiancan blushed, looking shy, and said, The thing is, Zhang Hao, could I sleep with you tonight? Zhang Hao thought to himself, she must have been really spooked by the movie, which is why she's too scared to sleep alone, right? But honestly, seeing Zhang Tiancan in that tight-fitting shirt was enough to make anyone lose their cool. Zhang Hao started to get even more nervous. Sharing a bed with Sister Zhang Tiancan? There was no way he was going to get any sleep tonight. Liu Tianqin asked with a fragile, pitiful look, Don't you want to? How? Liu Hao, feeling awkward, scratched his head and said, No, it's not that. If you don't mind, Sister Qin, then I don't mind either. Since his goddess of a sister had already said so, as a man, he naturally couldn't refuse someone so delicate and vulnerable. There was neither moon nor stars that night, and it was pitch black outside. The two of them lay in bed, tucked tightly under the covers. Liu Tianqin whispered to Liu Hao, Actually, I'm quite brave, but I just saw a shadow outside the window and got scared, which is why I reflexively curled up into your arms. Liu Hao laughed and told her she didn't need to explain. We're family. You can be yourself in front of me. No matter what you're like, I won't judge you. Hearing these words, Liu Tianqin seemed moved by Liu Hao and called his name softly. She immediately lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Liu Hao, you're so good to me. At such close range, Liu Hao could clearly feel Liu Tianqin's hot breath on his neck. He lay completely still, not daring to move an inch. This is killing me. How am I supposed to hold back? Early the next morning, as the sun hit the windowsill, Liu Tianqin woke up and stretched contentedly. Sleeping in Liu Hao's arms is pure bliss. If I could have kissed him yesterday, that would have been even better. Just then, Liu Tianqin turned to Liu Hao and said, Good morning, Liu Hao. Liu Tianqin was stunned to see Liu Hao with dark circles under his eyes, still wide awake and lying motionless. She panicked and asked, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Let me take a look. If she kept looking, things were going to get even worse. Liu Hao sat up and said, I'm fine, Sister Qin. I'm fine. But in reality, I didn't sleep a wink all night. Having you hug me like that and rubbing those massive breasts against my face. What normal man could actually sleep? Liu Tianqin thought it was because they had watched a horror movie the night before, which left Liu Hao too scared to sleep. So she stroked his face and said, Then we won't watch any more horror movies from now on. Poor little brother, let me make you some egg tarts to make it up to you. That sounded reasonable. It really did require compensation. He hadn't actually done anything, but his body felt completely drained. Liu Hao wondered, Am I really that weak? If only he could have actually done something, it would have been worth it. Just as he woke up to brush his teeth, his phone started ringing. Lin Yilong had sent him a meme using Liu Hao's face. It was a picture of him pouting with the caption, Baby is angry. Stop eating. Then came another photo with a cold, expressionless face. The male god is angry. Come coax me. Then, there was a photo shot from behind, focusing on his butt. Lin Yilong sent a message. Liu Hao, look at these memes I made of you. I didn't expect them to go viral online. It's so embarrassing. Reading this, Liu Hao felt like he was going to explode. Damn it, baby. Baby your head. Liu Hao turned around anxiously. This can't be happening. Why did Brother Long make these weird things? I have to set him straight and restore my manly image. He went downstairs to call for Sister Liu Tianqin and saw her sitting on the sofa in a skin-tight, sultry outfit. Seeing him come down, Liu Tianqin asked, Are you heading to school, Liu Hao? Be safe. Liu Hao smiled and obediently replied, Yes, Sister Qin. Suddenly, he was surprised to see what she was looking at on her tablet. Liu Hao asked curiously, Oh, Sister Qin, what are you looking at? She replied shyly, Ah, you saw it. I was talking to a friend, and then I received your meme. She showed the tablet to Liu Hao. It was a message sent at 6:17 in the morning with the pouting meme. Baby is angry. He scratched his face in embarrassment. This was all because Yilong was too bored and had nothing better to do. Sister Qin, don't use that. Liu Tianqin laughed and said, All right, I won't use it. Her tone turned serious, full of possessiveness. Liu Hao's beauty should only belong to me. Liu Hao didn't hear her clearly and asked in surprise what she said. Her face went blank for a second, but she quickly forced a smile, saying, It's nothing. Hurry to school, or Dad will scold you if you're late. When Liu Hao arrived at school, the female students around him were staring and whispering, Hey, isn't that the student from the meme you're using? No way. For real? I actually get to see him in person? How lucky is this? Liu Hao grumbled to himself. This is a nightmare. Once the memes Lin Yilong made spread, I'm going to become a celebrity. Other students walked right up to him and asked, Liu Hao, is this your meme? It's so cute. Hey, it's definitely our Liu Hao. He's so handsome. He'll surely be a big star one day. Can you give me an autograph? Liu Hao was terrified and ducked his head to run away. No, it's not me. I'm going to be late. I'm leaving, Liu Hao complained. This is so annoying. Who knew that trashy meme would spread so fast? I can't deal with being harassed every day. As soon as he reached the classroom, he burst through the door and shouted, Lin Yilong. He pointed right at him and said, Get over here. Lin Yilong knew he was angry, but still asked, Do you want me to help you make a few more memes? I have a lot of photos to choose from. Liu Hao's anger spiked even higher, reaching his boiling point. He shouted a warning, Delete them all. Do you hear me? A real man like me absolutely refuses to let photos like that exist anymore. If I see them again, I'm going to snap your lipsticks in half. Suddenly, a soft female voice called out, Liu Hao. Yue Hua asked, Are you upset? Liu Hao replied, It's nothing, just a small issue. Yue Hua, did you really cut your hair short? She brushed a few strands of hair on her forehead and answered, Yeah, you said my bangs were too long, so I trimmed them. He smiled and complimented her. It looks great. Seeing Yue Hua so obedient, his mood improved quite a bit. Yue Hua leaned in and whispered, Liu Hao, let me take you to our secret base at noon. I just found it, and it always makes me feel better. When lunch break came, in an old classroom, Liu Hao and Yue Hua were hiding under a desk with flushed faces, listening to moaning sounds coming from outside. Baby, I love you to death. Ugh, you're so annoying. Liu Hao wanted to curse under his breath. What the hell is this? The two of them had stumbled upon a couple, secretly hiding in the old room doing something shady. Didn't you say it would only be a kiss? Why are you touching me? You're so annoying. Liu Hao rubbed his forehead in frustration. He only followed Yue Hua to her secret base to avoid being bothered. Why did he end up in this 18-plus situation? Yue Hua called out in a low voice. Liu Hao. Liu Hao immediately covered her mouth. Shh, don't talk. Yue Hua was blushing and trembling all over. Liu Hao suddenly realized something was off with her. He was startled and asked, What's wrong? Zhang Hao quickly covered her mouth. Shh, don't say anything. Yue Hua turned red, her whole body trembling. Zhang Hao realized something was wrong. He was startled and panicked. What's going on? Wait, is Yue Hua licking my hand? Zhang Hao felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He snatched his hand back immediately. His body was still paralyzed from the shock. Zhang Hao whispered to Yue Hua, who was sitting next to him with a burning red face. She shyly replied, I want to, too. The male lead completely froze in his tracks. Before he could even respond, she lunged at him. As their lips met, Zhang Hao thought to himself, It seems like Yue Hua really wants to be close to me. We're the same age, and she's so well-behaved and cute. His eyes drifted shut, and with his hormones taking over, he made a decision. Maybe I should try dating Yuehua. He reached out to pull her closer, thinking, if I do this, maybe she won't treat me like that anymore. Suddenly, a muffled sound broke his train of thought. Yuehua pushed him away, gasping for air, her face flushed red. Since it was her first kiss, she was suffocating. She tilted her head back to catch her breath, making a heavy panting sound that would make anyone blush. Zhang Hao said worriedly, you have to breathe while you're kissing. Don't hold your breath like that. She covered her mouth, laughing shyly. I know. I'll breathe next time. Zhang Hao thought in the classroom. Wait, next time? That feels a bit off. He brushed it aside. They're gone. Let's get out of here. We need to head back to class. They walked silently down the long school hallway. Zhang Hao gripped his classmate's soft, small hand. Neither of them spoke. The male lead was still struggling internally, wondering if he should actually date Yuehua. He imagined the image of the alluring sister Can versus the adorable Yuehua. The male lead shed a mental tear. He couldn't choose. Yuehua didn't understand what he was thinking. Inside the high-rise headquarters of Fang Hong Company, an authoritative voice rang out. No way. Without our help, how could he become famous overnight? The secretary explained. Wei Nan, honestly, there isn't one. He isn't one of our contracted talents. Why would we waste our energy promoting him? Zhang Hao's looks and modest actions, just posting them online, would make it hard for him not to get famous. He even made it to the hot search list before, when someone snapped a photo of him shopping at McDonald's. The girl with long black hair sighed. It's no wonder he's the man I set my sights on. Wei Nan looked thoughtful. But I don't want to see his photos being shared online. If the hype keeps up, it might disrupt his daily life. She commanded. Find a way to take them down for me. The secretary panicked while reporting this. Wei Nan. It's already gone viral. I don't know how many people have already saved Zhang Hao's photos. Plus, I just saw his middle school photos getting dug up too. We can take down the posts, but we can't do anything about the photos people already have. Wei Nan shot her a lethal glare. The secretary trembled. Yes, Wei Nan, I'll get right on it. If I stay here any longer, I'm gonna get fired. Wei Nan picked up her phone and opened the Weibo app. An account called the Human Liu Jinsum Man Archive had posted with the keyword Liu Jinsum Man Collection. It featured 3 photos of Zhang Hao drinking water, riding a bike, and playing basketball. The post had 300 likes, nearly 651 comments, and 372 shares. In the comments section, a user named Sound of a Distant Trumpet asked, is this kid a rookie? A user named I'd Lick Any Liu, Xin Man replied, he's way better looking than those so-called once-in-a-thousand-years pretty boys. User N typed excitedly, isn't he still a minor? Let's give him a death sentence. Death sentence. If he gets 3 years in prison, I'm lucky. But even if it's the death penalty, it's worth it. An account named Hello Shiper Day commented, holy crap, this is a junior from my old school. If you take this photo out late at night. Wei Nan seethed with rage and gritted her teeth. That's my man. How dare this trash even dream about him? Looking at the 3 photos on Weibo, she consoled herself. But thank goodness, they're all old photos. If the rumors about his past are true, then these photos don't even look like Zhang Hao anymore. With a thoughtful look, Wei Nan affirmed that he was the most attractive person to her right now. That was the real him. Suddenly, a mountain of documents caught her eye, calling out to her. Wei Nan felt a headache coming on. My head has been full of Zhang Hao all day. I haven't processed a single paper. Her eyes softened. She thought, you really are the bane of my existence. Why won't you just surrender already? Looking at her own alluring body in the mirror, she vowed that if he kept resisting her like this, she wouldn't be able to hold back from forcing him. She touched her soft lips, a dazed look crossing her eyes. She turned toward the door and declared decisively, the rest of you shouldn't even think about it. He can only be my man. Zhang Hao was walking down the familiar street near his place when he suddenly saw a familiar car parked by his gate. He wondered, what's that car doing here? The window rolled down to reveal Wei Nan's face. Zhang Hao shouted, hey, why are you here? He walked up to her and said coldly, I remember telling you last time that everything between us was wiped clean. We should avoid seeing each other if we can. She didn't argue. The male lead demanded, what's this about now? Are you going back on your word? Wei Nan avoided his gaze. I wanted to stick to the agreement, but I can't help myself. So what do you want me to do? Zhang Hao was speechless. He felt a surge of anger. You're a high-powered CEO, and you used to be a professionally trained soldier, and now you're telling me you can't control yourself over a little thing like this? She glanced at him, annoyed. Your photos are all over the internet. It's hard not to look. Plus, those girls have the nerve to say such disgusting things online. Wei Nan reached out and grabbed Zhang Hao's tie. Their faces were inches apart. She threatened, "The man I've got my eye on, is he someone those people can touch?" A serious expression appeared on the male lead's face. He furrowed his brow. He looked at the house nearby, thinking that if they disagreed, she might go crazy and cause a scene, which would be a huge headache for Sister Can. Zhang Hao said, "Wei Nan, let go first. Tell you what. Open the door, I'll get in, and we'll talk." Once inside, he closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "Did I not make myself clear? Let me be detailed. The girl I like is someone who acts spoiled sometimes, is obedient, and sweet. Not someone who forces things when we have a disagreement like you." He shot a look of disdain at the woman beside him, feeling like being with Wei Nan meant obeying her every command like he was being kept as a pet. Wei Nan let out a sound, laughing as she pulled a lighter from her suit jacket. She said, "So that's it? You actually like a girl who's controlled by her father." She then lit a cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and looked him straight in the eye. "Or is it just that, in your world, that's how girls are?" Hao Zhang immediately shot her a fiery glare. "Old lady, you're stubborn. I told you, don't go poking around. That other world is just something you've imagined. I never admitted to anything. Just know that the person I like isn't your type." She flicked her cigarette ash. Namwei asked, puzzled, "How can those powerless girls compare to me? Money, status, none of that matters. You just need to be obedient and stay home as my man. I'll give you whatever you want." What's wrong with that? The protagonist thought to himself that just eating and lying around actually sounded pretty appealing. Hao Zhang silently recited a meditation mantra 1,000 times, cleared his throat, and told her to calm down. "I understand how you feel. People are like that when they first develop feelings. You feel like it has to be the other person. I suggest you go out and look around first," he continued. "Get to know other men, and you'll realize I'm actually quite boring." Namwei lost her patience and pinched his mouth shut. A murderous aura suddenly rose around her. She stared at him, asking why he understood this so well. Clearly, he had someone he liked. "Who is it? Min Tianshu's granddaughter, Min Yue Hua? As far as I know, she isn't the type of woman you described." Hao Zhang angrily grabbed her hand, warning her not to involve Yue Hua. "Oh," Namwei retorted, annoyed. "So we're on a first-name basis now?" he shouted in frustration. "Damn it. What is wrong with you? Can you just stop? You're getting this mad over how I address someone? Should I just start calling you man from now on? Or maybe little man? Pick one." Namwei, who had been bristling with rage, suddenly calmed down. She shyly turned away and said, That's enough." Hao Zhang thought, "What the hell? Is she really acting shy just because of a nickname?" He gave up and explained, "This is just how friends talk. You don't need to take it seriously. If you stop clinging to me, I'm happy to be your friend." He figured he'd use this stalling tactic to keep her from digging any deeper into his identity. Namwei remained silent, lost in thought. Hao Zhang said, "All right, I'm heading off. You should go home and eat too." The car was still quietly parked outside the protagonist's house. Watching the car sit there, he thought, did my words actually get through to her? Will she really stop sticking to me every day now? Suddenly, a young man wearing a cap walked toward Hao Zhang. The guy spoke up. "Hey there, little brother. I'm a friend of Zhang Tianqin Zhang." He looked surprised, and the guy took off his hood, revealing purple hair. "Could you do me a favor and give this gift to your sister, Qin Qin?" The protagonist thought this guy looked pretty familiar. He immediately remembered a disturbing photo from before and shouted, "It's you!" Hao Zhang exclaimed, "It was you all along." The young man replied, "Huh? You know I've been sending those ridiculous photos to Qin Qin." The protagonist warned him, "I'm Qin Qin's younger brother. Her business is my business. If I see you again, I'm calling the police and reporting you for sexual harassment." After saying that, he coldly told him to get lost. The guy was so mad he started stuttering. "What?" he muttered. "He's just a high school kid who hasn't even grown up yet. Who does he think he is? I will definitely make Zhang Tianqin fall for me." Hao Zhang opened the front door and called out, "I'm home." Zhang Tianqin Zhang happily replied, "Welcome back, Hao Zhang." She cheerfully said, "Mom and Dad aren't coming home for dinner tonight, and I was too lazy to cook, so I bought McDonald's. Let's have fast food." Hao Zhang said, "Okay, that works for me." Zhang Tianqin put a fry into her mouth and bit it. She said, "It's nice to have fast food once in a while." Hao Zhang responded awkwardly, "Yeah, absolutely." He thought to himself, "I can't take this." The woman with the well-endowed figure in front of him was putting her thumb to her lips and licking it. Hao Zhang couldn't take it anymore and turned his head away, thinking, Sister Chin Chin, you're accidentally flirting with me like this. I really can't hold back. The girl across from him suddenly sighed. He asked with concern, Sister Zhang Tianqin, what's wrong? Looking at her face, he continued, is something bothering you? Zhang Tianqin replied, how Zhang? You're so popular now that you've become an internet celebrity. Even at McDonald's today, so many people were looking at your photos. I'm a little jealous. He responded, feeling both happy and surprised. Sister Zhang Tianqin, stop teasing me. I don't want to be an internet celebrity. Zhang Tianqin continued. It's true. Being an internet celebrity isn't a good thing at all. There are so many people online now who will do anything for fame, showing off skin, posing just for attention. Our Hao Zhang shouldn't be like that. If anyone is going to be looking at you, it should only be me. Hao Zhang immediately choked on his food. What kind of terrifying confession was that? Zhang Tianqin quickly said, I'm just teasing you. Look how scared you are. Drink some water, she thought. Hao Zhang was already popular at school, and now he's suddenly an internet celebrity. I'm worried about how many people are falling for his looks. From now on, the number of people chasing after him is only going to increase. Zhang Tianqin decided that there was no more time to waste. She had to take action. That night, she knocked on his door. Zhang Tianqin asked, Hao Zhang, can I come in? He replied, oh, sure, she asked as he was writing a script. Can I come in and work with you, Hao Zhang? Would I be a distraction? He said, of course not. Before he could finish, he was stunned by the girl in front of him. He thought, ah, the way Sister Chin Chin is dressed today. She really feels like a gentle older sister. Hao Zhang remarked on how refreshing she looked, saying, of course not. Sister Chin Chin won't distract me at all. She happily replied, that's good. I love being with you, Hao Zhang. Even if the work is complicated, I feel happy doing it. Me too, he said. Zhang Tianqin suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Hao Zhang, I have something I want you to keep for me. Zhang Tianqin pulled out an envelope. This is my one-day salary, 3,000 yuan. I've been spending too recklessly lately. The protagonist wondered. She's already making 3,000 yuan a day working at the hospital? Damn it, that's not fair. Why, in my past life, even when I worked myself to the bone 247, I couldn't even make a fraction of what Sister Chin Chin makes. She held the envelope and said, covering her mouth. Even though I'm still a student, I actually have the ability to assist the lead surgeon. Today I helped with a minor surgery, so earning 3,000 yuan isn't really that much. Zhang Tianqin calculated that before the competition for Hao Zhang got any worse, she had to make sure he realized how outstanding she was. I am not just an ordinary medical student. The protagonist jumped and asked, a salary of 3,000 yuan a day, and you don't think that's much? Zhang Tianqin replied, ordinary students don't have the qualifications or skills to assist, but I'm a bit special. You could say I have a bit of a knack for it. She proudly boasted that she had been the top-ranked student in the country when she entered university. I've been working on research projects with my advisor for a long time, and I was granted special permission to start clinical research at the hospital. A heart surgeon who gets their PhD by 26 or 27, even after 3 years of clinical rotations, isn't guaranteed to be the lead surgeon before 30. Holding back a laugh, Can said, even though you aren't the lead surgeon yet, your performance in the OR is nothing short of a natural miracle. You're super famous now. Every top hospital is fighting to get their hands on such a medical genius. Zhang Hao said, you're so talented, Can. If I could make as much money as you do one day, that would be amazing. Then Mom and Aunt Zhang wouldn't be under so much pressure and wouldn't have to work so much overtime. She hugged Zhang Hao tight and said, why are you so thoughtful, Zhang Hao? But actually, Mom and Dad aren't working overtime lately. They just took on a new project. Mom just told me on the phone that they might be heading out for a business trip for a while. Did you ask if both of them were going? A business trip? Zhang Tianqin replied, that's right. The protagonist thought, wait, doesn't that mean it'll just be me and my sister alone together for a long time? Is this living together in disguise? Oh, Mom and Dad, thank you so much. Over the bathroom sink, Zhang Hao silently screamed, why aren't you guys back yet? With tissues shoved up his nose and his face bright red, he thought, how is a guy with energy like mine supposed to handle living with my sister Can every single day and night? He ripped the tissues out of his nose and muttered, don't look around. Don't look at anything weird. Suddenly, nosebleed central. Looking at the girl in pajamas sitting on the bed, Zhang Hao shouted, Can, wait, why? Why did you change your clothes? While he pinched his nose to stop the bleeding, Can replied, I put on pajamas so I can just go to bed as soon as I finish my work. She smiled and asked Zhang Hao what was wrong. He replied, nothing. Nothing at all. Keep working. Can. Zhang Hao sneaked a glance at the girl working. He thought, even though we've lived together for a while, I still haven't gotten enough of looking at her. Suddenly, she caught him sneaking a peek. He shyly looked away. Seeming to guess what was going on, Can smiled. She reached up to rub her shoulders and said, ugh, working on the computer like this really makes my shoulders ache. Zhang Tiancan tilted her head and asked if Zhang Hao could come over and give her a massage. The protagonist panicked and asked, massage? Like, a massage? Are my hands going to be touching her smooth skin? The protagonist blushed furiously as he heard Can let out a soft, satisfied, it feels so good. He didn't know what to say, so he stayed quiet. She added, I'm free this weekend. Let's go out, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was startled and replied, Sure. Whatever works for you. Can. He thought, I don't think I've ever gone out on a date with her alone before. She happily continued, Great. We'll have to plan it out carefully. After all, this is my first time going on a date with you, Zhang Hao. Hearing that, Zhang Hao thought to himself, a date? Does she really mean it like that? Is she really heading down that road with her own brother? The clock on the wall struck 11. Zhang Hao reminded her, it's 11 o'clock. We should get some sleep, Can. She sat up, sounding reluctant. So fast? It's already 11? Can said goodbye to her brother. I'm heading to my room. He replied. Okay, good night. Can answered. Good night. Zhang Hao happily thought that even though they couldn't do anything more intimate right now, at least he wouldn't be hated by her. This time, I won't let anything bad happen between us. After she left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Hao excitedly thought about the weekend trip with Zhang Tiancan. He was really looking forward to it. Suddenly, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he sighed helplessly. Not again. As soon as he picked up, Zhang Hao snapped. Sis? Stop doing this, okay? You're being way too pushy. If you can't find a guy, I can introduce you to someone. Wei Nan said on the other end, I hate men. Not just anyone can be my boyfriend. Wei Nan said, seriously, I only want you. Talk to me now. Zhang Hao challenged her. Wait, you hate men? But you're still obsessing over me? Wei Nan looked at the red wine swirling in her glass and said stubbornly, Ever since I grew up, I've been surrounded by nothing but desperate men. Thinking of her childhood, she said with disdain, and countless other men who used unspoken rules for promotions or status, treating my mother like a toy. Ever since I was little, I've absolutely despised those spineless men. Suddenly, Wei Nan's voice softened. But you're different, Zhang Hao. Gazing at the moon, she confided. When I was young, I fought for everything I had. Aside from my time in the military, the rest of my life was just work. Because of that, I don't understand men. I don't know how to chase after them, and I don't know how to make you happy, she said seriously. But whatever you want, I will satisfy you, even if you want the stars. Our Feng Hong group has invested a fortune in rocket research. Helping you reach the stars isn't impossible. Zhang Hao asked in confusion. Why would I want to be a star? Are you kidding me? What if I told you I want you to stop bothering me every day? The voice on the other end immediately shot him down. No way. I've tried that before. It's not happening. Ask for something else. He replied, speechless. Fine. I want to sleep now, she said. Go to sleep then, and hung up. Zhang Hao flopped onto the bed, lamenting that Wei Nan must have had no childhood. It was actually pretty pitiful that she only focused on studying when she was young. He closed his eyes, deciding not to fight with her today. The protagonist drifted into a dream, where in a dark void, a voice echoed, Do you have a wife yet? A child with silver hair replied, No, not yet. A little girl wearing glasses excitedly chimed in, Well, now you do. From now on, I'm your wife, and you aren't allowed to look at anyone else. At Kangzhuang School, where Zhang Hao attended, a bustling new day had begun. He happily texted, Can, I've made it to school. Don't worry about me. He wondered why lately, ever since he became a trending topic online, his sister seemed so worried about him, like she wanted to pick him up from school personally. Yue Hua walked up from behind and said, Zhang Hao, good morning. He replied, Good morning. Yue Hua, why are you so late today? She answered honestly, Because I couldn't sleep, I kept thinking about when we kissed. Zhang Hao panicked and cut her off. Stop. He pulled her close and whispered, That's a secret. We only talk about that when it's just the two of us. She obediently answered, Okay. Her fingers lightly brushing his hand. Yue Hua gently called out. Zhang Hao. She grabbed his hand and whispered, "It's just the two of us now. I want to kiss you." Zhang Hao froze, blurting out, "Wait, what the heck?" Suddenly, the wind blew, making the leaves rustle. He thought, "What is this?" Looking at his girlfriend's flushed face, the protagonist felt very awkward. Finally, he decided to pull away, saying, "That time." Quote, "That was an accident." He said, awkwardly, "Yue Hua, kissing is something people do when they're close. We can't do that at school." She replied innocently, "Then after school, you can come over to my place, right? Then we can kiss, right?" Zhang Hao dodged the question. Let's not talk about this anymore. Class is about to start. Be a good girl, okay?" She answered, disappointed. Ugh. A wave of guilt just hit me. You said we were just not kissing. So why are you so let down? Zhang Hao, or the Scumfather character, thought to himself that his values didn't quite match the men in this world. If he kissed too much and lost control, things could go south real fast. The male lead looked up at the blue sky and cursed the heavens internally. Finally, lunch break at school had arrived. Zhang Hao asked Long to head to the cafeteria. Long gave him an okay sign. But the moment they stepped out of the classroom, a shout rang out. "It's the Heartthrob!" A crowd of fans swarmed the hallway, screaming. Their voices were piercing. "Heartthrob, please give me your autograph. Are you going to be an idol? I want to join your harem. And here's a photo album. I took these photos for you." Surrounded by fans, Zhang Hao froze, thinking, what the heck is going on? Weren't there only a few memes of me? Wasn't everything fine just yesterday? The shouting continued all around. "Heartthrob, my heart is fluttering." Long held up his phone, excited. "Wow, Zhang Hao, you're actually becoming a star." He shoved his phone at Zhang Hao. "Look, someone compiled all your photos from the internet into a video. The video is going totally viral right now. Everyone is calling you the beautiful boy, seen only once every 70,000 years. In the video, Zhang Hao was smiling, looking completely spaced out. Everywhere he looked, he felt like he was floating in a pink, romantic haze. Zhang Hao felt like he wanted to cough up blood. Behind him, a lecherous figure appeared, and a hand reached out to touch the male lead's butt. He panicked, thinking, what the hell? Who's touching me? A sharp scream rang out. "Hey, keep your hands off!" Yuehua, her face full of fury, was gripping a short-haired girl's hand. Zhang Hao doesn't like that. "You can't touch him." The piercing screams immediately silenced the other girls. The male lead quickly intervened. "All right, Yuehua, it's fine. Let her go, please." She hesitated, but suddenly, the proctor appeared and barked. "What are you students doing? Break it up. Don't you want to eat? Why are you crowding around here? Don't you want to have lunch anymore? If you're still here, you're coming with me to the teacher's office." The crowd yelled. "The big demon is here. Run!" Then, they scattered in all directions like a swarm of bees. The class monitor saw the scene and said, "Hey, Zhang." Among that crowd, there was a girl who used to kiss up to you and follow you around every day, constantly watching your live streams. And now, she's chasing after Zhang Hao. Zhang looked indifferent. Qianjin, besides his face, what's so good about Zhang Hao? Can he sing? Can he dance? Does he have any talent? He can't even hit a bullseye, right? He huffed, dismissing him as just a pretty vase. "I don't care at all." Suddenly, a group of students rushed up to them, looking shocked. "No way! There's a whole line of supercars outside the school." I was stunned just looking at them. "Why are they parked at our school gate? Is some rich heiress here to pick up her man?" Zhang's face went completely blank. The students continued gossiping. "I think they're here for Zhang Hao. He's super famous now. It has to be him. Let's go see." The class monitor noticed his friend trembling and called out to him, worried. He bit his lip, trying to hold back tears. He started chanting internally, "I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous." Sure enough, in front of the school, a row of luxury cars were lined up perfectly, worth tens of billions. Behind the window of the most expensive car, you could faintly see Wei Nan, wearing sunglasses, sitting with her arms crossed, waiting for her prey. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. The murmurs at the school gate didn't stop as the students saw the massive luxury vehicle. He and his friends looked over too. Long was startled and called out excitedly, "Zhang Hao, look! Outside, there's a row of supercars. I've never seen anything so cool." His eyes sparkled as he spoke. Zhang Hao looked calmly at the crowd at the gate and said softly, "What's there to see? Let's just go get food, or we'll get mobbed again." His face was full of helplessness, while Long stood next to him, eyes full of adoration. Zhang Hao sighed in misery, lamenting internally, "Damn it, why did I have to become an internet celebrity?" He thought back to his past life. where he used to look down on pretty young boys. He really couldn't understand it now. He stood there with his arms crossed next to Long and Min Yuehua. His phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket, making both Zhang Hao and Min Yuehua look down. He opened the phone, and a familiar name appeared. Wei Nan. Without hurrying, Zhang Hao picked up the call, annoyed. Sis, I'm at school. Do you really have to keep such a close watch on me? His face clearly showed his frustration, but on the other end, Wei Nan replied, abruptly telling him to come out so she could take him to eat. Zhang Hao finally understood. He looked at the motorcade in the crowd and asked back, Is that car outside yours? If so, I'm not coming out. I'm eating with my friend. He tried to refuse. Inside the car, Wei Nan took off her glasses, looked into the school, and smiled faintly. I knew you'd say that. It's fine. I have another plan. She held her glasses and said something cryptic. Hearing that, Zhang Hao froze, looking completely bewildered. Huh? Wei Nan stepped out of the car, a smile on her face, glancing inside while her assistants stood waiting. As she stepped out, the crowd couldn't help but gather to watch the show. Wei Nan snapped her fingers, and immediately, a group of bodyguards walked out carrying all kinds of food. She stood by the gate with her bodyguards, deciding for him. If you aren't willing to come out to eat, she paused, then covered her face with a determined look. Then I'll bring lunch into the school to find you. Seeing her standing right in front of him, Zhang Hao panicked and shouted, looking completely flustered. You can't be serious! He gripped his phone tightly, shouting, Wait a second. Min Yuehua, standing next to him, saw his distressed expression and asked, confused, Zhang Hao, who are you talking to? Hearing that, he turned to her, forcing a smile. Yuehua, I have some business to take care of. He then quickly ran off. Long and Min Yuehua, not understanding the situation, stared after him in shock, not forgetting to tell them, Long, you go eat with Yuehua first. He rushed toward the gate without waiting for them to reply. Min Yuehua watched his actions with curiosity. She started to say something but then hung her head, looking sad, and decided not to. Wei Nan saw him coming and glanced over. In the crowd, Zhang Hao frantically pointed at his phone, looking completely awkward, mouthing phone, phone, while other students were busy recording videos. She saw this, smiled gently, and then held out her hand to speak softly to the assistant beside her. She handed him her phone, as if she knew what he wanted, while Wei Nan looked at him with a meaningful smile. Seeing her answer the call, he asked, Are you enjoying this? Zhang Hao snapped, shouting back, Do you think a big-shot CEO like you just climbed the ladder by using your connections? If I actually liked these things, why would I keep turning you down? He retorted, his eyes fixed on the crowd in front of him, ignoring Wei Nan. Meanwhile, the students nearby wouldn't stop whispering. Wei Nan, on the other end of the line, glanced away and shared her own assessment. Aren't all you guys show-offs? I thought you liked it too. Hearing that, he lost his cool and hurried her. Fine, I'm coming out. Just tell them to drive the car away and wait for me at the side gate. Zhang Hao then added a sharp warning. And remember, keep a low profile. If I hear even a single rumor about us, don't expect to see me again. He hung up abruptly, leaving Wei Nan stunned and speechless. She lowered the phone, put her hands on her hips, and chuckled to herself. This little guy is actually kind of cute when he's acting all feisty. She closed her eyes with a smile, waved at her team, and ordered them to pack up and leave. They responded with a serious understood. Wei Nan. Soon, the noise at the school gate faded away. Wei Nan, wearing a cap and bundled up, leaned against a wall near the gate, waiting for Zhang Hao. When he finally arrived, he called out to her. She looked up, eyes serious. Wei Nan turned to look at him. Zhang Hao tilted his head, his voice softening. Do we really have to eat this meal today? He voiced his confusion. Seeing this, she looked up and answered gently, Yes. Zhang Hao looked at her and made a suggestion. If we have to eat together, then you have to do what I say. Wei Nan bowed her head, closed her eyes, and nodded. Fine. Seeing she agreed, Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. Follow me. They left the school and arrived at a small, dingy eatery. He stood there with his hands on his hips, watching her, while Wei Nan stood beside him, looking skeptical. Are you planning to eat here? She stared inside, clearly unimpressed. A place this messy? He just shrugged, looking at her with a mocking, casual expression. Yeah. This is my favorite spot. He then taunted her. If a high and mighty CEO like you can't handle it, you should just go home. Wei Nan glared at the shop, speechless at his immaturity, crossing her arms to think it over. Inside, Zhang Hao was practically bursting with glee, laughing to himself. Come on, hurry up and hate me already. At the little shop, Wei Nan peeked inside, hesitant, while Zhang Hao walked in confidently past piles of dirty dishes. Seeing the mess inside, she was stunned, completely speechless. Her face darkened as she asked, disbelievingly, "You're really eating here?" He just whistled, pretending he didn't hear her. Then, she pulled out a black card, her voice firm and authoritative. "I'll buy this whole place." Zhang Hao choked on his own spit, spraying it everywhere. He quickly held up 5 fingers and shouted, "Hold on a second." Then, Zhang Hao winked and leaned in to explain. "I know you've got money, but us poor folks eat like this," he added, trying to drive her away. "If you want to spend your money here, then stop eating with me." Hearing his threat, she closed her eyes and sighed. Ugh, men are so annoying. Zhang Hao quickly called out to the owner, "Ma'am, 1 bowl of beef noodles with an extra egg." They sat down at the table, the chopstick holder perfectly aligned. Wei Nan held the menu. The owner stood before them waiting. Wei Nan looked at her and asked skeptically, "It's only a few yuan a bowl. Is this even edible?" Seeing her hesitate, Zhang Hao fired back, "You're overthinking it. I've been eating here for years and I'm still alive, aren't I?" The owner, sensing their doubt, glared at them and urged them impatiently, "Are you two ordering or not? If not, don't get in the way of my business." Seeing the owner's expression, he quickly flashed a smile and pointed, "Of course we're ordering. I'll have what he's having." Wei Nan looked at the owner and added, "Put on some gloves, keep it clean, and make sure the ingredients are fresh." Irritated by her tone, the owner cracked her knuckles, glaring at her angrily. "Is that so?" She stopped mid-motion when Wei Nan held out a few crisp red bills. The owner froze, then immediately switched to an incredibly welcoming, servant-like attitude. "Yes, ma'am. Take a seat. I'll put the gloves on right now." She turned to Cook, muttering happily. Hey, struck gold today," continued from above. Zhang Hao sighed, watching the scene. She's got no backbone at all. Seeing him staring at the owner, Wei Nan pinched his cheek. "You're supposed to be looking at me, not her." Startled, he looked at her as she leaned in close. Zhang Hao quickly pulled away, rubbing his pinched cheek, complaining awkwardly, "You're even getting jealous of the shop owner? Seriously?" Wei Nan took off her cap, looked around, and asked, "So, is this what you usually eat?" Zhang Hao looked at her, deadpan. "Yeah. Is that weird?" He leaned his arms on the table, speaking softly about his reality. "For normal people like us, maybe this isn't the cleanest, but it doesn't make us sick." He didn't forget to add, "This is my life. You see it now, right? You don't belong here. You probably feel terrible sitting here, don't you?" Zhang Hao drew a firm boundary. "I'm not Cinderella or Cinderfella, so I suggest you don't come looking for me again." Wei Nan went silent, lowering her head. The owner, now wearing a chef's apron, walked out with a bright smile, carrying the bowl. "Here's your noodles." She placed the bowl on the table. Wei Nan stared at it, silent. Then, she quickly touched her lips and said quietly, "I had to eat stuff like this during my military service. Sometimes, it was even worse." She paused, her gaze softening. She trailed off, then continued, "I'm just worried about you." Zhang Hao was so shocked by those words he couldn't even react. She added, "I don't want you eating this stuff. It's not clean, and it's not nutritious." Hearing this, Zhang Hao turned to look at her, stunned. Wei Nan rested her chin on her hand and picked up her chopsticks. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, wondering to himself, why is this bossy CEO suddenly so caring? Out loud, he mumbled, "Whatever, do what you want." Then Gu Nam couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so good at kissing? Have you kissed someone before?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao choked on his own saliva, his face turning bright red as he froze. Flustered and embarrassed, he stammered, "Hey, is this really the right thing to ask while we're eating? I just watched some movies and practiced, okay?" Nunam said slowly, picking up a bite of noodles. "Don't let me catch you getting close to any other woman," she threatened. Then, her eyes darkened as she added, "Otherwise, I don't know what I might do." She kept eating her noodles. Zhang Hao, what are you thinking about?" A hand waved in front of his face. Lin Yilong, sitting on the bed, leaned over and spoke to him. "You were just spacing out. I asked you if this lipstick shade looked good, and you were just listening to her," Zhang Hao complained. "Honestly, I can't even tell the difference between these shades. Why do you keep dragging me over here?" "I think I should head home," he remarked. Seeing this, Lin Yilong grabbed his arm, clinging to him coyly. "Don't go. I still want to show you what Lam Lin really looks like." Zhang Hao looked uninterested, ready to leave. But when he suddenly heard the name Lam Lin, he paused and asked, "Huh?" He remembered the little girl who hugged him the other day, affectionately calling, "On Chan, have you forgotten me?" With eyes sparkling as if she were about to cry, Zhang Hao wondered to himself, Is that Lam Lin's little sister? Two ghosts hovered by the door, curiously watching Lam Lin inside as she drew something, licking their lips with excitement. The two of them snuck a peek. Zhang Hao looked inside, confused, and asked, Long, what exactly are we doing here? Lin Yilong replied with a blank stare, Just wait and see. Suddenly, Lin Yilong quickly burst through the door, yelling with a dark expression, Lam Lin, what are you drawing? Zhang Hao, standing behind them, felt completely speechless. When Lam Lin saw the two of them suddenly storm in, she panicked and screamed, What are you doing? Her face went pale. The three of them sat together on the floor, with Lam Lin kneeling in total confusion. Zhang Hao held the book she had been drawing in, his expression growing dark and speechless. She trembled, not daring to look him in the eye out of guilt. It was the story that simply had to be told between me and Zhang Hao. Inside the pages, she saw a drawing of Zhang Hao, lying under the covers, bare as a baby, with the caption, Zhang Hao Gay, please feel free to leave it to me, I'll be very gentle. And then, he was trembling, daintily touching his lips, saying softly, I beg you, Lam Lin, be a little gentle. Next, Lam Lin was shown licking her lips, laughing evilly with excitement. Heh, don't worry, little stiff one. Next, he squeezed his eyes shut while she leaned her face in close. Right after that, Zhang Hao covered his mouth, his face red and looking wronged. No, we can't do this. Lin Yilong won't approve. Then, Lam Lin yelled forcefully, I don't care. She reached out and cupped his face. Tears welled up in her eyes as she firmly insisted, Zhang Hao Gay, today you belong to me. Inside his head, the reality-shattered Zhang Hao screamed, Am I being used for her perverted fantasies? Regaining his composure, he held up the notebook and asked her. Lam Lin denied it before he could even finish his sentence. Those aren't my drawings. Her face turned red with anxiety. Lam Lin argued, I have a friend. It was that friend who shoved them at me to look at. Zhang Hao saw right through her, feeling speechless. She cried, tears and snot streaming down her face, trembling as she said, Zhang Hao Gay, you have to believe me. Sob. Sob. She added, I didn't even dare to look at a single page. How could I ever read a comic where you are the male lead being? Before she could finish, he quickly placed a hand on her shoulder and sighed. Then, with a dark, threatening smile, he asked, Never read it, yet you know exactly what's inside? Realizing she'd been caught, Lam Lin felt guilty. Zhang Hao opened the computer on the desk, pointed at the screen, and asked her, Then what is this? He opened a hidden folder and remarked, You're still young, but you're quite good at hiding things, aren't you? It's all adult movies. Lin Yilong, seeing this, exclaimed in shock. 5 gigabytes, huh? Lam Lin stood up in a panic, yelling in her mind, Zhang Hao Gay, how are you so good at this? How could you, a guy, find these when I hid them so well? Seeing her questioning him, Zhang Hao cleared his throat and explained with a forced laugh, let's just say you're still too naive. As your brother's best friend, I can't just stand by and let you grow up twisted like this, he stated. Then, Zhang Hao delivered the punishment. These, and all of these, are being confiscated. Lam Lin cried in agony, but to no avail. Then, he gently patted her head and explained seriously, Lin, these things are for adults. You're only 10 years old. You need to study hard, you know? She looked up at him, sniffling, and said, If Zhang Hao Gay likes a cute, innocent Lin who gets good grades, then how about this? If I change my bad habits and improve my grades, will you grant me one wish? Zhang Hao pulled his hand away from her hair. Lam Lin stopped crying and asked excitedly, Really, Zhang Hao Gay? Seeing her expectant face, he gave a forced smile and confirmed, Of course it's real. Lam Lin looked at him excitedly and said, All right, even though cute and innocent sounds like something Dad would insist on, to get you, Zhang Hao, I'll take Zhang Hao Gay's promise. Hearing this, Zhang Hao gave a forced laugh, frowning as he thought to himself, Why does this feel so wrong? Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Hao answered it. Hello, Zhang Tianqinqi? A voice came from the other end. Is Zhang Hao still at your friend's house? I'm almost home. Do you need me to come pick you up? She asked. Zhang Tianqin, on the other end at the lab, smiled while listening to him. No need, Zhang Tianqi. I can get home on my own. Seeing that, she replied softly. All right, get home early then. Make sure to stay safe, okay? Jia Hui, standing next to her, asked curiously, Who are you calling? Zhang Tianqin. She looked over at her. Zhang Tianqin didn't answer. She just turned to take off her lab coat, making Jia Hui shout in alarm. Where are you going? Then she walked up behind Zhang Tianqin and asked softly, Don't go. Are you busy this weekend? She folded her coat, smiled gently, and said, Let's go out and have some fun. I heard there are a lot of handsome guys there. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin smiled expectantly and replied, I've already got a handsome guy. Let's meet up this Saturday at Vantage Square. At her words, Jia Hui was shocked to the core, shouting to confirm, Huh? For real? Then she asked, Who is it? Who? Tell me. You're no fun at all, keeping your crush a secret from me. Zhang Tianqin smiled gently and indulgently replied, I'll tell you after I get the results. Seeing this, Jia Hui hugged her from behind, reaching her hand out in front of her. Her face was slightly flushed as she teased. Haha, sounds good. Let me give you a little treasure. Her sister glanced down too. Then, Zhang Tianquan's face turned beet red as she shouted, And you? That girl over there. She pulled her hand back, stuck out her tongue, and laughed. Make sure you play it safe, okay? She watched the figure walk away, her lips pursed, already blushing. Jia Hui said her goodbyes. I'm out of here. Have fun. Outside, a man holding a stack of files was eavesdropping on their conversation. Inside, Zhang Tianquan stood with her hands on her hips, watching Jia Hui leave and whispering to herself, Oh my God, this girl. The man outside turned pale. His eyes widened as he screamed internally, Private date? Play it safe? The image of Zhang Tianquan in his mind shattered. He shouted in his head, full of questions. Why? Why? Why won't you look at me? He accused her, then screamed internally again. An army of 10,000 enemies. Back at Zhang Hao's place, night had fallen. Zhang Tianquan stepped into the house with her coat in her hand and called out softly, Zhang Hao, I'm home. She saw the house was completely quiet and wondered to herself, no one's here? Then she guessed, at this hour, Zhang Hao must be live streaming. Right? In his room, Zhang Hao stood frozen, staring at the screen, shouting in his mind, No way, the chat box is going crazy discussing the account. Wait guys, haven't you noticed the streamer looks exactly like that heartthrob of the century who only appears once every 70,000 years? The account Potato Royal Garden confirmed. Now that you mention it, I see it too. I just compared them. And the hairstyle is identical. An account named Duanzi's mom chimed in, full of doubt. Really? Is the streamer actually that handsome guy from 70,000 years ago? The account Fei Fei concluded, I compared them too. It really looks just like Zhang Hao. Is it really you? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Another account, Ben Yi, exclaimed, just leaning in a little closer makes me melt. One more look and I'm going to explode. Seeing these comments, Zhang Hao shouted internally, full of suspicion. Have they recognized me? He tried to frown and explain to them. It's not me. I didn't do it. Stop talking nonsense. If I looked that handsome, why would I be live streaming games? He asked the question himself on his own discussion page under the name The Strongest Man on Earth, with 9,990,000 likes and a top-tier popularity score of 700,000. Messages kept flying across the game screen. The great secret of the handsome gamer who appears once every 70,000 years. So the guy who appears once every 70,000 years is actually a gaming god. I'm so lucky to be ranked in the same match as the God of Mim. God of Mim is live streaming. God, take off your mask. We already know it's you. Endless comments followed, all showing the same thing. God, take off your mask. We already know it's you. God, take off your mask. We already know it's you. The spam flood on the screen made even Zhang Hao flinch, frowning in discomfort. Suddenly, a hand reached out and turned off his computer. He looked over, surprised, and asked. It was Sister Zhang Tianqin. She leaned over, her face set in a serious, stern expression, and said to him, Stop streaming, and sit up straight. The next morning, Zhang Hao was walking through a courtyard, his hands in his pockets. He was lost in thought, his face expressionless. Recalling his sister's reaction last night, he stopped, remembering how she had grabbed his wrist. Zhang Hao looked over at her. She had taken off her mask, confused, and stammered, Sister Zhang Tianqin. She urged him, Stop streaming. Zhang Tianqin's face was full of fear and anxiety as she shouted, They've already recognized you. If you keep streaming, everyone will know who you are. Then she pointed at herself and shouted her suggestion at him. I don't want you to become famous. You're staying at my place. Can't I just take care of you? Hearing this, Zhang Hao stood frozen, looking at his sister in confusion. Her tears were on the verge of spilling over as she shouted, full of insecurity. I'm afraid you'll be snatched away by all those fans. You're sure to meet someone better than me. And when that happens, you'll definitely forget about this sister of yours. Zhang Hao stepped closer, grabbed her shoulders, brought his face close to hers, and confirmed with firm, anxious sincerity, Sister Zhang Tianqin, don't think nonsense. My live streaming is just a temporary job. Then he added, other people are just other people. But you are my family. How could I ever forget you? Zhang Tiancan listened silently, watching him. Seeing this, she lowered her eyes, still feeling uneasy, and muttered to herself. Returning to reality, Zhang Hao raised his head and sighed, thinking to himself, lately, Sister Zhang Tianqin has been getting more and more sensitive. It's like she wants to keep track of my every move at all times. Then he wondered in his heart, does she really want to control her little brother, or is there another reason? Just as Zhang Hao started walking, his phone rang, and he glanced at it. Then, Zhang Hao opened the app and looked at his streaming earnings, his eyes widening in panic as he shouted, is this the profit from last night's stream? Zhang Hao gaped, pouting and making faces at the phone in his hand as he pondered, I'm not selling anything, and I didn't ask for gifts, so why are they paying me? Then he realized, I can actually earn 33,000 yuan every night. If this keeps up, that's 100,000 yuan a month, and 12 million yuan a year. As the sun shone down on him through the trees, Zhang Hao shouted in complete amazement. So this is the power of being an internet celebrity? He pondered for a moment. But this wasn't part of his original plan at all. At school, everyone was still bustling about, heading to class. Zhang Hao stood there, completely frozen for a few seconds, screaming internally. What on earth is this? Before his eyes, a group of students was holding signs that said, Zhang Hao, we love you forever, support you all the way. With such overwhelming enthusiastic cheers, Zhang Hao, standing right in front of them, was left completely speechless. Yilong waved at him, asking excitedly with a bright smile, Zhang Hao, have you heard the news yet? Then he answered it himself. You've got a fan club now. Hearing that, he put a hand to his forehead in frustration, screaming internally, are these people really that free? Is there not enough homework to keep them busy? Two girls from the student disciplinary committee quickly rushed toward him, smiling happily. Zhang Hao, look at this. We've joined too. That's right. From now on, we'll always support Zhang Hao. Seeing them rushing at him so enthusiastically, he stammered, backing away and waving his hands awkwardly. A group of guys stood outside, watching the crowd chanting his name and gossiping. He used to be well-liked, but now that he's an internet celebrity, he'll probably be even more popular. Someone else chimed in. Honestly, I think Zhang Hao only has his looks. I don't get why those girls call him a male god. The class monitor stood to the side, smiling faintly while holding his phone. His face twisted into a devious, sinister smirk as he peered into his screen, muttering that internet fame comes and goes in a flash. In the locker room, the door was firmly shut and shielded. Zhang Hao took off his shirt and gently opened his locker. Nearby, the class monitor also opened his locker, looking at him while secretly taking a photo with his phone, grinning triumphantly. His phone was wedged in his hand, and the clothes in his locker were angled to hide the camera lens. Suddenly, Yilong ran over and shouted, Whoa, Zhang Hao! He accidentally bumped into the class monitor. Yilong kept chirping like a little bird. You seem to have some muscles now, huh? Is training with Yue Hua that effective? He glanced at his curious best friend, while the class monitor was already glaring at them, muttering, Watch where you're going. He grinned from ear to ear, eyes squinting, muttering, Something's fishy, while still clutching his phone. Yilong and Zhang Hao both instinctively glanced back toward where the thumping noise came from. The class monitor turned pale, quickly bending down to pick up his phone. His face went white, his eyes wide as he screamed internally. Damn it! He cursed, his face breaking into a cold sweat as he frantically glanced around. The other two were still chatting away. Seeing this, the class monitor ducked his head, closed his eyes, and exhaled, thinking to himself, Thank God I wasn't caught. Suddenly, Zhang Hao smirked. The class monitor held his phone screen up, only seeing someone's legs, regretting internally, Damn, I didn't get the shot. Then he asked suspiciously, Lin Yilong, did he do that on purpose? Suddenly, two shadows appeared behind him, one casting a deathly glare with a smile that made the class monitor's skin crawl. He glanced down, his hand gripping the phone tightly. Yilong and Zhang Hao surrounded the class monitor, while he huddled against the open locker, guiltily clutching his phone, stammering, No, nothing. Zhang Hao threw a heavy punch toward his hand, slamming it into the wall with such force that the class monitor was scared out of his wits, his face turning dark. He flashed a menacing grin and asked, It's still early. What's the rush? Let's have a chat. He cut him off, and the class monitor, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, staring wide-eyed in fear. He snatched the phone from his hand and asked softly, So, what kind of secrets are in your phone? Seeing him unlock the phone, the class monitor stammered nervously, Zhang Hao, what What are you doing? On the other side, Yilong couldn't help his curiosity, leaning in to look at the phone. He looked at Zhang Hao and teased with a laugh. So even the class monitor is in my fan club? Why were you sneaking around taking photos? He calmly exposed him. Then, he unbuttoned his shirt and turned the phone's front camera toward his own face, saying, "If you want a picture, here, take it." Seeing his attitude, the class monitor became even more flustered, his face turning pale as he waved his hands and stammered, Are you crazy?" Zhang Hao's expression turned cold, glaring at the class monitor as he threatened, "If I let you take a photo now, and you don't, then delete this one." The class monitor, looking defeated and anxious, quickly agreed, Okay, I'll delete it." After that, he scrambled out of the locker room, cursing crazy as he ran. The other two watched him leave, and Yilong asked confusedly, "Man, what's wrong with the class monitor? He snuck photos of you. Was he trying to post them online to smear your reputation?" Zhang Hao listened, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said calmly, "Forget his petty tricks. Honestly, I'm not even afraid of being secretly filmed." Yilong looked at him, stunned. He thought to himself, if it weren't for transmigrating into this world, the muscles he had just trained, don't even mention that guy, he would have wanted to post them himself to show off. Damn, what a waste of my muscles, he lamented, then frowned and winced, thinking to himself, he keeps targeting me, time after time. I absolutely cannot let anyone see me as weak. Zhang Hao told himself. Zhang Hao secretly followed the class monitor. Yilong thought, let's go deal with him, so he doesn't try anything later. The class monitor looked at his phone, his voice grinding with hatred. Zhang Hao, that crazy lunatic. I'm so pissed. I won't let this go. Zhang Hao kept trailing him, determined to settle this like a man. Before he could finish his thought, the class monitor was suddenly pulled away by a strange hand. Zhang Hao panicked and chased after them. Kidnapping? Zhang Hao was shocked when he recognized the person who had grabbed the class monitor. You? What are you guys doing? Did Wei Nan send you? The subordinate of Wei Nan replied nonchalantly. I don't know anything else. Just act like you didn't see anything. After saying that, the car drove off before his shocked eyes. Why take the class monitor? Could it be that Wei Nan also has eyes and ears at school? Does she want me to owe her a favor? What is with this girl? At FH Corporation, Wei Nan received a questioning call from Zhang Hao. Did you kidnap our class monitor? Wei Nan didn't bother explaining. How did you know it was me? Zhang Hao was too tired to even speak. You kidnapped him right in front of me. Tell me, why did you kidnap him? Don't tell me it was to vent my anger. Wei Nan still asked nonchalantly. Is that not allowed? If he dared to cross you, he has to pay the price, right? You don't need to worry about this anymore. I'll handle it properly. He won't dare to provoke you again. Since I have eyes at school, if you're involved, you have to pay a price. But he didn't care about that anymore. I'll handle it properly. He won't dare to mess with you again. With eyes and ears at school, I already told you. Stop meddling in my business. I can handle it myself. Wei Nan replied coldly. I just wanted to check on how you're doing at school. That's all. I don't care how you handled things before. From now on, just relax and be the man behind Wei Nan. That's enough. These things aren't for you to worry about. Zhang Hao was really annoyed by this bossy tone. He angrily hung up the phone. In his heart, he silently cursed. The man behind who, for crying out loud. It's impossible to talk to Wei Nan. Is this kidnapping business actually okay? The class monitor won't be broke by tomorrow, right? The next day, fortunately, when he arrived at school, he still saw the class monitor with all his limbs intact. It's just that the moment the monitor saw him, he backed away at the speed of light, then respectfully invited him into the classroom. Zhang Hao wondered, what on earth did Wei Nan do to the monitor yesterday? Why is this guy suddenly so respectful? Inside the room at the moment, there were only Hao Nan and Yue Hua. Seeing his slightly strange expression, Yue Hua couldn't help but ask. She thought he looked unhappy. He sighed. I'm fine, just a little troubled. A headache. Yue Hua observed his expression and contemplated something. Then she suddenly stepped in front of him. Zhang Hao was confused about her intentions. Yue Hua gently massaged the bridge of his nose. Does this feel better? When we were at the amusement park, you helped me like this. It was very comforting. Zhang Hao laughed. You still remember? Thank you. Yue Hua, I feel much better now. Zhang Hao. She hesitated, then sat on his lap. Zhang Hao was surprised. What's wrong? Yue Hua blushed and replied, I want a hug. When I hug Zhang Hao, I'm very happy. Kissing is fun too. I want you to be happy as well. Yue Hua's appearance at this moment was truly too unfair. Zhang Hao thanked the girl. Yue Hua weakly rested her head on his chest. Although he had hugged Zhang Tianqin and Wei Nan before, he felt that hugging Yue Hua was the most comfortable. Even though Zhang Tianqin was beautiful, because she was his stepsister, he didn't dare to have any strange thoughts. As for Wei Nan, her possessiveness was too terrifying. He was afraid that if they got too intimate, something uncontrollable would happen. It seemed being with Yue Hua was the most peaceful, hugging a soft, fragrant girl, enjoying the rare warmth. The peaceful scene suddenly vanished when Zhang Hao realized that this girl had slipped her hand under his shirt when he wasn't looking. Yue Hua panted, begging Zhang Hao for a kiss. Zhang Hao hurriedly grabbed her wrists tightly. Yue Hua, calm down a bit. Don't get worked up. Zhang Hao didn't want to do anything inappropriate at school. Yue Hua was still not calm at this point. Calm down? How? Zhang Hao quickly pushed her away. Why don't you recite the 3-character classic, or the Diamond Sutra? Yue Hua shook her head. I don't know those. Zhang Hao cupped her face. Then calm down first. I'll say it again. Those independent films that Huang Yuan gave you to watch are things that can only be done when you're lovers. You should watch some school romance movies. Once you understand what love is, you'll surely want to date me, and then we can talk about this later. Yue Hua replied blankly. All right, she asked again. Zhang Hao, what is love? Zhang Hao explained rigidly. Love is probably when you love someone, you want to be with that person for the rest of your life, willing to do anything for them. Looking at the sincere smile he unintentionally revealed, seeing her incredibly innocent expression, Zhang Hao worried if it was too hard for Yue Hua to understand. In short, it's when you feel comfortable and want to open up in front of the other person, feeling safe to reveal your flaws and weaknesses without worrying. The other person won't look down on you or tease you. So, do you have that feeling with me? I hope if one day we date, it will be out of love, not desire. Zhang Hao had seriously expressed all his thoughts to her, but Yue Hua just sat there blankly. Zhang Hao just gave a bitter smile. It's okay if you don't understand now. Watch more school romance movies, maybe you'll understand. Let's go. Back to class. He thought to himself. It seems he really considers Yue Hua a true friend. He couldn't bear to hurt her. To be able to hold back and explain things to her like this, he really was something. The two were about to leave when his phone suddenly rang. It was Long calling. Long said from the other end of the line, How? Are you going to eat with Yue Hua again? You guys have been together all the time lately. Huang Yuan let her watch so many of those things. She isn't doing anything strange to you, is she? You have to protect yourself well. In this matter, us men are the ones who will suffer. Zhang Hao just gave a bitter laugh. Don't worry. He remembered the insanely jealous and narrow-minded woman. Wei Nan also had eyes and ears at school to ensure his safety. Zhang Hao still should be careful. He had to keep some distance from Yue Hua for now. It seemed he had been too close to her at school. Once outside, Zhang Hao separated from Yue Hua. He made an excuse to go buy a bottle of water. Yue Hua intended to call him back, but he had already walked away quickly. She was a bit unhappy. Clearly, they used to always go together. That night, Zhang Hao was live streaming as usual when Zhang Tianqin suddenly walked over and took the mic. My baby needs to rest. He'll stream again next time. The fans saw a woman appear and started causing a ruckus, threatening to unsubscribe. Zhang Hao looked at his sister and said, Sister Tianqin, I'm not tired yet. Zhang Tianqin explained, every time you livestream games, you focus too intensely. You need to have proper rest. She told him to lie down so she could massage him. Lying on Sister Tianqin's lap, Zhang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Zhang Tianqin really knew how to take care of someone. Zhang Tianqin expressed, I know there are many people in the stream with bad intentions. From now on, it's better if Zhang Hao streams less. And also, no matter how many gifts they send, even if they want you to reveal your 4 rounds, you must not do it. Understand? Zhang Hao was confused. 4 rounds? Isn't it usually 3? He even laughed, not knowing what the 4 rounds were. Being so innocent like this, how could he make her feel at ease? Let me help you measure them today. Zhang Hao blushed. Waist, chest, buttocks. What else could there be? Zhang Hao's face turned red. She was too close, and she smelled so good. Zhang Tianqin moved closer and closer. She pulled his shirt up. Tianqin was surprised to find that her brother had abs. She touched each muscle with interest. I'm quite impressed by you. Every time she touched his body, Zhang Hao would jump. His appearance at that moment made Zhang Tianqin even more stirred up. Zhang Hao panicked when he saw Zhang Tianqin about to pull his pants down. Zhang Tianqin reassured him. Zhang Hao, don't be shy. This is also a part of the 4 rounds. And besides, I am a doctor. In this world, is a man's 4th round the length of his manhood? Zhang Hao asked shyly. Sister Tianqin, do you really want to see it? The two fell into silence. Zhang Tianqin then felt flu. I was just teasing you. How could you show that part of a man to anyone so easily? You have to protect yourself better from now on, Zhang Hao. Get some rest. I'm heading back to my room. Good night, Zhang Hao. Zhang Tianqin stepped out of the room, feeling incredibly flustered. A moment ago, she had almost lost control and done something she shouldn't have. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao looked toward the door, wondering to himself, was Tianqin feeling embarrassed just now? But honestly, that was kind of cute. When the weekend arrived, Zhang Hao let out a long yawn to greet Tianqin. She was cooking breakfast and called him over to eat as soon as he got up. Since today was supposed to be their date, Tianqin wanted to go back to her room to get ready. Zhang Hao felt confused. What kind of date? Wouldn't that lead to misunderstandings? He quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Don't think like that. We're just going out together. If I keep having these weird thoughts, things are going to get messy. Half an hour later, Zhang Tianqin was finally ready. She was wearing a white top and a short skirt. Paired with long black stockings, she looked absolutely captivating. Zhang Hao thought to himself, Tianqin is honestly even prettier than those famous internet stars. He stammered, You look really beautiful. Tianqin was very pleased to hear that. Zhang Hao wanted to go change to match her style. Eventually, they arrived at Wandi Plaza. This place is so crowded, and Zhang Hao couldn't help but marvel at how busy it was. Suddenly, his gaze landed on someone, a woman sitting at a nearby cafe, acting quite suspicious. It wasn't just him. Zhang Tianqin had spotted her too. It seems our movements have been detected by a stalker. I guess we're going to be followed around all day, Zhang Hao mused. Is that guy in the black hat the one chasing after you, sis? Zhang Tianqin confirmed he'd been tailing her for a long time, dead set on being her boyfriend. It was such a headache. Zhang Hao wanted to call the police. He couldn't just let him harass her like that. Zhang Tianqin quickly stopped him. Don't do that, Zhang Hao. We're research colleagues, and I don't want things to get too awkward between us. Zhang Hao, could you do me a favor? Zhang Hao naturally agreed. Just tell me, sis. Anything I can help with. Zhang Tianqin replied immediately. I want him to give up completely today. So, can you pretend to be my boyfriend for the day? Zhang Tianqin begged him. If she didn't get him to lose interest, she didn't know how much longer he'd cling to her. Zhang Hao agreed right away. I can do that. As long as you're okay with it, sis. Zhang Tianqin was a bit surprised that her younger brother had agreed so easily. That's great. She couldn't hide her joy. Thank you, Zhang Hao. Come on, let me take you somewhere fun. They both headed into the entertainment complex. Zhang Tianqin brought him here because she heard guys really liked this stuff. She pointed at the claw machine and said, I'll win a few plushies for my little Zhang Hao today. Zhang Hao could only smile wryly at that. He stood by, watching closely as she played the game. Afterward, the two of them shared ice cream in a very affectionate way. Not only that, they continued having fun, taking pictures, and playing games until the afternoon. Tianqin is having such a great time. Are you tired, Zhang Hao? Let's head over there and rest for a bit. As they were walking, Zhang Hao suddenly called out, Wait a second, sis. Before Tianqin could even react, her hand was caught in Zhang Hao's. She blushed. Zhang Hao, you. Zhang Hao subtly glanced toward a nearby building. That guy is still around. If we're going to pretend to be a couple, I think we need to act a bit more intimate. But that creep is really persistent. We've been playing for so long and he's still tailing us. Zhang Tianqin agreed. They had worked at the same research institute for years, so she knew her social circle well. Zhang Hao wondered, does that mean he still doesn't believe we're dating, so he's still following us? Zhang Tianqin nodded. Probably. Just then, she suddenly gasped. Oh no! I think he's coming over here. Before Zhang Hao could figure out what was happening, Zhang Tianqin pulled him into a passionate kiss. His whole body went hot, his face turned red as a beet, and his heart was racing like crazy. The stalker saw the scene and was deeply shocked. He clutched his face, tears welling up. They dare to kiss in public? How shameless! He shouted, and ran away in tears. Zhang Tianqin had seen the whole thing. You didn't disappoint me, she thought. She had noticed the stalker a long time ago. That's why she had intentionally spoken loudly about the time and place yesterday, so he would hear it and show up. She didn't forget to smirk. Can't forget that. Back to the present, they finally pulled apart from the intense kiss. Zhang Tianqin feigned innocence. I'm sorry. I kissed you without asking first. Did I scare you? Zhang Hao could only offer a forced smile. It's fine, he said, turning around to see if the creep was still lurking nearby. Tianqin smiled in response. Looks like he's gone. Watching Zhang Hao's expression, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. I'm not dreaming, am I? It seemed like Zhang Hao wasn't angry, and was even a little shy. He hadn't pushed her away, and he hadn't scolded or blamed her afterward. Did this mean Zhang Hao didn't actually hate being intimate? Zhang Tianqin continued to apologize profusely. I'm so sorry, Zhang Hao. I only meant to act, but the situation was so urgent, and I was so nervous that I overstepped my bounds. Hit me, scold me, punish me anything you want. Just don't be angry, and don't stop talking to me. Zhang Hao replied, feeling flustered. Sis, I'm not angry. Even though he said that, deep down, he still felt a bit conflicted, even though they weren't blood-related. Was this going too far? Zhang Hao was about to say something, but he decided to let it slide. As long as it helped his sister get rid of that annoying stalker, it was fine. Zhang Tianqin was delighted. Really? You're not bothered by it? Actually, Zhang Hao, you don't need to worry about the fact that we're siblings. We don't share any blood, and maybe you don't know this, but abroad, it's quite common for guys to be very close with their stepsisters. It's a sign of a healthy, beautiful relationship. Our bond is so strong, so a little kissing really isn't a problem. Besides, you actually enjoyed kissing me earlier, didn't you? Zhang Hao was startled, wondering why Zhang Tianqin was suddenly asking such a serious question. As a normal man, of course he didn't feel disgusted, but given how she looked right now, he had a hunch. If he answered that it was true, his relationship with Zhang Tianqin would cross a line. Even though he had feelings for her, he didn't want to ruin their current happy life as a family of 4. Zhang Hao thought carefully before replying. I didn't feel disgusted when I kissed you, sis. But right now, we are a family. You are my sister, so it's best not to be too reckless. Tianqin froze. Only hearing those 4 words. Didn't feel disgusted. Zhang Hao really didn't feel disgusted. It proved he must have feelings for her. Otherwise, how could a man not feel disgusted while kissing a woman? Tianqin boldly stepped closer to him. But today, we aren't siblings. We're lovers. So, we're going to spend the day as a couple. That creep won't give up so easily. Let's go. I'll take you to get something good to eat. As for the sibling relationship, we'll take it one step at a time. Of course, she only dared to think that part. In the distance, 2 thugs saw the two acting so intimately in public and felt annoyed. See that couple? That woman looks like she has money, and that guy is pretty good looking too. Let's go shake them down. I gambled all my money away yesterday. I'm broke. Let's go get some cash. The 2 stepped in front of them and shouted, Hey, you two, I've been watching you slobbering over each other for a while now. You're seriously offending a single guy like me. Pay up. Zhang Tianqin's expression changed instantly. Get lost. She then slowly reached her hand into her pocket. The thug continued to act tough and make threats. Who are you telling to get lost? Do you even know who I am? Still trying to act tough with me, huh? You're not going anywhere unless you compensate me for my emotional distress today. Liu Tianqin quickly thought it over. She had a knife in her pocket that she always carried with her. If they attacked, she could avoid getting hurt and take them down. But Zhang Hao was here too. If she fought back now, these thugs might end up hurting him. Liu Tianqin decided to toss some loose change at them. You useless bums, if you wanted to beg, just say so. Take the money and get lost. She scoffed, clearly unimpressed by these losers. What is this supposed to be? Don't even think about leaving unless you cough up at least 2,000 yuan. He smirked to himself, thinking, as expected, this woman has money, I should definitely squeeze her for more. He kept up the threats. If you don't want to pay up, don't blame us for getting rough. And if we end up ruining your boyfriend's pretty little face, don't blame us for being heartless. Just then, Zhang Hao suddenly spoke up. If you want to fight, then come on. Why are you just standing there running your mouth? Can't they fight? Liu Tianqin couldn't help but be surprised by his strange attitude. The 2 thugs were stunned. You little brat, don't you know you shouldn't talk to adults like that? Liu Tianqin rushed to warn him. Zhang Hao, run! But her expression quickly shifted as she saw Zhang Hao land a clean, decisive kick on them. He confidently taunted. What now? Still want to fight? The 2 thugs scrambled away in fear. Zhang Hao turned back and gave Liu Tianqin a bright, cheerful smile. See, sis? I told you I could handle it. Liu Tianqin trembled slightly. Since when have you been this skilled? I remember you weren't like this at all before. Ever since they were little, Liu Tianqin had never been apart from Zhang Hao. Little Liu Tianqin would tightly hold on to little Zhang Hao's hand. Even when Zhang Hao initially said he didn't want to see her, she just stopped appearing in front of him. But she always stayed in the shadows, watching over him. Back then, Liu Tianqin would sneakily watch Zhang Hao from afar. Once Zhang Hao started using QQ, she immediately used her own account to add him as a friend. It took a lot of effort, but Liu Tianqin eventually became the older sister he confided in online. The messages Zhang Hao sent, when he was younger, were mostly about daily issues, things like his belongings, exams, his favorite movies, and even being confessed to at school. Liu Tianqin thought silently to herself. But lately, for some reason, Zhang Hao wasn't as clingy online anymore. Looking at Zhang Hao drinking water over there, Liu Tianqin suspiciously pondered about his parents remarrying and him writing his novel. He didn't mention those things to her anymore, didn't send cute stickers when they talked, stopped saying huo, and even started learning Muay Thai on his own. Liu Tianqin sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, mumbling to herself, could it be because he's growing up? Or did something happen? Just as Zhang Hao walked in, he faintly heard her talking and asked, "What's that? What are you saying, sis?" Liu Tianqin quickly brushed it off. "It's nothing. You're tired today, aren't you? Go take a shower and get some rest." Zhang Hao obediently replied, "Oh, okay." Liu Tianqin carefully opened the bedroom door, peeking around to make sure no one was there. She gently sat down in front of the computer, her hands clacking away on the mouse and keyboard. The cursor on the screen moved toward a text file titled, "A Real Woman in a Patriarchal World." Liu Tianqin was stunned when she found it, whispering to herself, Zhang Hao wrote this novel in the bathroom? Zhang Hao was relaxing under the shower, the soap bubbles piling up like white clouds. He said comfortably, "Nothing beats a hot shower after a busy day." Then, suddenly remembering something, he looked up and shouted, "Oh, right." Zhang Hao muttered to himself, "I have to update the novel tonight. Haven't updated in 2 or 3 days." Elsewhere, Liu Tianqin stared intently at the screen, her hand scrolling the mouse constantly. She found it hard to believe, wondering to herself, why would Zhang Hao write a story like this? Zhang Hao finished his shower, refreshed, and walked toward his door. He reached for the knob, and the door clicked open. Zhang Hao walked into the room. Everything looked the same as before. Any sign that Liu Tianqin had been there was perfectly hidden. Zhang Hao sat in his chair, cracking his knuckles to relax and saying, "Yeah, all right, time to write." When he opened the computer, he wondered suspiciously, did someone get into my files? Whatever, I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Liu Tianqin knocked on the door, holding a glass of milk, and said, "Zhang Hao, drink your milk before you start writing." Liu Tianqin leaned in close to Zhang Hao and asked, "What are you writing about, Zhang Hao? Can I read it?" Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head and said, "It's nothing, sis, just some random stuff I'm writing." Zhang Hao thought to himself, I think my behavior today made her suspicious. The world building in this novel is too specific. It's better if she doesn't read it. Liu Tianqin asked pointedly, "Is Zhang Hao writing something that I'm not allowed to see?" Zhang Hao was startled and turned red. Liu Tianqin's expression seemed a bit mischievous. She smiled and said, "You shouldn't be doing that." She reached out toward Zhang Hao's face and said, "You've been acting pretty strange lately," she continued. "Not only are you learning Muay Thai, but today you even stepped in front of me." Liu Tianqin looked at him with an eerie gaze and said, "You've changed quite a bit compared to the Zhang Hao I used to know. I'm very worried about you." Zhang Hao thought to himself, as expected, she's suspicious of me. Then, Zhang Hao realized something strange and felt a shiver down his spine. Wait, why compared to the Zhang Hao from before? Zhang Hao wondered. Did Liu Tianqin know me that well before? He stammered. "Sis, we haven't been siblings for that long, have we? What do you mean by compared to before? Did we know each other before?" Liu Tianqin froze, not expecting Zhang Hao to catch on to the main point so quickly. She lowered her head and stayed silent. Then, Liu Tianqin said, "Zhang Hao, actually, we've known each other since we were little." Zhang Hao asked in disbelief. "We've known each other since we were kids?" He thought to himself. What's going on? Why is there absolutely no trace of this in the original owner's memories? Liu Tianqin recounted. "We were in the same daycare when we were young." She asked, with a worried expression, "Zhang Hao, do you really remember nothing? Not even me?" Zhang Hao awkwardly made up an excuse. "Haha, it's been so long, I really don't have any memory of that." He remembered the moment. They first met, when Liu Tianqin had hugged him and pressed his head into her cleavage, saying, "Zhang Hao, do you remember me?" Now that he remembered it, he finally understood. No wonder we hit it off the first time we met. It turns out we've known each other since we were little. We must have been really close back then. I mean, look how affectionate she is. Looking at the quiet Zhang Tianqin in front of him, he thought, so, is she suspicious because I forgot about her? Is she sad? But I can't tell her that I transmigrated here, because of the blood moon. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat, trying to come up with a way to play dumb. He really didn't want Tianqin Jie to be too upset. So, Zhang Hao kept up the act. "Tianqin Jie, actually, I sometimes dream about a little girl from when I was younger who was fighting someone. Her eyes looked so scary, it kind of frightened me. Tianqin was startled. Zhang Hao continued. Plus, a lot of people at school have been giving me a hard time lately, which makes me feel like I need to be stronger and learn how to defend myself. That's why I've been working out and learning martial arts. Reaching out to take Tianqin's hand, Zhang Hao added, Today, when I stood up to those bullies, it was only because you were by my side, and that gave me courage. Pressing her hand against his cheek, Zhang Hao whispered, You wouldn't let anything happen to me, right? Tianqin blushed. Zhang Hao, she said, feeling shy, yet declaring firmly that she would never let anything happen to him. As she spoke, she pulled Zhang Hao's face toward her chest. Zhang Hao blushed, thinking, Acting weak in front of her really works. Tianqin thought to herself, It seems he still hasn't remembered what happened when we were kids. What I can confirm is that he was terrified of me back then, scared enough to block out the memory. Tianqin thought optimistically, But that's okay. I'll make it up to him. She teased, You scared the life out of me today, Zhang Hao. I have to punish you, Zhang Hao asked, stuttering. Punish? With what? Tianqin's hand crept behind Zhang Hao's back as she said, Obviously. I'm going to use the tickle attack that you're most afraid of. She started tickling him. Zhang Hao couldn't stop laughing and pleaded, Haha, Tianqin-jie, I know I was wrong. Haha, stop tickling me. After a while, they were both exhausted, lying on the bed, panting. Tianqin told him not to scare her like that again. Understand? Zhang Hao replied, I know, Tianqin-jie. Tianqin fell silent, staring intently at the sweat on Zhang Hao's neck. She brushed her hair back and sat up. Zhang Hao, we said we'd be a couple for the day, right? She said. The day isn't over yet. So for now, we aren't siblings, we're a couple. Zhang Hao thought, embarrassed. Does she mean she was just acting before because someone might be watching, but now we don't have to pretend anymore? Tianqin told him it was fine, it was only for the day anyway. Besides, they had already kissed once before, so doing it again wouldn't be a big deal, right? Zhang Hao thought to himself. Oh no, it's getting dramatic. The one thing I was trying to avoid is happening. She doesn't just see me as family. Tianqin leaned in close. Their lips were almost touching. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. We're home. Tianqin, Zhang Hao, are you guys upstairs? They both jumped in shock. Tianqin called out, Mom? I thought you said you weren't coming back until the day after tomorrow. Zhang Hao thought, Oh crap, Dad's back from his business trip. Tianqin quickly whispered, Stay in the room. I'm going out. Zhang Hao said, Wait, Tianqin-jie. Your face is super red right now. You should head to your room first, he said. Tianqin replied, You're right. Tell Mom I have a headache and I'm resting. Zhang Hao thought, She really wanted to kiss me just now. What do I do? When he was very young, his mother had left. Her cold, silver-haired back had turned and walked away forever, leaving Zhang Hao and his father standing in the darkness. His father became obsessed with work, having no time to care for him, and ended up sending him to daycare. Back then, Zhang Tianqin had looked into a corner and seen a small child standing there silently. Little Zhang Hao had wondered, Who is that girl? A petite girl in a blue dress, with bobbed hair, bangs, and huge glasses. Zhang Hao walked up to her and tried to be friendly. Hi, why are you playing by yourself? Did you just get here too? Zhang Hao asked, shyly suggesting they play together. He reached out and said, My name is Zhang Hao. I'm 5 years old. Tianqin didn't say a word. Her eyes narrowed coldly, and she simply ignored him and walked away. As Tianqin walked toward the door, Zhang Hao stood there, confused and awkward. It was such a clear, sunny day. Tianqin sat at the table, resting her head on her arms, thinking, I never expected things to go so smoothly. Like a young girl in love, she thought. Sweet and naive. I kissed him and hugged him, and he didn't refuse. Does that mean he likes me back? She smiled softly, feeling so happy. She thought, Zhang Hao, I love you. Meanwhile, lying on his bed, Zhang Hao thought, There's no mistake. She definitely has feelings for me. Recalling how she had leaned in, he thought, If Dad hadn't come back so suddenly, we would have. Zhang Hao felt shy. Actually, Tianqin-jie is great. She's so caring, always gentle with me. She can handle anything, whether it's in the living room or the kitchen. I have feelings for her too. Every time I face her, I blush and my heart beats so fast. Then Zhang Hao thought, Wait a minute. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we're a perfect match? Zhang Hao pulled back the blanket, boldly thinking that in the past, he would have dreamed of dating such a goddess. But that spark didn't last long before it died out. He wondered, what would Dad and Aunt think? I'll have a chance to sound Dad out later. The next morning, the four of them sat around the dining table. Zhang Yan said, "It's been a long time since we all ate together like this." Then she asked Zhang Tianqin, "Tianqin, did you take good care of Zhang Hao while your parents weren't home?" Zhang Tianqin smiled and replied, "Yes, I did." She said, "Actually, Zhang Hao is grown up now. Often, Zhang Hao is the one taking care of me." Zhang Hao heard this and shyly said, "That's not true. Haha." Zhang Hao left the dining table and said he was done eating, adding that he was going to a friend's house today and wouldn't be back for lunch. Zhang Tianqin said, "It's good that you're making a lot of friends, Zhang Hao. Do you need me to take you?" Zhang Hao declined. "No need, Dad. Wait, Mrs. Zhang, Sister Tianqin, where are you going?" Zhang Hao's father turned to Zhang Tianqin and said, "Tianqin is in a really good mood today." Zhang Tianqin smiled and replied, "Yes, I have some good news." Zhang Hao walked down the street in silence. Zhang Hao thought happily that this time, his sister Zhang Tianqin didn't say much about him going out alone. Suddenly, someone called out to Zhang Hao. It was Min Yuehua. A crisp white crop top, matching short shorts, and white thigh-high socks that clung to her long, slender legs. She waved in a friendly manner and said, "I'm here to pick you up." Zhang Hao approached and asked, "Yuehua, why are you here? Didn't we agree to meet at your place?" Min Yuehua replied, "Because I missed you, so I wanted to come and pick you up as quickly as possible." Min Yuehua hesitated and asked, "No? Is that not okay?" Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself with a sigh, "This girl." He reached out and ruffled Min Yuehua's hair, saying, "It's fine, let's go." Min Yuehua replied softly, The massive mansion was lavish and luxurious, designed in a Western style with pure, pristine white walls. The two stood before the long staircase leading to the upper floor. Zhang Hao thought to himself, "No matter how many times I see it, Yuehua's house still leaves me in shock." Min Yuehua led the way and said, "My parents aren't home today, so it's just the two of us." She then asked curiously, "Zhang Hao, what do you want to play? We can do anything today." Zhang Hao thought, Yuehua always says things that are so easy to misunderstand. As sunlight streamed into the vast room, Zhang Hao stood on the edge, disbelieving, and asked, "Yuehua, you even have a private pool at home?" Min Yuehua replied, Zhang Hao thought, "Well, I suppose that's expected. What's a pool when you live in such a massive mansion?" Min Yuehua continued, "I was originally going to take you to see my weapon collection, but the butler mentioned that guys might not be interested, so he suggested this instead." Zhang Hao was startled, thinking, "Her weapon collection, it's probably just model weapons again, right?" Zhang Hao said awkwardly, "But I didn't bring any swimwear." Min Yuehua replied, completely unbothered, "Don't worry, the butler already prepared some for us." Zhang Hao immediately said, "If that's the case, Yuehua, let's have a swimming race." "How about it?" Min Yuehua responded enthusiastically. "Sure. What are we competing for?" Zhang Hao said, "It's simple. First one to reach the other side wins." Min Yuehua said, "Deal. Let's go change first." Zhang Hao felt incredibly awkward. He thought to himself, "I've run into a real problem with the habits from my original world. Back there, I'd just wear swimming trunks and be done with it. But here, I probably can't do that. I'd definitely be branded a pervert." In his mind, Zhang Hao imagined stepping out like that, and Min Yuehua blushing, saying, "Oh my, I had no idea your body was this toned." Zhang Hao decided he absolutely had to wear the swimsuits from this world. In front of him were 3 interesting swimsuits. Generally speaking, they were clearly designed for women in his original world. Zhang Hao felt like collapsing as he muttered, "Are any of these actually wearable out in public?" Holding up a blue swimsuit that looked like it was for a toddler, Zhang Hao vowed that he would rather die than wear it. He held his head in exhaustion, thinking, "I don't even have the energy to complain anymore. For the first time, I really want to go back to my original world." Suddenly, looking to one side, Zhang Hao exclaimed. Within his sight, a swimsuit that looked somewhat normal appeared. Zhang Hao said, "This one looks okay." He approached and picked it up to examine it, adding, Seems harmless enough." Suddenly, something black fell out. It was a thin, dark piece of fabric with elastic bands at both ends. Zhang Hao looked down at it, picked it up with 2 fingers, and wondered, "What is this? It looks like women's lingerie." Zhang Hao felt uneasy, thinking, "Why would this fall out of this swimsuit? This feels incredibly suspicious." Zhang Hao sighed. Out of options, he told himself, "Forget it, I'll just wear it." A moment later, Zhang Hao stepped out in the form-fitting swimsuit. Uncomfortable, he tugged at the neckline and said, "It feels a bit tight." Min Yuehua walked out and saw him. She approached and said, Zhang Hao, your swimsuit looks great. Zhang Hao replied, thanks. Yours looks great too. Min Yuehua was wearing a floral patterned swimsuit that hung just past her hips. She smiled in response. Zhang Hao said, no time to waste, let's start the race. I want to see how good your swimming technique is, Yuehua. Min Yuehua replied, deal. Zhang Hao said, the rules are simple. Whoever reaches the other side first wins. The loser has to treat the winner to lunch for an entire week. How about that? Min Yuehua agreed. Deal. The two stood on the starting blocks, and the referee shouted, ready. As soon as the referee yelled go, they both dove into the pool. Zhang Hao plunged into the deep blue water, stretching his body out with quick, decisive movements. Zhang Hao surfaced to catch his breath, and suddenly, the referee shouted in a panic. Oh no! The referee yelled, miss! Zhang Hao stopped and looked back, only to see bubbles rising from behind him. The referee on the bank screamed, Mr. Zhang Hao, the miss is drowning. Zhang Hao was scared out of his wits and shouted, wait, what? What? Min Yuehua opened her eyes. Min Yuehua instinctively coughed uncontrollably, gasping to push the water out of her lungs. Zhang Hao asked worriedly, Yuehua, are you okay? Min Yuehua replied with great difficulty, cough, cough. I'm okay. Zhang Hao thought, this is ridiculous. She has such a huge pool at home she doesn't know how to swim? Zhang Hao said, Yuehua, if you don't know how to swim, you could have just told me. We won't race anymore. That was really dangerous. Min Yuehua replied dejectedly, I've watched others swim before. I thought it wouldn't be that hard. Zhang Hao was speechless, reached out, and flicked her forehead, saying, are you stupid? Zhang Hao thought to himself, this is beyond simple explanation. She's completely lacking in common sense. Min Yuehua stuttered, I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. She began to say something else, then suddenly froze and stopped. The referee yelled in panic, oh my God, Mr. Zhang Hao, your clothes, your clothes. Min Yuehua completely short-circuited, only able to repeat, why? Zhang Hao's swimsuit, soaked with water, had become translucent and clung tightly to his body, revealing every curve of his muscles. However, Zhang Hao still had no clue and asked, confused, my clothes? As he looked down. Meanwhile, Min Yuehua had a nosebleed and fell backward, while the referee cried out in panic, miss. A short while later, Min Yuehua was holding a white towel to her nose. Zhang Hao sat beside her, now wearing a brown bathrobe. He asked, are you all right? Min Yuehua, still blushing, replied, Zhang Hao looked up at the sky, thinking, so that thing really was meant for guys to wear in this world to prevent any accidental exposure. Min Yuehua stood up and said, Zhang Hao, there are a few other places in my house we can play. She held up her hand, counting on her fingers as she listed the activities. There's a movie theater, a game room, the rose garden we can visit, and I can even take you to see my secret base. Zhang Hao quickly said, no rush. You should get some rest first. Min Yuehua said with a hint of sadness. But it's so rare for me to have you over. I just want to make you happy. Zhang Hao didn't say anything, lost in thought. Zhang Hao said to Yuehua, is something bothering you? To be honest, you've been acting quite unusual today. Min Yuehua trembled and clenched her fists tightly. Min Yuehua opened up. You haven't been eating with me lately, and we haven't been walking to school together either. I'm wondering if I did something wrong to make you unhappy? Zhang Hao waved his hand and said, not at all. Min Yuehua was overthinking it. In his head he thought, isn't it because Wei Nan has eyes and ears at school? I'm afraid that if I talk to her, I'll truly be affected by Wei Nan's threats. Remembering what Wei Nan said back then, don't let me catch you getting close to any other girl. Zhang Hao thought to himself, someone as domineering as Wei Nan, I'm afraid she might do something extreme to Yuehua. Zhang Hao told little Yuehua, it's not you, it's me. I have some troublesome matters I need to settle recently. Once I finish, we can go back to how things were. Min Yuehua asked in surprise, is someone causing you trouble? Can I help? If it's like before, we can face it together. Zhang Hao flatly refused. No need, he said. After all, this is my own trouble. I don't want to get you or Brother Long involved. Spend more time with Brother Long and Huang Yuan instead. Min Yuehua heard this and said sadly, Zhang Hao, is it because I can't help you? Min Yuehua said, I'll do whatever you say. I won't get in your way. Just don't abandon me, as long as we can be together. Zhang Hao coldly cut Min Yuehua off. I'm sorry. Min Yuehua was startled, her eyes wide. He said, this time, I really don't want to drag you all into this. Zhang Hao smiled at Yuehua. Thanks for caring about me. And I'm sorry I haven't been around much lately. Trust me, once I finish handling this, everyone can be together, just like before. Min Yuehua refused to give up, but with tears welling in her eyes, she said, I don't want to leave you. I want to be by your side always. Zhang Hao froze, not expecting Min Yuehua to say that. He dodged her gaze, not daring to look her in the eye. He said, I'm sorry. Min Yuehua didn't say anything, and eventually she turned and left, saying, I'm going to my room to change clothes. Zhang Hao watched her walk away in silence. He sat there alone, dazed, not even noticing the butler quietly approaching him until he suddenly sighed in frustration. Whoosh! Seeing that, the butler called out, Young master, Zhang Hao. He looked up, looking at him blankly. The butler asked directly, My young lady has been causing you some trouble, hasn't she? He didn't know how to explain, so he hesitated. Mr. Butler. The butler looked awkward and said, I apologize. I overheard you two talking just now. Sometimes the young lady can be a bit willful. He awkwardly scratched his head. It's fine. It's not her fault. With a downcast look, he spoke with difficulty. For certain reasons, I'm deliberately keeping my distance from her. His voice dropped. Yuehua's personality is a bit introverted. Usually, I'm the one who gets close to her first. It's no wonder she feels insecure. At this point, a look of remorse flashed in his eyes. I didn't think it through. I didn't care about her feelings. He couldn't help but think about how he had gotten her locked in that dark room last time. He felt incredibly guilty. Even if he hurt Yuehua, he couldn't let her get dragged into Wei Nan's mess this time. The butler smiled slightly and said, The young lady values you immensely. He started to recall how excited his little mistress used to be, mentioning him to him every time she came home, eating with him, exercising together, studying together, all very happily. Back then, he was very surprised, because, having been with the young lady for so many years, he rarely saw her smile. His eyes saddened, and he said in a low voice, If you suddenly start keeping your distance from the young lady, I think even if she were a bit slow, she would definitely be able to feel it. His voice was tinged with heartache. Being kept at a distance by a friend was likely the last thing the young lady would want. Zhang Hao listened in silence, his brow furrowed in sorrow. The butler suddenly asked him, Young Master Zhang Hao, has the young lady ever told you about being blackmailed by her classmates? He was slightly startled, then he stroked his chin like an old man and started seriously digging through his memories. Very quickly, he remembered Yuehua saying, my friends before just told me to give them money. He exclaimed, I think she mentioned it briefly. Then he asked, doubtful, but Yuehua didn't give me any details. Does this have to do with her past? The butler replied softly, That's right. His voice became distant. Because of the young lady's privileged background and her introverted nature, a few classmates took advantage of her, blackmailing her under the guise of making friends. Yet, the young lady, lacking experience, thought this was a normal way to make friends and never refused them. But the saddest part was that as things progressed, the obedient young lady became a target for bullying by almost everyone in her class. The Min family didn't know anything until the day she returned home, covered in injuries. At that time, the butler saw it and shouted in a panic, Young lady, Yuehua, what happened? She remained silent, not saying a word. Min Tianchu's face darkened, and she asked coldly, What's going on? Before she could speak, her mother barked, making little Yuehua tremble in fear. She stammered, It was my classmates. Tianchu's face instantly became as ominous as a demon. How could something like this happen? Then, furious, she went to the school in person, forced those parents and students to confront the truth and apologize to Niet Min Yuehua before letting it go. The butler couldn't help but sigh, grateful that the lady of the house stepped in to ensure justice for the young miss. But because of this incident, the young miss became someone the whole school feared, leaving her completely isolated. Recounting this, he looked at him with an awkward expression. It was so hard for the young miss to make new friends, and perhaps she was just terrified of losing them, which explains why she was so emotional earlier. He suddenly bowed sincerely and said, I've caused you more trouble. Please accept my apology on behalf of the young miss. I hope you can understand. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand. It's all right. I don't blame Niet Min Yuehua at all, he said sadly. Seeing you like this, I'm even more worried about her. He inwardly chided himself. It seemed he really needed to go talk to Niet Min Yuehua properly. This child was so deeply insecure, he decided to act on it immediately. Apologetically, he called out to the butler, I'm sorry, please excuse me, but I have to go speak with Niet Min Yuehua. Hearing this, the butler replied, She must be in her room. I'll have a servant take you there. He quickly responded, Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. A moment later, a servant said respectfully, Mr. Zhang Hao, please this way. The maid bowed and stepped aside, clearing the path for him to enter. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the person he was looking for, Nguyet Min Yuehua. She had changed into a gorgeous dress and was standing alone by the large window, gazing at the sky. Her silhouette looked a bit lonely. Nguyet Min Yuehua and Zhang Hao stood by the windowsill looking out at the sky. Nguyet Min Yuehua said sadly, I always liked standing here to look at the sky. I knew the plane my father took for business trips would fly past here. I would wait. I'd wait for his plane to pass, hoping he would come home. Listening to her every word, Zhang Hao seemed to fully grasp her pain. He spoke in a soft voice. The butler told me about what happened at school earlier, and how you were ostracized. He looked at Nguyet Min Yuehua with reassuring eyes. I know you feel very insecure, but you can rest assured we are good friends. I won't just leave you. She placed her hand on the window glass, her voice filled with sorrow. I know. Her eyes were full of suffering. Zhang Hao, you're in some kind of danger, which is why you can't be by our side. Zhang Hao felt helpless and couldn't find the words. Yeah, I guess you could say that. She turned to look at him and said, I want to help you. I'm not afraid of being dragged into your mess. I don't want to just do nothing and end up regretting it. She remembered the past, when she was just a little girl holding a hair accessory out to a female classmate, saying, This is for you. The girl looked confused and asked, Huh, can I really have it? She nodded and said, Yeah, you're not like the others. You honestly want to be friends with Nguyet Min Yuehua. So this is for you. Suddenly, a group of mean kids appeared. Hey, Nguyet Min Yuehua? Making friendship deals again? The ringleader held out their hand and asked, Where's our gift for today? When they were all dragged to the principal's office and their parents were called, the girl Nguyet Min Yuehua had given the gift to was crying in fear. A voice scolded them, Are you kids not only stealing things but fighting too? The parents of the mean children hurriedly said, I apologize, my teaching hasn't been strict enough, but my child only took the item they didn't participate in the fighting. Nguyet Min Yuehua looked pitifully at the woman next to her and said, Mom, that's not what happened. Her cold mother glared at her. Humph. She trembled as tears streamed down her face, unable to hold them back any longer. Back in the present, while Zhang Hao was still listening to her moving story, she said, Zhang Hao, you are my best friend. She looked him straight in the eyes and said, If it's for you, I'd be willing to be locked in a dark room as many times as it takes. Zhang Hao was stunned by her words. Looking into her eyes, he hadn't expected her to show such determination. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. He patted her shoulder and loudly praised her for being so loyal. She was stunned by his reaction. Loyal? Zhang Hao sighed awkwardly and said, But Nguyet Min Yuehua, this time it's really hard to help me. At school, we should still keep a bit of distance. Not just for your sake, but for the sake of the Huang Yuan group as well. She looked at him with a pained expression and softly called out, Zhang Hao. Suddenly, his voice rose again, emphasizing, But to make it up to you, later on, if you want, I can come here to see you often. He figured that if he did that, Nguyet Min Yuehua wouldn't be lonely anymore. Nguyet Min Yuehua was incredibly surprised to hear his sincere words. She asked nervously, So if I call you over often, will you find me annoying? He smiled gently and said, Of course not. Inviting a friend over is perfectly normal. Why would I find it annoying? He even added excitedly, Besides, your house has so many fun places, and there's even a game room. He said the pool was so big that it would be a waste not to know how to swim. Let me teach you. Later on, you can teach me boxing. And we can even invite Lin Yilong to places like the home theater. He was still talking excitedly when she walked right up to him. Nguyet Min Yuehua hugged Zhang Hao, taking him completely by surprise. Zhang Hao stood there, dazed, not knowing how to respond to her embrace. She hugged him tight and whispered in his ear, Thank you. When she was little, Nguyet Min Yuehua used to follow a blonde girl around, saying all sorts of things, just hoping to be her friend. My house has a home theater, a game room, and even an armory. I can take you to visit my secret base. But her words were ignored by that girl. Still, thank you. It was Zhang Hao who reached out to pull her away from the darkness. He walked up to her, smiled, and started a conversation. Do you want to talk to me? If you do, let's be friends. I'll help you. She happily took his hand again. Now, the two of them could embrace and talk. Zhang Hao, thank you for everything. She blushed, her eyes shimmering with tears, and said, I like you the most. That night, the full moon hung bright in the sky. In the distance, black smoke billowed. A rustling sound echoed. From within the smoke, Wei Nan appeared, covered in terrifying wounds and blood. Her face was smudged with soot and scratches. She looked at her blood-stained hands. In pain, she bowed her head and squeezed her eyes shut. Her hands went limp on the ground, lacking all strength, as tears flowed endlessly from the corners of her eyes. Wei Nan woke up after a long sleep, lying on her pillow, crying out in pain. Ugh. She sat up, wearing only her lingerie, and asked the person standing in front of her, "What time is it now?" The brown-haired girl with glasses replied, "Wei Nan, it's past 11 o'clock. Your sleep hasn't been stable lately. Do you need me to call the private doctor to examine you?" Wei Nan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said there was no need. She asked, "How is the moon research going?" The brown-haired girl with glasses awkwardly said there had been no progress. Wei Nan stepped out of bed and said, "I see. You can go back to work." Wei Nan stood up and put on a white shirt. She struggled to button her cuffs on her own. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the phone on the table. She wondered, what is that kid doing right now? Min Yuehua held Zhang Hao's hand and said tenderly, "I'm so happy when I'm by your side." Blushing, she added, "I want to be your friend for this whole life, never to be separated." Zhang Hao was startled and awkward. Friends for a whole life, what does that even mean? But he still replied that it was fine. She hung her head shyly and whispered a soft, Suddenly, she called him affectionately, "Zhang Hao, I want us to get married." This time, Zhang Hao couldn't stay calm anymore. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "Min Yuehua, wait a second. Where did you learn all this stuff?" She hesitated, saying she didn't really know. She just simply wanted this. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and scratched his face. It's not good to act like this at home where others might see. Suddenly, the phone rang, making him jump. This was the perfect excuse for him to slip away. He quickly ran off to answer the call. It was Ngui Nam calling. Zhang Hao was very surprised to recognize who it was. "Is that you, Ngui Nam?" He asked coldly what she wanted. She softened her tone and asked where he was right now. He still replied with a blunt, rough tone. "I'm at a friend's house. So what? Say what you have to say." Zhang Hao's words broke Ngui Nam's heart. She squeezed her eyes shut, feeling the pain deep within her soul. She said calmly, "I'd like you to come over to my place." He refused point blank. "No way. I'm not free right now. I'm really busy." Wei Nan lounged back in her seat, relaxed, and said, "All right then. I'll pay your parents a visit first. I happen to have some gifts I want to give them. You just go do your thing." Zhang Hao's eyes went wide. He shouted back anxiously, "Wei Nan, I'm warning you. Don't you dare go too far." He was absolutely fuming. Did this woman actually think she could threaten him? Wei Nan, on the other hand, said calmly in a provocative tone, "Oh really? If that's how you feel, then get out of that mansion. I'll wait for you at the gate." She cut the line before he could even respond. Just then, the butler walked in and called out to Zhang Hao, looking worried. "There's a group of people outside claiming they're here to take you home," he said. Zhang Hao was stunned. Take him home? In front of Yuehua's luxurious mansion, a crowd of men in suits and dark glasses stood waiting solemnly for him. He broke into a cold sweat just looking at them. Wei Nan and Yuehua glared at each other with pure hostility. Zhang Hao was trembling. How did things end up like this? Suddenly, Yuehua turned to him and said, "Don't be afraid of her." She pointed to herself and added, "I'll protect you." That was already enough to shock Zhang Hao, but then an even more chilling, terrifying laugh came from Wei Nan. She smirked. "Protect him, you say?" She didn't hold back, scolding, "Listen, little miss from the Min family, don't think just because your family has money you can go around spouting nonsense." Zhang Hao stood there in an incredibly awkward position, sweating bullets. The two women kept glaring at each other as if they wanted to claw each other's eyes out. Yuehua cursed Wei Nan. "You wicked woman, I won't be polite to you." Zhang Hao raised his sweaty hands to stop them. He was terrified that if this kept up, they were actually going to start a brawl. He had to intervene to play peacemaker. "Wei Nan, do you still want me to go with you?" "Let's just stay calm," he pleaded. "There's no need to be this tense." He turned to reassure Yuehua. "She's only looking for me for a bit of business. I actually have something I need to talk to her about too." He added, "It's fine. You've seen me this far. Don't worry about me. You should go back." But Yuehua stubbornly refused, which only added to Zhang Hao's bewilderment. Yuehua was so angry, her fists were shaking. "No way. She doesn't seem like a good person. I can't let you go with her." Zhang Hao shouted in frustration, "Butler, hurry up and talk some sense into her." The butler was visibly outraged. These insolent people, daring to block the gate of the Min family, and even trying to snatch someone away from our young lady. Zhang Hao was stunned. He thought the butler would take his side to stop the two women from fighting. Instead, he stood with Yuehua. Wei Nan's expression grew dark and unpleasant. She had completely lost patience with these games. She turned around and said coldly, "He's my boyfriend. Since when is it any of your business what he does?" Then, she issued a cold, direct command. "Zhang Hao, get in the car." Zhang Hao panicked and shouted his denial. "Hey, quit talking nonsense. Since when have I been your boyfriend?" He was so angry he started stuttering. And another thing, don't use. Before he could finish, he was cut off. Yuehua stepped in front of him, shielding him. She shouted, "Zhang Hao is not your boyfriend, nor is he your subordinate." Wei Nan completely lost her cool, gritting her teeth and emphasizing every single word. "This is my last warning. Get in the car." Her voice carried a terrifying amount of weight. Zhang Hao was left stunned, but before he could even recover, a gust of wind swept past him. Yuehua charged at Wei Nan, screaming that she wouldn't let her bully Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao frantically yelled for her to stop. Yuehua froze. Wei Nan's face remained ice-cold. It seemed she was already too familiar with Yuehua's fighting style. She easily caught Yuehua's arm. Even though Yuehua started the attack, she suddenly found herself in a passive, vulnerable position. She grew frantic. Wei Nan swung her leg, preparing to deliver a kick to Yuehua. She didn't intend to actually hurt her, just to warn her, so Yuehua easily dodged it. Immediately, Yuehua aggressively lunged forward to fight back. Zhang Hao quickly grabbed her to stop her. "That's enough. Yuehua, stop it right now." Wei Nan stood tall and defiant, her high heels digging into the dirt. The butler and the servants rushed forward to shield Yuehua and Zhang Hao. "She attacked!" the butler yelled. "Young lady, Mr. Zhang, get back!" Wei Nan thought to herself with an icy face. "Little miss from the Min family. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Min Tianshu." He propped his chin on his hand, looking at her, and said, "Hurry up and tell me what you need." He watched her drive, bored and dismissive, as she said, "Shut up. When we get home, I'll tell you." He laughed sarcastically. "You're really something else, starting a fight right in front of my friend's house." Wei Nan glared at him like a killer. "Why don't you mention that she was the one who started it?" He continued to argue defiantly. "You brought a whole crowd to block my front door and were acting so aggressive. Weren't you looking for a fight? Can't you ever change that hot temper of yours?" he said in a stern voice. "I don't understand how someone with your attitude managed to become a chairperson. Did you get there through connections or something?" he continued. "Plus, if you keep fighting like that, tomorrow's headlines are going to be about a chairperson, a woman famous for her aggressive, violent behavior, blocking someone's house just to fight another woman." Wei Nan was so angry the veins in her forehead were popping, but he didn't stop. He kept running his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that the people around there nearly called the police, who knows what kind of disaster would have happened. Wei Nan was so furious she couldn't help but shout, "You! If it wasn't for you going out with that other girl, would I have been so angry that I lost control like that?" Zhang Hao was also incredibly angry and pointed at himself. "What? What did you say? Why is this my fault?" She gritted her teeth and let out what was on her heart. "I truly care about you. Every time it concerns you, I easily lose my cool and the composure of a chairperson. It's so annoying." Zhang Hao felt a bit guilty and flustered. "Hey, take it easy. I'm not like those other men you've been around. My taste is much more refined than you think." She felt insulted, thinking he never bothered to learn about her but now dared to make things up to her face. "What are you talking about? Men before me. I have never had a man in my life." Zhang Hao was stunned by her words. His eyes went wide, and his mouth hung open, twitching. "You don't believe me?" she asked, her eyes narrowed. "Do you have a problem with that?" He was confused, thinking to himself, while glancing at his reflection in the car mirror. "What the? How is she still single? She's rich, smart, and, she's got it all. Oh my God, and here I thought she had dozens of yes men lining up to be her lapdogs, and that she was just playing around with me. Is this person being serious?" He turned to look at her, and she felt a bit shy under his intense, suggestive gaze, but she had to admit, his assessment of her was spot on. He rested his chin in his hand. "This isn't good. The more serious she gets, the less I can keep getting tangled up with her." A grand, imposing mansion appeared against the clear blue sky, and the car stopped at an upper-level suite. He and Ngui Nam were sitting opposite each other on the sofa. He was trying to create some distance between them to avoid getting further entangled. She spoke up to break the silence. "Zhang Hao, what's the deal with you and that little brat from the Mun family?" He answered seriously. "We're just normal friends. Now, you threatened me to come here. What do you want?" she said. "When did I ever threaten you?" As she spoke, she leaned closer to where he was sitting, revealing her smooth, white legs in seductive black stockings, and a massive chest. He asked her, "Isn't finding my parents a threat?" She smiled and leaned in even closer. "Is coming to your door to propose marriage a threat?" He felt like he was being swallowed by darkness and shouted in shock, "What the hell are you talking about? A proposal? Don't be so ridiculous. Have I even agreed to anything?" She continued. "You don't agree?" She reached out to play with a lock of her hair, full of confidence. "Aside from me, who else is even worthy of having you?" Her supple body appeared on screen, dazzling the readers. Ngui Nam said, "If I really wanted to threaten you, I could have used your family to coerce you into being obedient and serving me in bed from the very beginning." "Baby?" He managed a bitter laugh. Then a thought crossed his mind. If she really did use his family to threaten him, he truly wouldn't have any way to refuse. He kept playing the innocent act, trying to be a psychological manipulator to make her change her mind. "Miss Ngui, we really don't have a future. In this world, there are so many talented, good men out there. Why do you keep clinging to a useless guy like me? Think about it. Do we actually have anything in common? To be honest, I really don't like strong women like you." She remained firm in her decision and said calmly, "Life doesn't have a second act, so in this life, what I want, I will find a way to get." Her eyes fixed on him, and she let out an, "Oh." Perhaps some people have a second life, but that's not something I'm considering. Being looked at by that cold, sharp gaze made him feel guilty. He turned away. "I don't know what kind of nonsense you're talking about. I'm leaving." Saying that, he stood up abruptly, while she sat there in her skimpy skirt, legs crossed, watching him. Just as he stood up, Ngui Nam grabbed his hand. "Wait." He turned his face back, annoyed, and said, "Hey, I told you not to. Who gave you permission to leave?" She then hugged him from behind so tightly he couldn't move, his arms pinned, and for a moment, he was stunned, trapped within the overwhelming pressure of her embrace. She whispered in his ear, the red moon glowing, "I've been studying this for a long time. Are you truly interested?" She nibbled lightly on his ear, and his face flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. Inside, he screamed, "What the hell is this?" He stepped back to escape. Her hug, holding his ear and saying, "I don't care what you're studying. Even if you're studying the moon, you can't force me to rely on you." He backed up until he bumped into the table behind him and stood there in a daze. A crashing sound echoed behind him. He had knocked over a precious dish and froze in his tracks. Ngui Nam approached the shattered plate and said calmly, "Oh, this plate was my absolute favorite, you know." He turned his head sharply. Like an innocent child, he asked, "May I ask how much this thing costs?" She held up 2 fingers. "What are you shouting about? 2 million yuan?" She closed her eyes and shook her head. "No." He turned pale, looking like a man about to meet the Grim Reaper. When Ngui Nam said it cost 200 million, he gasped. She sat with her legs crossed, her gaze turning serious. "Pay up," he said fearfully. "This." He became timid, his entire persona shrinking as he shouted in despair. "No, absolutely not." She sighed. "You broke it, so you have to pay. If you can't pay, just be my man, and that's that." He was now like a soul without a body. She crossed her arms and said, "Is there a problem?" She smirked. "Naturally, I have some responsibility here too. You only need to pay me 100 million. I'll give you 10 months to pay it all off. 1 million per month, and your body belongs to me. If you dare to haggle, don't blame me for being unreasonable." By now, his soul had drifted far away, even more shocked, 100 million and 10 million a month. "I don't think I can hold back any longer," he thought, eyeing her long legs. "Seriously, this isn't working. Wei Nan's physique is way too good to be using his body like this." A pink-haired girl appeared in his subconscious. "Are you sure?" Then, she pointed directly at his forehead, making it glow. He snapped back to reality, drenched in sweat and trembling, and reached up to touch his forehead. He firmly declared, 100 million is 100 million. She suppressed her craving. "Humph, as expected, of the man I like, so decisive." He pointed at her. "A real man should have ambition. How could I possibly work under a woman?" Wei Nan was speechless, 3 dots appearing over his head. "A woman? What? Are you kidding me?" He thought, tears welling up. "Don't even think about relying on women anymore. I have to find a way to make this money on my own." Night fell, and a crescent moon appeared over the house. Zhang Hao returned home, wondering, why is Sister Seng Cheng still outside? Seeing him return, she smiled brightly at him. "Waiting for you, you silly, cute guy?" He held his belongings in one hand while awkwardly scratching his head with the other. "Actually, you didn't have to wait out here specifically for me," Seng Cheng replied. "I just couldn't relax until I saw you sooner." She then shifted her attention to the item in his hand. Oh, and how? What are you holding? He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with reluctance and the smell of money. It's nothing. Just a broken antique bowl a friend gave me. Their voices echoed in the night. Oh? Has Hao started studying antiques? If you like them, I'll buy some for you next time. Sister Seng Cheng, please don't spend money on useless things, he thought to himself, feeling a pang of pain whenever he saw money being spent. He coughed a few times to make an excuse to ask, So, Sister Zhang Tiancheng, how much money have you managed to save up now? Zhang Tiancheng laughed, clicking her heels. Not much, maybe 3 or 4 million? I don't really remember. She turned to look at him. That's strange. Why is Zhang Hao suddenly asking about my account balance? She puffed out her chest and said, Are you having financial trouble? Or do you want to manage my bank account? She went on for a long time, leaving him stunned for a few seconds before she turned to leave. All right, let me go to my room and get it for you. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist and said, Sister Seng, wait. I was just asking casually. I just want to remind you not to spend money frivolously from now on. I won't be checking your balance all the time. He felt dejected and dismissive toward her. Humph. Sister Seng Seng's savings are nothing compared to that 100 million. Forget it. He sighed. Meanwhile, naive Seng Seng thought, Is Hao concerned about me? How happy I am? Off I go. Then he said, Sister Sheng Cheng, it's almost time for my live stream. I'm going back to my room. Seng Cheng replied, Go ahead. He walked to his room and pondered the future. Right now, the fastest way for me to earn money is through live streaming. He got to work, put on his mask, and his hands flew across the keyboard. His train of thought continued. The daily profit isn't bad, but should I try changing up the live stream content for something fresh? He stared at the screen through his black mask, deep in thought. He searched for new ideas and realized maybe he should ask Tong Thon for some suggestions. He brought up the manager, Tong Thon, and sent a message. Ask, do you have any new suggestions for today's stream? Suddenly, a flood of fan messages appeared. He's here, Namthon. Namthon, I've been waiting for you since this morning. Many others messaged, overjoyed to see their idol live. Inside his chat, someone named Mac joined. What is Namthan streaming today? Playing games or working out? Seeing the question, he fell into deep thought, still unsure. Let me think. But he was distracted by a comment in the live chat. If you take off your mask, I'll gift you 10 super yachts. No lying, I'll bark like a dog. He saw this and was speechless. People can actually be like this? He considered whether he should take it off. His hand reached toward the black mask. Just as he was about to pull it off, a message from a friend made him jump. Tongthon wrote, Zhang Hao, don't take it off yet. The timing isn't right. Wait until you're a famous streamer later, then taking off the mask will have a much better impact. By then, we can collaborate. With my promotion, the topic of the mystery streamer is actually a handsome man with 70,000 years of luck will go viral and bring you tons of fame. He stared at the message and started typing. It was as if he had been awakened. He let out a satisfied He spoke to his audience. Sorry, my loves. Then, he smiled with his eyes crinkling. But if you all work harder and get this channel to the front page, I'll show you my real face. He rested his chin on his hand and asked his fans, I don't feel like gaming or working out today. Let's do something else. What do you want to see? As soon as he finished, a storm of messages exploded. Dance to Happy Paradise. Hoi, hoi, I don't like games. Play duck hunting. Little brother, can you shake your hips? Let's see your thighs, or just sing for us. He said dejectedly. Shaking hips? Forget it. No black sheer gloves either. Maybe I'll try eating duck meat next time. He paused. Wait, can singing boost my popularity that quickly? Fine, I'll sing a few songs for you tonight. He thought to himself. As long as I don't have to sing that meow meow song, those songs are usually okay. Thinking this, he grabbed the microphone next to his computer. I might not be a professional singer, but in my past life, I was the undisputed king of karaoke. The music started to play, and he hummed along. Suddenly, the chat room exploded. Everyone was shocked by his voice. He sang so beautifully that someone gifted him 12 flowers, then 4 more. Soon, so many people were gifting him that he couldn't help but mutter to himself. As expected, not bad at all. The effect is better than amazing. Ding! Suddenly, someone gifted him a luxury yacht. It was filled with the smell of money, blinding him. Someone messaged him. Streamer, if you sing 18 turns, I'll gift you 10 more yachts. Like a complete fool, he asked himself, what is 18 turns? Suddenly, he was enlightened. He stared at the computer screen, his face turning bright red as he coughed violently. That absolutely won't pass censorship. I should have called the senior manager over here. Bosses, don't mess with me. Even if I can't sing 18 turns, can I sing My Darling for you instead? And thank you for the yacht. He thought, I'm here to make money, not to sell my soul. He cleared his throat, grabbed the mic, and sang with his angelic voice. My darling, let me bring you a little sweetness so you can sleep well tonight. A girl with a big, rounded heart behind the screen turned bright red, going crazy over his singing. Nam Thun, behind the screen, a girl with a curvaceous figure was blushing with pure joy, completely obsessed with the sound of his voice. My dear God, he's amazing. So sweet. I've got to gift 5 more yachts. As he looked at the screen, he saw the big boss had sent 5 more yachts. Thank you so much for the 5 more yachts, boss. People in the live stream were buzzing, demanding their own recognition. If I gift 5, can I pick the next song? Hold on. I'll open up the VIP account in a bit. Just make sure you read my ID when I do. Then, more people started joining his live stream. Zhang Hao wondered if he should just pick a song at random. Wow, the gifts are really pouring in. He happily responded to the room. Sure thing. Today, for everyone who gifted me more than 3 yachts, I'll do my best to fulfill your requests. So don't rush me. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He was getting ready to wrap up his stream. He waved goodbye to everyone. Thanks for all the support, bosses. That's a wrap for the song requests today. Maybe we can make this a regular thing. If you guys want to do this again tomorrow, try to show up early. My streaming time is limited tonight, so it's time to sign off. Sleep tight, everyone. He turned off the stream and scratched his head. If he weren't afraid of upsetting his parents and his sister, Can, he would have streamed all night long. As he said that, he tiredly pulled off his black mask. He looked at today's earnings. The income from singing was way higher than from gaming and working out. After the profit split, he had 50,000 yuan. He sighed, feeling the weight of his financial pressure, and leaned back in his chair. It still wasn't enough. He needed 10 million a month. Just as he was lying there, his phone started ringing off the hook. It was Wei Nan calling. He looked like a panda with dark circles under his eyes. What do you want? He asked. Calling to hound me for money? Wei Nan's voice on the other end was forceful. I suddenly felt like looking at my little fox. Take a picture and send it over right now. He was shaking with anger when she said that. What the hell? Who are you calling a little fox? Wei Nan said. Come on, be a good boy. He rubbed his nose, frustrated, but forced a grin as he listened to her continue. Trying to provoke me again? Don't forget, I already gave you a discount. You only owe me 100 million. He fired back. You want a photo? Fine. Seeing a way to pay off his debt, he said, 5 million a pop. You've got 30 seconds to decide. On the other end of the line, her face flushed red, and she was practically drooling, but she still tried to play it cool. Ahem. So you won't sell your body, but you'll sell photos? He snapped. Are you buying it or not? If not, I'm hanging up. She slammed the table, face still burning red, and made her offer. If you take a photo for me, I'll waive 1 million for you, he shouted with pure joy. So wait for me a second. He grinned like a junkie, desperate to cut costs however he could. The photo was incredibly provocative, one eye shut while the other was open, tongue sticking out, and he was using his middle finger to pull down his eyelid. He didn't think this shot was quite right. He tapped on his phone and muttered, maybe I should ask Nuyet Min Yuehua what she thinks, and hit send. He thought to himself, I need to pay off that first month's debt, then use this time to build up my popularity. By then, whether I take off my mask during a live stream or take on sponsorships, the profits will be much higher. Seeing that she hadn't replied, he thought Nguyen Min Yuehua was taking too long. He worried he'd scared her, so he sent another message. Nguyen Min Yuehua, don't be scared, okay? I'm not a scammer. I just wanted to ask if you could lend me a few million? She replied, okay. He messaged back, wait, you have that much money? Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back. If you don't have it, it's fine. I was just asking. She said, give me a moment. Nguyen Min Yuehua opened her cash drawer, but there wasn't enough. She turned to the butler and asked, where's my card? I need a few million. Hearing such a number, the butler was stunned. A few million? He forced a smile and replied, I'm very sorry, miss. But your mother doesn't want you to develop wasteful spending habits. You can only withdraw 100,000 at a time, unless you call her for permission. Dressed in a short nightgown, she said, then call my mother. Zhang Hao was still waiting. The butler asked in shock, is it Zhang Hao? Why is he asking you for millions? Nguyen Min Yuehua said, he needs to borrow money for something. The old man looked suspicious and judgmental, clearly not buying it. He then followed her orders. Very well, miss. Please wait, he thought to himself. If the madam finds out the young mistress is lending millions to a classmate just like that, she'll definitely be furious and scold her. I have to lie to the young mistress to protect her. Night fell. The moon grew rounder, and a magnificent castle appeared in the moonlight. The butler came to inform Nguyet Minuehua. The madam says you cannot lend that much money to someone you just met. At most, you can only lend a few tens of thousands. Nguyet Minuehua's eyes dimmed. She puffed out her cheeks, thinking, how stingy. She let out a frustrated sigh and texted him, Zhang Hao, my mother didn't agree. I can only give you 50,000 in cash. He said it was fine and not to worry, as he was just asking. He lay sprawled on his bed, feeling truly out of options. With a sour face, he thought, debt must be paid, that's just life. He shouted in agony, but earning 10 million yuan in a month is so hard. Morning came, and his house was bathed in sunlight. On his desk sat a notebook and a pen. On the previous page, he had written his goals. 1. Find someone to borrow money from. 2. Don't sell yourself. 3. Live stream and sing. But he had crossed out the first 2 items, adding a 4th. Take photos and send them to Weinan to deduct 1 million. He woke up, looking disheveled. Dark circles under his eyes. Net worth negative. 100 million. Live stream earnings. 50,000. Photo sales 1 million. He sighed wearily. Today was another day of grinding to pay off his debts. He picked up his phone and said, live streaming, singing the past 2 days earned me a decent amount. It seems viewers like fresh content. I should call my manager to see if she has any other viable live stream suggestions. He grinned and called his manager. Hello, Sister Tong Tong? On the other end, Tong Than was wearing a tight shirt, revealing her ample assets with a clip-on fan tucked between them. She chuckled mischievously. I never expected our heartthrob to call me personally, he replied. Yeah. I wanted to ask if you have any other good suggestions for my live stream content. Anything except for selling my body, of course. She laughed and said, your singing was a big hit the past 2 days. If you want to try something new, I suggest you try out this game that just launched. He said, hold on, let me turn on my computer. He held the phone in one hand and booted up his PC with the other. What game is it? Can you send it to me? Ding! A notification sound chimed on his phone with a message from Tong Than. The game is called Pooh. They say you've never lost in 5 consecutive rounds. It's currently trending like crazy. Many streamers are switching to this game to ride the hype, but it's an FPS game, which might be a bit harder for guys. Zhang Hao said, all right, I'll give it a try. See if you can get me some sponsorships, or maybe push me to the corner of the homepage. She laughed, resting her chin on her hand. Your popularity has already spiked from your singing. If you livestream this game tonight, I'll find you a spot on the homepage. He replied, then I'm counting on you. I'll message you before I go live tonight. I'm hanging up now. He felt a bit nervous knowing how hot and difficult that game was. He thought, isn't this just PUBG? I'm actually really good at this. Time flew by, and soon it was 8 o'clock sharp. He turned on the stream without using a camera or wearing a mask. Hello everyone, we're live. I'm not singing today. I'm going to play a game for you all. The chat room erupted with activity, everyone shouting, you're finally here. He said, just chasing trends? Wait a little longer, and you'll see. I'll parachute into the empty port and scavenge for whatever I can find first. The chat was buzzing with questions. What could there possibly be at an empty port? Don't be afraid to shoot, streamer. Don't just hide in crowded areas. You'll die early. Can the idiots please be quiet and just watch the game? Ah, heartthrob. Go for it. I'll gift you. Why no face cam today, honey? By now, he was fully immersed in the game, his character wielding a long rifle. He boasted, some people said I wouldn't dare shoot. Watch this. I'll show you. He gripped the gun, his brown coat fluttering in the wind, looking incredibly cool. The kill board showed he had already eliminated 17 players, with 13 remaining. Most of them were his kills. The viewers were screaming, enemy in front, streamer, you're a beast. Little brother is insane. 5 kills in the empty port? Is this your first time playing, honey? So amazing, he thought proudly. I spent a few hours playing this afternoon, so I've regained my touch. Watch me dominate this PUBG match. Gunshots rang out incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. He was lining up his shot. A banner appeared. The strongest man on earth wins the ranked match. First place, 21 kills, 98 points. He cheered. Not bad at all. This round had been smooth sailing. His viewer count climbed from 85,102 to 125,795. A massive number for him. People in the chat started spamming. Zhang Tianqin from the homepage, is it really your first time playing? Zhang Tianqin from my neighbor's stream, are you really just a little brother? Must be using a voice changer. A guy winning 3 rounds in a row can't be a voice changer. Some fans defended him. Why are you comparing stuff from the homepage? This is just skill. Our idol wore a mask and showed his face before. He's a beast at League of Legends. Okay? That's right. And remember when Zhang Hao soloed against Yu Shen and won? That came straight from the main page, so shut your filthy, stinking mouth. He looked at the comments, his face turning green with rage. He couldn't help but wonder why. Every time he played a new game, someone had to question his gender. Seeing that, he immediately retorted, I didn't plan on turning the camera on today. I was just going to focus on the game, but if people keep asking, I'll turn it on, open your eyes wide, and watch. He skillfully pulled his black mask back on. Once he had it on, he said, let's play a few rounds today and see how many we can win. I won't be reading the comments much, so thanks for all the gifts in advance. He started a new match. His sister, Can, was sitting on the bed in her pajamas and pulled up his stream on her device. She was shocked. Zhang Hao's stream is getting this popular already? She cooked up some dark scheme, then clicked her tongue. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He was focused on his game and said, come in. Qin Sen appeared in revealing sleepwear, smiling as she said, How? Are you hungry yet? I'll make you some noodles. He was stunned by his stepsister's sudden appearance. She rubbed his head and said, eat your noodles, then be a good boy and get to sleep, okay? It's getting late. He blushed and gave a soft, yeah. The guys in the chat started saying, don't end the stream yet, man. You've got such a top-tier beauty of a sister. I'm already falling in love. Seriously, the streamer's sister is so annoying. Why couldn't she just wait? Whoa! This lady must be obsessed with her brother. I feel like she's way too obsessed. Is the streamer in some kind of forbidden romance? Sen's hand was still on his head, and he said with a sigh, forbidden romance? Seriously? Everyone, stop making up random stuff. She gave a lecherous, greedy smirk. She said smugly, don't you guys think we make a perfect match? As she spoke, she showed off her figure, flaunting her hot body. Qin Sen draped her arm over Hao's shoulder, drawing out her voice. What are you all talking about? A forbidden romance? Her fingers lightly toyed with the edge of his ear. She whispered with a low laugh, haha, how could that be? Then, she leaned down to look at him, her beautiful eyes filled with warmth and tenderness. Hao just stared at her, dazed. Sis. Sen suddenly backed away a few steps and said kindly, all right, Hao, it's getting late. Get ready to turn off the stream and get some rest. She then winked playfully, intentionally teasing him. I'll be waiting for you in bed. As soon as she said that, the chat box went absolutely wild. Oh man, in bed, in bed, in bed. Little rookie. The streamer's about to share a bed with his sister. Don't tell me they've already done that kind of stuff. Hey, aren't you guys siblings? I don't approve of this union. Who's for it? Who's against it? These two are such a talented and attractive couple. Who are you lowly goblins to object? Damn. I told you the streamer's sister was trouble. She's like a goddess. Forget sleeping, streamer. Just play a few more rounds tonight. The topic was getting way too intense. Hao blushed, covering his mouth as he coughed violently, then shouted, cough, cough, cough. The moderator is watching. I don't want my channel to get banned. He looked at the clock, saw it was getting late, and said, forget it. That's all for today. Same time tomorrow. Good times always fly by. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. He quickly cut the stream. The screen immediately displayed. Live stream ended. Duration, 3 hours and 17 minutes. 220,000 in profit, 570,000 viewers, 120,000 new viewers, and 11,000 people sent gifts. Looking over the numbers, he sighed. The homepage traffic is definitely impressive, but it's still not enough. He took off his mask, sighing wearily like an old man. Making money really wasn't easy. Suddenly, Sen called out to him, How? He subconsciously turned to look at her. Sis. Then, his eyes were met with the sight of her lounging sexily on the bed. She was eagerly saying, You've been streaming and gaming for so long today. You must be tired, right? Come here. Hao felt his whole body heating up, and he asked, cluelessly, Sister Sen? She chuckled, and continued, I'll give you a massage. Hao's mind started picturing those soft hands roaming all over his body. He hadn't noticed while gaming, but she was dressed like that to give him a massage? Is she holding back and looking for a chance to make a move on me? Thinking that, he got excited but pretended to be shy. He gracefully declined. Sister, you can't just hold me like that. I feel so guilty bothering you all the time. Her eyes grew even warmer as she urged him on. It's okay. I'm not afraid of any trouble. Come on. It's very relaxing. As a few drops of sweat fell onto him, he replied in a deep voice, if you say so. His steps suddenly quickened. He made a silent resolution like a soldier about to head into battle. Why the hell was he still hesitating? Go for it. Zhang Tianqin caught a glimpse of him and looked stunned. He stopped in front of her and lowered his voice. Then I won't hold back. Hearing that, she first widened her sparkling eyes at him, then smiled and gently replied, okay. Next, she suddenly reached out, placed her hands on his neck, and gently pulled him down, whispering, lie down, just relax. Zhang Hao, like a naive deer, blushed as he looked at her. Her voice sounded again, just leave everything to me. A moment later, Zhang Hao was lying face down on the bed, with a dark expression, while Zhang Tianqin stood by the bed massaging him and asking, how is it? Feels pretty relaxing, right? He felt a bit weird deep down. It actually was just a proper massage. Seeing him silent, she smiled broadly and asked, Zhang Hao, looking at your face just now, were you thinking about something sensitive? He quickly denied it. No, I wasn't. You're just overthinking it. It's autumn now. Isn't it cold for you to dress like that? He asked, his hands moving skillfully across her back, his question full of hidden meaning. Zhang Hao is grown up now, learning to care about me. But I'm used to dressing like this at home. Does it bother you? Outwardly, he replied, I don't mind, but inwardly he thought, I'm mostly just afraid that one day I'll lose control of my upright spear. Not knowing what she was thinking, Zhang Tianqin's eyes suddenly dimmed. It's good that you don't mind. I was afraid you'd feel we were too close, and it would make you uncomfortable. She hesitated and continued. Actually, there's a reason why I'm like this. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. What reason? What's wrong, sister? She bit her lip, not answering, her inner self struggling fiercely. Zhang Tianqin. Wrong is wrong. If you want to be with Zhang Hao, can you really hide it for the rest of your life? After a while, she slowly spoke, but there was still a barrier in her heart. She didn't know how to tell Zhang Hao yet. She paused, worried about the potential outcome. If Zhang Hao couldn't like her and their relationship couldn't progress, she still couldn't reveal it. Thinking of this, she said sadly, when the time is right, I will definitely tell you, Zhang Hao. He was surprised to hear that, but he didn't press further. Yeah, is it really that serious? Fine, I'll wait. Zhang Tianqin quietly calculated as long as the new plan went smoothly, her relationship with Zhang Hao would definitely take a step forward. The next morning, Zhang Hao's phone started ringing incessantly. He pried his sleepy eyes open and mumbled, who is it? It's barely morning. As he sat up, he recalled what happened last night. Yesterday, the lady had massaged him so comfortably that he drifted off to sleep. He looked at the phone in his hand, then let out a startled, huh? It's a message from Wei Nan. If you can't hold out, you can bow down to me whenever you want. Just obediently be my man, and that's enough. He blurted out a response without thinking. Then, he clutched his head, looking absolutely miserable. No, don't rush me. I really feel like dying over that 100 million. At Alistoon Academy, the hallways were mostly empty, when suddenly, a mournful, ghost-like wailing echoed through the corridor. 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. A female student heard it and looked confused. What's wrong with the school heartthrob? Zhang Hao was slumped over his desk, his eyes blank and hollow, his mouth muttering like he was reciting a spell. 100 million, 100 million. Suddenly, someone called his name, snapping him out of it. It was Min Yuehua. She greeted him. Good morning. He politely replied. Good morning, Nuyet Min Yuehua. He glanced at the heavy backpack on her back and asked curiously, Nuyet Min Yuehua, why is your school bag so big today? She suddenly slammed the backpack onto the table, then opened it, revealing gold, silver, and diamonds sparkling inside. Zhang Hao, this is all for you. His eyes widened as if they were going to pop out. Huh? She said casually. I don't know if these are worth a few million, but my grandma said these are very expensive. She held up a ring and added, there's also this ring. Zhang Hao grabbed Nuyet Min Yuehua's hand in a panic. He was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts heartbroken as he interrupted her. Hold on, my dear ancestor. He couldn't help but warn her. You definitely hid this from your family and brought it here, right? You can't do that. Have your family's butler come to school and take these back immediately. You're not allowed to do this again. Nuyet Min Yuehua looked at him pitifully. Are you mad? I just wanted to help you. He reached out to pat her head, soothing her. How could I be? I'm so grateful to you. I just don't want you to get into trouble. Then he thought of something and said, oh, right. He lowered his voice. If you really want to help me, could you ask if your family knows anyone who can appraise antiques? Introduce them to me. Nguyet Min Yuehua unconsciously repeated it, as if deep in thought. Appraise antiques. A moment later, she suddenly patted her chest, full of vigor, and declared, I got it. Wait for my news. A few days later, at an antique shop, a cheerful voice rang out. Your eye for these things is just like your mother's. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the two women inside. Hello? Zhang Hao asked politely. Excuse me, is Duong Pham here? The girl in the red dress stared at him, stunned. An immortal descending to earth? The middle-aged woman replied. What is it? Hearing this, he got straight to the point. Duong Pham, I'm a friend of Nguyet Min Yuehua's. Could you help me appraise an antique bowl? She smiled kindly. A friend of Nguyet Min Yuehua's? Of course, that's no problem. Let me see it. However, he looked awkward and asked, I might be making a mountain out of a molehill, but do you have a private room? She was slightly startled, then hesitated and said, Ma Kong here is half my apprentice, and she's also a young lady from a wealthy family. Use the private room. The girl named Ma Kong smiled and suggested, It seems like a very precious antique. Let's go to the private room and take a look. Duong Pham agreed, taking out a cigarette to hold in her mouth before saying, All right, follow me. A moment later, looking at the colorful shards on the table, Duong Pham fell backward in shock. Isn't this the bowl used by Emperor Qianlong that sold for an astronomical price of 200 million? How can this be? She picked up a shard in horror, inspecting it meticulously. The patterns were lifelike. The rim was full and round. It was authentic. Zhang Hao listened, his heart aching. It's real. As expected, you can't rely on luck. My money, Ma Kong said calmly. I was at that auction too. I didn't expect the mysterious buyer to be such a handsome and wealthy young man. Duong Pham sighed in regret on the side. A total waste of a treasure. Hearing Ma Kong say that, his lips trembled as he replied, Aunt, it was actually bought by a rich, nouveau riche friend of mine. Duong Pham, can you fix it? She said immediately. Of course I can. It'll just take some time. But even if it's repaired, the value won't be as high as before. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel regretful. Is that so? Ma Kong suddenly slid a business card over to him. This is my card. I can vouch for you, little brother. Don't worry. Then she winked and suggested, I'm Ma Kong. Let's grab a meal together. We can talk about it slowly. Duong Pham looked at her, speechless. Zhang Hao obediently took the card and said softly, Then, I'll be troubling you, Miss Mok. In his heart, he calculated that when the time came to sell this antique, he might need her help. In the afternoon, beneath a massive skyscraper, Zhang Hao was bored, scrolling through his phone to kill time. Suddenly, he heard a call. Little brother, Zhang Hao. Ma Kong was wearing a low-cut top and sexy black stockings. She said apologetically, Hee, sorry for the wait. Traffic was a bit jammed, so I'm late. He looked at her helplessly. This girl had even gone home to put on makeup. He forced a smile and said, It's fine, I just got here too. She laughed happily. Haha, really? Let's go. With that, she led him into a restaurant. The waitress had noticed them from a distance. She quickly stepped up and asked, Are there just two of you? If you're a couple, you get 50% off today. After saying that, she winked at Ma Kong. Ma Kong started coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Well, actually, he hung his head. So that was what these two girls were aiming for. The surrounding customers saw Zhang Hao and Ma Kong and began whispering, Look over there. Tisk, tisk. That lady is so lucky. Her voice was filled with admiration. Being accompanied by such a handsome guy is a real stroke of luck. He just sat there, speechless. What was even more shocking was that Ma Kong next to him kept her head held high, looking smug, and even let out a weird, creepy laugh. He. It left him feeling incredibly drained. His inner self was screaming. So embarrassing. I'm actually having to link arms with someone just like a girl. He had no choice. Though who told him to ask for her help? While Zhang Hao and Ma Kong weren't paying attention, someone suddenly stood there with their hands in their pockets, silently watching them from afar. It was a blonde girl. Nobody knew what she was thinking, but the expression on her face was dark and cold, enough to strike fear into anyone. A moment later, Zhang Hao and his companion were led into a private room. As soon as they entered, Ma Kong put her hands together apologetically. I'm sorry. I made you feel wronged, she explained shyly. In order to get the discount, we had to pretend to be a couple. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand. Haha, it's no big deal. Don't take it to heart. Then he asked, Sister, how much do you think I can get if I auction off the bowl I repaired? She quickly replied, At least a few million. The price was so high last time only because someone was competing with your friend. Before she could finish, a group of people aggressively kicked the door open. The leader was the blonde girl from earlier. Mu Qingyun glared at Mu Hong and said through gritted teeth, "Little sister, I heard you have a handsome guy here, yet you didn't call me. You've got no loyalty at all." Mu Hong stood up abruptly. "What are you doing here?" Qingyun ignored her and stared at Zhang Hao with a lewd expression. "Oh, what a handsome student. Why have fun alone when we can have fun as a group?" The more she spoke, the more vulgar she became. "Little stud, how much is she paying you? I'll pay triple, no, 10 times. Lu Xing out with me every day. What do you say?" Mu Hong suddenly snapped. She was as fierce as a demoness and punched the girl hard. "Clean up your filthy mouth. Who do you think you're talking to like that about my friend?" Zhang Hao watched this scene, his face darkening as he thought, "Did I unlock some kind of golden finger that seduces everyone? Why are these girls all getting worked up over me?" Mu Qingyun clutched her face, furious. "Damn it! You bastard, you dare hit me? Beat this bastard to death for me." Her lackeys immediately cracked their knuckles and grinned. "Sure thing, Sister Qingyun." Mu Hong's eyes widened as she watched them carefully, followed by a series of thuds. Bam! Thud. The sounds were ear-piercing. Zhang Hao felt like he had aged 10 years, thinking, "Damn, why are they fighting?" Just then, 2 thugs grabbed Mu Hong, and one took the opportunity to punch her directly in the chest. She fell to the ground in pain, clutching her chest and coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Qingyun clenched her fists, glaring at her. She scolded coldly. "You bastard, spending my family's money, using my family's funds, and you still dare to hit me?" She suddenly screamed, "Don't you want to live anymore?" At the same time, she clenched her fist, ready to punch Mu Hong again. Zhang Hao was shocked. "Wait, are they sisters? Is she really going to beat her to death? I still need her to help me sell the bowl." Thinking this, he quickly rushed over, grabbed Qingyun's arm and said, "Stop." She was secretly terrified. This kid's strength was so great already. She threatened him loudly. "Men, get out of the way. I'll deal with you later." He sighed aimlessly. "Oh, really?" His eyes suddenly grew cold. He said in a deep voice, "Make your move." Next, he delivered a quick and brutal punch to her stomach and growled, "Don't you dare dodge," leaving her pale and blue in the face. Her lackeys witnessed this and were stunned. "Kid. You. Sister Qing." Suddenly, a kick landed right on the brown-haired girl's face, making her cry out in pain. "Ah!" The blue-haired guy looked terrified, and very quickly, a ruthless foot kicked him hard in the crotch. He immediately rolled his eyes, veins bulging all over his face. He howled in agony. Ugh. In just the blink of an eye, Qingyun's entire group was sprawled out on the ground. Mu Hong couldn't help but curse. "Damn it." Zhang Hao glared at her. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." But she calmly said, "You go first, little brother. She has ties to the underworld, let me handle it." He thought about it for a moment. It made sense this was her family business. He shouldn't get involved anymore. So he turned to leave, leaving behind only one sentence. "All right. If she calls people to attack you, remember to call the police for me." After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Hao quickly hailed a taxi. Sitting in the car, he sighed with exhaustion. Phew. Finally out of that mess. In a corner he didn't notice, a girl wearing a cap silently followed the taxi he had just entered. She was wearing a mask, her eyes exposed like a predator stalking its prey. She took out her phone and said, "Old Zhang, a very handsome student just got into your taxi, right? The boss wants you to bring him in." Zhang Hao's mouth was taped shut. He heard the muffled conversation in his ear. "Take the money. You didn't see anything today. I know. Can I go now?" He slowly opened his eyes. Another sharp voice rang out, "Get lost." Just as he stared at the person in front of him, it was a woman with a scar across her face, looking quite fierce. She puffed on a cigarette, her voice dropping to a low, husky tone. "Having money sure is nice. This top-tier student is about to become my favorite plaything." The masked girl chimed in quickly. "Boss, let's bump up the price later. With such a pretty boy, I'm sure some wealthy heiress will be dying to pay extra." The boss didn't answer her. Instead, she smirked at Zhang Hao. "Guess I'll have to tear this off for you, sweetie, but don't you dare scream." With that, she ripped the tape off his mouth. He immediately fired back. "A student like me shouldn't be on the radar of any evil organization, right?" She shrugged. "It's just business. Someone paid us to take out the trash." Her tone turned mocking. "Such a pretty boy. It's a real shame you're about to be toyed with by Mu Qingyun." He twitched in annoyance. "Damn it. This is Mu Qingyun's doing? Mu Hong is completely unreliable. She said she'd handle it." The boss tapped her chin, lost in thought. "Though, if you're willing to be the man of Dao, maybe we can work something out." Zhang Hao let out a provocative laugh. "Ha, I prefer strong women. Why don't you untie me? and we can practice a little. Than Dao's lackeys erupted in laughter, finding his boldness hilarious. Whoa, she's got a feisty one. The deal's already done, yet he's still acting out. Go get him, Boss Dao. Than Dao felt a rush of excitement. Fine, I love riding wild horses. Untie him. At that same moment, in Wainan's office, a respectful voice spoke up. Wainan, the team is in position. Her secretary added, everything is ready for the operation, Wainan said calmly. Good. She rested her chin on her hand and instructed the person across from her, listen, until the very last moment, don't worry about anything else. The secretary replied, understood. Satisfied, Wainan gave the order to move out, and we cut back to Zhang Hao. He was currently standing face to face with Than Dao, surrounded by her cronies watching the show. He darted his eyes around, sizing up their numbers. He spotted some tools in the corner and started calculating. If he could grab one and use their arrogance against him to his advantage, catching them off guard and taking them all down might not be impossible. Than Dao impatiently asked him, ready for the fun, tough guy? I'm going to make you feel so good. She lunged at him like a frog leaping for its prey. Little boy, here I come. He broke into a cold sweat just looking at her, but his reflexes were sharp. He dropped low, causing her to lunge at empty air. Humph. He then bolted as fast as he could toward his target in the corner. Than Dao didn't see Zhang Hao's plan coming, so she let out an excited laugh. Heh, don't run away now, but her underlings screamed in alarm. Boss Dao, he's reaching for a weapon, watch out! In that split second, Zhang Hao had already snatched up 2 wooden sticks and hurled them straight at her. Her eyes widened in panic, but she was a veteran gang leader for a reason. She quickly tilted her body backward, and the stick whizzed right past her hair. She managed to pull off a hair-raising escape. Than Dao let out a savage grin. You've got a few tricks up your sleeve, horse-faced punk, but I couldn't care less. While she was busy blabbering, he moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of her, swinging the stick with murderous intent. The weapon struck her with terrifying force, and she scrambled to block it with both arms. Her face twisted into a grotesque mask of agony. Her arms trembled as she let out a piercing shriek like a slaughtered pig. Ugh! Driven by pure spite, she lashed out with a kick. Damn it! Zhang Hao instantly leaned back to dodge, then quickly sprang a few meters away. He frowned, thinking to himself, damn it, I couldn't take her down in one shot. Than Dao suddenly tensed her muscles until the veins popped on her hands. I thought you were just a pretty face, but it looks like you've actually had some training, she hissed, grinding her teeth in a threat. Be a good boy and come here. I don't want to damage the merchandise. The buyer won't be happy. Zhang Hao stared coldly at her and said, let me go, or there's no deal. Hearing this, Than Dao sneered. What? You think you can take on my entire gang all by yourself? Her underlings stepped forward aggressively, ready to fight. Zhang Hao glanced at the group surrounding him from both sides and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He suddenly raised his middle finger in an extremely provocative gesture and said, if you want to come at me, then do it. Why so much talk? Than Dao's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of her head. You've got guts. Get him. Tear him apart. At the same time, Mu Hong, who was struggling with her hands tied behind her back, shouted in anger, Mu Qingyun, I'm warning you, don't mess around. You think you can just snatch away an antique worth 200 million? Don't underestimate him. Qingyun mocked her. If he had the means, would he be eating with you? She then asked, is this the place? The brown-haired girl replied, Boss Dao said this is the spot. Hearing this, Qingyun looked at Mu Hong with contempt. I'm waiting right in front of you. As she excitedly shoved the door open, she muttered, I'll make you suffer for this. She suddenly froze like a statue, her mouth unconsciously finishing the words stuck in her throat. That guy Zhang Hao. Without even looking, he swung his stick hard, smashing it into the brown-haired man behind him, sending him sprawling. He lunged forward and delivered a painful, crushing punch to the blonde guy in front of him. Mu Qingyun and her henchmen walked in. When they stood at the doorway and saw the scene, they were stunned. Both their jaws dropped, their faces turning pale with shock. They let out a small gasp as they saw Zhang Hao standing there with a stick in hand, surrounded by all the thugs lying beaten and scattered across the floor. Zhang Hao glanced at Mu Qingyun, standing frozen at the door, and gave a lopsided smirk. The main guest has arrived, has she? Before she could even process what was happening, the door behind Mu Qingyun was kicked off its hinges. Her underlings were sent flying out onto the ground. One guy was hit so hard he bounced off the floor like a dropped melon. Seeing him lying motionless, Mu Qingyun turned around and broke into a cold sweat. Just then, Wei Nan arrived. She said, Mu Qingyun, you've got a lot of nerve, kidnapping my man. She flashed a chilling, cold smile. looking at Mu Qingyun with indifferent, emotionless eyes. Mu Qingyun started shivering even more violently as she looked at her. Mu Qingyun stammered, Wei Nan. He's your man? So that antique worth 200 million was. Before she could finish, Wei Nan cut her off. That's right, he's mine. This time, Mu Qingyun was completely paralyzed. Damn it, I'm done for. Wei Nan spoke with cold, deliberate emphasis. Do you know what happens to people who lay a finger on my things? Terrified, Mu Qingyun quickly knelt to apologize. She kowtowed and begged, Wei Nan, I was wrong. Wei Nan, I honestly didn't know he was your person. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared. Not even if I had 100 guts. Wei Nan turned and glanced down at Mu Qingyun kneeling on the ground. Kidnapping the future master of the Wei family. An apology is useless. Every property under the Thon Bang Gang's management, my Wei family is taking it all. Mu Qingyun trembled at every word she heard. I heard your Mu family has 2 heirs, right? I will suppress the Mu family, strip you of your status as an heir, and cast you out. Wei Nan said it with a calm smile. So lightly, it was as if she were deciding the fate of the entire Mu family. Maybe sacrificing one heir will appease the Wei family? I believe the Mu family is smart enough to understand. Mu Qingyun gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face, consumed by resentment. No, no, no! Mu Qingyun was furious, but regret was too late now. She spoke up. You want that half-breed Mu Hong to inherit the family? I'd rather you just kill me. Zhang Hao was surprised by the commotion happening on the other side. He strained to listen to what was going on. Mu Qingyun pulled a knife from her coat. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. She lunged at Wei Nan, aiming to stab her. But just as the knife was about to hit, it stopped dead. Wei Nan barely had to glance over. It turned out a girl wearing a baseball cap had grabbed Mu Qingyun's arm, stopping her cold. Without a single wasted motion, the girl knocked the knife out of Mu Qingyun's hand and slammed her onto the ground. Her face dragged painfully across the floor. Mu Hong called out from the distance, Qingyun. The girl in the cap grabbed Mu Qingyun's face and, without a shred of mercy, snapped her neck. Mu Qingyun seemed to die instantly. She collapsed onto the floor, unmoving, to the horrified shock of Mu Hong and the utter surprise of Zhang Hao. Wei Nan walked toward Zhang Hao. She looked around and said, I didn't expect you to take on a whole gang of girls by yourself. Zhang Hao, covered in dust, replied, I take back what I said earlier. It seems you didn't just get this chairman position by taking the back door. Zhang Hao complimented Wei Nan on her ruthless tactics. You planned all of this, didn't you? Every word Zhang Hao spoke was sharp. I was just an excuse for you to crush the Mu family, right? To kill Mu Qingyun and use it as a pretext to swallow up their influence? Wei Nan frowned in anger. You think I'd do something like that? Zhang Hao remained silent, not answering her. After a moment, he said, Mostly because we really haven't known each other long, and I'm not that familiar with you, so I'm not sure if you'd do it or not. Wei Nan's face suddenly darkened, and her eyes flashed red. Fine, fine. So you're not familiar with me, huh? She gave a devious, wicked smile. It looks like we need to get to know each other better. Zhang Hao trembled, his face pale, as he raised his stick to shield himself. Hey, don't mess around. I've got a weapon now. Wei Nan's face darkened, confused. So what? Without a word, she flew straight at Zhang Hao, sending shivers down his spine. Zhang Hao was cursing under his breath. He swung the staff, shouting, Don't push me! She threw a punch, shattering his staff in two. That punch left Zhang Hao trembling in a cold sweat. Holy hell! Is she even human? No, she's definitely not. She must be some kind of monster. Wei Nan gripped her smoking arm and said coldly, Come with me. Zhang Hao, terrified, tried to smooth things over. I didn't say I wasn't going. Why the sudden temper? He thought to himself. I can't beat her. There's no way I can fight her. He tried to find an exit. Look, I just finished a fight. I really can't move. How about I just call a car to go home, and I'll visit another time. Wei Nan approached him and said, You don't need to walk. I'll help you. She hoisted Zhang Hao over her shoulder, causing him to scream, Wei Nan, put me down. I can walk myself. She gave his rear a sharp smack to get him in line. Behave yourself, and stop squirming. She carried him onto a helicopter, and they took off. While she carefully ordered her bodyguards to clean up the scene, Zhang Hao sat in the helicopter, wanting to cry. Being carried off by a woman was beyond humiliating. Suddenly, he froze when he saw a gaze from below still locked on him. Mu Hong was standing there, watching him get carried away by Wei Nan. Her eyes were watery, as if she were about to cry, and she was covered in bruises from the previous scuffle. He spoke to Wei Nan. If you kill people, it won't be easy for you to handle, right? Wei Nan asked sternly, Are you talking about Mu Qingyun? She started it. I'm just acting in self-defense. Zhang Hao silently gave her a thumbs up, saying, Well said. Wei Nan looked at him deeply. She closed her eyes and said faintly, She has to die. Even if I can handle it, having every stray cat and dog coming after you later would be a nuisance. At the very least, after this, people like her won't come bothering you again. She added firmly. Besides, it's not like it's her first time kidnapping high schoolers. She's trampled on countless boys. She deserves to die. Zhang Hao said in a judgmental tone. You talk so righteously. But didn't you kidnap me too? Wei Nan was so annoyed she could scream. She said helplessly, You wouldn't answer your phone, and you kept trying to ditch me. So I had to invite you in a special way. Zhang Hao was speechless. Great. You've just given me a perfect lesson in double standards. Wei Nan looked at him seriously. Then I want to ask you one thing. She asked, So, is Mu Qingyun a bad person to you? Zhang Hao stuttered, surprised. Huh? Why ask that? Wei Nan pressed her massive chest against him and said, Answer me. Is she? Zhang Hao stammered, I guess. Wei Nan asked one more question. Then, am I a bad person to you? Zhang Hao was caught off guard. Huh? Wei Nan stared at him, unblinking, waiting for his answer. Zhang Hao felt incredibly awkward, not knowing how to reply. Stop looking at me like that. He darted his eyes around and stuttered. No, probably not. He figured since she'd saved him a few times, she probably didn't count as a bad person. Wei Nan smirked in satisfaction. She grabbed his face, pulled him close, and whispered in his ear, If we both kidnapped you, why am I not a bad person? Zhang Hao trembled, unable to speak. This. Wei Nan bit his ear in retaliation. Aren't you being a hypocrite too? Zhang Hao cursed. Damn it. Before he could finish, Wei Nan kissed him forcefully. She kissed him deep, leaving him breathless. The helicopter kept drifting through the sky. Wei Nan kicked off her shoes, letting them fall to the floor. She started undoing her clothes. Zhang Hao asked fearfully, What are you doing? She didn't answer, just told him to stay still. Zhang Hao screamed in terror. Hey, stop! Suddenly, Wei Nan lunged on top of Zhang Hao, leaving him no room to escape. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, I've saved you so many times. Don't you think you owe me a little something in return? Zhang Hao trembled as he replied, You've been kissing me the entire ride. Just how much more do you want? She bit his neck and murmured that it wasn't enough. Wei Nan pressed her soft, mountainous curves against Zhang Hao, leaving him with absolutely nowhere to run. Damn it. I'm dead, Zhang Hao thought, his face darkening as he broke into a cold sweat, completely flustered by her kisses. Before he could even finish the thought, Wei Nan grabbed his throat to hold him still. He couldn't move as she said, I want you. Zhang Hao, shaking, pleaded for her to stop. Wei Nan looked up from his abs and asked, Stop? Then where do you think your hands are right now? Truth be told, his hands were resting right on Wei Nan's chest. He finally realized it, but it was already too late. Wei Nan smirked. Your body is much more honest than your mouth. She sat up abruptly and demanded, Start dating me officially. Wei Nan looked at him with a dead serious expression. Whether it's body or soul, I can satisfy you completely. Zhang Hao stood there, blushing in silence, unable to find the words. Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying? Don't try to test a man's patience like this. Wei Hua received a call, and the person on the other end spoke up. Mu Hong told her that Zhang Hao had been taken away by Wei Nan. She replied calmly, I see. Thank you, Aunt Yang. She dropped the phone onto her lap, then stood up and quickly headed out. Butler, I need to head out for a bit, the butler asked with concern. Miss, it's so late. Do you really need to go out? She insisted that she had to leave immediately, that there was something urgent she had to handle. After showering, Zhang Hao was wiping the grime off his face while telling Wei Nan, If you want to date me, you need to do something for me right now. If you can pull it off, I might consider your offer. Wei Nan put her hands on her hips and said, Oh? Tell me what it is. He smiled and said it was just a very simple task. Zhang Hao tapped his lap, signaling for her to sit there. Wei Nan asked, surprised, What are you getting at? He didn't mince words. Sit here, then lean on my shoulder and hold that pose for 3 minutes. During that time, whatever I do, you aren't allowed to resist. Wei Nan couldn't help but ask, Are you saying you want me to sit on your lap like some kind of guy? What's your deal? What are you trying to pull? He just smiled and told her not to worry about it. What's wrong? Can't handle a little thing like that? And here you were, claiming you could satisfy me in any way. Wei Hua's words seemed to trigger her. Her face darkened with annoyance. You dare mock me? She reached toward him, coldly calling him a little fox. Zhang Hao was startled and shouted, What? You can't do it? But her hand came down on his shoulder. She plopped her rounded backside right onto his lap. Zhang Hao cursed under his breath. Damn, she actually sat down. He was truly at a loss. He had thought if he asked her to act like a man, she would surely refuse. Wei Nan was already sweating, but she still put on a brave face. It's only 3 minutes. It's no big deal. Zhang Hao sat there in silence. As expected of Wei Nan, the sensation was completely different from when Wei Hua sat on him. It was incredibly dominant. Suddenly, someone barged in without knocking, blurting out, Wei Nan, it's bad. Outside the door, the girl froze at the scene before her. Wei Nan and Zhang Hao were in a deeply compromising position, staring toward the door. The girl gasped, speechless. Wei Nan's eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Wei Nan roared in anger. Who told you to come in without knocking? In the end, Wei Nan couldn't even last the full 3 minutes. Wei Nan stood in front of the girl who had barged in, her face stormy with rage. The girl knelt in fear, apologizing profusely, explaining that she was only following orders because she said urgent matters could be reported directly. Hearing that, Zhang Hao quietly realized that Wei Nan probably didn't have much private time. He remembered that in his past life, his company's CEO was also a workaholic. It seemed like no matter when you looked, you could always find her busy in her office. Wei Nan rubbed her temples, frustrated. Fine, whatever. What's so urgent? The girl reported, trembling. The young lady from the Min family is here. She's causing a scene at the entrance, demanding to see Mr. Zhang Hao. Wei Nan was stunned. What? How did she get here? Zhang Hao was also surprised. Wei Hua? But Wei Nan quickly regained her composure and said, Do you really need to report this to me? Just handle it however you need to, the girl said anxiously. But she is General Min's granddaughter. Wei Nan coldly told her to stop, go back, and reflect on her behavior. You aren't fit to be my secretary anymore. Wei Nan emphasized, and don't forget, we were discharged from service a long time ago. We don't answer to her anymore. Wei Nan glanced at Zhang Hao and said, Follow me. If she wants to see you, I'll let her. Zhang Hao was feeling incredibly anxious. Now, this is bad. Wei Nan seemed furious. If she met Wei Hua, there would definitely be trouble. What a headache. Outside, Wei Hua was shouting, You'd better let him go, or I'm calling the police. She had brought a whole group of bodyguards in suits and dark shades. They looked quite intimidating. She had her phone out, finger hovering over the police number. If Wei Nan didn't release him, she was ready to call at any second. Zhang Hao called out to her. As he approached, he asked why she came. Wei Hua replied, I heard from Aunt Yang that you were kidnapped, so I came to save you. Zhang Hao wanted to cry. Only Wei Hua truly cared about him. So touching. Wei Nan, however, said coldly, Min Wei Hua, if you hadn't introduced him, Zhang Hao wouldn't have been kidnapped by gangsters. You can't handle his business, and you don't need to concern yourself with it. Wei Nan stressed every word. From now on, whatever Zhang Hao wants to learn, be it martial arts or anything else, he'll learn it from me. You'd better keep your distance from him. Wei Hua's expression dimmed, her eyes dropping slightly. Zhang Hao shouted for Wei Hua to just forget it, then turned to Wei Nan and said, Hey, cut the murderous glare, will you? I'm heading home. Suddenly, Wei Hua yanked her coat off, revealing her toned figure underneath. She threw the coat aside and called out to Wei Nan, getting into a fighting stance. If you're a woman, then let's settle this. Wei Nan balled her fists. Fine by me. Let's finish that fight we started. Sparks seemed to fly between their gazes. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. Whatever. The more I try to stop them, the more fired up they get. He pulled out his phone and started walking away. Go ahead and fight. I'm calling a ride home. They were both stunned by his reaction. Then, Wei Hua quickly grabbed her coat and chased after him. Zhang Hao, I'll take you home. Wei Nan stepped up to compete. No need. I'll take him. Zhang Hao had already booked a ride, and the app notified him that his driver was arriving soon. He turned to Wei Nan, exhausted. Look, no need to drive me. Your car is too flashy. What am I supposed to say if my family sees me in it? He opened the door to get in, not forgetting to add, I wouldn't want to bother someone as busy as you. I've got to get home and make some money. Wei Hua stuck her tongue out to tease Wei Nan, who stood there speechless. You little brat! She screamed at her bodyguards, block that car. Zhang Hao and Wei Hua were both terrified. Damn it, Wei Nan, what are you trying to do? The driver was shocked when Wei Nan handed her a box full of cash. Nu Nam directly sat in the driver's seat and said, I've already bought this car from you for 2 million yuan. Here's the deposit. My bodyguard will take you to pick up the rest. Getting a profit equal to several cars, she agreed immediately. Yes, of course. Nu Nam turned to look at Zhang Hao and asked, There, is this car simple enough for you now? I told you, I'd take you home. I keep my promises. Zhang Hao was truly overwhelmed and couldn't believe it. In the pitch-black darkness of the Zhang household, long, slender, fair legs were wrapped in black fishnet stockings, radiating charm and allure. A soft voice asked, "Zhang Hao, what are you looking at? Why so serious?" It was Zhang Tianqin. She was wearing a short, lilac-colored nightgown, lying on the bed with her phone. She glanced down at Zhang Hao and asked, "You haven't paid any attention to me since you got back, have you?" Zhang Hao turned around, flustered. "No, it's nothing, Tianqin." Zhang Hao said, "I'm just drafting some ideas," but the screen on his phone was actually a chat with New Nam. She had messaged, "Be good, stop worrying about making money, let me take care of you." Zhang Hao politely replied, "New Nam, I was to pay back exactly what I owe. Also, thank you for driving us home today." Looking at New Nam's message, Zhang Hao felt a mix of disgust and fear, thinking that wanting to take care of him was truly a terminal, incurable case of arrogant CEO syndrome. Remembering just a moment ago, New Nam sat in the car and called out to Zhang Hao, who was standing by the curb. "All right, don't worry too much about the disc," New Nam generously said. "Just fix it and return it to me." Zhang Hao was stunned and asked, "Wait, I'm a bit confused. Do you mean you don't need the 100 million anymore?" Wei Nan said that marrying a man who is both disobedient and likes to stir up trouble like you. I've already braced myself for you to smash everything in the house. Zhang Hao felt his blood boil and gritted his teeth as he retorted. After Min Yuehua sat in the car, she coldly said, "Let me out." Instead, I got a cold rejection from Wei Nan. "Your house isn't this way," Wei Nan said. "Get off at the next stop." Zhang Hao was speechless as he watched the car drive away. Looking at their chat history, it felt like Wei Nan was just trying to soothe a child throwing a tantrum for no reason. Suddenly, Min Yuehua sent a message. "I'm home." Zhang Hao was stunned, then started texting Min Yuehua. She wrote, "Zhang Hao, don't be afraid of Wei Nan. I'll beat her up for you." It was accompanied by a bunny sticker raising its fist. Zhang Hao replied, "Yeah, Yuehua, don't dwell on it anymore. Let's just stay away from her from now on. But I'm still grateful to you for always looking out for me. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Zhang Hao put his phone down and leaned back wearily. He thought to himself, "Man, today was such a mess. Got cornered for no reason, had a huge fight, and even turned down a chance to avoid a debt." Zhang Tianqin had been standing behind him for who knows how long, her hand resting on his shoulder. Zhang Tianqin looked down and said, "Do you still have a live stream to do later, Zhang Hao? You look exhausted. Let me give you a massage." Zhang Hao looked up and was met with Zhang Tianqin's ample, beautiful assets. Hooked but embarrassed, he stammered, "Thank you, big sister, Zhang Tianqin." Zhang Tianqin said dotingly, "It seems you've been focused on making money lately, but a guy doesn't need to push himself so hard. If you're tired, it breaks my heart." She took the opportunity to let him feel her sincerity. Zhang Hao was in heaven, thinking, "Sister Tianqin gives such professional massages. This is pure bliss. I never want to move again." Suddenly, Zhang Yan's voice called out, "Tianqin, come back to your room for a minute." Both of them jumped and looked at the door. Zhang Tianqin stopped what she was doing and called out, "Mom, it looks like I can't keep massaging Zhang Hao anymore." Zhang Hao said, "It's fine, you should go." Zhang Tianqin opened the bedroom door, looking a bit nervous and confused. Her mother, Zhang Yan, was holding a book, exuding a dark and deadly aura. She said, "Zhang Tianqin, explain yourself." Zhang Yan angrily threw the book onto the bed and demanded agitatedly, "What kind of book is this?" On the cover was an image of two women close together with the title, "Hometown Yuri Begins, Forbidden Love." Zhang Tianqin was so embarrassed she wanted to die. "Ah!" She quickly jumped to cover the pile of books with her body, looking guilty as she stammered, This is a friend's book, Mom. Don't get the wrong idea." Zhang Yan didn't believe it for a second and asked gloomily, "Oh? Then why is your friend's book in your room?" Zhang Tianqin stammered in response, This. She thought it was funny and wanted to prank me, so she snuck it into my room." Zhang Yan asked, "Why don't you go find a boyfriend? Could it be that you're—" Zhang Tianqin quickly denied it. "No way." She insisted she wasn't into girls. Suddenly, something slipped out from the book in her hand. A clean pair of black lace panties fell right onto the floor. Zhang Yan had just discovered a new world. This bizarre piece of knowledge had been acquired. She asked about the women's underwear. The situation was completely hopeless now. Zhang Tianqin froze, unable to argue her way out, and stammered, This is. The room filled with her desperate, failing attempts to fix the situation. "Mom, let me explain." Zhang Yan used her vast maternal authority to give Zhang Tianqin a bump on the forehead. She said, "Save it. Zhang Yan pointed straight at Zhang Tianqin and ordered, "You'd better find a boyfriend quickly, or I'll kill you." She slammed the bedroom door shut. Zhang Tianqin let out a sigh, then a wicked smile spread across her face as she whispered, "The plan is going smoothly." She walked over to the teddy bear, picked it up, and added, "Time to add a little more fuel to the fire." Once Mom's suspicion turns into firm belief, she brought the bear close to her face, sniffing it like a pervert, whispering, "My love for Zhang Hao won't be exposed." The morning light shone onto the high-rise building. Zhang Hao slumped over his desk like a dried-up shrimp and groaned, "I'm dead." As soon as he entered school, a crowd chased after him. At the entrance, 2 members of the student council blocked the students from entering the classroom. The chaotic noise drifted in. "Zhang Hao, the heartthrob. He's inside. We want to see him." Seeing such a ridiculous scene, Zhang Hao was confused. What the hell is going on? He sighed helplessly. Are these people out of their minds? One student council member looked back, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Don't worry, heartthrob. Our security team will protect you." Zhang Hao gave a puzzled, "Huh?" Lin Yilong walked up and said, "Zhang Hao, you finally came to school." Zhang Hao was speechless. "What do you mean, finally? Didn't I just take 1 day off?" Lin Yilong replied, "Zhang Hao is a good student. You wouldn't skip class easily. I was worried you were sick. I was just about to go to your house to look for you." Zhang Hao smiled suspiciously, thinking to himself, "I got into a fight, got a minor injury, and stayed home for a day." Who knew Sister Zhang Tianqin would also be home all day? Zhang Tianqin, wearing an incredibly seductive outfit, had smiled and said, "Zhang Hao, come try the braised pork I made." She had also said, "Zhang Hao, I bought a new game console. Want to play together?" She'd even asked him to help her with a button on her back that had popped off. Zhang Hao drooled just thinking about it, remembering that happy day at home full of benefits. Lin Yilong asked suspiciously, "Zhang Hao, what are you thinking about?" His expression looked a bit strange. Zhang Hao quickly wiped the drool from his mouth and lied, "Oh, nothing. I just remembered something funny." Lin Yilong changed the subject, admiringly saying, "I watched your game livestream. You're so cool, Hao." Using his skills to dominate a group of women was much more impressive than those guys singing and acting cute. Zhang Hao replied, "You watch my live streams? I thought you didn't like games?" Lin Yilong said, "It's different. You're just so good at it." Then Lin Yilong added, "Besides, Yuehua has fallen for you too." He. He pointed both hands toward a gloomy-looking Min Yuehua nearby. Zhang Hao shouted, "Huh?" When Min Yuehua looked up, she had dark panda eyes and looked exhausted. She said weakly, "Good morning, Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao was startled and asked in alarm, "Yuehua, what happened to you?" He asked worriedly, "Didn't you sleep well? Why do you have such huge dark circles?" Min Yuehua replied, "Yeah, yesterday I watched your live stream and all your VODs. I forgot to sleep." Zhang Hao's jaw dropped. "What? No matter how much you like something, you can't stay up all night watching it." Lin Yilong was there supporting Guayet Min Yuehua. He really is a die-hard fan of Brother Hao. Min Yuehua bowed her head and said, "I thought about going to school just so I could see you. I was so happy, I didn't even notice when the sun came up." Zhang Hao walked over and warned her with concern, "Nguyet Min Yuehua, don't do that again. Go get some rest." Min Yuehua replied, I know. I'll be more careful and pace myself." Lin Yilong, the ultimate bro bestie, threw himself into Zhang Hao's arms and coquettishly begged for affection. "Zhang Hao is our emotional support. Let me get a sniff." Min Yuehua chimed in. "I want one too." Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. "Damn it. Stop treating me like I'm some kind of pill. Class is over. Everyone get going." Lin Yilong excitedly said, "Zhang Hao, we have a swimming lesson on Friday. Let's go buy swimsuits." Zhang Hao heard this and spaced out, repeating, "Swimsuits." He imagined Lin Yilong in a tight, bubblegum pink one-piece swimsuit, pouting and asking, "Zhang Hao, does my new swimsuit look good?" Thinking about it made him furious. Zhang Hao secretly decided he absolutely could not let Lin Yilong wear something like that. With a serious face as if to say, "Stop it," but saying out loud, "Sure, I'll go with you." Then he turned to Min Yuehua. "Nuyet Min Yuehua, maybe you should go home and rest first." Min Yuehua said, "I'm coming too. I caught up on some sleep during the break. I don't feel too tired anymore." Zhang Hao said, "All right, you still don't know how to swim, right?" Min Yuehua honestly replied, "Not yet. Every time I try, I just end up swallowing a bunch of water." Zhang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, placed a hand on her head, and said, "Let's go." Zhang Hao said, "I promised to teach you how to swim before, but I didn't have the time. I'll teach you on Friday." Min Yuehua smiled and agreed. At a certain coffee shop, Zhang Tianxin sat neatly dressed, waiting, when a voice suddenly called out, "Excuse me, are you Zhang Tianxin?" Zhang Tianxin said, "Yes, that's me." A tall, thin guy with gray hair, bright purple eyes, and a charming, mischievous face stood there. He introduced himself and apologized for keeping her waiting. "I'm your blind date, Luang Hian." Luang Hian said, "In my hometown, the dowry is usually 5 million yuan. Also, does your Luang Thong account have at least 50,000 yuan? If not, life might be a bit tough. If we have kids, I'll need a nanny and a housekeeper. I won't be doing any chores." Zhang Tianxin didn't really care and kept busy on her phone. Luang Hian kept going. "Also, our house needs to be at least 180 square meters. My sister is planning to go to college here, so she'll probably be living with us for a while." Zhang Tianxin thought to herself, blind dates are so annoying. On her phone was a chat window with Zhang Hao. He messaged, "Just taking some friends to buy swimsuits, so I'll be home a bit late." Zhang Tianxin replied, "Got it. If it gets too late, I'll come pick you up." She looked at the message and thought about how much she wanted to be with Zhang Hao. Seeing she wasn't paying attention, Luang Hian prompted her, "Are you listening? That's all I wanted to ask. Is there anything you want to know about me?" Zhang Tianxin looked at him with weariness and didn't say a word. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "So, young master, what are your strengths?" Luang Hian jumped, startled, then shamelessly said, "My strength is that I'm handsome." Zhang Tianxin covered her mouth to hide a smirk, but eventually, she couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "Ha ha," Luang Hian asked, confused. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Tianxin thought to herself, "He doesn't even come close." She remembered that night when Zhang Hao laid his head on her lap for her to clean his ears. Zhang Tianxin curiously asked, "Why are you so obsessed with making money?" Zhang Hao was startled. He stumbled for an excuse. "I just feel like, even as a guy, I should be able to stand on my own 2 feet. Besides, in the future, this house can't just rely on you." Zhang Tianxin was touched and softly called out, "Zhang Hao." Back to the present, she rested her chin on her hand, thinking, "No one compares to Zhang Hao." She sighed helplessly, "Oh my God, I don't mind going on a blind date. But why did they set me up with such a vain idiot?" Luang Hian was still there, completely oblivious, wondering what was so funny. At that moment, Zhang Tianxin said, "The dowry, the house, and the car aren't issues. Also, my savings are over 100,000. Luang Hian immediately said, "Then we should." Zhang Tianxin cut him off, her voice turning cold. "Are you worthy?" Elsewhere, at the mall, Lin Yilong held up a swimsuit that looked like a nightgown, with short, lotus petal ruffles, holding it against himself and asking, Zhang Hao, look, is this pretty?" Zhang Hao thought to himself, "Pretty, pretty my foot." Huang Yuanyuan laughed and said, "That's not it, Lin Yilong. I think the one you picked is still too modest." Huang Yuanyuan smiled wickedly. "It doesn't show off your beautiful figure at all." Lin Yilong said, "Huang Yuanyuan, why are you here? And don't look at me like that. It's disgusting." Huang Yuanyuan replied, "I have a swimming class, so I need to buy one too. And what kind of swimsuit should a god-tier guy wear? I'm an expert on men's swimwear. How about I suggest some styles for you?" Zhang Hao dodged the question. No thanks. I'll just pick a normal one." Long Lin was seething with anger and scolded, "You perverts!" Huang Yuanyuan, face flushed with excitement, held a highly suspicious-looking phone in her hand, wiped a bit of drool from the corner of her mouth, and replied, "We're not perverts. We're just celebrating our friendship. That's all." Yue Min looked confused. "Our friendship?" Long Lin quickly grabbed Hao Zong's arm and said, "How? They want to milk us for all we're worth." Hao Zong, feeling helpless, covered his eyes, speechless. Hao Zong said, All right. Everyone just go buy what you need. It's getting late. Let's meet back up once you're done." Everyone agreed. Huang Yuanyuan looked at her phone, feeling deeply regretful, and said to the others, "I still wanted to take a few photos of our heartthrob to keep as a souvenir." Behind her, Yue Min called out, "Huang Yuanyuan." Yue Min asked, "Could you help me pick out a few outfits? I don't know what styles look good." Huang Yuanyuan replied, "Of course, leave it to me, no problem. Are you planning on wearing this to impress our heartthrob?" Yue Min replied, "Yeah." Huang Yuanyuan said, "Finally, my dear socialite friend has seen the light." Yue Min answered, "Yeah, mostly because you've taught me so many skills for getting along with friends. It's been really helpful. Thank you." Huang Yuanyuan dismissed it casually. Don't be so formal with me. Just make sure to share the good stuff with me next time. As she spoke, she playfully pinched Yue Huamin's cheek. Yue Huamin agreed. Deal. Huang Yuan Huang asked. I'm sure you're clear on your own feelings now. Right? Yue Huamin blushed, shyly whispering. Yeah. Suddenly, Huang Yuan Huang said, Yue Hua, I like Hao Zhang. Huang Yuan Huang continued. So, I. She leaned in close to Yue Huamin's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, Yue Huamin's expression shifted, as if she had been enlightened and saw a whole new world. Yue Huamin said, Okay, I understand now. At that moment, Hao Zhang felt a wave of unease, thinking to himself, wait a second, I feel like I've forgotten something important. Huang Yuan Huang and Yue Huamin went off to buy swimsuits together. Suddenly, Huang Yuan Huang's voice rang out. Heartthrob Hao. Long, hurry and check out these swimsuits we picked. How do they look? Soft curves were covered by a layer of blue fabric. Huang Yuan Huang wore a deep blue, seductive swimsuit. She rested her hand on a wooden pillar, winked playfully at him, and spoke. Hao Zhang blushed, mouth agape, thinking to himself, it's so revealing. Oh my god. Huang Yuan Huang turned around, revealing her smooth, fair skin and flawless body in the alluring swimsuit. She glanced back and asked, Hey, what do you think? Not bad, right? Hao Zhang's cheeks turned bright red, and he shouted to cover his embarrassment. Are you seriously allowed to wear something like this to a swimming lesson? She responded by swaying her hips. Huh? Everyone wears this kind of thing now. Hao Zhang's face was still red. Wait, did you pick out Yue Hua's swimsuit too? Huang Yuan Huang playfully tapped her head, sticking her tongue out in a cute way. Yup, Hao Zhang immediately yelled. What? Where is she? Huang Yuan Huang mischievously pointed to the side. Still over there, with Zemo. They immediately headed to the changing room. Yue Hua? Hao Zhang called out, his expression somewhat dazed. Yue Hua, are you okay? Yue Huamin pulled the curtain, only poking her head out. She said, I'm fine, but I feel like this swimsuit is a bit weird. Her swimsuit comes with white tights. Yue Huamin wondered. Huang Yuan Huang, I don't get why we have to wear tights with a swimsuit. Huang Yuan Huang acted like an expert, explaining that tights were just normal clothes for girls to stay warm, but recently, scholars had discovered something. Her eyes narrowed as she said seriously, actually, men love seeing girls in tights. Hao Zhang looked uncomfortable. Long Lin, oblivious, bit his finger and said, Really? I think it's pretty normal. Huang Yuan Huang spread her arms as if presenting a masterpiece. That's why we have this swimsuit and tights combo. Come on out, Yue Hua, and show everyone the beauty of the new generation. Huang Yuan Huang declared grandly. Yue Huamin pouted, her cheeks flushed with shyness. It's so embarrassing. As she stepped out of the changing room, everything else seemed to fade away, because only Yue Huamin was shining. The white tights and the modestly cut swimsuit highlighted her shy, adorable, and embarrassed expression. Is it okay? This angle was absolutely perfect. To see the other side of such heavenly beauty, the added jacket made it look even more alluring. Looking flustered, she raised her hands. Hao Zhang stammered, It's great. Even a dense guy like Long Lin had his eyes sparkling. Huang Yuan Huang appeared once again with that same mischievous look. Yue Hua, there's one more outfit I think would look good on you. In her hand she held, oh my. She held it up and teased. Since we're already here, why not try it on too? Amazing. Thank you, Huang Yuan. Yue Huamin replied timidly. Isn't this a bit too revealing? Hao Zhang immediately grabbed it away. Are you kidding? How could she possibly wear something like this? Huang Yuan Huang shrugged. Hehe, don't get so worked up. Trying it on won't kill you. I approve. Hao Zhang felt helpless. This girl has no sense of boundaries. Thinking of Huang Yuan Huang's revealing outfit earlier, and then thinking about the way Yue Hua's bra was slightly visible, he didn't know where to look. Hao Zhang couldn't take it anymore. All right. If we keep trying things on, are we ever going to get home for dinner? They went to pay. Huang Yuan Huang immediately seized the opportunity. Huh? Going home already? Heartthrob, let me take you home. The gay bestie Long Lin immediately spoke up. I'll go with Hao. Huang Yuan Huang. You're being way too pushy. Hao Zhang had to say. All right. Let's just all go together. Yue Huamin remained silent. She remembered what Huang Yuan Huang had told her. I like Hao Zhang, so I'm going to confess to him. Huang Yuan Huang really was a brave girl. She had confided in Yue Hua. I know he might not like me back, but I still want to tell him how I feel. Huang Yuan Huang smiled optimistically, accepting whatever the outcome might be. If I don't, I'll definitely look back on my high school days with nothing but regret after graduation. That's my plan for the future. Yuehua, what about you? What are you going to do? Yuehua Min just stood there. That question was so difficult. Her feelings? She whispered to herself. In the middle of summer, the hearts of young men and women are fluttering. It was the perfect time for a confession. Huang Huang poured her heart out. I know I'm not good enough for you, but I will try to become better. Please give me a chance. Honestly, I fell for you the moment I first met you. Just being nice to you isn't enough for me. She put all her strength into saying, I love you. I really, really like you. Hao Zhang thought to himself, so she pulled me aside just to confess. He turned down the love of a beautiful girl. I'm sorry, it's not going to work out. I don't like you. Huang's eyes went blank. Wow, such a cold rejection? Not even a hint of hesitation? Hao Zhang replied, I'm sorry, I don't like you, and that's that. If someone you didn't love confessed to you, you wouldn't agree to it either, right? A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Huang Yuan. Come back to me, I miss you so much. Zhang Hao continued, you're a good person, we can still be friends. Sob. I just got friend-zoned. That's gotta be one of the most painful lines ever. Zhang Hao walked away, scratching his head as he muttered, man, talk about creating bad karma, making another girl cry because of me. Just then, Yilong walked up. Zhang Hao, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Looking for me? What's up? Yilong covered his blushing face, looking shy. Someone asked me to meet them in the small forest today. Zhang Hao's expression turned serious immediately. The small forest, the classic spot for a showdown. Someone wants to challenge Brother Long? I've got to go check this out. Just then, Yilong added, she's been writing me love letters for a long time. Should I go? Zhang Hao was even more shocked now. Wait, so someone's confessing their feelings? What's with today? Why is everyone confessing all of a sudden? Something this good is happening. Why are you being so shy, man? Yilong was floating on air. But what if I go, and she turns out to be gorgeous, and I end up falling for her? I don't want to get into a relationship this early. Then, he contradicted himself. But she's so sincere. She's been writing me letters for ages. What should I do, Zhang Hao? Yilong just kept rambling. She probably looks great, right? What if she doesn't? How should I turn her down? No. Lin Yilong, don't be so superficial. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Give me a break, Brother Long. This is nothing. Fine, I'll go with you. Near the vending machine, Zhang Hao hid behind a tree. Yilong met with the special guest, Yuehua. Yilong asked shyly, why did Min Yuehua come too? Zhang Hao explained, Min Yuehua is a girl. If that woman has bad intentions, Min Yuehua can step in to help. Looking at the girl in the distance, Lin Yilong replied, sure. Lin Yilong felt a bit uneasy. So, let me go over there, turn her down, and come right back. After saying that, he slowly ran off. Suddenly, Min Yuehua asked, Zhang Hao, what do you think liking someone feels like? Zhang Hao replied, everyone feels it differently, I suppose. He continued, personally, I think it's when there's someone in your heart you want to forget but can't. Someone you don't want to think about, but you just can't stop yourself. I guess that's what it means to like someone. Zhang Hao. Before I could even let Min Yuehua finish, a loud voice erupted. Lam Lin Yilong, I like you, Lin Yilong shouted back. Right after his words, a passionate kiss followed. Zhang Hao was stunned. Holy crap, she really went for a forced kiss right there. Lin Yilong wiped his lips and suddenly slapped the girl hard across the face, shouting, you creep. Zhang Hao was even more shocked this time. Wait, he actually slapped her back? He rushed over. Long, are you okay? Lin Yilong dramatically ran over and leaned on Zhang Hao's shoulder, wailing, Zhang Hao, that was my first kiss. Meanwhile, the girl just stood there, holding her face in shock. She looks so pretty, but she's actually pretty ruthless, he thought to himself. The girl said, I'm so sorry. I think the script went a bit wrong. Then she knelt down, and both of them were crying miserably. I was just too worked up, please forgive me. Lin Yilong. Zhang Hao felt a massive headache coming on. Well, Long, you didn't really lose anything, but the situation is just weird. Lin Yilong yelled, just go away. I don't want to see you anymore. Don't say that, Lin Yilong, Zhang Hao advised. Hey, you should probably leave first. In the late afternoon, birds were fluttering by. Lin Yilong muttered, women, then suddenly shouted, women aren't good for anything. It feels like the roles are a bit reversed today. Lin Yilong hiccuped, his cheeks slightly flushed. Zhang Hao felt the same, he advised. All right, Lin Yilong, stop drinking. You're wasted. Lin Yilong showed the classic signs of a drunkard, slurring. I'm not drunk. Then he suddenly pointed his finger at Min Yuehua, accusing her. Min Yuehua, you aren't a good person either. You're just clinging to Brother Hao all day long. Lin Yilong kept sobbing, snot and tears everywhere. He leaned heavily on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Zhang Hao, my first kiss is gone. Wah. He let out a sob, and his nose started running. Zhang Hao panicked immediately. Lin Yilong, don't tell me you're actually that drunk? Ew, your snot is getting on me, you loser, Min Yuehua reminded him. Zhang Hao, your face is super red too. There's no way. How much did you even drink? Zhang Hao panicked, checking his phone. Ah, it's so red. Crap. If I go home, Dad and my sister Come are going to nag me to death. Looking at the kid, leaning on his shoulder, Zhang Hao continued. Long can't go home like this. So Min Yuehua stood up and offered, to help out. Do you want to stay the night at my place? Tian Kum's face turned bright red. Miss? The butler's voice was filled with absolute shock and confusion. The butler asked, and this was Min Yuehua's order. Butler, please prepare some food and set up another bedroom. Yes, right away, the butler replied outside. But inside, his mind was racing. The young lady is bringing 2 men home to spend the night? I really underestimated her. The butler wiped his forehead. The walls were lined with guns, highlighting Min Yuehua's unique personality. Zhang Hao spoke into the phone. Yeah, I'm at Lin Yilong's place. He got forced into a kiss and he's not doing well, so I'm staying with him. Zhang Tianqin's voice came through. Forced kisses are for thugs. If you ever run into people like that, stay far away. You hear me? Zhang Hao replied. I know, sister Come. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. Good night, Come. As soon as the call ended, Tian Kum sighed, looking listless. I didn't get to see Zhang Hao all day. I'm dying here. Min Yuehua stood outside the door and asked, Zhang Hao, can I come in? Come on in. The shy young lady was still in her leggings and pajamas, holding a basket of food. The butler told me to bring you some food. She was direct about her thoughts, saying that doing this would increase his affection for her. Zhang Hao didn't think she was being serious. Haha, well, you shouldn't just say that out loud, should you? Min Yuehua sat down. Zhang Hao asked, wait, isn't this room your secret base? Why let me stay here? Min Yuehua's face flushed slightly as she said, because everything in this room is a treasure to me. Whoa, that was a very direct attack. Talk about lethal. She called his name affectionately, her hand brushing against his. It's the same for me. I want to see you every day. I want to talk to you every day. I want to keep you locked in this room, so no one else can have you. Wait, calm down. Me, Min Yuehua bravely confessed. Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He said, Min Yuehua, I don't want to lie to you. I admit I have feelings for you too, but I can't control my heart. I still like another girl. Why don't I just like them all? Zhang Hao gathered all his courage and continued. I'm just a 2-timing scumbag. Min Yuehua's eyes showed a hint of melancholy, and she suddenly said, Zhang Hao, you're not a scumbag. Zhang Hao continued to pile the blame on himself. Min Yuehua, you have to know that men who have feelings for 2 people are despicable. I know it's wrong, but I've already come to like someone I shouldn't. I don't know how to deal with these feelings, and I certainly can't resolve the feelings between you and me so easily. He turned to her and said gently, liking someone is uncontrollable. I hope I can resolve this well and think it through. Do you understand? Min Yuehua suddenly hugged Zhang Hao and called his name. Zhang Hao, she continued. I don't understand, but I'm very unhappy. Can't you just like only me? Out of love, she learned to be selfish, but she was right. His eyes were hazy. Min Yuehua, I'm sorry, but regarding the feelings in my heart, I can't reach a conclusion yet. The next morning, when the sky grew bright, Zhang Hao struggled to open his eyes. Ugh, did I fall asleep? The sound of snoring in his ear was Min Yuehua's. Somehow, they were sleeping in the same bed. Min Yuehua. Zhang Hao panicked. He looked at the clothes he was wearing. When did I change? Zhang Hao, is it morning already? Min Yuehua woke up. Zhang Hao felt embarrassed. Sorry for waking you up. Min Yuehua, when did I fall asleep last night? Did you help me change? Min Yuehua rubbed her eyes and revealed a shocking secret. Last night, while we were hugging, you fell asleep, so the butler helped you change. Oh, is that so? Zhang Hao thought calmly. Scared the life out of me. I thought Min Yuehua helped me. Brother Hao, let's get up. We have to go to school soon. Yeah, All right, Minuewa replied. Lin Yilong's face was still pale, and he said bitterly, my head hurts so much. Brother Hao, let's not drink any more from now on. Getting drunk and staying the night at a girl's house is just too terrifying. It seems like after this, Lin Yilong is going to be afraid of girls for a long time. Zhang Hao stopped him. I know. Yue Hua is still here. If you don't trust her like that, she's going to be upset. Yue Hua didn't seem to mind. Not at all. As long as Zhang Hao doesn't mind, it's fine. Wait, those heels look familiar. It's Tianjin. Her eyes were filled with malice. Zhang Hao, who is that girl next to you? Zhang Hao, Tianjin called out. Zhang Hao turned around, looking surprised. Sister Jinjin, what are you doing here? Tianjin acted extremely worried. I was so worried about you, Zhang Hao. I was worried sick. Zhang Hao scratched his head, feeling awkward. Don't worry, I'm not a kid anymore. Yilong suddenly started walking away. Zhang Hao, I'm heading back to class. Watching him walk away, Zhang Hao felt puzzled. What's wrong with him? He seemed fine a second ago. Why is he suddenly so down? Tianjin smiled and asked, Oh, by the way, Zhang Hao, who is that friend next to you? I've never met her. Zhang Hao immediately introduced her. Oh, this is Min Yue Hua. Tianjin narrowed her eyes, her mood clearly turning sour. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Hao's sister. He usually never mentions you to me. Do you two hang out often? Zhang Hao's sister? Yue Hua mumbled, then suddenly realized she was Zhang Hao's family. Yue Hua bowed 90 degrees to greet her politely. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Yes, we do hang out quite often. Tianjin wore a terrifying smile, her mind jumping straight to a conclusion. This girl definitely likes Zhang Hao. She stepped forward, reached out, and called Zhang Hao's name. Her slender hand wrapped around the back of his neck as Tianjin whispered into his ear, Tonight, let's. Yue Hua stood nearby, staring blankly. Come to my room. The world is ending. Yue Hua was frozen in place. Tianjin felt smug. Ha, look at her. She's totally stunned. She continued to Zhang Hao. Let's talk, okay? Sure, but Sister Jinjin, you didn't have to whisper that, did you? I was just shy. It's a private matter between us. All right, hurry back to class. Tianjin was playing with a kid. Zhang Hao replied, Okay, Sister Jinjin, we'll head out now. Make sure you wait for me tonight. Tianjin watched Yue Hua and Zhang Hao leave, her eyes sharpening. Her expression grew stern. Clearly, she couldn't wait any longer. At school, Zhang Hao held his drink and asked suspiciously, Hey, what is up with you two? You've been so gloomy all day. They were fine when they arrived this morning. Yue Hua and Yilong were both slumped over their desks, surrounded by a dark aura. Yilong started wailing. Whenever I see Sister Jinjin, I keep thinking about being forced into a kiss yesterday. Sob. My heart feels even worse now. Why did I have to see her? Zhang Hao suddenly thought, Wait, does Brother Long have a thing for Sister Jinjin? Since when? I should talk to him when there's a chance. If he really likes Sister Jinjin, then I don't even know what's going through Zhang Hao's head right now. He turned to Yue Hua. And you? Why are you so drained all of a sudden? Yue Hua looked up and said casually and cutely, I think I'm jealous? Zhang Hao was stunned. Yue Hua pouted. I know she's your sister, but seeing you two so close makes me feel really uncomfortable. Oh, Yue Hua said, with a longing tone. I really admire your sister. Getting to be with you every day. I admire you too, Brother Hao. All right. You two go get some food. Lunch break is almost over. As the sun set, Zhang Hao arrived home and shouted, Mom, Dad, Sister Jinjin, I'm home. As he walked in, he set his goal for the day. I need to stream properly today. I have to make up for yesterday and earn money to pay back Wei Nan. Suddenly, Tianjin shouted, Mom, don't. Then came a loud slap followed by shouting, Zhang Tianjin, let's see if I don't beat the life out of you today. What's going on? Things seem intense. Their mother glared at her, threatening, You're really asking for it. Tianjin leaned over to take the punishment. This is getting intense. I want in on this. Just then, her mother pulled down her pants and whack she slapped her on the bottom. She couldn't help but yelp in pain. Ah. Zhang Hao saw the scene, feeling both embarrassed and panicked as he tried to intervene. Mom, what are you doing? Their mother, now furious, gritted her teeth and raised a cane telling Tianjin, Kneel down, don't move. Seeing Zhang Hao there, Tianjin looked pitiful, trying to turn and call out to him. He hurriedly waved his hands to stop his angry mother. Mom, let's talk about this calmly. Why are you hitting Sister Jinjin? She gritted her teeth and replied, Zhang Hao, stay out of this. I'm going to teach this brat a lesson. Zhang Hao's jaw dropped in shock. What? In a room lined with cabinets full of trophies, Tianjin was lying on the bed, groaning in pain. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Zhang Hao worriedly tried to reassure her. "Sister Jin, just hang in there." Tianjin was lying face down on the bed, her backside covered in countless marks. She blushed and said, "I'm sorry. I'm bothering you, but I really can't apply the medicine to this spot myself." Zhang Hao was using a cotton swab to dab at the wounds. The view hit him head on, making him blush so hard he couldn't look directly at her as he replied, "It's no bother, I'll try to be gentle." But inside, he thought, "This is just way too intimate. I can't even look straight." Looking at the bruises, Zhang Hao sighed. "Damn. Mio went way too hard. Your butt and thighs are all swollen, Zhang Tianqin." "Wait, what the hell is actually going on with you, Zhang Tianqin?" He was internally confused, wondering how Zhang Tianqin could possibly be a lesbian. "Didn't she literally kiss me before?" Zhang Tianqin struggled to lift her head and replied, "I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I really am a lesbian. Last time, I just mistook you for a girl I really liked. And that's why she confessed, leaving Zhang Hao stunned. She continued, "I've hated men since I was little, but I didn't want to be seen as an outcast. So, I've always forced myself to like men, and forced myself to get close to you." Zhang Hao felt a wave of disappointment, thinking, "So, Zhang Tianqin doesn't actually like me." Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin propped herself up, looking miserable. "I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I really can't do it. But I don't want to be a lesbian either. I want to be able to like men." Zhang Hao turned his face away and replied, "It's okay, Zhang Tianqin." Zhang Tianqin curled up, her face pale and eyes watering as she pleaded with him. "Zhang Hao, I've tried so hard. Zhang Hao, go home now. Please, just keep this humiliating secret for me." Zhang Hao remained silent. It was past 9 p.m. in another room. Zhang Hao was searching online for information on sexual orientation. Damn, what am I supposed to do about Zhang Tianqin? In the search bar, the phrase, "Can a lesbian be straightened back?" appeared. Spotting something useful, he exclaimed, "There we go. Here's a highly upvoted answer. I originally paid a male model. I seduced her every day, had physical contact with her every day, and slept with her. In short, don't rush. Take it step by step. First, wear all kinds of sexy clothes, then move to hugging. Once she's used to hugging, move on to kissing. Kiss every day. Once she gets used to that, take it a step further, letting the man slowly serve her, so she realizes the benefits of being with a man. During this period, don't let her have any contact with other women until she starts liking men." This answer made him blush. Use seduction to straighten her out? To make a lesbian realize the benefits of men? Man, this doesn't seem very reliable. He pondered it, then suddenly stood up. There was no other way. He made a serious decision. He would go and consult Zhang Tianqin herself. He pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Hao gently called out, "Zhang Tianqin?" Zhang Tianqin was wrapped tightly in a blanket, muttering to herself, "I'm a lesbian. I'm a loser. I'm a lesbian. I'm a loser. I'm a lesbian. I'm a loser." Seeing this, Zhang Hao became determined to save Zhang Tianqin as quickly as possible. He held up his phone, beaming, "Zhang Tianqin, I found a way. Look at this." She reached out and took the phone. After reading it, she still looked sad and said, "Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to go along with this? Besides, I don't want outsiders to know I'm a lesbian. I don't even want to go to work anymore. If I ever slip up and people find out about my preferences, society will definitely hate me. I'll just stay home forever. At least that way, I won't ruin my family's reputation." Hearing this, Zhang Hao felt the weight of the situation. Zhang Tianqin's eyes welled up with tears as she pitifully added, "Zhang Hao, just leave me be. Let me just keep falling apart like this." He frowned, thinking about how devastating it must be for Zhang Tianqin to have mom discover her secret. This really couldn't get out. If that was the case, wasn't he the only one who could help her? Thinking of this, his expression twisted in internal conflict. Then, blushing, he spoke up, "There's no other way, Zhang Tianqin. Let me help you." Zhang Tianqin panicked. "No, you can't. How could I let an innocent guy like you make such a sacrifice?" Zhang Hao moved in, lifted her chin, and leaned in close. "Zhang Tianqin, we'll take it one step at a time. We've already hugged and kissed before, haven't we?" He then touched her hand and asked, Zhang Tianqin, "Do you feel anything yet?" Zhang Tianqin replied that she didn't. As the next step, he reached out to grab her waist, pushed her down onto the bed, and asked, "How about now?" Zhang Tianqin's face was drenched in sweat as she stammered, "No, nothing." Seeing that she still felt nothing, he was surprised. Even like this, she felt nothing? Her eyes had turned a soft pink color, but she forced herself to say, "No, it's not working. Even with a handsome guy like you, I don't have any reaction at all." Zhang Hao grew anxious. Seriously? Not even a spark? It seemed Zhang Tianqin's condition was worse than he thought. Lying beneath him, Zhang Tianqin was already feeling dizzy, screaming in her heart, "Help!" The way Zhang Hao is actively getting close is just too seductive. He sat up and reminded her, "Zhang Tianqin, I'm going back to my room to prepare a bit. Come find me in my room in a little while. We have to cure this." Zhang Tianqin replied stiffly, Okay. Sorry for the trouble, Zhang Hao." Outside, the lights in the houses had all gone out, sinking into the night, with stars twinkling in the sky. Zhang Hao held his phone, wondering what to do. He tried on some sexy clothes, sleeves, and lace underwear. Lace underwear. Seeing the item, his eyes went dark. "I'd rather die than wear that." He looked for something else, leaning his head close to the phone to see clearly. Sexy clothes. "I'm not wearing those either." Short shirts? He had clothes. If it were black and white sleeves, the kind girls loved most. Wearing them would definitely make women crave him. Is that the equivalent of men liking pantyhose? "I remember. I have some sleeves. It's just a set of short sleeves. It's no big deal." Ugh, I hope these actually help. Zhang Hao felt helpless. By now, the clock showed it was past 11 p.m. Zhang Hao was lying neatly on the bed, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and an extremely short pair of shorts. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Zhang Hao. He opened one eye. "Zhang Hao, good evening." Zhang Tianqin was wearing a super sexy slip dress. She pushed her hair back, blushing as she looked down at him. He panicked, shouting, "Zhang Tianqin." Zhang Tianqin raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to keep it down. "Shh, keep it down. Mom and Dad are asleep." Zhang Hao suppressed his panic and replied, He was confused. Is Zhang Tianqin a secret agent? She got into the room without making a single sound. Then, blushing, he suggested, "Zhang Tianqin, lie down. Let's just cuddle and sleep, like we usually do." Zhang Tianqin's face was bright red as she replied, She was sweating, thinking that even though the moonlight made it hard to see, she could still tell Zhang Hao was dressed very provocatively. Her mouth went dry with desire. This was making it hard to control her excitement. She was so excited her heart was pounding, her hands clutching her chest. She frowned, trying to calm herself down. "I have to keep holding back." At that moment, Zhang Tianqin entered a sage mode, putting her hands together like she was praying, telling herself that beauty is but an illusion. Outside the window, countless stars filled the sky. Zhang Hao spoke up. "Sister, I'm going to sleep now," she replied. They were both blushing, lying in bed, hugging each other face to face. He asked, "What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable?" "You just tell me honestly. We'll take it slow." Zhang Tianqin, sweating profusely, tried to answer, "A little, but it's still okay. Because you aren't just a boy. You're the little brother I cherish. Just thinking about you makes me feel so warm inside." She said that with her mouth, but inside, she was screaming, "Ah, uncomfortable, my foot." She tried to get the words out, still feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. "But it's okay. Let's hug tighter. You'll get used to it gradually." Then she leaned in to hold him tighter, which made him even more shy. Zhang Tianqin looked at him mesmerized and said, "Zhang Hao, if you feel uncomfortable, just say so. Don't force yourself." Zhang Hao also blushed and replied, "I'm okay. Just do the same, okay? If it's uncomfortable, just speak up. We have plenty of time." He thought to himself, "Surely Sister Zhang Tianqin is uncomfortable, yet she still cares about me like this. You're so gentle." After that, he reached out to hug her back tightly. He touched his nose to hers, which stunned Zhang Tianqin. She couldn't control herself and parted her lips. They were too close. Looking at his face, she secretly thought, I really didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so cooperative. Zhang Hao was also suppressing the wild urges in his heart right now. The scent on Sister Zhang Tianqin is so sweet, I really have to hold back all the time. He gulped hard, screaming in his head, I don't want this perfect, peaceful family life to face any mistakes. Zhang Tianqin leaned in closer and closer, her body uncontrollably arching. But suddenly, he didn't want to hold back anymore. Suddenly, he called out, That's right, Sister Zhang Tianqin. She replied, Then he raised his arm, which had a sleeve on it, and asked, Do you want to try touching the sleeve I'm wearing? It seems like you girls really like this stuff. Hearing this made Zhang Tianqin so excited she was drooling, stuttering, and unable to speak. Seeing she didn't say anything, Zhang Hao prepared to take off the sleeve. If you don't want to touch it, I'll take it off. Zhang Tianqin hurriedly sat up and said, Let me try. Drool was still streaming down. Zhang Tianqin looked down at Zhang Hao's arm with hungry eyes, thinking, Oh my god, This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could I miss it? Then she gently touched his skin, then felt the sleeve. She felt incredibly satisfied, cheering inside. This feels absolutely amazing. It was so wonderful that one would never want it to stop. She held her burning cheeks. Seeing her like that, Zhang Hao advised, Sister Zhang Tianqin, don't force yourself. In his heart, he noted, I can feel Sister Zhang Tianqin's fingers trembling. I didn't expect her to be this uncomfortable. Zhang Tianqin was panting heavily now and replied, It's okay. You've sacrificed so much. How can I back out now? She cheered happily inside. This is great. But oh no. I feel like I'm about to get a nosebleed. Thinking that, she quickly covered her nose and face and said, Never mind, Zhang Hao. Turns out I really have a hard time accepting a boy's arm. Zhang Hao looked at her with concern. Zhang Tianqin was currently clenching her hands, 2 index fingers pressing against each other, frantically chanting a prayer. Desire is fleeting. Desire is fleeting. Desire is fleeting. Suddenly, Zhang Hao sat up, reached out, and called, Sister Zhang Tianqin. He grabbed Zhang Tianqin's bicep, leaned down to her shoulder, and said, Do you want to try kissing to see how it feels? This shocked her. He hugged her from behind and said, blushing, Last time we kissed, you didn't seem to resist like this. Zhang Tianqin turned back, trying to force a stiff smile, and asked, Kiss? Zhang Hao answered with difficulty, Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, shed a few tears, wiped them away, and said, Thank you, Zhang Hao, for sacrificing yourself for me. I promise I'll treat you well in the future. Zhang Hao leaned in close, smiled, grabbed her chin, and replied, It's not a sacrifice at all. Actually, I'm not as innocent as Sister Zhang Tianqin thinks. Sister Zhang Tianqin is so beautiful. I want to kiss you too. Hearing that, she was startled and let out a soft, Zhang Hao wants to kiss me too? She screamed in her head, raised her hand in determination. Desire is rational, but it didn't seem to work. Unable to hold back any longer, she immediately grabbed Zhang Hao's face and kissed him. Ambiguous moaning sounds filled the air. Zhang Hao was surprised by her actions. Zhang Tianqin was panicking inside. Damn it, I couldn't control myself for a second, got excited, and kissed him. Then she immediately stood up, pushed Zhang Hao away, put her hand to her mouth, cleared her throat awkwardly and spoke, Cough, cough. It's weird to just kiss directly like that. Let me prepare myself mentally first. He was still confused, but answered, Oh, okay. You scared me for a second. I thought so. Why would she be like that? Zhang Hao thought, relieved, then suggested, Then just imagine I'm a girl. The sweat on Zhang Tianqin's body continued to pour down like she was taking a shower, looking even more drenched and alluring. She looked down mesmerized and said, Okay, let's continue. I'll try to be more proactive. Then she slowly reached out to cup his chin, parted her cherry lips, leaned close to Zhang Hao's mouth, and kissed him. This time, he responded enthusiastically. The kiss was so passionate that both of them were making indescribable noises. The kiss continued, and Zhang Tianqin's chest was pressed tightly against Zhang Hao's body. They exchanged fiery kisses. Zhang Hao's sweat began to pour uncontrollably. Then suddenly, Zhang Tianqin kissed so hard it made him lean back. And they both fell onto the bed. Zhang Tianqin held his hands while continuing the kiss. Zhang Tianqin was lost in his kiss, thinking, Oh crap, I can't stop. I've always dreamed of kissing Zhang Hao, but if I continue, I'll get exposed. She was worried while kissing. Suddenly, as if coming up with a plan, she cheered inside. That's right, she tried to pull away from the kiss she had yearned for so long and took a deep breath. Then Zhang Tianqin blurted out, Trong Zhang Yan. Zhang Hao was stunned and asked, What? He asked blankly. Sister Zhang Tianqin? Trong Zhang Yan didn't answer his question. She grabbed his face again and kissed him ravenously. It's getting more and more intense. Zhang Hao thought in a panic. Sister Zhang Tianqin is even more intense than before. Their trembling hands were tightly clasped together. The moans in the room were extremely provocative. A while later, Zhang Tianqin let go, making him breathe heavily to catch his breath, while she took a breath with her tongue out, feeling extremely satisfied. She spoke up. Although it's a bit uncomfortable, I can still control it. Zhang Hao looked up and asked, Sister Zhang Tianqin, did you just call a girl's name? Are you treating me like a girl? She hurriedly covered her mouth to explain. Oh, just for that moment. Otherwise I feel really strange. He continued to ask blankly, Is that Trong Zhang Yan, the girl you like, Sister Zhang Tianqin? She quickly turned her face away, her nose starting to grow longer from lying. Yeah, right, Zhang Hao thought, feeling miserable. Even while being intimate with him, she couldn't stop calling out someone else's name. It felt awful. Zhang Tianqin leaned her face against his again and said, "All right, let's sleep. I have classes early tomorrow. Let me hold you tonight." He blushed and replied, As he rested on her shoulder, he suddenly asked, "Zhang Tianqin, tell me the truth. Are you really a lesbian?" Zhang Tianqin panicked for a brief second, then replied, I'm not lying to you. If I'm lying, I'll be your slave," she promised, narrowing her eyes. Zhang Hao was stunned by her answer, rendered completely speechless by the word slave. Zhang Tianqin pressed his face against her chest and whispered, "Sleep now. I'll sing a lullaby for you." Soft, humming melodies soon filled the room. The next morning, the sun was already high, its rays casting a shimmering glow over the houses. Zhang Tianqin rested her chin on her hand, gazing at her little brother with a gentle smile. She reached out to touch Zhang Hao's cheek and whispered to herself, "I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I didn't mean to lie to you like this. I don't want you to hate me. I really want to be by your side, but neither the memories of the past nor the chains of the present allow that to happen." It was as if invisible chains were binding her. She looked at him with a heavy heart, brushed back her hair, and leaned down to kiss his cheek. "I can only achieve my goal using my own methods. In the future, I'll treat you twice as well to make up for the pain I've caused. Please, Zhang Hao, forgive me." The house glowed beautifully under the morning sun. Just then, Zhang Hao yawned so wide that tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at the pool in front of him, troubled, and thought, "Yesterday was so intense it's left me feeling pretty worn out today." The girls nearby all blushed and started whispering when they saw him. Who knew Zhang Hao was taking this class too? "We're gonna get a real show today. No kidding. So good." Just then, a pair of feet walked up and called out, "Hey, Hao." Ninjuet Minyuhewa was warming up, and when she saw him, she called out to Zhang Hao too. Lin Yilong walked up, hugging himself with a miserable look on his face, and said, "I want to quit. This is so embarrassing." He turned back, frowning, and replied, "Embarrassing? What the hell is embarrassing about it? Long, man up, will you?" The girls standing behind them started cheering when they saw Zhang Hao appear. Wow, Zhang Hao's physique is insane. Great proportions, and he even smells good. Why is he dressed so modestly? Who is he trying to hide from? He sighed, feeling speechless. Damn it, he was slowly starting to understand what it felt like to be ogled by those lecherous gazes. He scratched his head, turned to Lin Yilong, and said, "Man, I suddenly don't want to take this class anymore." Lin Yilong was still hugging himself tightly, looking terrified, and replied, "Let's just pretend we have a stomachache." Zhang Hao pointed to the side and said, "You'd be better off finding Nguyet Min Yuehua to teach you to swim privately than dealing with the perverted stares here." Nguyet Min Yuehua was hunched over, warming up when she heard someone call her name. Seeing Zhang Hao walk over, she quickly put one hand on her head, held the other out in front, and asked innocently, "Zhang Hao, is swimming just jumping in and doing this with your arms?" Seeing how cute she was, he blushed, patted her head, and said gently, "Not quite. You still need a bit of technique. Min Yuehua, I'll show you how." Then, he started demonstrating the movements and asked her to follow along. "Before we swim, we have to warm up properly so we don't feel uncomfortable once we're in the water." Nguyet Min Yuehua watched him intently and nodded, saying she understood. Zhang Hao glanced down at her, blushing. Her sexy figure in that swimsuit was right there in front of him. A moment later, he pursed his lips, looked away, and asked, "Min Yuehua, aren't you wearing the swimsuit we bought last time?" Nguyet Min Yuehua's cheeks turned rosy as she looked at Zhang Hao and replied, "Zhang Hao, do you want to see me wear that one?" He was caught off guard for a second, let out a, "Huh," then laughed awkwardly, wondering to himself if he actually wanted to see it or not. He immediately looked at her and admitted he did want to see it. Nguyet Min Yuehua then whispered, "Actually, I went and bought a few new ones, all based on Huang Yuan's suggestions." Then she suddenly leaned in close to his ear and said, "If you want to see, you can come to my place," leaving him completely stunned. A moment later, Zhang Hao had a mischievous look on his face, but he blushed and looked away, replying, all right. I mean, I already agreed to teach you how to swim, and I'd feel really guilty if I didn't keep my word. I'll come over to your place next time to teach you." After the warm-up, Zhang Hao instructed, "Today, we're just getting into the water to get used to the feeling." "Got it," she replied. He asked, "Ready?" Nguyet Min Yuehua answered seriously, "Ready." She took a deep breath, held out both her arms in a ready stance, but she still looked very nervous. Zhang Hao stood by, staring blankly, when suddenly she jumped into the pool. Zhang Hao was so startled he let out a panicked shout, a leap of faith. Her jump was so powerful it splashed water right onto Zhang Hao's face. A small whirlpool formed where she hit the water. He sighed, feeling hopeless. Min Yuehua, that's not how you get into the water. Just then, he frowned as he looked at Nyet Min Yuehua, who was standing in front of him, shivering inside a black towel, looking pitiful as she said, Zhang Hao, I don't want to swim anymore. He felt helpless, thinking, not this towel cocoon thing again. He stepped closer, wrapped the towel tighter around her, and comforted her. It's okay. It's all right. Just relax and take some deep breaths first. Nguyet Minuehua kept her eyes shut, shaking uncontrollably. He panicked. Her body was trembling too much. Nguyet Minuehua blushed and called out for Zhang Hao. She grabbed his hand pitifully and made a request. I want a hug, he asked in surprise. Are you really that afraid of the water? We can't hug right now. We're in the middle of a lesson. She started tearing up and explained. When I was little, I left my room to go for a walk. Then I fell into the pool behind the house and almost drowned. I think I've been terrified of water ever since. Zhang Hao wiped her tears away and comforted her. Fine, all right. One hug, okay? Without waiting, Nuyet Minuewa dropped the towel, squeezed her eyes shut, pursed her lips, and threw her arms around him with all her might, calling out his name. He couldn't handle the force of her embrace, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, Nuyet Minuehua is so strong. She was finally relaxing. But of course, everyone was looking in their direction. The other girls were staring at them and whispering. Zhang Hao quickly made up an excuse for the instructor. Miss, Ngyet Minuehua has a leg cramp. I'm going to take her outside to rest for a bit. The teacher was kind and agreed immediately. A cramp? All right, take care of her. Yes, ma'am. Once they were outside the changing room, he let Nuyet Minuehua sit on a bench and asked worriedly, feeling any better? She kept her eyes closed and replied, She said sadly, I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. The pool is just too scary. I know you were hoping I could learn to swim, but I let you down. Zhang Hao comforted her. You dummy. What are you apologizing for? I'm the one who should be sorry. I knew you were afraid of water and still pushed you. Let me massage your legs to make up for it. He reached out to massage her calves, saying, Let's start with your legs, then I'll do your shoulders. Nguyet Min Yuehua's face turned bright red at his actions. She shyly turned her head away, then glanced down at him, embarrassed, and said, Zhang Hao, your massage feels great, but don't just stop at my legs. I'd like you to massage other spots too. Zhang Hao looked up, confused, and asked, What other spots do you mean? Then, seeing what she was doing, he blushed immediately. Nguyet Min Yuehua was shyly pointing to her chest and said, For example, right here. He was incredibly flustered. What? He frowned and warned her, Stop thinking about such weird things. I'm just massaging you from the bottom up. Rebuffed, Nguyet Min Yuehua pulled her leg out of his hand, held it up, and pouted, I don't want that kind of massage. I want it like this. He was speechless and gave her another stern reminder. Nguyet Min Yuehua, stop suggesting things like that. It's broad daylight and we're in a public place. Stop having such strange thoughts. Give me your leg. Nguyet Min Yuehua put her leg down and asked him pitifully, Why can't I? Zhang Hao replied, blushing, Because that's really perverted. He tried to explain it to her, saying that kind of thing is only for couples to do. And even then, only in secret. When we're at school, with teachers and friends around, asking for something like that from a guy is really perverted. You don't want to be a pervert, right? So, it's not happening. Hearing that, she blanked out for a moment, then her whole body started shaking, and her eyes welled up again. She turned her face away, looking absolutely heartbroken. Zhang Hao was speechless and said, Hey, it's not that deep, is it? He pondered. Anyone who didn't know the context would look at her current expression and think she just went through something truly heartbreaking. Suddenly, she turned to him, tears still streaming down her face, and said, Zhang Hao, I want to be a pervert. Zhang Hao was at his wit's end and could only blurt out, What the? He thought, how did the innocent and pure Min Yuehua turn into this? If we weren't in public, I'd definitely pick this dummy up and spank her. You really will say anything, won't you? Zhang Hao began his lecture. Yuehua, you don't understand. That's why you're saying that. You have no idea how annoying a real pervert actually is. Yuehua put her hands on her head, huffing back, I don't care. Just keep massaging me like that. And besides, I'm not learning how to swim anymore. Zhang Hao felt helpless. Fine. How about this? If you can manage to learn how to swim, I'll agree to one request of yours, all right? Of course, provided it's nothing too crazy. Hearing this, Yuehua's eyes lit up. She sat up straight and obediently replied, Deal. Zhang Hao just covered his face, speechless. These two girls. Meanwhile, at the Fenghong group, the sunlight made the building look even more imposing. Inside the office, someone was staring at a photo of Zhang Hao all day, leaving her work unfinished and forcing her to work frantically late into the night. Wei Nan put down her pen, rubbed her forehead, and sighed. I'm exhausted. It's all that little devil's fault for making it impossible to focus. Suddenly, she blushed and glanced down, her gaze settling on the phone sitting on her desk. Maybe one more look? She picked up the phone and gazed at the screen happily. The image showed her hugging Zhang Hao, the two of them kissing. Her eyes filled with happiness as she looked at the photo, but then her eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. She mumbled a name. Inside an elevator, a hand reached out to press the first floor button. Sorry, hold it for a second. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The person who walked in panicked the moment they saw who was inside. CEO? He stepped in, scratched his head, and asked, Are you working late too? The other person replied briefly. Then she asked back, I've seen you a few times before. You always seem to be the last one to leave. Are your superiors giving you too much work? The employee replied, No, not at all. I just want to work harder. I was just promoted to team leader, and this is a critical phase for the project. I don't want any mistakes. She listened and replied, Is that so? The elevator went quiet again. Looking at their reflections on the wall, the person inside, aside from the employee, was a woman. She continued, Maybe because we're always the last ones working late. We've crossed paths a few times. I feel like I recognize you. The employee looked confused. She asked, Have we met anywhere else outside of work? The employee turned his head and replied, I don't think so. She said, I remember your name is Zhang Hao, right? The woman narrowed her eyes, probing for an answer. Later on, Wei Nan's mother looked at her phone and said with a smile, So, is this the person my daughter likes? Wei Nan was startled. She snatched the phone back and said irritably, Who gave you permission to touch my phone? And besides, why are you even here? Mother Lian shook her head, closing her eyes as she replied, I was just curious about the person my daughter likes. Is that not allowed? Such a cute kid. Why not introduce him to your mother? These words made Wei Nan's expression turn dark. She glared at her mother and said coldly, I'm warning you, stay away from him. Hearing her daughter say that, the corner of her mother's mouth twitched, and she replied with a sigh, Do I really look like the type of person who would go after the guy my own daughter likes? I'm just really curious. You've met plenty of handsome guys before, so why this Zhang Hao kid? Inside the office, the conversation continued as she answered her mother, I just like him, that's all. There's no special reason. If that's everything, you can go now. I need to get to work. Her mother quickly gave in. All right, this child. I'm going. Just promise me you won't sleep at your desk again, okay? What if you catch a cold? As she walked out of the office with a smile, her eyes gleamed with a scheming look. Just like the rumors said, she's turned into a love-struck fool. Doesn't that just mean she has a weakness now? Outside, on a quiet street, Wei Nan's secretary sat dazed in a roadside cafe. Zhang Hao happened to pass by and caught sight of her. Isn't that her secretary, the one Wei Nan put on temporary leave? She still hasn't gone back to work? As he slammed an orange juice down on the table, the secretary sighed. Hey, hello there. Someone suddenly spoke up. It was Zhang Hao. He walked up to her and asked, Pardon me, are you busy right now? Seeing it was him, she was surprised. Zhang Hao? He pulled up a chair across from her and said, I overheard your conversation with Wei Nan the other day. You two used to be subordinates under Min Yuehua, her grandmother, right? She nodded. Yes, that's right. Then she smiled and asked, So, Zhang Hao, you're finally interested in Wei Nan? Zhang Hao replied with a helpless expression, I don't have much of a choice. She's latched onto me, so interest or not, I'm forced to deal with it. I honestly don't get what she sees in me. Didn't she used to hate men? Hearing this, the secretary hurriedly explained, Actually, Wei Nan doesn't hate men. To be more precise, she hates weak men. Her father was the definition of a pushover, always mindlessly obeying her mother. Later on, her mother lived a reckless life, and her father died of a terminal illness in the hospital. He didn't even get a shred of care from her mother on his deathbed. Wei Nan blamed his weakness for his fate. Most men nowadays are just like that, always relying on women. But you're different, Zhang Hao. You're strong, just like a woman. The secretary propped her chin up, watching him. Zhang Hao felt speechless, thinking to himself, So, if I want her to hate me, I should just pretend to be weak? The secretary continued, catching him off guard. I think you should just agree to date her. She would never treat you badly. Wei Nan was incredibly loyal. Every retired comrade of hers was recruited back by Wei Nan and she paid them double what anyone else would. If you agree to date her, she'll definitely pamper you to no end. She was really pushing hard for her boss, but Zhang Hao wanted to refuse as quickly as possible. I'll pass. She's too overbearing, and I'm not the type to just roll over and give in. If we were together, one of us would definitely end up being provoked to death. Besides, right now, Before he could finish his sentence, a loud voice rang out, startling them both. Owner, I'm buying out this whole place. Wei Nan's mother pushed her sunglasses onto her head and winked at him. Haha, kid, finally found you. The secretary gasped in horror. Ma'am? Zhang Hao's jaw nearly hit the floor. What? Outside the cafe, a closed sign was already hanging on the door. Not bad, the guy my daughter is dating. As she spoke, 2 menacing bodyguards stood right behind her. She stared straight at Zhang Hao, smiling as she asked, Great look, great physique. How long have you two been dating? Zhang Hao panicked and blurted out, You've got the wrong idea. I'm not dating Wei Nan. She turned to the side and laughed gleefully. Not dating? So my daughter hasn't snagged you yet? Pathetic. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao was speechless at this woman. He finally asked, Why are you looking for me? She turned serious. It's not convenient to talk out here. Let's head to a private room. Wei Nan's secretary, standing nearby, grew anxious. Taking Zhang Hao to a private room? This is bad. I've got a really bad feeling about this. She spoke up. Ma'am, Wei Nan already has plans with Zhang Hao. I'm here to take him to her. If you have something to say, why not just go to her place and talk? The woman let out a dangerous, icy laugh. She raised a finger and beckoned her to come closer. The secretary turned pale with fear but stepped forward. Ma'am? Suddenly, the woman's face hardened, and she threw a punch right into the secretary's face. Her glasses flew off, and blood sprayed everywhere. Zhang Hao stood frozen in shock. After striking her, she wiped her chin, gave a cruel smile, and looked down. Haven't thrown a punch in a while. Maybe I overdid it. My bad. All right. The obstinate is gone. Let's go. She turned to Zhang Hao, who was still reeling from the scene, looking down at the secretary collapsed on the floor in concern. What is going on? He felt a headache coming on. He twitched his lip, thinking, Am I getting dragged into something incredibly messy again? She laughed, looking at him. Kid, you're pretty calm. An average high schooler would have been scared out of their wits by now, right? Zhang Hao pulled himself together and replied calmly, Haha, ever since I got involved with your daughter, I've seen this kind of thing plenty of times. He thought, seriously, Wei Nan's birth mother. That means she used to be a crime boss. She continued, True. My daughter definitely doesn't like weak men, but it seems you don't like my daughter that much either. What's the matter? Don't want to be the son-in-law of the Wei family? Zhang Hao sat down across from her. He answered bluntly, Ma'am, I know my place. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I'm not a match for Wei Nan. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. My family doesn't like me staying out too late, she replied. If you're in a hurry, I'll get straight to the point. She wanted to make a deal with him, her words calculated. Zhang Hao was caught off guard. With me, I'm just a normal high school student. I don't think I have the ability to help you with anything, she explained. Haha, this is something only you can do. From my recent observations, my daughter is completely obsessed with you. If you ask her to do something, I don't think she'll refuse you. He gasped. What? She put on a cruel expression and revealed her plan. Invite my daughter to a foreign country. Tell her it's for a trip. I'll send you the specific address. Lure her there. Once she's there, my people will take control of her. I'll give you a massive sum of money, and you can move your family to another country and live a carefree life forever. Zhang Hao asked, confused, You want me to help you deal with Wei Nan? Isn't she your daughter? Why are you trying to take her down? With a dark look, she said simply, I want to take back my position as the family head. Then she began to tell her story. There hasn't been any mother-daughter love between us for a long time. On a rainy night, Wei Nan looked down at someone lying at her feet with a knife stuck in the ground. The knife was embedded right next to that woman, Wei Nan's mother. Her body was covered in countless wounds. Zhang Hao asked, Forgive me for being direct, but isn't Wei Nan doing a pretty good job as the family head? The family lineage in her hands is incredibly powerful. She doesn't have to worry about a thing, so why bother struggling? She flashed a smile and replied, You don't get it. Aside from money, there's nothing else out there. So, what do you think? Since you don't really care about your daughter anyway, want to team up and do something big? He didn't answer, just thought to himself, I'm afraid of getting money I can't even spend. Meanwhile, outside, Wei Nan's secretary was tied to a chair. She was surrounded by the woman's thugs. The secretary had been unconscious, but suddenly she opened her eyes. There were cuts around her mouth and chin. She thought, thank goodness for that combat training in the military. It kept me from passing out completely. I have to report this to Wei Nan immediately. Her hands, tied behind her back, began to wiggle, trying to loosen the rope. Suddenly, a red-dotted iron ring appeared on her wrist. Back at the Fong Hong Company, Wei Nan was reviewing documents in her office when her phone started buzzing. She picked up and asked what was going on. On the other end, the voice hurried to report that the madam had cornered Zhang Hao in a private room. Stunned, she shot up from her chair, slammed her hand on the desk, and hissed in anger, "Get the car ready." Back at the scene, Zhang Hao was still desperately refusing the woman. Even if she was holding something over Wei Nan abroad, becoming the head of the family wouldn't be that easy. There were definitely plenty of others who supported Wei Nan. Even with all the past grievances, you two are mother and daughter. Can't you just sit down and talk? He screamed in his head. Please, I don't want to be involved in your dirty business. Can't you just reason with her? The woman just spat out bitter words about her daughter, calling her ungrateful. Raising a dog would be more rewarding than her. She's been opposing me over her father's petty issues for ages. There's no chance of us having a civil conversation anymore. If I'd known she was such a monster, I never should have given birth to her. She curled her lip with a vicious expression. Her words and look left Zhang Hao speechless. He criticized her silently. Not even a mention of your own gambling addiction? Why are there always people who think they're so righteous? He frowned, and without holding back, he reminded her, Madam, you've said too much. You know Wei Nan holds a grudge because of what happened to her father. But if you had cared about your family, about her just a little bit, maybe things wouldn't have ended up with you two at each other's throats today. You just need to admit your own mistakes. I'm sorry, Wei Nan, but from what I know about you, this whole situation can definitely be resolved peacefully. Family harmony is what matters most. If you actually help her with this, the relationship between you two will be severed for good. He gave such a long speech, but it seemed to go in one ear and out the other. She immediately changed the subject. Kid, are you trying to talk me into giving up? I figured you weren't interested in my daughter. That's why I tried to pull you into this. But why do I get the feeling you're always leaning towards her? Do you really not like her? Her gaze gradually turned dangerous. Besides, I already declared war when I knocked out her secretary, and she still hasn't been reinstated. I can keep her detained for a few more days. You need to seize this chance to take her abroad, then take the money and run. You don't need to worry about anything else. Zhang Hao asked seriously. And what if I refuse to help you? She gave a sly smile and shot back. Refuse to help? Then she stood up and said, Why make things difficult for yourself when there's money to be made? Then she started with the threats. If you don't want to help, you and your entire family will become my hostages. Zhang Hao's eyes grew sharp. He warned her, Threatening me is one thing, but are you really going to mess with my family too? Then he stood up. I'm sorry, but that leaves me with no choice. He took a defensive stance. If she had any regrets, she should have blamed herself for not bringing bodyguards. Seeing this, her mouth curled into a smirk, and she said, How interesting. What? Are you planning to use force to restrain me? Zhang Hao replied coldly, Try me and find out. Outside, the sky was gradually turning the crimson red of sunset. A car was rushing down the road. Her two bodyguards looked panicked when they saw who was standing opposite them. Wei Nan appeared coldly, followed by her familiar subordinates. She ordered, in a chilling tone, Get out of my way. Wei Nan, they're in there. The secretary was sitting inside with her head bowed when she heard the voice. When she saw Wei Nan enter, she shouted, Wei Nan, she said mournfully, You're finally here. Zhang Hao was taken in by that woman quite a while ago. I'm afraid that. Wei Nan asked them which room they were in. The guard standing nearby hurriedly raised his hands and stammered, The room at the very end. Getting her answer, Wei Nan turned to her curly-haired subordinate and said, Untie her. I'll go in myself. You guys stay out here and keep watch. The other person quickly replied, Yes, ma'am. After giving orders, she stepped through a door, and in front of her was a hallway with many rooms. Wei Nan couldn't help but mutter, That old woman. She then walked up to the last door and was about to raise her hand to open it when she suddenly heard a voice from inside. What? It was just a test? She was stunned, her hand frozen in midair, as the voice continued. Can feelings be faked? Her mother started explaining. That's right. Everyone who tries to get close to my daughter has an agenda. Why is she so infatuated with you? That's why I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you are. He felt speechless. You went to all that trouble just for this? Does Wei Nan know you came to see me? She smiled, but her eyes were filled with sadness as she replied, No. If she knew, she'd be furious. This child has always hated me, so she hates it when I meddle in her affairs. But this is the first time she's ever liked someone. I was just so curious about the kind of person she'd like that I couldn't help but, it seems her taste is quite good. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's cheeks turned bright red, and he didn't know how to respond. She continued. Actually, besides coming to see you, I have a favor to ask, he asked in surprise. What is it? Her birthday is coming up, right? I want you to give her the birthday gift I prepared. If I give it to her myself, she won't accept it. Wei Nan was still motionless, standing outside the door, listening to their conversation. Zhang Hao thought to himself, why didn't you say so earlier? Then he voiced his own question. I don't understand. If you care so much about your family, why did you? Wei Nan's mother pondered for a moment without answering. A while later, she clenched her hands and explained. In my time, most things were decided by the elders. The Wei family has always been a major clan. We needed many heirs to ensure our prosperity. But after Wei Nan's father had her, he fell terminally ill and couldn't have more children. For the sake of the family, my mother started looking for other suitors for me, but I refused. So I fought with my mother. It got so bad we almost cut ties completely. And back then, my husband chose to support her because of the family. He said he could endure it. But to me, it felt like my feelings were being betrayed. So later on, I chose to run away and live a life of hedonism and dissipation. As she recounted this, she clutched her hair in regret. By the time I came to my senses, Wei Nan was already grown up. Then she made her request. I want to earn Wei Nan's forgiveness, so I hope you can help me. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, then scratched his cheek and refused. I'm sorry. I can't help you with this. She looked disappointed by his answer. Zhang Hao advised, if you really want to earn Wei Nan's forgiveness, you can only do it yourself. Besides, I feel that no matter how you try to make up for it later, you can never replace the motherly love she missed out on. She was stunned by Zhang Hao's words. A moment later, Zhang Hao opened the door. Wei Nan was still standing there. Seeing her, he was startled. Wei Nan, why are you here? She was standing there, looking at him mournfully. By now, it was pitch black outside. Buildings had started to light up the night, and a car was driving down the road. Zhang Hao sat inside the car, looking at Wei Nan, who was focused on driving. Did you hear everything outside just now? She didn't turn her head, just replied, yeah. Then she added, sorry, I warned her before, but I didn't expect her to come looking for you on her own. He frowned and voiced his concern. So, what are you going to do about your mother? She cut him off. Maintain the status quo. Nothing changes. Then she looked at him and asked, if your mother suddenly came looking for you, what would you do? Zhang Hao looked away, thought for a moment, and answered, I'd hope she never came back. My current family is great. Wei Nan marveled at his attitude. She said, it seems you're very happy with your current family. Are you also happy with your stepsister? He looked a bit confused and replied, huh? Pretty happy. Why are you asking these things? Wei Nan replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. I just want you and your family to move in with me. It'll be easier to protect you if we're together. I'm certain there will be more people trying to use you to pressure me in the future. Zhang Hao was shocked by her suggestion. He quickly threw his hands up in an X shape and protested, no way. Why on earth would I go live with you? Wei Nan kept her eyes on the road and said softly, you're my man. Why wouldn't you live with me? He pointed at himself, dumbfounded, and retorted, are you crazy? Since when did I become your man? And you're just acting like it's a matter of time. Hearing this, Zhang Hao roared, what? There is absolutely no chance for a psycho like you. Suddenly, Wei Nan slammed on the brakes. The friction made the road steam. Zhang Hao panicked and demanded, what the hell are you doing? She started to speak. Faced with my father's love, I chose to compromise. Faced with my mother's, I chose to run. Looking over at him, she said fiercely, I won't follow in their footsteps. Zhang Hao, I'm not giving you up to anyone, she declared, then reached out to lift his chin. I'll keep chasing you until you finally say yes. Her move made Zhang Hao blush. Your logic is just extreme, he muttered. A beautiful smile spread across her lips. Her fingers traced his lips as she called his name. He slapped her hand away and said uncomfortably, hey, don't push your luck, we're out in public. She tilted her head and teased him. Then, let's go to my place. Zhang Hao threw his hands up and yelled, screw off. Then he warned her, I suggest you just take me home. Suddenly, his phone rang. When he saw who was calling, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Damn it, Chin Chin. He quickly swallowed his fear and answered, hello, Chin Chin? The voice on the other end asked, Zhang Hao, where are you? It's so late. Why aren't you back yet? Zhang Hao scrambled to make up a lie. Cough. I'm at Long's place. It ran a bit late. I'm on my way back now. As he spoke, he glanced at Wei Nan. She was watching him intensely. He breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up. He turned to Wei Nan. There, you heard her? I need to get home now. She looked away, acting indifferent, then smiled. Did this little fox just learn how to lie? He replied grumpily. Don't even start, you don't know who I'm lying for. She looked away again and asked, Humph. Does this Qinchin care about you that much? Zhang Hao blushed and answered, Because we're family. Wei Nan asked suspiciously, Family? She didn't believe it for a second. Humph, it can't be that simple. She kept driving. Back at Zhang Hao's house, he walked in and called out, I'm home. Qinchin came out and said, Zhang Hao's back. He chuckled, trying to brush it off. Heh, I was over at Long's playing around. Got a bit late. Suddenly, Qinchin put a hand to her mouth. Zhang Hao. Her gaze turned dark. That's strange. Why would you lie to me? Zhang Hao panicked, his heart sinking. Huh? Sis, what are you talking about? Her face darkened. Qinchin exposed him. I called Lin Yilong. He told me you'd left ages ago. Zhang Hao felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What? He panicked internally. Since when did she have Long's number? Qinchin continued. Zhang Hao, we're both from single-parent families. My mother worked all year round, and I was always lonely. It wasn't until I started this new life with you that I finally felt warmth. I truly see you as the little brother I love most. Her expression was full of pain as she spoke. It genuinely terrified Zhang Hao. Crying, Qinchin continued. But I guess I was just fooling myself. It turns out Zhang Hao sees me as an outsider. If you don't want me meddling in your business, fine. I won't stick my nose in it anymore. She turned away. Zhang Hao was frantic, not knowing what to do, reaching out in desperation. Wait, sis Qinchin, let me explain. He grabbed her arm and said, I'm sorry, sis. The truth is, I went to eat with a friend, but I was afraid you'd worry, so I didn't tell you. They're just a normal friend. I knew if I told you it was a girl, you'd definitely get worried. Zhang Tianqian didn't say a word after hearing that. Zhang Hao apologized again. I'm sorry, Sister Qin. She then firmly brushed his hand away from hers and said, Zhang Hao, you need to know that I really care about you. She then turned and left. Watching her figure walk dejectedly up the stairs, Zhang Hao called out, Sister Qin? Zhang Hao fell to the floor in a panic. Sister Qin, is she disappointed in me? He screamed internally, then pulled at his hair in frustration. Sister Zhang Tianqin has always been so good to me, yet I've broken her heart. I should just die. At that moment, Zhang Tianqin had reached her room. She leaned against the door in silence, then regretted her actions, screaming internally a moment later. Why did I brush Zhang Hao's hand away? What if he's actually angry? No, that's not right. Zhang Tianqin, you need to be confident. Zhang Hao definitely has feelings for you. I can't keep chasing after him in vain. I need to show my personality in the right way. After consoling herself for a few seconds, she knelt down in deep regret. Still, brushing Zhang Hao's hand away just now was honestly going too far. If Zhang Hao is really angry, I'll have to kneel and beg for his forgiveness. Sob, sob, sob. Then, her mind shifted back to the main problem. As for that woman Zhang Hao lied to cover up, I have to investigate tonight. Meanwhile, in a living room, a washing machine door opened. Zhang Tianqin reached inside, intending to grab something. It was the shirt Zhang Hao had been wearing earlier. She brought it to her nose and sniffed it with intense focus, then came to a conclusion. This scent. It seems so similar to the clothes I burned last time. Were they in contact back then? Suddenly, she thought of someone. Could it be that girl named Min Yuehua? Approaching Zhang Hao, he was scratching his head and yawning, looking exhausted. He asked, It's the weekend. Why are you up so early, Dad? Where are you going? His father replied, We have to go pick up your aunt today. All you do is sleep, sleep, sleep. His stepmother chimed in to soothe him. It's okay, it's okay. Young people like to sleep in. Zhang Tianqin looked at him and suggested that if Zhang Hao was still sleepy, he could catch some sleep in the car. He replied, confused, Oh, okay. Then he thought sadly, I have to find a chance to talk to Sister Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Hao's mind wandered to another issue. But what about my cousin in this world? I remember my cousin being a cool, handsome guy. It's been so long. I'm feeling a bit nostalgic. Suddenly, his father turned his head and asked, Wait, whose kid is that? They're just staring at us. Zhang Hao looked over, and upon seeing who it was, he blurted out in shock. Damn it, he called out, Yuehua. At the same time, Zhang Tianqin shot a judgmental glare at the person. Zhang Hao asked, Why are you here? Yuehua was wearing a stylized traditional outfit with her hair tied high, looking very stylish. She was staring intently in their direction. His father whispered in his ear, Zhang Hao, who is this? Zhang Hao, face contorted like an old man, replied, It's a friend. He then stepped in front of her and asked, Yuehua, why are you here? Is something wrong? Yuehua looked happy, held up a ticket, and asked, I came to your place to see if you wanted to go to the exhibition with Yang Fan. She looked truly adorable. His father turned to his wife and said, It looks like this girl is pursuing Zhang Hao. She wiped her brow and replied, Yeah, kids these days are so bold, showing up at the house directly. Both of them stared curiously at Zhang Hao and Yuehua. Zhang Tianqin looked at them with the eyes of a rakshasa, as if she wanted to swallow Yuehua whole. Zhang Hao then gestured toward his parents and introduced them. Yuehua, let me introduce you. These are my parents and my sister. Her eyes lit up. She quickly adjusted her hair and bowed politely. Hello, Zhang Hao's parents and sister. I'm sorry for the intrusion. My name is Min Yuehua. I look forward to getting to know you. The couple replied. Hello, hello. His mother praised her. This girl is quite polite. Yuehua thought of the butler's words. The butler's dating strategy. Liu Zeinbook seemed to be working. Pursue the boy, leave a good impression on his family and friends first. Pursuing a boy requires initiative. A pair of legs stepped in front of her, and a voice asked, Min Yuehua, right? Do you like Zhang Hao and want to date him? The person asking was none other than Zhang Tianqin. She stood close to Yuehua. Yuehua looked back at her seriously, her eyes becoming cautious. Then she pointed to herself and replied, That's right. I like Zhang Hao the most. This left the parents and Zhang Hao completely stunned. Zhang Tianqin remained calm and continued, Let me tell you right now, that is absolutely not happening. Before she could finish, his father stepped in. Zhang Hao, I told you already, no early dating. Zhang Hao hurriedly waved his hands to object. It's not like that, Dad. Listen to me. Then he hurriedly explained. Yuehua only started going to school in high school. Before that, she had private tutors at home. So she rarely interacted with others and isn't good at talking. I saw that. So, Lin Yilong and I taught her how to communicate with others. She's just grateful to us. It's not that kind of romantic interest. His father sneered. Humph, the devil believes you. She's already showed up here. Do you take your father for a fool? He then turned to Yuehua and warned. Min Yuehua, is it? Thank you for liking my precious son, but I don't want him dating while he's still in high school. You can like him, but don't pursue him. Zhang Hao was sweating bullets as he tried to smooth things over. Yuehua, we have relatives over today. It's not a good time. Let's talk later. She responded obediently. Okay. Then she turned to her father and said, Dad, weren't we supposed to pick up the aunt? Let's go, we can talk about this later. His father turned his face away, refusing to answer. As if realizing something, Yuehua scratched her head, blankly asking, We're not allowed to date? His mother replied sternly, You can date others, of course, but definitely not my Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao pulled at his hair and yelled, Mom, Dad, don't worry. We're still just kids. We're not thinking about that stuff. Who could date who anyway? Let's go pick up the aunt. Zhang Tianqin finally turned back and said, Mom, Dad, don't worry. Leave this to me. You two go pick up the aunt first. I'll take this little friend home. His mother replied, Sorry to trouble you, Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Tianqin then gave a friendly smile and said to Yuehua, Little sister, let's go. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his mother panicked. Wait, that's not right. Zhang Tianqin leaned in close to Yuehua's face and said, Student Yuehua, that really surprises me. Liu Tianqin anxiously assessed the scent. Her mother, meanwhile, was already seething with rage at the sight of them being so close. She thought to herself, So this brat really does have a thing for that girl. Liu Tianqin reached out to touch Nguyen Min Yuehua's chin, speaking up as the girl looked on anxiously. It's okay. You still have me. I love you. Her mother, still watching her daughter's every move, muttered a curse under her breath. Zhang Tianqin, you're in for it. Don't think for a second I don't know what you're planning. She then grabbed the hood of Liu Tianqin's jacket and yanked him away in a fury. Hold on, get over here. Meeting her parents today is a big deal, Tianqin shouted in a panic. Wait, what? Zhang Hao helplessly reached toward Nguyen Min Yuehua and said, Nguyen Min Yuehua, you should head home. Today really isn't a good time. She nodded obediently. Okay, goodbye, Zhang Hao. She bowed deeply to the three elders, greeting them politely. Goodbye to Zhang Hao's father, mother, and sister. Her courtesy left all three of them wide-eyed with surprise. Mom exclaimed, This girl is lovely, just a bit too polite. Dad also closed his eyes in resignation. It seemed she had been raised in quite an unconventional way. As for Zhang Tianqin, she felt like she had finally solved the puzzle that had been bothering her. It wasn't the scent on the girl's body. Could there really be another woman close to Zhang Hao? Who on earth could it be? Thinking of this, her expression darkened even further. She had to talk to Zhang Hao. Scene changed to the train station. Zhang Hao's dad spotted someone and waved. Over here. Zhang Hao looked as if he had just seen something truly horrific and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. A woman walked up and cheerfully called out to Kwok Min Yuhuan. Behind her was a person neither clearly man nor woman, pouting with an exhausted look. Mom, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Zhang Hao screamed internally. Where was his cool, handsome cousin? Standing before him was a guy dressed in effeminate, weak girl's clothing, whining. I'm so exhausted. I'm gonna die. By this time, they had returned to Zhang Hao's house, and voices could be heard from inside. Zhang Hao was feeling more and more at ease. The five of them were sitting together, chatting. What are they asking? He must have a lot of girlfriends, right? His mom replied with a cheerful laugh. Isn't that the truth? Ha. Someone even chased him all the way to our doorstep, his cousin added with a wink. Little cousin Zhang Tianqin is also very cool. Aunt Trong, you're so lucky. She laughed and replied, haha, that's right. Zhang Tianqin must have a lot of admirers too. His mom's face turned pale as she forced a laugh. Haha, I suppose so. She then glanced over, using a telepathic look to tell her daughter, that handsome boy Tran is showing he likes you. Why aren't you reacting at all? While Zhang Tianqin remained indifferent and cold as usual, Zhang Hao felt the conversation had hit a dead end, so he stood up to excuse himself. You guys keep talking, I'm going to help Dad cook. As he left the room, he couldn't help but feel like he still couldn't get used to this world. He thought to himself, give me back my gentle and virtuous sister. Suddenly, a voice startled him, Zhang Hao. His cousin appeared behind him and winked at him. Little Zhang Hao has grown up. He's become such a handsome boy that I'm so jealous. Zhang Hao replied, and his cousin then nudged his shoulder and said craftily, Little Hao, once you're older, I'll take you out to pick up girls. Zhang Hao thought in annoyance. Ah Chen, looking like that, you're only going to get picked up yourself. Then he turned and asked, why aren't you staying with your girlfriend, A Chen? His cousin immediately turned his face away and pouted, Humph, these women only know how to gossip, make money, and chase men. What's so great about them that they just stay there? Hearing this, Zhang Hao suggested, then let's go help Dad cook. His cousin exclaimed in panic. Huh? Why are you helping with the cooking? You'll end up as a sloppy, old-looking husband. Then he grabbed Zhang Hao, hurriedly reminding him, listen to me. You're so pretty. You just need to be cute and adorable. How could our hands be used for cooking? We have to marry someone rich and just enjoy life. As he spoke, his cousin took Zhang Hao's hands and held them up. Zhang Hao quickly pulled them away and laughed it off. It's fine. I'm just helping out when Dad needs it. His cousin kept trying to persuade him. Basically, just stay away from the kitchen. Nowadays, there are plenty of women who learn to cook just to please men. Then his cousin said, let's stop standing here. Take me to your room to sit down. Zhang Hao replied, sure, and the two went upstairs. A Chen sat on his bed and commented, the bed is okay, but Zhang Hao's room is too simple. It doesn't have that youthful boy vibe at all. Are you sure this isn't your sister's room? Zhang Hao firmly replied, it's not. My sister's room is next door. I just happen to like this minimalist style. His cousin looked around, then winked at him and pouted. No makeup products either. Not cute at all. Like this, Zhang Hao. You won't find a lover. Zhang Hao. Do you have a girlfriend yet? His cousin suddenly asked. Zhang Hao honestly answered, not yet. His cousin took the chance to show off and pointed at himself. Look at this. The clothes I'm wearing were all bought by my girlfriend. Seeing his cousin act like this, Zhang Hao was so stunned he almost fell over, trying to give a dismissive reply. Yeah, I see. He thought to himself that his cousin seemed a bit of a gold digger. Suddenly, his cousin blushed, looked up, and asked, so, does your sister treat you well? Does she have a boyfriend? Zhang Hao stuttered. My sister treats me very well. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet, but I'm sure she has a lot of pursuers. I met one guy before who wouldn't leave her alone, he added regretfully. It's a pity she even pretended to be my girlfriend, to reject that poor guy. His cousin rested his chin in his hand, his eyes dreamy. I heard from your mom that she's a genius in the medical field, and her figure is incredibly hot. If it were me, I'd like her too. Zhang Hao was alarmed to hear this. Wait, cousin, don't you already have a girlfriend? You just showed off to me earlier. His cousin, seeing Zhang Hao's reaction, replied calmly, don't give me that look. I'm an outstanding, beautiful grown man. I have the right to choose. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat thinking, help. I need to stay away from this cousin. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by a voice calling, Zhang Hao. I'm coming in. Zhang Tianqin opened the door, walked in looking beautiful, and said, Zhang Hao, cousin, dinner is ready. Let's go eat. His cousin blushed and winked at her, answering, thank you, cousin-in-law. Let's go down. Zhang Hao saw this and cursed internally. What the hell? This guy really knows how to fake it. Zhang Tianqin happily replied. Don't be so formal. We're family. Cousin, you go first. His cousin bowed slightly and said happily, All right, sorry to trouble you, Zhang Tianqin. Then she turned to call Zhang Hao and said, My attitude earlier really wasn't very good. I was thinking, if you have some time later, could we talk privately? Zhang Hao didn't refuse and replied, Sure, I want to talk to you too. Zhang Tianqin's mood brightened up significantly. Are you free after dinner? Zhang Hao, feeling his tension from the last few days finally fading, scratched his head and answered, I'm free. She happily said, That's great, let's go eat. He replied, Okay. A while later, the dishes were cleared. Zhang Hao spoke up, I'm done eating. Zhang Tianqin, sitting next to him, was surprised. She was about to say something happy, but suddenly, a phone started ringing. Zhang Hao stood up to excuse himself. I'm sorry, I have to take this call. He answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? The other end replied, Classmate Zhang Hao. Your item has been repaired. Hearing this news, he happily shouted, That's great. When can I come to pick it up? And how much do I owe you? The other person replied, You can come anytime. Your girlfriend already paid, and she left a note here. Zhang Hao was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears, pulling the phone away from his ear and exclaiming, What? He was also curious about when he had gotten a girlfriend, asking himself, Whose girlfriend? He awkwardly smiled at his family and said, Sorry, I have to go out for a bit. His father grumbled, This kid, there he goes, running off again. Zhang Tianqin wanted to stop him. Zhang Hao, you, but she restrained herself. No, I can't. Zhang Tianqin had to control herself. She couldn't monitor Zhang Hao like she used to. She gently reminded him, Come back early. We'll be worried. Zhang Hao gently replied, Okay, I'll be back soon. He thought with relief, Thank goodness. I thought Sister Qin was still angry. The green tea cousin then cooed and complimented Zhang Tianqin, saying she was both gentle and thoughtful. You really care about your brother. Zhang Tianqin replied politely but didn't pay much mind. You're too kind, cousin. We're family. It's only right. The green tea cousin saw this as an opportunity to stir the pot. I just got here, but Zhang Hao is so handsome. Maybe that was one of his pursuers calling him for a date just now. You have to keep a tight leash on him now. I'll talk to him later. You have to be careful about bad people out there. Zhang Tianqin replied coldly, Cousin is right. The green tea cousin felt the temperature drop, shivering despite the lack of cold, breaking into a cold sweat as he felt he had said something wrong. Zhang Tianqin smiled a chilling, dangerous smile. No need to worry, cousin. I will manage Zhang Hao. At the ceramic shop, the employee smiled politely. Sorry. The owner has gone to an exhibition, but your bowl is finished. As she spoke, the employee wrapped up the bowl and handed it to Zhang Hao. At the pottery shop, the clerk smiled politely. I'm sorry. The owner went to an exhibition. Your bowl has been repaired. As she spoke, the clerk wrapped up the porcelain bowl and handed it to Zhang Hao. He remembered, That's right. What did Nguyen Minyohewa say this morning? Duong Pham was hosting an exhibition. The clerk handed the package to Zhang Hao. On the package was a note addressed to Zhang Hao. Please accept. Zhang Hao took it and said, All right, thank you. He held the note, feeling suspicious. Huh? It says here the repair fee was already paid for me. Once you get this, come find me. Wei Nan. He thought to himself, I knew it was her. The woman who claimed to be his girlfriend. Zhang Hao crumpled the paper, a cold, forced smile on his face. Sorry for the trouble. I'll be taking this. The clerk panicked at Zhang Hao's expression. Okay, she thought to herself. This kid, his vibe seems pretty tough. I wonder if that lady can handle him? At Wei Nan's company, Zhang Hao stormed into her office and slammed the door open. Wei Nan was still calmly working. Zhang Hao said, I'm here. She asked, Why didn't you knock? Zhang Hao said stubbornly, Then I'll be leaving. She continued casually reviewing documents and said, Wait until I'm finished. Stay for dinner. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. Ugh, I'm not free today. The bowl is fixed. Just tell me how much I need to compensate you. Seriously, just deduct the repair fee. If it's not too expensive, I'll just put it up for auction and pay you cash. Wei Nan barely paid attention to anything Zhang Hao said. Just return it to me once it's fixed. What do you want to eat? I'll have someone arrange it. Zhang Hao felt helpless. That's just how the two of them were. He talked about his stuff. She talked about hers. Being around her was exhausting. Zhang Hao held up the bag and insisted, If you don't want to give me a price, then I'm taking it back. Once I sell it at auction, I'll pay back every single cent I owe you. Wei Nan stood up from her desk. Hold on. She walked toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao backed away in alarm. What are you doing? Wei Nan snatched the bag from Zhang Hao. Give it to me. Then, Wei Nan immediately threw the bowl straight into the trash can with a loud thud. She crossed her arms and commanded, All right, eat dinner with me. This matter is finished. Zhang Hao went pale, completely frozen. He saw the shiny trash can rocking from the impact of the throw. He remembered how hard he had worked, risking his life and suffering countless injuries, just to save up a little money. He had worked his life away for that broken bowl. He cried out in agony, If you didn't want it, you should have just given it to me. Zhang Hao rushed to the trash can, heartbroken, tears streaming down his face. That was a huge amount of money. Wei Nan shouted to stop him. Hey, the trash is dirty. It's just a piece of cheap antique junk. It's not worth much. She lunged to grab his hand. I already told you that you don't need to pay me back. But it seemed Wei Nan used a bit too much force and sprained Zhang Hao's wrist. Wei Nan was startled and quickly let go. Huh? She looked worriedly at his hand, concerned about what might have happened. Zhang Hao cried out in pain. My wrist is broken. Zhang Hao felt miserable and disappointed. Damn it, I'm so annoyed. Why am I so weak? Wei Nan worriedly took Zhang Hao's hand to examine it. It doesn't seem like the joint is hurt. It's not dislocated or swollen, probably just a sprain. Just to be safe, I'll call a doctor to check it. Zhang Hao thought silently for a moment, and then suddenly asked, I've always had a question. You're a retired Special Forces soldier. How is your skin so well maintained? Have you really been to the battlefield? Wei Nan reset Zhang Hao's wrist, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. I have. I almost died once. Curious? Stay tonight, and I'll tell you about it slowly. Zhang Hao pulled his hand away, refusing. Nah, just curious. It's fine if I don't know. I'm leaving. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wei Nan blocked him. Stay for dinner. Zhang Hao shook his head. I'm telling you, you're way too stubborn. Wei Nan said seriously. I've read the novel you wrote. The world you described felt incredibly real. Stay for dinner? I want to talk to you. Zhang Hao thought. What does this person actually have to do with the blood moon? He awkwardly scratched his head, his stomach beginning to growl. He gave in and sat down on the sofa. I didn't expect my novel to be that good. I even have a fan now. All right, fine, let's talk. Zhang Hao thought to himself. I was in such a rush to clear up the misunderstanding with Zhang Tianqin at lunch that I only got a few bites in. Wei Nan smirked arrogantly. She picked up her phone to call her assistant. Hello? Prepare dinner. The two of them, Zhang Hao, were surprised. Turns out it was TNTUNDJ. Zhang Hao realized Wei Nan was the type to be cold on the outside but warm on the inside. After speaking with her assistant, Wei Nan put the phone down, thinking, Little fox, what do I have to do to make you stay tonight? Zhang Hao blushed and stammered, Don't push your luck. Wei Nan lifted her skirt, revealing her long, slender legs and hot S-curve, and said, Your eyes aren't being honest. Don't think I don't know, you've been sneakily looking at my thighs. Zhang Hao blushed and stammered to explain, CEO Nguai, your clothes are very expensive. It's normal for a poor person like me to look. Wei Nan quickly pinned Zhang Hao down, hovering over him, and placed both hands on his shoulders in a domineering way. Yeah? Hao Zhang stumbled, stammering. Hold on, can you not control yourself for 1 second? Wei Nan smiled lightly, saying confidently, Control? Why would I need to do that? You were born to be mine. Upon hearing this, Hao Zhang grew furious. Huh? Born to be yours? What the hell are you talking about? Have you been reading too many romance novels? Get off me. Hao Zhang gave Wei Nan's butt a firm smack. After testing the waters, he turned red with excitement. Damn, that's nice. Wei Nan sat on top of Hao Zhang and shouted shyly, So you'd rather do this the hard way instead of the easy way, huh? Hao Zhang shouted back, Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? A woman like you has no manners. Let's see how I handle you. Hao Zhang tried to push Wei Nan off, but she barely budged. He felt a surge of helpless despair, as if he were trying to push a brick wall. What on earth was she fed growing up? Wei Nan decided to make peace. All right, stop struggling. You just sprained your wrist. Don't hurt yourself further. Hao Zhang seized the chance to shove her away. Stop clinging to me. We're not a good match. Wei Nan smiled, saying, Let me tell you why I've been researching the blood moon. Back at Hao Zhang's house, his green tea cousin stretched wearily, thinking, It seems Yue Hua Min has zero interest in me. I really thought I could have a romantic connection with her. Suddenly, he saw Yue Hua Min walking toward them. She's gorgeous. The cousin's eyes lit up as he ran over to make a move. Look at me, lucky day, 2 goddesses in one day. He waved friendly and said, Hey there girl, what are you doing here? Yue Huamin kept her head down, ignored him, and quietly walked past him into the house. The cousin stood by the door, frozen in embarrassment. She must hate me. He quickly checked himself to make sure his cologne wasn't off. Hao Zhang's parents peeked out the door to see what the noise was about. Hao Zhang's father asked, "Hey, kid, what are you doing standing at the door?" When he saw Yue Huamin, he was beyond surprised. "Wait, isn't that?" He frowned, looking annoyed. "Why are you here?" The green tea cousin, still clueless, focused on fixing his hair and reapplying lip balm. Yue Huamin bowed and greeted them. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." The father was puzzled. "Child, what exactly do you want?" Hao Zhang's mother, hearing the commotion, rushed out too. "What's going on? What happened?" Yue Huamin said seriously. "Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, these are gifts for you." She pulled several boxes of fruit from her bag. As she handed them over, she said, "This one is for Hao Zhang, the second for his mother, the third for his father, and the fourth for his sister." Before she could finish, the father sternly refused. "Give it up. Our Hao Zhang is still young, and under no circumstances will he be allowed to date early." The mother agreed. "That's right. If you don't drop this, don't blame us for calling your teachers and parents." The green tea cousin was stunned. This girl, who looks like an angel, is actually chasing after Hao Zhang? Yue Huamin stated firmly. "No, I don't want to date Hao Zhang. I just want to stay by his side for the rest of my life. I just want to be his best friend forever." Hao Zhang's parents were genuinely angry now. "Side by side for the rest of your life? Just friends? Do you take us for fools?" His mother thought, "Damn, how can she say something so shameless with a straight face?" Yue Huamin lowered her head and held up the gifts again. "Please, just let me be Hao Zhang's friend." The mother was determined. She felt bad for the girl, but for her son's sake, she couldn't be a pushover. She refused and told her to leave. "Student, you should go. From now on, keep your distance from Hao Zhang." She turned back into the house, pulling her husband along. The green tea cousin plotted, "I'll go comfort her in a minute. I'm sure I can win her over." Yue Huamin wouldn't give up. "No." The mother turned back to ask, "No?" Yue Huamin's eyes welled up with tears. "To me, Hao Zhang is someone special. I want to be his friend and stay by his side forever." "Please." Back at Wei Nan's office, Hao Zhang asked, "What is it you really want to say?" Wei Nan explained that she had once suffered a fatal injury while on a mission. "When I thought I was dying, I saw something rare, a blood-red moon. Then, I drifted into a long dream. After I woke up, I had miraculously survived, all thanks to that blood moon." Hao Zhang was stunned. "Huh?" he thought. "That's completely different from my experience." He said, "Maybe that was just a hallucination from your near-death state. Why are you so sure the blood moon is the reason you survived?" Wei Nan dismissed his doubt. "I told you, it was a fatal wound that modern medicine couldn't fix. Since then, I've been researching this phenomenon. And just recently, when I saw the blood moon for the second time, you appeared right in front of me." At the dinner table, Wei Nan continued talking to Hao Zhang, repeating, "Since I saw the blood moon for the second time not long ago, you appeared before me. As I got to know you, I realized every action you took didn't match the background investigation I had. Plus, the world in the novel you wrote is so similar to my dream. My intuition tells me you and the blood moon are connected." Hao Zhang thought, "I didn't realize she went through all this." Just as he was thinking, she stood up, shocking him by unbuttoning her shirt. Hao Zhang screamed, "Damn! What are you doing taking your clothes off?" Wei Nan pointed to her side and said, "I was injured here that year. My internal organs were shattered. But now, there isn't even a scar. I want to know why, among so many who died, only I survived." "Is the world in your novel real?" Hao Zhang pondered. "I guess I have to cooperate. She won't let this go otherwise." He said honestly, "Fine. I'll tell you what I know, but there are conditions." Wei Nan agreed. "Okay, name them." Hao Zhang said, "I can help with your research, but only when I'm free. Also, you are not allowed to bother my family, and you can't use me for dissection research." Wei Nan scoffed. "I'm not that unreasonable." Hao Zhang shivered. Capitalist minds were always twisted. He realized he'd have to deal with Wei Nan a lot more from now on. He admitted straight up, "You're right, I'm not from this world. I looked at the blood moon, and when I woke up, I was here." At Hao Zhang's house, Yue Huamin was still standing by the door, refusing to leave. The father was bewildered. "Why is this kid so stubborn? She seems kind of spaced out, and she's been standing in the sun with her backpack for so long, hasn't she?" The father softened and said, "Tell you what, if you don't have bad intentions toward Hao Zhang, then of course your aunt and I won't stop you two from being friends." Yue Huamin said happily, "Thank you, sir." Hao Zhang is my best friend. I don't have any bad intentions at all. Zhang Hao's dad thought, that kid's smile looks so awkward. I guess Zhang Hao was right about her being socially inept. He advised her gently, it's best to head back now. It's getting late, lest her family gets worried. Mingyue pleaded, could I please go inside and see Zhang Hao for just a moment? Zhang Hao's dad replied apologetically, Zhang Hao isn't home. Didn't you check before coming over? Nguyet Mingyue heard this and said, in that case, I hope you'll accept this gift. Zhang Hao's dad said politely, thank you. That's very kind of you. Sweating profusely, Nguyet Mingyue left, feeling satisfied. Zhang Hao's parents were at a loss for words. That girl is so naive. Once inside, they opened the gifts Mingyue left behind. Zhang Hao's mom picked up a ring to examine it. A diamond ring? Is this really a diamond? Must be knockoffs, right? But they look so good. The green tea cousin thought to himself, what a waste. Such a pretty girl, yet she buys cheap fakes. Zhang Hao's mom held up a necklace to inspect it. Zhang Hao said she was an honest girl. I never expected her to give us things like this. Zhang Hao's dad tried on a ring and remarked, even if they're fake, these are high quality. They look so real, just like the one I gave you when we got married. Zhang Tianqin walked out, and seeing everyone chatting, she asked cheerfully, everyone's here? It's so lively. Oh, whose jewelry is this? Zhang Hao's mom replied with a sigh. It's from that friend of Zhang Hao's this morning. I don't even know what to say. The cousin played with the rings on the table and mocked. Looking at this whole table, you can tell it's fake. Wearing junk like this out will just make people think you're vain and embarrassing. Zhang Tianqin looked down at the ring and said, this is a sapphire, right? It doesn't look fake at all. She picked it up for a closer look. It doesn't seem like ordinary sapphire. It might be national grade quality. This is incredibly valuable and not even sold on the open market. I'd estimate it's worth tens of millions. The three of them were stunned. How much? Back at the dinner table, Zhang Hao set down his cutlery and explained calmly. That's how it went down. I am Zhang Hao, but not the Zhang Hao from your world, Wei Nan concluded. So, parallel universes and contrasting worlds. It's all real? In your world, guys chase girls, walk around shirtless, keep mistresses, and are complete playboys? Zhang Hao confirmed. That's right. Even though I value relationships, I'm still a typical guy. I'll definitely take a second look at a pretty girl. I only walk around shirtless at the beach. But in this world, I'm just a clueless guy. If you don't like that, you'd better stop wasting your time on me. I might head back to my world one day. Honestly, you're a great woman, and I don't want to hurt you. Go find a regular guy. Wei Nan interrupted. Hold on. If you're from that world, then it shouldn't be a big deal for you to take your shirt off right now, right? Zhang Hao was baffled by her train of thought. Sure, if it's hot, guys in my world walk around the streets shirtless all the time. Wei Nan pictured a crowd of shirtless men with six-pack abs, beckoning to her. She blushed. You just walk around shirtless? She imagined a bunch of guys wandering around town without shirts. Just how shameless are the men in that world, she said shyly. Well, take it off then. Otherwise, I'll just think you're bluffing. Zhang Hao was annoyed. Fine, I'll take it off. What are you afraid of? I'll show you what a real man is like. After he saw the expectant look in Wei Nan's eyes, he suddenly realized he might have been played. Wei Nan's eyes were sparkling as she stared at him without blinking. Zhang Hao panicked, but he couldn't back down now. He gritted his teeth, but then he felt a sense of panic. Why do I feel so embarrassed? It's just taking off a shirt. Could it be that the moon god was right? That if the mission fails, I get assimilated? Am I starting to be influenced by this world? Wei Nan sat in her chair, struggling to suppress her rising desire. Her face flushed as she forced out, Are you going to take it off or what? What's wrong? Didn't you say I could do it casually? What are you waiting for? Zhang Hao stammered. Fine. He gripped his shirt and pulled it up. If you want to see, then see. Wei Nan watched, fighting the urge to go crazy. This is a man, shirtless. She shivered. This is too intense. She panted. Okay, that's enough. The men in your world are something else. Put it back down. I can't take much more of this. Zhang Hao silently cried. He felt like he'd lost something important, though he couldn't put his finger on what. It was just taking off a shirt. My body is automatically resisting this. There's definitely something wrong here. Wei Nan calmly wiped a nosebleed. From now on, we're on the same team. Happy to be working with you. Zhang Hao said calmly. Next time, don't come looking for me unless it's urgent, got it? I'm busy. Thanks for the meal. I've got things to do, so I'm heading out. Wei Nan tempted him. Can't you stay tonight? As long as you stay, I'll grant you any condition you want. Zhang Hao walked away quickly. No way. I'm not agreeing to anything. Wei Nan sighed with regret. Ch. Back at Zhang Hao's house, Zhang Tianqin picked up a ring, thinking, sapphires symbolize loyalty and constancy. Min Yuehua gave this valuable gift to Zhang Hao without asking for a thing. If that's the case, I can use this money-hungry, troublesome cousin of mine. She glanced over to see her green tea cousin mesmerized by the pile of jewels, dreaming of a romantic love story. Is it too late to ask for that girl's contact info now? The jewelry is just so beautiful. That evening, a stunning sunset bathed Zhang Hao's home in a golden glow. He walked through the door looking disheveled, only to be met by his parents. Mom, Dad, I'm home. His dad worriedly rushed over. Why are you home so late? Do you have any idea how worried your mother and I were? Then, he pushed aside his concern to ask his precious son about something. He pointed at the table filled with diamonds and jewelry. He asked with a suspicious look, the friend you met this morning gave you all this? You said 80% of it was real. We can't accept such expensive gifts, son. Zhang Hao stared in astonishment, his jaw dropping at the luxurious jewels packed in their boxes. Zhang Tianqin's face darkened as she looked at the jewelry. Unable to hold back any longer, she mocked him with cutting remarks. This girl is something else. She's beautiful and comes from a wealthy family too. His dad was taken aback by her comments. His expression gradually shifted, becoming serious. He spoke in a stern tone. No, absolutely not. He looked at Zhang Hao like a father scolding a misbehaving child. Zhang Hao, you cannot like her just because she has money. You two can only be friends. We are men of honor. We must have integrity. Did you hear that clearly? Hearing his dad say that, he immediately held up his phone toward his father and tried to explain. I get it now. Honestly, she and I are just normal friends. I'll call her back here right now to take these things back. His cousin rested his chin on his hand, looking at the pile of treasures in bored contemplation. If only this necklace were gifted to me, how great would that be? What does my cousin Zhang Hao have that I don't? Why on earth is he surrounded by women like that? An image of Yuehua appeared, bright and cheerful, with a radiant smile, surrounded by a rain of money and luxury cars, waving at him. Ah, damn it. If I can't win this girl over, then my dating game is totally worthless, isn't it? With that said, he showed his determination, clenching his fists tight. If I can bag this wealthy heiress, I'll definitely be rich. But his womanizing side kicked in. The image of Zhang Tianqin appeared in his mind, with her curvaceous figure and mesmerizing eyes. He let out an awe in his heart. Wait, my cousin is waiting for me too. Oh man. On one side is the cute, innocent angel heiress, and on the other is the mature cousin. Oh my god, I'm so conflicted. Who should I choose? Then he delusionally smirked to himself, like someone who had no idea how pathetic he looked. Forget it, cousin. Don't blame your big brother. How? You're pretty handsome. But the most important thing for a man is knowing how to flirt with women. The scene returned to the beginning. The doorbell rang a few times. Ding dong ding ding. Someone called out from outside the door. Zhang Hao, I'm here. He looked flustered and embarrassed. I'm sorry. I made you run all the way here again. Your gifts are way too precious. We can't accept them. She put her hands behind her back. Dressed in an activewear outfit that highlighted her abs and waist, she kept a calm, collected expression and said, Oh, is that so? Then I'll bring something else next time. Seeing Yuehua had arrived, his cousin immediately ran over to put his planned scheme into action. The first tactic, fake weakness, to close the distance between them. His cousin put on a weak, pick-me act and raised a hand to greet her. Hi, we meet again. Zhang Hao saw this and asked, You two already met? His cousin chimed in, Yeah, I just ran into this cute girl at the door. We even chatted for a bit. He rolled up his sleeves, and with his other hand, he rubbed his eyes while flushing a deep red, looking absolutely disgusting. He thought to himself, Here we go, tactic number 2. Small, accidental actions to leave a good impression. Zhang Hao felt like something was off, but still replied to his cousin, Oh, what a coincidence. Seeing Zhang Hao say that, she replied, Yeah, I was just sorting out the gifts. His cousin wore a lecherous expression with a perverted smile, his cheeks turning even redder. He thought, The third tactic is to quickly initiate physical contact. Thinking that, his cousin intentionally tripped on his sandal, falling forward toward where Yuehua was standing, letting out a loud, whoa, while still harboring nasty thoughts, pretending to trip toward the girl, waiting for the perfect chance to get a gentle hug from her. Seeing someone falling toward her, she mentally calculated 77 ways to dodge him in the coolest way possible. Bam! A beautiful, angelic leg blocked him right in the chest. A sickening crack of bone echoed. His cousin was in so much pain he nearly cried, while Zhang Hao next to them broke into a cold sweat. She acted like nothing happened and said, "Sorry, you suddenly leaned in so close that my leg moved out of instinct." He gasped and wheezed in pure agony. Acting concerned, she asked him, "Are you walking okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Zhang Hao scratched his cheek and spoke up. "Yuehua, let go of my cousin first, before you worry about anyone else." His cousin was now desperate, screaming in agony. How could this happen? This is such a huge failure. How humiliating. Zhang Hao looked at the table full of sparkling treasures and said, "Yuehua, I told you before. I don't need any gifts." She didn't understand his words and asked timidly, "Do you not like these things?" Making him pause for a few seconds, his father stepped in to break the awkward tension. "Sweetheart, your uncle doesn't need these gifts." His mother added, "Besides, a gift worth tens of millions like this is just too much." Seeing that, he turned to Yuehua and said, "I don't need any gifts to strengthen our relationship. We only want your genuine heart. You should take these gifts back." Saying that, he pushed the boxed gifts back toward Yuehua. With tears welling up, she asked, "So, does everyone hate me? I feel like everyone doesn't like me." Seeing her on the verge of tears, his mother explained, "Sweetie, your aunt and uncle are just worried about you two dating too young. Why would we hate you?" His father, standing next to them, chuckled under his breath. Then, Qianqin moved her arm and said, "Exactly, little sister. We're all just normal friends. Why would my family hate you?" As she said that, Qianqin leaned close to Yuehua, making her blush. Qianqin continued, "If you still want to be friends with Zhang Hao, then take the gifts back now." Yuehua finally understood and said, "Oh, I see. I understand now." Zhang Qianqin stiffened, her eyes showing disdain and disgust as she looked at her cousin, thinking to herself, "I thought this green tea cousin of mine might be useful, but I didn't expect him to be so useless. Looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Finishing her thought, Qianqin put on a friendly expression and smiled at Yuehua. "Yuehua, it's getting late. Why don't I drive you home?" Zhang Qianqin's mother's voice boomed with authority. "Let mom take the girl home," which made Zhang Qianqin jump. Her mother had veins popping, muscles bulging, and her hands were clenched so tight they cracked. She glared at Qianqin with pure fury. "You brat! What do you think you're doing?" Qianqin, clueless, thought, "Mom's look is so strange. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" At this point, Zhang Hao was startled and stunned, guessing what was happening, and screamed internally, "Does Qianqin like Yuehua too?" The scene went silent. Qianqin also seemed to have guessed her mother's thoughts. Her face went pale, lifeless, and soulless. She screamed internally, "This is a disaster." Now, his family was all in the car, taking Yuehua home. Sitting in the driver's seat was his mom. The passenger seat was Qianqin, and in the back seat, in the middle, was Yuehua, flanked by Zhang Hao and his cousin. Qianqin sat there with a blank, pained expression after being forced by her mom to sit in the passenger seat, thinking to herself, "What kind of crazy seating arrangement is this?" Zhang Hao's cousin's voice broke her train of thought. "Yuehua, let's add each other on chat." He held up his tacky purple phone, sticking his tongue out to try and look cute, and continued, "What kind of jewelry are you looking to buy lately?" This left Yuehua stunned. To rescue her, Zhang Hao placed his hand on her shoulder, pulling her closer to his chest, which made her blush from embarrassment, and he said firmly to his cousin, "Cousin, Yuehua's family raised her very strictly. She doesn't just add random people on WeChat." The cousin thought with deep disgust. "I know exactly what you're plotting behind that fake smile." The cousin gave a nervous, forced laugh. "Oh, really?" Ngiet Min Yuehua chimed in, sounding shy and awkward. "I did as Zhang Hao instructed." Zhang Tianqin witnessed the whole scene, and as her jealousy flared up, she gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Zhang Hao, don't crowd Nuyet Min Yuehua like that. The car is huge. Stop fighting for space with our guest," he thought, feeling like thousands of lightning bolts were piercing his heart. "She's only telling me to sit further away because of Nuyet Min Yuehua? She really is." Zhang Hao, sitting in the back seat, thought with his jaw dropped in disbelief, "Oh crap, Zhang Tianqin must really be into Nuyet Min Yuehua." He then turned to look at Nuyet Min Yuehua, scanning her from head to toe, thinking, "No wonder she's Nuyet Min Yuehua. Everyone, both men and women, falls for her." He was fuming, his face turning bright red as he clenched his fists. "No way. I have to make up with Sister Zhang Tianqin quickly and start the special training to set her straight." Hehe. The scene shifts. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, illuminating Zhang Hao's house. A voice called out from downstairs, "Zhang Hao, wake up. It's morning. Come eat breakfast." He just woke up, looking disheveled. scratching his messy hair as he replied, I'm coming. At that moment, Zhang Tianqin was wearing an incredibly seductive nightgown. She placed the breakfast bowl on the table. He finally snapped back to reality, looked around the empty house, and asked, Wait, Sister Zhang Tianqin, where did Mom and Dad go? Zhang Tianqin replied, I took our cousin home. He was stunned and muttered, Is that so? Then, his mind filled with dirty thoughts, and his face flushed bright red like a pervert. Oh, so it's just the two of us in the house? He smirked, looking at Zhang Tianqin with an incredibly perverted gaze. After thinking that, Zhang Hao ran over to Zhang Tianqin and pressed himself against her back, making her blush with embarrassment. He said, Sister Zhang Tianqin, let me help you. She let out a soft sound. Zhang Tianqin's backside was almost pressed against him, which made him flustered too. She finally reacted, turning to him with a confused face and asking, Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Feeling guilty, he blushed and said, Sister Zhang Tianqin, I lied to you before. I'm so sorry. His arms were busy carrying the food to the table. Zhang Tianqin thought to herself that she had intended to make up with Zhang Hao after breakfast, but she hadn't expected him to take the initiative first. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. She pursed her lips, her cheeks turning rosy. As she plotted something in her head, she screamed internally, This is great! Hao really cares about me after all. I'm so happy. Why does Sister Zhang Tianqin feel like she loves him even more now? On the outside, she still appeared calm despite his words, but inside, she was deliriously happy. With a red face, she said, even though I was very sad, it's in the past now. What's important is the future. Can we stop keeping secrets from each other from now on? He was surprised, tilting his head toward her. He froze, mouth agape for a moment, then said with determination, Okay. He thought to himself, Sorry, Sister Zhang Tianqin. Wait until I finish handling a few things, then I'll tell you everything. Hearing him, she smiled contentedly, placed her hand on his, and said, I hope my Zhang Hao is never tired, stays healthy and happy. Can we stop hiding things? He leaned in close and said, I agree with you, Sister Zhang Tianqin. She beamed and said, You're such a good boy. He looked at her happily, then suddenly asked loudly, If there are no more secrets between us, then tell me, do you like Nget Min Yuehua, right? His words caught her off guard, leaving her dazed and stammering. Then, she composed herself, thinking, Is Zhang Hao jealous? He's so cute. She puffed out her cheeks to hide a laugh, while Hao looked confused. She reached out and touched his cheek. So, can you stop bringing Min Yuehua to our house from now on? I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Didn't I tell you I want to straighten you out? He took her hand, slowly pulled it away, and said, Now that you mention it, it's been a long time since we had a special training session, right? Do you want to practice with me today? She was a bit surprised and said, I'll trouble you again then. Let's go to my room. As she spoke, sweat began to bead on her, trickling down into her fair, full bosom. The scene moves to Zhang Tianqin's room. For 2, then 3 hours, constant groans filled the air. The two were devouring each other with kisses like wild animals starved for days. Then they kissed even deeper. A loud sound echoed. Now, the room was filled with the heat of their intimacy. They pressed down onto the bed. Another escaped them. She suddenly spoke up while Zhang Hao was still kissing her relentlessly. She was startled and said, Wait, Hao, not there. He laughed deviously. Sister Zhang Tianqin, we're adding some special training content that's better suited for men. She thought to herself, This isn't added content at all. Why does Zhang Hao seem more lecherous than me? Now, the two were pressed close. He kissed the back of her neck, making her tremble, her chest rising and falling as they expressed their love. She thought, But I'm so happy right now, being this intimate with Zhang Hao. She breathed heavily as she spoke. His white hair stood out, and it felt as if nothing bad had ever happened between them. Outside the room, a woman stood in front of Springflower Kindergarten. A girl wearing glasses with purple lenses said, I think this is it, right? Inside, the kindergarten principal was scrolling through her phone when she heard a knock and said, Come in. The principal looked at the person who opened the door and asked. The woman who just walked in said, I am the special secretary for the board of directors, and I have some things I need to ask you. Seeing this, the principal was surprised and said, Oh, I see. My apologies for not coming out to welcome you sooner. Please, have a seat. The secretary handed her a file and said, I want to find out about these 2 people who spent some time at this kindergarten back then. The principal said, Let me see. The secretary continued, I want to know. Is it true that this little girl kidnapped this little boy back then? When the principal opened it, she was shocked by the photo inside. The secretary adjusted her glasses and continued. Just how capable was this little girl to make a teacher on duty like you cover for her? I expect you to tell me everything. In the principal's hands was a photo of a young Zhang Tianqin and a young Zhang Hao. The principal broke into a sweat and said, "This is." She gritted her teeth and said, "How did you find this out?" The secretary replied, "That doesn't concern you. Just tell me everything that happened." The principal was struggling internally, then closed her eyes and recalled something, starting to talk about Zhang Tianqin when she was young. "The one person I can never forget is that girl. Back then, when I was the teacher on duty." The story shifted to the past. A voice called out, "Zhang Tianqin, tell me, where exactly did you take Zhang Hao yesterday?" As she spoke, the principal grabbed young Zhang Tianqin by the shoulders and shook her violently. She shouted frantically, "Where on earth did you take that boy?" shaking her shoulders even harder. The headmistress shook Zhang Tianqin's shoulders violently. She frantically shouted, "Where exactly did you take the boy?" while shaking him even harder. Zhang Tianqin spoke up, "I wasn't doing anything. We were just hanging out, that's all," she said indifferently. Then, she looked up at the headmistress with a cold, piercing gaze. "Is that a problem?" the young headmistress retorted. "Of course it's a problem. Who gave you permission to take Hao out onto the street like that? The world out there is full of dangerous people. If something had happened, what would I do? You really worry me." She reached for her phone, adding, "I have to call your mother and tell her about this reckless stunt you pulled." The little girl spoke up with an air of mystery. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" The headmistress was taken aback. "Huh?" The girl stared at the teacher with icy eyes. "Is making a scene really such a good move?" The headmistress was left stunned, shivering at the girl's words. "What on earth are you talking about?" Zhang Tianqin continued calmly. "Zhang Hao didn't seem to say anything when he got back, did he? And none of the other teachers even knew I took him out, right?" The headmistress broke into a cold sweat, terrified by her tone. Zhang Tianqin pressed on. "Why don't you just pretend none of this ever happened?" Zhang Tianqin's eyes filled with a murderous intent as she looked at the headmistress. "You share some responsibility for this, don't you? If everyone finds out, do you really think you'll be off the hook?" A student had been led away, right under the teacher's noses. The headmistress's face turned pale. She couldn't believe such words were coming from a mere child. Zhang Tianqin kept her composure. "Your own child goes to this school, right? Must be nice, you get to work, make money, and keep an eye on your kid at the same time, huh?" She turned her head, smiling with chilling confidence. "If people found out what I did with Zhang Hao, don't you think it would really hurt your career? Why don't we just act like nothing happened, so we can both come out of this okay?" The teacher was shaken to her core by Zhang Tianqin's words. Standing outside the window, the teacher and the student stared at each other. Zhang Tianqin asked, "What do you think?" Back in the present, the secretary asked, "So, you gave in?" The headmistress, her face etched with wrinkles, rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Of course not. After that, I contacted the boy's family to check on him first." The headmistress gripped the desk tightly as she recounted the story. "To my surprise, his family said they wouldn't be sending him to this daycare anymore. Furthermore, they were planning to move away. Not long after, the girl named Zhang Tianqin stopped coming to the daycare too." The secretary asked, "So, that's how it was resolved?" The headmistress agreed. After all, the parties involved were no longer there. The secretary persisted. "Do you know why Zhang Tianqin took Zhang Hao out?" The teacher hesitated, stuttering. I'm not sure. But later, I asked the other kids in the class to find out. It seemed like Zhang Tianqin always treated Zhang Hao like a..." Sensing the long pause, the secretary prompted, "Like a what?" The teacher fell silent for a moment before saying, "Like a toy." The scene shifted to Zhang Tianqin lying beneath Zhang Hao, calling his name in a seductive voice that sent pulses racing. Zhang Hao was breathing heavily, his face covered in sweat. "Sister Zhang Tianqin, I will definitely make you realize the strengths of a man." She thought to herself, "I always thought Zhang Hao liked strong women." Her face flushed pink, and her heart began to race. If that was the case, she reached up and caressed his cheek. She sat up, and as they leaned toward each other, he whispered, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, isn't it better to just go along with me like this?" She replied, "My Zhang Hao is so good. You make me feel more comfortable than I ever imagined." "Thank you, Zhang Hao." As she spoke, she clutched the edge of her shirt, revealing a hint of skin. He looked at her in surprise, his face turning bright red. Zhang Hao flushed and asked, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, do you want to continue intensifying the training?" Zhang Tianqin asked shyly. "Intensifying the training?" He leaned in, placing his hands on her shoulders with a look of naive intensity. You just need to get used to the body and touch of a man. If you keep trying, your gender will surely return to normal." She looked at him in shock, speechless. He breathed heavily, thinking, "The mood is already like this. I might as well push it further." She said awkwardly, "Zhang Hao, what you just said." Her mind raced. She had long thought Zhang Hao was innocent, but in reality, he was incredibly bold. She tugged slightly at the towel beneath her, her voice trembling with excitement. "All right then, you can touch my body however you like." She revealed the curves of her body, her face flushed and glistening with sweat. He was no different, sweat dripping down. His Adam's apple bobbed in a way that was utterly captivating. He wrapped his arms around her back. They were face to face, skin to skin. Seeing how alluring Zhang Tianqin looked, he could only stammer out her name. Sister Zhang Tianqin. Their lips slowly touched. He took the initiative, sliding her shirt up to reveal her ample chest. His hands moved beyond control. Seeing him like this, she just sat there, enjoying it. Her outer shirt began to slip off. The room was now filled with the scent of raw, burning passion. After their heated kiss ended, he sat on top of her and whispered, "Sister Zhang Tianqin," then gently pulled his own shirt open and said, "From now on, you can touch my body however you like, too." She blushed, her thoughts racing. What? Oh my God. Zhang Hao is actually taking his clothes off for me to touch? Deep down, she was overjoyed. Perfect. We finally reached this stage. Her strategy had been a total success. She smiled with satisfaction. All that effort spent training the boy when he was little hadn't been a waste. He was the perfect man, he could handle the guests and the kitchen, and outside, he was a kind husband and a great father. In bed, he was incredibly seductive, even more proactive than a woman. This was every girl's dream husband. Without thinking, she reached out to touch his chest. Smiling again. Next, I just need to complete the final step and be with Zhang Hao openly. The strategy I've been preparing for so long has finally come to fruition. As she was lost in thought, he gave a cunning smile, leaned toward her, and said, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, let's keep going." He gently lifted her legs and spread them, his face filled with raw desire. Seeing this, she panicked. Huh? She quickly realized what position this was. He laughed and continued in a suggestive tone, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, don't be tense, just relax." As he spoke, his inner thoughts spilled out. He couldn't hold back anymore. "Since coming to this world, I've been holding it in for long enough," he added. "If you're uncomfortable, just pretend I'm a girl. We have to take this step. You have to break free from your fear of the opposite sex." She jumped, panicked, "Huh?" escaping her throat. Her mind raced. Is Zhang Hao really trying to go straight to the final step? She hugged herself, trembling and shouting, wait, isn't this progress moving a little too fast?" She spiraled into anxious thought. "I'm so happy, but did I train him a bit too well?" He quickly reached out to stroke her face, reassuring her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just relax." Then their lips met again, and she panicked, her mind racing. Zhang Hao is like a legendary spirit, he's so inexperienced, yet he's already this intense. What's going to happen later on? Zhang Hao just held her in his arms like that. She lay there, mind spinning, thinking, this is way too much. Even though Zhang Hao is still just an inexperienced kid, he acts more like a man over 40. He's so aggressive and intense, I'm suddenly worried I might get devoured whole. Should I consider taking some kidney supplements? Or maybe some deer or tiger milk? Seeing her look like that, he also quickly thought to himself, Zhang Tianqin's panicked look is so cute. I didn't expect women in this world to make faces like that. He chuckled and made a firm decision. Let's dive into this passion together. Just as things were getting really heated, his face darkened, and he let out a, what's going on? Why does my stomach suddenly hurt? He thought in a rush as the pain hit. Zhang Tianqin looked surprised to see him clutching his stomach and asked, Zhang Hao, what's wrong all of a sudden? He shivered as he said, I suddenly feel so sick. She looked confused and said, sick? Then narrowing her eyes, she blurted out 3 words. Are you on your period? She immediately started calculating. Isn't it supposed to be the end of the month when Zhang Hao's cycle starts? She worriedly stroked his back and asked, Zhang Hao, does your stomach hurt and your lower back ache too? He groaned in pain and could only manage a yeah. Clutching his stomach, he thought, wait a minute, I'd heard that guys could get their period, but I never expected it to feel like this. Seeing him like that, she quickly shouted, Zhang Hao, wait here, let me get you a hot water bottle. Despite the pain, he still managed to think, wait, I just got started, and it's already over? After helping him to the room, Zhang Tianqin pulled up his short white shirt, blushing as she thought, what a shame, we were almost at the finish line. Even though I forgot it was Zhang Hao's time of the month, I can basically confirm for sure now that he likes me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this proactive. If that's the case, I'll just wait for the right moment and be straight with him. She turned slightly as she thought, whether it's the feelings I have for him or the things from when we were little, there can't be any more hiding. I must make Zhang Hao accept my true self. She prepared some food, sat by the bed, and smiled as she said to him, Zhang Hao, will drinking something hot help a little? He looked at her, helpless against the pain, and said, yeah, it's a bit better, but I'm still not feeling great. Just as a doctor, is there any medicine to suppress or stop the cycle? She blushed and replied, Zhang Hao, medicine always has side effects, and having your period is a good thing. It regulates your hormones and helps release the stress you've been building up lately. Once it's over, you'll feel incredibly relaxed and relieved. Of course, there are plenty of other benefits too. It's okay, I'll give you a massage. You'll feel a bit better. After saying that, she suddenly sat on the bed and lay across him. She added, Zhang Hao, lie on your right side. He hurried to follow her instructions. Oh, okay. He lay on his side while she lay next to him, blushing as she thought about how to massage him. Her chest kept brushing against his back. Then she hugged him from behind and said quickly, I'll massage your belly from behind. Just relax. He slowly started to relax. Seeing this, she smiled and said, yeah, that's it. Then she picked up her phone and said, let me put on some calming music. The music filled the room with a romantic atmosphere. She held him from behind and thought, just relax. Don't think about anything. Lying in front, he also blushed with satisfaction, thinking, as expected of Tianqin, she really knows how to soothe the period pain. I almost don't want to go back to my original world anymore. Living here forever would be great. After all, Tianqin is only here. It would be so nice if she could hold me like this every day. Cut to a hand slamming hard against a table. Wei Nan was fuming, grinding her teeth as she said, Zhang Tianqin is truly acting strangely. Her secretary asked, Wei Nan, what should we do now? Should we invite Zhang Tianqin here directly? Wei Nan thought about what she had been told and growled, I'll make a call first. The secretary gasped in fear. Huh? Zhang Tianqin was lying next to Zhang Hao, her face full of satisfaction and happiness. Her precious boy was so cute even when sleeping. The phone next to them wouldn't stop buzzing, ruining the peaceful moment. Zhang Tianqin jumped, panicked, and quickly hit the reject button. She was afraid that if she were even a few seconds late, Zhang Hao might wake up and shatter the beautiful dream she was currently lost in. After hanging up, she was wide awake and sat up. Her forehead was beaded with sweat as if she'd just come back from the underworld. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she didn't wake Zhang Hao. Tianqin glared at the poor phone with daggers in her eyes. Because of it, her precious Zhang Hao almost woke up. That was careless. Next time, what if I'm in the middle of something with Zhang Hao and the phone rings? That would be so awkward. I must remember to put it on silent next time. Tianqin was about to put the phone down when the screen suddenly displayed a text message that left her stunned. Right there on the screen was her own personal information, including photos of her when she was young, along with a message from an unknown person. Meet me at the coffee shop. Tianqin stared at the cold, bright screen, wondering suspiciously if someone was investigating her. She looked pensively at Zhang Hao, who was sound asleep. Assuming her baby was still tired, she leaned down, affectionately stroking his chubby, flushed cheeks and his platinum hair. Tianqin lightly brushed her lips against Zhang Hao's warm cheek. Zhang Hao, I won't let anyone take you away. You can only be mine. It was nearly noon. At a quiet, secluded coffee shop, a mysterious woman was leisurely enjoying a hot cup of coffee, looking as if she was waiting for someone. Her face was half hidden by dark sunglasses. In the distance, there was a sound. The woman slowly lifted her head. It seemed the person she was waiting for had arrived. Without beating around the bush, she said, Are you the one investigating me? Zhang Tianqin walked up to her, her face showing flawless beauty. Even without heavy makeup, her features were sharp. She wore a tight-fitting black dress that highlighted her stunning, enviable figure, with a slit at the bottom. The slit showed off her smooth, flawless legs in black pantyhose, and the red bag on her shoulder added an extra touch of charisma. The woman across from her was no slouch either. While not exactly drop-dead gorgeous, she looked sharp and sophisticated, more like a businesswoman than some average nobody. She held her coffee in her left hand and said calmly, This is the one you like. Feel free to have some. Tianqin found it a bit strange. It was one thing for this person to investigate her, but to even know her favorite drink, who exactly knew these little details? The coffee shop was very empty, making it a perfect place to discuss private matters. Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but ask, Who exactly are you? The person across from her didn't waste time or beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. I like Zhang Hao. And as for you, stay away from him. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin realized who was sitting in front of her. It wasn't some total stranger. Her expression softened slightly. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just another one of Zhang Hao's pursuers. The next second, her gaze turned sharp and intense. However, the one Zhang Hao likes is me. You're the one who should stay away from him. But deep down, she had a question. Could this be the friend Zhang Hao had always kept hidden? The other person didn't back down. Zhang Tianqin's warning didn't work on her, and instead, it only fueled her determination. She brought out a thick stack of photos, enough to slap the face of a friend's ex. Zhang Hao would be sad if he saw these photos. That's why I don't hope he sees them. But if you keep clinging to Zhang Hao, I'll show him these photos of you following him around and taking secret pictures since he was a kid. She threw the stack of photos onto the table with a loud thud, like a noisy neighbor getting involved in someone else's business. But to Zhang Tianqin, that wasn't a weakness at all. She crossed her arms, completely at ease. Haha, so what? Do you think your threats work on me? Tianqin said confidently. Zhang Hao only trusts me, and I am the one protecting him. People like you only crave Zhang Hao's looks, but I have protected Zhang Hao since I was little until now. Finally, Zhang Tianqin finished with a cool, bold statement. Zhang Hao can only be mine. The woman across from her just sneered in contempt. Protecting him. She rested her hands on her knees, confident, as she looked at this woman who had a figure that was quite something in every way. Don't think her stalking and sneaky behavior were just good ways to get close to Zhang Hao. She even caused Zhang Hao's father and her mother to meet and eventually get married, making her his stepsister. She asserted firmly that Zhang Hao is a special existence, not just her plaything. Faced with her recent jabs, Zhang Tianqin sat still as a statue, showing no reaction. A moment later, she exhaled, perhaps having figured it all out. Phew! To be able to dig up so much information so easily, you must be very rich and have quite a bit of power, right? Zhang Tianqin looked up at the ceiling and said, You fish, people always love to use money or power to make others submit, don't you? It's a shame. Zhang Hao isn't that kind of guy. I'm sure you tried using money but couldn't get him. Which is why you're interested in him now, aren't you? Zhang Tianqin made it clear she knew everything the other woman had done in the past to get to her brother, and since that hadn't worked, she was now showing up to confront her. The things you can't have are the ones you want most, right? Too bad. The person Zhang Hao likes is me. You will never have him. The two women sat across from each other, neither willing to back down while fighting over this young, handsome hunk. But the mysterious woman wasn't scared. Instead, she actually complimented the stepsister, giving her a sharp round of applause. No wonder you were able to terrify all your teachers in preschool even when you were only 7. She sipped her coffee leisurely and introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wei Nan, of Phoenix Red. Zhang Tianqin froze in shock. Phoenix Red? Perhaps she never expected someone as high-profile and busy as Wei Nan to have the free time to show up in person today. Wei Nan continued without hesitation. Have this cup of coffee. Since you're Zhang Hao's sister, I once promised him that I wouldn't harm his family. After finishing the hot, delicious coffee, Wei Nan stood up and wiped the drink from the corner of her mouth, warning Zhang Tianqin. If you cross the line, I won't consider you family to Zhang Hao anymore. Zhang Tianqin was tense and didn't speak. Nobody knew what she was plotting. Wei Nan stood up, ready to leave. You said the person Zhang Hao likes is you. So, let me ask you. Do you really love Zhang Hao? Wei Nan walked past the stunned and bewildered Zhang Tianqin, leaving behind a question that left her deep in thought. Or is the person you love actually the real Zhang Hao? Wei Nan turned and left without caring about Zhang Tianqin's silence. She pondered the hidden meaning in Wei Nan's words. Her hands clenched in anger. She really wanted to kick her. Too bad, Wei Nan was already gone, leaving her with no way to vent, constantly calling out, Zhang Hao. The sky had turned dark. Zhang Hao had been asleep all day and was now groggily opening his eyes. He slowly sat up, rubbing his temples and shaking his head, trying to wake himself up. Zhang Tianqin had been home for a while, sitting with her back to him, busy with something. Zhang Hao was a bit startled to find his sister sitting at his computer. Sister? Zhang Tianqin? Zhang Tianqin stood up, left her spot, grabbed a warm compress for her brother, and returned quickly, her voice as sweet as honey. Zhang Hao, you're awake? Still feeling sick? She turned back with the small water bag in her hand, wearing a subtle smile, as if she were holding back a burst of temper. I've prepared a warm compress for you. She opened her bright eyes wide, telling a story that didn't sound entirely genuine. While you were resting, I read your novel. The world in the novel is truly interesting and so realistic, Zhang Tianqin continued. I can't believe Zhang Hao built such an amazing world. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly explained that it was just a new theme that happened to stand out from the other stuff he'd just scribbled down. Zhang Tianqin showered him with praise, shocked that Zhang Hao understood girls like them so well. The main character in the story felt just like a real girl. Were you so lonely when you were little that you imagined a girl to protect you? Zhang Hao shyly scratched his head, sweating profusely, but he still forced a smile. He really looked like a little brother who made people want to kidnap him and bring him home. Zhang Tianqin kindly reminded him, Zhang Hao, novels are novels, and real life is real life. Don't mix them up, or I'll have to take you to see a therapist. She carefully handed him the compress and warned him, put this hot water bag on your stomach, you'll feel a bit better. Zhang Hao took it cautiously and replied, ah, okay. Zhang Tianqin hugged him tightly, feeling sorry for him. Zhang Hao, if anything feels wrong, you have to tell me. I'm so worried about you. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know what was happening, and his hands didn't return her embrace. He just stayed frozen. The next day, Zhang Hao returned to school to continue his studies. It's lunchtime, and Zhang Hao and Min Yuehua are having their usual meal in the music room. Zhang Hao is halfway through a pancake, his cheeks puffed out as he ponders life's mysteries. Yesterday, you were acting kind of strange. You were fine during the day, but why did your mood shift so much at night? Min Yuehua, sitting beside him, tugs on his sleeve, holding out a handmade doll to get his attention. Zhang Hao stops chewing and looks at the doll she's offering. She explains happily, I just made this for you. He accepts it graciously. Thanks. You got all that jewelry I sent earlier, right? Yuehua replies with a smile. Yeah, I've already tucked it away. She then pulls out her own elaborate bento box, wanting to share the meal with him. Zhang Hao, here, have some. Zhang Hao smiles helplessly, explaining, Min Yuehua, friends don't need to be this generous. It's my first time experiencing this kind of treatment. It's a bit hard to get used to. Yuehua blushes and explains, but I want to treat you well, Zhang Hao. She might be a bit naive, but deep down, she's kind, and he knows he can look after her. Zhang Hao ruffles her hair comfortingly. Toys are fine, and sharing food is great, but let's hold off on the expensive jewelry from now on. Min Yuehua looks bashful, unable to meet his gaze as she stares down at the bench. Zhang Hao, I just wanted to show you I care about you. Does this make your family hate me even more? Zhang Hao brushes that thought aside. How could it? Everyone loves you, Min Yuehua. You just need to be a little more mindful when you're talking to people. Min Yuehua shakes her head stubbornly. I'm not going to talk to anyone else then. I'll only end up annoying them. It's like she's spiraling, overthinking things with the heavy doubt of someone suffering from deep depression. Is being friends with me such a hassle? Zhang Hao denies it instantly. Not at all. Min Yuehua, both adorable and obedient, beams. I'm so happy to be your friend. Min Yuehua's expression shifts, becoming a bit more intense. She suddenly asks, Zhang Hao, if your family doesn't like me, can you promise not to hate me just because of them? I'll stay away from your family so they won't have a reason to dislike me. Zhang Hao smiles helplessly at the adorable, walking bundle of nerves in front of him. You silly girl, my family doesn't dislike you. They just don't want me to start dating too early. Min Yuehua gathers all her courage to voice her biggest concern. I feel like your sister really doesn't like me. It's like she's trying to drive me away. I don't know how to win her over or how I should change. Zhang Hao goes quiet, sensing how deeply insecure she is. He wonders what kind of emotional trauma this girl has been through, that she worries so much about things that aren't even her fault. Zhang Hao stands up and begins tidying up their lunch. I don't think you need to force yourself to change or win anyone over. You are Min Yuehua, the one and only Min Yuehua. No need to rush. You'll figure it out in time. It's just like learning to swim. I know you can do it. Min Yuehua looks at him and says, Oh, that's right, Zhang Hao. I know how to swim now. Zhang Hao beams at her, his voice full of energy. That's amazing. What should I reward Min Yuehua with? He thinks for a moment, then snaps his fingers. I've got it, he suggests loudly. Let's go out this weekend. Min Yuehua raises her hand in agreement. Time flies, and before they know it, the weekend is here. Zhang Hao keeps his promise and is waiting at the designated spot. Min Yuehua finally appears. Looking her over from bottom to top, he notices a touch of pink and starts to get suspicious. He realizes she's dressed in a full pink Lolita-style outfit from head to toe. It's quite a unique look. Zhang Hao, I'm here. Zhang Hao, who is used to seeing her in her school uniform, is stunned to see her dressed so differently. Wow, you really dressed up today, Yuehua. Seeing it's time to go, he suggests, let's head out, but Yuehua stops him. Wait a second. She pulls a small notebook from her bag, decorated with a sticker that says, Zhang Hao Date Guide. She's clearly incredibly excited. I've been preparing this for a long time. Zhang Hao chuckles. You need a guide for a date? Yuehua patiently explains each part of their outing with an expectant look on her face. First, we're going to see a movie. I looked it up in the guide. This is a must-see for couples. She holds up 2 tickets for Burning Passionate Love. I spent ages picking this one. Let's go watch this. Zhang Hao jokes, I thought you were going to take me to see God of War. Min Yuehua firmly dismisses the idea. No way. This is our first date. I have to make sure you enjoy it. Zhang Hao was just teasing her to liven up the mood and avoid any awkwardness. Once that's settled, he reaches out for the tickets. All right. I won't be picky. Whatever you choose, I'm happy. Min Yuehua is unusually gentle and sweet today. Thanks for being so thoughtful. Let's go. After a short trip, they arrive at the cinema. Since it's the weekend, the theater is packed with people coming and going. They grab some popcorn and drinks, getting ready to head into the screening room. The crowd is more than she expected, and Yuehua stands there innocently, looking a bit lost in the corner. Zhang Hao calls out from behind her, Why are you standing there? Let's go. Min Yuehua blushes, feeling a bit self-conscious. There are so many people. Is it okay to eat while we watch? Zhang Hao reassures her. Of course it is, as long as we don't make too much noise. Min Yuehua looks relieved, her eyes sparkling like stars. The movie is about to start, so they head to their seats in the back row, away from the noise. No chatter, no distractions. The seats are close together, but they both sit properly, waiting attentively. Even the drinks are placed in the cup holders on Zhang Hao's side, to make sure Min Yuehua has as much space and comfort as possible. Seriously, how can any girl resist Zhang Hao like this? Because he knows it's her first time at a regular cinema, she rarely goes out unless she's at school. Everything feels strange and exciting to her. She wants to explore it all, but she's too shy to know what's appropriate, so she stays quiet. Zhang Hao, sensing this, proactively hands her a drink. Min Yuehua beams with joy. She might be a bit older than her years, but her brain can't hide her true nature. She's just a young girl, curious about the world, but shy and timid. Zhang Hao just enjoys her playful, adorable zest for life. You seem really happy, Min Yuehua replied excitedly. Yeah, this screening room is huge. It can fit so many people. Just then, the phone in his pocket started vibrating incessantly. He kept his eyes on the screen while continuing. Huge? I'm sure your house has its own private cinema, right? Probably even more luxurious than this place. Unconsciously, he thought of that successful woman who was pursuing him, the one with her own private airport, compared to some Wei person. Tsk. Money is nice. Nguyet Min Yuehua was still lost in the sweetness of her drink and the pleasant atmosphere of the room. I'm not sure. I'm sure you do. Zhang Hao stared intensely at the screen, displaying the name of a person he despised, and let out a frustrated sigh. It's that Wei person again. Can't they just let me have a peaceful weekend? After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally chose to decline the call with a smooth swipe of his thumb. Min Yuehua was busy enjoying her sweet treat, but noticing Zhang Hao on his phone, she set her cup down and asked, Zhang Hao, are you busy? Zhang Hao, confused by the sudden shift, just looked at her questioningly. After a moment of internal struggle over whether to answer or decline, he thought, Min Yuehua has been looking forward to this day so much. Let me just hang out with her and explain later. I'm not busy. Let's watch the movie. The screen began to transition, and Min Yue watched with impatient excitement. It's starting. Zhang Hao looked at her with eyes full of affection, only saying one word. Yeah. Zhang Hao, a guy dedicated to his career, felt incredibly uncomfortable sitting in this meaningless screening room watching some cheesy romance flick, but he was afraid of ruining it for Nguyet Min Yuehua, who was glued to the screen, slurping her drink until only the sucking sound remained at the bottom. He could only express his annoyance in his thoughts. A guy pinning a girl against the wall? I can't handle this cheesy stuff. The drink in her cup was gone. Min Yuehua hurriedly stood up, pulling Zhang Hao up by the arm along with her. He finally reacted, asking her with concern, What's wrong? Did you finish your drink already? Nguyet Min Yuehua shyly looked away, but her hand stayed resting on his sleeve. But seriously, his popcorn bucket wasn't even half empty, yet her drink was already gone? Zhang Hao handed his cup to her and said, There's still plenty of popcorn here, just drink mine. Min Yuehua's face turned bright red. She bit her lip nervously, eager to carry out her next move. She leaned over toward Zhang Hao's seat and whispered in his ear. The manual said, While eating popcorn, hold hands, then share a Coke, and then you can kiss. The shy, aggrieved whisper brushed against Zhang Hao's sensitive left ear, catching him off guard. Was the shy Nga Tho. He knew really this bold now, but before he could even say a word, he was met with her fragile, pouting expression. Without even having a official label, she made a request that sounded normal but was anything but. Zhang Hao, I want to kiss. Zhang Hao's face darkened. Where on earth is this person learning all this stuff from? Is it another one of those ridiculous manuals? Stop reading those trashy guides. Did Huang Yuan teach you this? Min Yuehua still tried to persuade him, grabbing his firm shoulders and solid back, pressing her case like a real couple. Zhang Hao, it's been so long since we kissed. However, he disagreed, flatly rejecting such an absurd request. Kissing is something for people who like each other. It's for lovers or spouses. Get it? Min Yuehua actually decided to pour out the feelings she had been hiding for so long. This confession was truly earth-shattering. But Zhang Hao, I really like you. Let's be a couple. Zhang Hao simply didn't have those kinds of romantic feelings for his classmate. Helping her out before was just because she used to be hopelessly naive, and it wasn't hard to lead her astray. But he didn't want her to step into the mud, so he reached out a hand. He didn't have those feelings now, and he wouldn't in the future either. He only saw her as a close friend. I like you too, but not in a romantic way. Min Yuehua, you're too dependent on me right now. Min Yuehua refused to accept the brutal truth and tried to salvage the situation. The manual I read is a love manual. It says girls should be a bit more assertive. The next second, Min Yuehua boldly pressed her lips against Zhang Hao's chubby cheek, giving him a heart-stopping shock. Nguyet Min Yuehua, wait a minute, we're in a movie theater. Inside the dimly lit screening room, there were only them and a few other couples. It was a quiet spot in the back row where no one was paying attention, the perfect stepping stone for Min Yuehua to take advantage of the situation, sitting directly on his lap and trying to force a kiss, pinning him in the tight space, stealing his breath. This girl. Luckily, before her lips could touch his, Zhang Hao managed to push her away. His face was covered in cold sweat. Panicked, he stammered, Ngiet Min Yuehua, listen to me. But Ngiet Min Yuehua seemed lost in a drunken haze, out of control, driven only by a fierce desire to lock lips with him. She couldn't hear a word he said, constantly repeating, Zhang Hao, I like you. His logic told him to hurry and find a way to escape this passive position. But this body in this world wouldn't let him do that. Damn it, his ears were this body's weak point. Nguyet Min Yuehua's restless, mischievous hands wandered from his chest, enticingly moving toward places they shouldn't touch. His shirt was lifted, revealing toned abs and a waist as slim as a woman's. She whispered seductively. The manual said, once the theater lights go out, you can also. Fortunately, Zhang Hao was still clear-headed enough to realize Min Yuehua's wrongdoings and quickly blocked her hands before things went any further and it became impossible to handle. All right, just watch the movie and behave. Keep it together. Just keep it together. Min Yuehua eventually gave up, but she took advantage of his distraction to breathe a warm puff of air against his ear, making him jump back. The movie quickly ended after over an hour. The movie theater hallway on a weekend was always bustling with people coming and going. Zhang Hao and Min Yuehua walked out of the screening room together. She was currently dying of embarrassment. None of the useless tricks in the manual worked at all, and she was secretly regretting it. The manual said. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and warned her, stop reading that manual. From now on, just listen to me. Zhang Hao roughly snatched the notebook from Min Yuehua's hand, carefully scrutinizing every page. Let me see this ridiculous manual of yours. Nguyet Min Yuehua anxiously followed behind, talking about it. It's ranked number 1 on Little Red Book. Everyone says it's definitely reliable. The headings on the pages were hard to understand. It was all in simplified characters, and he really couldn't grasp what those words meant at all. What even is this? This is ranked number 1? Zhang Hao helplessly used the notebook to tap Nguyet Min Yuehua on the head. She shrank back as if to soften the impact of the tap. You little fool. I already said I'm with you. Whatever you want to do, just do it. You don't have to force yourself to do anything for me. She rubbed her forehead, which was about to form a bump, and answered bluntly. But what I want to do is be by your side. I can do anything. Subconsciously, Zhang Hao realized that little Nguyet Min Yuehua had always been this reserved. To preserve Nguyet Min Yuehua's current innocence, he decided to keep this useless manual himself, rather than letting her hold on to it. Yeah. As he confiscated it, she immediately protested with a longing, reluctant expression, as if she already considered it a part of her, but it seemed she couldn't stop him. No, I don't know where to go next to hang out with you. Zhang Hao, who had been walking in front the whole time, finally stopped, turned his head, and winked. Come on. I'll take you to experience some real fun. She thought it would be some kind of paradise or a new horizon, but it turned out to be a cheap internet cafe that all the teenage boys would sneak off to visit behind their parents' backs, far more popular than studying. Min Yuehua sat in front of the high-end gaming PC, completely blank-faced. Her expression was less than enthusiastic. In that moment, she transformed into a shy, blushing adolescent, completely different from the rare boldness she had shown in the theater earlier. Zhang Hao looked at her with a world-weary gaze and asked, "You've never been to an internet cafe, right?" Nguyen Min Yuehua actually admitted it. "Yeah. My family doesn't allow it." Zhang Hao probably guessed that this Min Yuehua was a total bookworm, so he patted her head as a gesture of compromise. "Don't tell your family, or I'll become the ringleader who corrupted you." She agreed. "Okay, this outing is now a secret kept in our hearts. This is our secret." Yeah. The game Zhang Hao was playing was constantly announcing killing spree, clearing out all the enemies. He was dedicated to helping her find some fun. Well then, you choose what's fun. But Min Yuehua, who hadn't even touched a video game in years, had no clue about any of these games. Her confusion was written all over her face. Zhang Hao. I don't know how. Zhang Hao stepped into her personal space to pick a game for her, equipping items for her character while saying, "I know your family is strict, but a girl needs to have some fun too." He spoke frankly about his views on balancing studies and relaxation with Min Yuehua. "You're excellent. Your grades are great. Your background is great. Everything is laid out perfectly. But I just hope you can be happy in a simple way." The game was ready, and he patiently taught her, step by step, reluctantly becoming a talented coach. "Look, this is a 5-on-5 PvP battle. You can shoot guns, drive tanks, and fly planes. I think you'll like it. Let me teach you." Min Yuehua dizzily absorbed the information, her small mouth murmuring, "Okay." For a top student like her, it only took a moment to get the hang of it. It wasn't too difficult. Both of them were fully immersed. Before long, Min Yuehua's hands were gliding smoothly over the WASD keys to control the movement. That's it. The atmosphere between them was joyful, without any friction. Even though they came from completely different worlds, when two souls find a connection, those minor differences mean nothing. Aim, fire. The match ended in victory, and Zhang Hao didn't hesitate to shower her with compliments and a like. That was amazing. Spot on. In truth, he had been paying attention to her interests and passions for a long time. Nguyen Min Yuehua had always liked model guns and war movies. As expected, she's interested in military stuff. "Isn't she just a military-loving Josephos girl in my world?" Zhang Hao calmly opened a can of soda and said to her casually, "Time's up." It was Min Yuehua's first time experiencing such a high-quality, realistic game, and since she wanted to keep playing, she asked, "Do we have to pay more? I still want to play." Zhang Hao explained, "You can't get addicted. Everything in moderation." Min Yuehua felt that was fair and compromised. The time they spent at the internet cafe was truly enjoyable, and their spirits felt refreshed. "It's been so long since I've been to an internet cafe. This is so fun." Even though she had a computer at home, the vibe here was much more interesting. "Oh, Min Yuehua, your phone is ringing," she quickly answered. I don't know what was said, but I just heard her reply. "Okay, sure, I'll go." Zhang Hao felt a bit worried that their day might be ending prematurely. "What's wrong? Do you have to go?" She just shook her head. "No, I still want to play with you." Seeing the desire to break free from her constraints, Zhang Hao secretly made a deal with himself. Nguyen Min Yuehua. "Forget it, let's just make sure she has a great time today." Then he led her to the next spot. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." The next moment, they appeared at the amusement arcade in the shopping mall. He took her to experience everything, from drumming with those quirky sticks to watching people dance to audition. Min Yuehua's eyes lit up with such joy that Zhang Hao was actually startled for a second. They even tried her specialty, the tactical shooting game. By the time they left the mall, it was late afternoon. Min Yuehua suggested, "Zhang Hao, I really want to take pictures of today. Looking back, I'll remember this as the happiest day ever." As she walked behind him, skipping along, her face was beaming with happiness. Her eyes crinkled into elegant lines. Zhang Hao felt that this girl actually wasn't so bad after all, and he promised more outings in the future. "Don't worry, we can definitely go out and have fun together many more times." Min Yuehua nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Just then, a long black car pulled up right in front of them. It didn't look like the kind of car people usually use to kidnap someone. Though, Zhang Hao wondered, could Wei Nan Longxing have reached this far already? His face was full of anxiety and unease. "Wei Nan, huh?" Luckily, The person who stepped out was the housekeeper of the Man family, coming to welcome the young lady home. "Young lady, the master has returned." Zhang Hao saw it was the housekeeper of Nguyet Min Yuehua, not Wei Nan, and let out a sigh of relief. Min Yuehua also prepared to follow him to the car back to the Man estate. Just as one danger passed, more trouble arrived. The master of the Man family hadn't just sent someone to pick up his daughter, he also wanted to meet Zhang Hao. "Mr. Zhang, our master would like to see you." Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that, thinking, I thought I was through the worst of it. Right? The man was waiting in his study, a tablet in his hand displaying all of Zhang Hao's personal information. He probably hadn't interacted with his daughter's close friends before, so he had already formed a biased opinion of him. He'd only known Njuet Min Yuehoa for a short while, but had already borrowed money from her, and he was known for getting into fights and being an internet celebrity. Word was that Nguyet Min Yuehua had even brought him home. This man was likely Min Yuehua's biological father, the head of the wealthy Man family, a man who usually didn't pay much mind to her daily affairs. But when it came to family interests, he couldn't just look the other way. Tisk. Interesting. Nguyet Min Yuehua had, because of this man, hung up his calls and been out fooling around until now. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Min Yuehua had arrived at the Man estate, heading into the lobby. This outing, Zhang Hao only wanted to take her out to relax and have a good time, with absolutely no other intentions. But Min Yuehua had just agreed without a word, making him start to wonder if he had somehow offended her father. Had he arranged a meeting for her today? Why did Nguyet Min Yuehua show no reaction at all, answering so lightly as if it were no big deal? Zhang Hao was speechless, instinctively clutching his neck and scratching his head, feeling helpless, and thinking to himself that it felt like he was kidnapping a rich man's daughter. The old housekeeper noticed the clear anxiety on his face, and gently reassured him, "Young Master Zhang, don't worry. Our master is a good man. He won't make things difficult for you." The large doors opened, and a brilliant light streamed through the gap. "Please." Inside was a large dining table with countless luxurious chairs, and Nguyet Min Yuehua's father was sitting calmly at the head of the table. In front of him were 3 plates of food for 3 people. It seemed he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. He didn't stand on ceremony. "You must be Zhang Hao, right? Just sit wherever you like." He didn't hesitate. "Thank you, sir." His sharp eyes silently observed the man, assessing what kind of person he was. Deep down, he had to admit the man was quite charismatic, an objective assessment. Is this really Nguyet Min Yuehua's father? He looks so young. They both settled into their seats at the dining table. Mr. Manan needed to ask his daughter about her day, but the underlying meaning was likely far deeper than simple concern. "Did you have fun?" Min Yuehua, simple-minded, never overcomplicated things, and assumed it was just a caring question. Happily and brightly, she answered, "Yes, I did." Mr. Man waved his hand, signaling her to go change her clothes. "You're dirty." Indeed, a person of such high status and deep education could make even a simple sentence feel like a bottomless pit. With just one word, he had skillfully sent little Min Yuehua away to have some privacy to talk to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, being a bit smarter than Nguyet Min Yuehua, immediately sensed Mr. Man's intent. "Does he have something he wants to say to me in private?" Mr. Man still hospitably invited him to eat. "Have you eaten yet? Join me for a meal." He didn't hold back and accepted the man's kindness. "Yes, sir." During the meal, as they were busy cutting their steaks, Mr. Man brought up the subject of Nguyet Min Yuehua. "I often hear Nguyet Min Yuehua mention you, saying you take great care of her." But before getting to the main point, he knew to thank him first. "As a father, I must thank you." Zhang Hao smiled and replied, "It's nothing, sir. We're friends. It's what I should do." But he knew clearly that this man was using gratitude to draw a line in the sand with him. In reality, it wasn't a genuine expression of thanks. Thanking him without even looking at him, it seemed, Nguyet Min Yuehua's father didn't like him very much. Next, what was he going to say? In his mind, Zhang Hao had already played out 49 different cliché scenarios, often found in the cheesy romance novels that girls liked. Is Nguyet Min Yuehua's father about to say, "Are you even worthy of approaching my daughter? Tell me, how much money do you want to leave her alone?" Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat, thinking, oh, such cliché drama. Mr. Man didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the issue involving Min Yuehua. "Friends? Nguyet Min Yuehua missed a family gathering because of you. I almost thought you two were dating." Even though Zhang Hao knew this scenario was coming, he couldn't help but be shocked. He changes his tone so quickly. But it seemed there was a slight misunderstanding going on here. He didn't even know she had a family gathering today. So how did he become the villain? He had to clear things up immediately. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know Nguyet Min Yuehua had an appointment with you today. Nguyet Min Yuehua didn't mention it to me at all. Mr. Man returned to his original expression and laughed loudly. Ha ha, I don't mean to blame you. Don't misunderstand. Regardless, I still want to thank you. Zhang Hao was surprised. The man was so tense a moment ago. Why was he suddenly so cordial again? Thank you, he said. And then he pushed a bank card across the table to Zhang Hao and said, This is for your trouble. Zhang Hao couldn't believe that the cliché plot he imagined was actually happening, in this way. Damn, this plot is actually playing out? God, spare me. Sir, what do you mean by this? Nguitmin Yuehua and I are friends. Between friends, there's no need for money. Mr. Man knew this kid was smart. He understood the meaning without being told, so he didn't speak bluntly. He slowly raised his teacup to his lips, leisurely enjoying the moment. Is the implication not clear enough? You're a smart kid. Some things, if said too clearly, will cause you to lose face. Zhang Hao didn't answer, quietly observing the middle-aged man. Even though he had predicted this would happen, the man was just so infuriating, just like all those rich people who use money and power to solve problems. His jaw tightened more and more. Right now, he was trying his best to suppress his anger, but feeling insulted by someone using money wasn't comfortable at all. If it weren't for the fact that you're Nguyen Min Yuehua's father, I would have punched you already. Preparing to counter Mr. Man's words, Zhang Hao explained himself thoroughly. Sir, I think you've misunderstood. He spoke directly about his thoughts and feelings toward Nguyet Min Yuehua from the beginning. The first time I met Nguyet Min Yuehua, I felt like she was wrapped in a cocoon, living withdrawn, not interacting with the people around her. But after getting close, I realized she's actually very gentle. She just doesn't know how to show it. I didn't get close to her for any vain, monetary reasons. So I'm only friends with her because of how sweet and kind-hearted she is, and because she treats everyone with such sincerity. It has nothing to do with money or anything else. Zhang Hao didn't mind speaking his true intentions. I know there's a huge gap between Nguyet Min Yuehua's family background and mine, but I truly just want to be good friends with her. True friends don't care about each other's social status. He pushed the card back toward her father, politely declining. So please, sir, take this back. I can't accept it. Zhang Hao's heartfelt explanation truly opened the man's eyes. This kid didn't care about money at all. He just wanted a genuine friendship. The man, who had been so dismissive, couldn't help but sigh, setting his teacup down on the table. Youth is truly something. Shortly after, he brought up his real thoughts about the day Zhang Hao stayed over. I heard Nguyet Min Yuehua brought you home to spend the night. I thought you were just a boy who sold himself, he said, with a tone so gentle yet sharp it made Zhang Hao spit out his drink. Zhang Hao rubbed his neck, feeling awkward as he denied it. That's not it at all. You should trust Yuehua, he said, though deep down, he couldn't deny it. It was true that Yuehua wanted to be close to him. Yuehua's father also took note of the boy's appearance, smoothing over the stifling atmosphere with some sweet talk. I was too blunt, but you really are handsome. That face of yours is a real heartbreaker, he teased. Zhang Hao quickly demurred. You're too kind, sir. You're quite handsome yourself. Mr. Min laughed out loud. Liu Shinsum? Ha ha, you really are an interesting kid. Without any more beating around the bush, his gaze turned serious again. In that case, I have no choice but to rely on you. Addressing him as Yuehua's good friend, he also emphasized the words good friend, as if reminding him not to overstep that boundary. Zhang Hao turned serious as well. I will be a good friend to Yuehua. Time passed quickly, and the meal ended in a rush because Mr. Min had business to attend to and couldn't stay any longer. Yue, I have to go now. Min Yuehua showed no clear reaction. Her father thoughtfully instructed her, I'll arrange a new party for you. You aren't a child anymore. You need to make more friends. She replied, Zhang Hao is my friend. Her father added, You must cherish this friendship. Then he turned to look at Zhang Hao, intending to ask him something. Zhang Hao, I want to ask you something in front of Yue. His words left her completely bewildered. Are you sure you will only ever be just friends with Yue and never date in this entire life? Hearing this, Zhang Hao pressed his lips into a thin line. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Finally, he bowed his head to Yuehua's father and said carefully, I understand what you mean, sir. I will restrain myself. The butler standing nearby urged him, Sir, it's time to go. Mr. Min just smiled faintly. I know. His gaze remained fixed on Zhang Hao as he said softly, I'm counting on you regarding Yue's situation. Even though he said that, he wasn't truly at ease. As he ducked into the car, Mr. Min spoke quietly to the butler, holding the door for him. Keep a close eye on that boy. After they left, Zhang Hao felt like he had come back to life, letting out a long, shaky breath. Beside him, Min Yuehua saw the look of relief on his face and asked with some concern, clutching her hands nervously. Zhang Hao, did my father upset you? Not at all. Zhang Hao, with his hands in his pockets, smiled warmly at her with a relaxed expression. I understand his concern and love for his daughter. He took his phone out of his pocket, but just as he was about to continue, his expression froze as if he'd been plunged into an ice age. On the screen, a series of missed call notifications appeared from Sister Qin, Wei Nan, and Tong Than. But Sister Qin's name appeared the most. Zhang Hao immediately felt like he needed a hit of oxygen. His eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and he prayed silently. I'm dead for sure. Elsewhere, in the quiet, dark apartment, the sound of a door opening suddenly broke the silence, and a hazy figure appeared in the entryway. Zhang Tianqin was dressed in disarray, her shirt sliding off one shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her bra strap underneath. Her face was abnormally flushed, her eyes glassy and unfocused, and she held a can of alcohol in her hand. She seemed to be quite drunk. When Zhang Hao arrived and saw his sister in this state, he asked anxiously, Sister Qin, why are you sitting here drinking all by yourself? Zhang Tianqin didn't answer him. Instead, she asked, Why didn't you answer your phone, Zhang Hao? Her voice carried a hint of reproach as she continued, You've been coming home late lately. You should at least check in so I know you're safe. Zhang Hao felt a jolt of realization, and he felt deeply guilty, lamenting internally that he had upset his sister by not answering. He sighed heavily. I really am a dead man. He knelt before his sister, admitting his mistake. Sister Qin, I'm sorry. I know you're always looking out for me. I didn't mean to ignore your calls. I just didn't hear the ringer. Please, stop drinking. Let me help you get some rest. Zhang Tianqin gave a faint smile and said, No need to apologize. At your age, going out to hang out with friends is perfectly normal. Then she asked, Did you have fun? Zhang Hao scratched his cheek and gave her a sheepish grin. I did, but I shouldn't have ignored your calls. I'm sorry. Zhang Tianqin pursed her lips, then finally gave a small smile, ruffled her brother's hair, and said softly, If you're really sorry, then spend time with me tomorrow. Zhang Hao readily agreed, but then remembered he had to discuss work with his live-streaming app manager the next morning. Zhang Tianqin smiled, her cheeks flushed, and said, That works out. I have to go to school in the morning anyway. Let's spend the rest of the weekend together in the afternoon. She added, Go take a shower, and later I'll give you a massage. Then we'll go to sleep. Zhang Hao obediently answered, Okay. Zhang Tianqin watched him, her expression darkening and her gaze turning cold as her thoughts wandered. First it was Wei Nan, now it's Min Yuehua. It seems I need to quickly make Zhang Hao my own man. The next day, at a certain cafe, a woman sat with her legs crossed, holding a cup of tea. Sorry for dragging you out here on the weekend, she said. Zhang Hao, sitting across from her, replied, Not at all, not at all. What did you need to discuss, Sister Song? Tong Than smiled faintly. It's like this. You have quite a following now, so it's time to maintain your fan base. She handed him a tablet and continued. Recently, we want to film a short video about Gokuraku Jodo to promote a few creators. If you agree, I'll give you the center position. An image of himself wearing a revealing kimono, which looked absolutely painful to behold, flashed through his mind. Zhang Hao wanted to print the word refusal on his face. He made an X with his arms, hurriedly refusing. Tong Than, I am not a creator who sells himself. Tong Than narrowed her eyes, took a sip of her drink, raised 2 fingers, and continued. That's why I have a second option. Cosplay photography. She pointed to the screen, which showed a young man in silver warrior armor, looking extremely cool. Tong Than's voice remained steady. I know you don't sell yourself. The characters I've prepared are all very cool. Looking at the photo, Zhang Hao silently assessed that this King Arthur armor looked pretty cool and majestic, fitting his strong, masculine image. He replied, All right, let's go with this cosplay option. Let's finish our drinks and head out. I've already got everything prepared. Tong Than's voice rang out immediately after he finished speaking. Zhang Hao panicked. Wait, what? Tong Than smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Of course, I'm a professional, after all. Zhang Hao shouted in a particularly high pitch. That's too professional. Why do I feel like I'm being set up? Scene change. The photographer's voice sounded steady. That's right. Now turn your head this way. The image of the blonde youth with eyes like heavenly gems, clad in majestic silver armor, was striking. The photographer's voice cheered with praise. Exactly. Perfection. Keep that pose, don't move. Good. The photographer's voice echoed steadily against the backdrop of a crowd watching from the sidelines. The scene was also being broadcast live on a projector in another location right here. The young woman raised her hand to gesture, continuing, This beach attracts a steady stream of tourists and locals during their free time. Foreign tourists come here for check-ins too. It's definitely worth investing in and developing. She gestured toward the cosplayers posing nearby. These cosplayers shooting here are proof of the beach's commercial value. Everyone in the conference room listened intently, silence filling the air. She spoke again. Fly cam, zoom in closer. Someone, it was hard to tell, who piped up in admiration. This cosplayer is so handsome. Suddenly, the boy's eyes locked onto a single point, and his smile vanished. Enraged, he whipped the sword, in his hand toward the drone, right in front of the stunned crowd, shouting angrily, "Whose drone is this? Getting the camera right in my face like that, that's going too far." In a high-level meeting room, the projector screen clearly displayed the text, "Signal lost." Everyone froze, looking stunned, especially the woman giving the presentation. Her face turned pale as she panicked. I'm so sorry. I'll have someone investigate this cosplayer immediately." A voice from the head of the table cut her off. "No need. If anything, you should be thanking them." The woman sitting in the main chair continued. "Otherwise, you'd be fired by now." Wei Nan sat with one eye closed, propping his chin up with one hand, and chuckled softly. "That sword strike. It's definitely his style. But he wrecked my drone, so I'll have to find him and make him pay for it." Meanwhile, at home, Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair and groaned. "I'm dead tired. Who knew cosplay photoshoots were this exhausting?" Suddenly, the doorbell rang, surprising him. "Is that big sis Chen Chen? Did she forget her keys?" he called out. "Coming. Just a second." Zhang Hao opened the door while saying, "Sis Chen Chen, you're back," but to his surprise, it was Wei Nan standing there. She pouted and said, "Take a good look and see who's boss here." Then she tackled Zhang Hao in a hug, making him panic and yell, "I must have opened the door the wrong way," ignoring my calls and planning to lock me out. "Huh?" Wei Nan asked, gripping her fists in anger. "Do you want me to kick the door down?" He pleaded in a panic. "No, Wei Nan, please, spare my door, I beg you." Then, they both sat down at the table to have a drink and chat. Wei Nan crossed her legs and interrogated him. "We're business partners, yet you've been ignoring my calls for 2 days. Have you been out playing around?" Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and whispered, Yes, I was just being lazy. I should be cooperating seriously with you, Wei Nan, contributing to the advancement of science. Please, have some tea." She smiled and mused. "Dressed like that? I never took you for someone into this kind of childish game." Then she asked, "So, is this Glamorous's career actually going anywhere?" Zhang Hao put on a cheerful front. "Oh, it's going great. Did you come all the way here to lecture me because you couldn't stand seeing me struggle?" But inside, he thought, she was the one who wanted me to be a star in the first place. Wei Nan looked up and replied, "I'm clearly paying you more than what you make from live streaming. Do you really like this job that much?" He practically cried. "The men in my world are supposed to be real, manly guys with backbone," he thought to himself. "I don't even want to work. Does that whole blood moon nonsense mean I have to rely on a woman?" Wei Nan laughed, satisfied, and said, "Very good. You've got spirit." She suddenly grabbed his collar and continued, "Now, let's settle the score for you breaking my drone." Zhang Hao, dripping with sweat, replied, "Was that the company's drone? How much do I owe you to cover it?" Shunning violence, she leaned in, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, "I don't need money. I have a much better way for you to pay me back." Hearing that, Zhang Hao let out a terrified scream. "Damn! What are you doing?" She suddenly pinned him down and kissed him passionately. Afterward, she licked her lips, looked at Zhang Hao, and said softly, "Actually, this outfit really suits you." He felt like his soul had left his body, staring at her with flushed cheeks, and replied, "Really? In my world, characters like you would look great in a cat-made outfit." She looked at him and asked gently, "Do you want to see me wear it?" Then, she provoked him, "Only if you dare to dress me yourself, but I bet you wouldn't dare." Zhang Hao responded playfully, "Just watch me." Then, faster than lightning, he lunged forward and reached for her backside. Wei Nan was stunned, breaking into a sweat as Zhang Hao's hand moved down to her thigh. He said, "What now? Tell me, do I dare?" The two of them pressed their faces close together. She said, "Daring to pick me up in this awkward position? You've got guts." His hands suddenly started trembling. She spoke in a teasing tone. "Seems like you don't have much stamina." He shouted, sweat dripping down his face. "It's not that. You're just too heavy." Then he let go with one hand. Wei Nan said helplessly, "What a shame. You were almost on the verge of a counterattack." Zhang Hao thought to himself, "This isn't good. I really can't keep this up for long. Even though I work out, this body is just too weak." She continued, Zhang Hao, if we're comparing strength. She pinched his cheek and teased, "You've still got a long way to go." Then she lunged in and kissed him again. After being forcibly kissed for half an hour, he finally remembered the point and asked, "Okay, are you done kissing? Why did you come here?" "Really?" she replied. "It's about the red moon." The red moon appears without any pattern, but last time it appeared, there was a total lunar eclipse. He said in surprise, "A total lunar eclipse usually happens every 24 months. It's just that you aren't always able to see it." She crossed her arms and stared at him, replying, "This one was different. Total lunar eclipses usually occur on the 15th or 16th of the lunar month when the moon is full, but this time, it happened on the 1st, during the new moon." He asked back in amazement, "A lunar eclipse on a new moon?" She replied, "Exactly. A very unique lunar eclipse happened at midnight. Plus, magnetic fields were going haywire all over the country, though they varied in intensity." She lowered her voice, "And most importantly, according to my research, the time I saw the red moon half a month ago, it also coincided with a new moon lunar eclipse." He instinctively furrowed his brows. A new moon eclipse? And a red full moon? He secretly thought, these two things must be connected to how I transmigrated into this world. Zhang Tianqin walked in and greeted, How? I'm home," he screamed in shock. "Damn, Tianqin is home." Wei Nan glanced over coldly. Tianqin was stunned by the sight before her, dropping the shopping bags from her hands. She stammered, "Zhang Hao, what are you doing?" Zhang Hao asked in a serious tone, "Are you my master?" Tianqin's cheeks turned bright red and her mouth hung open. "Am I just having hallucinations because I'm too sexually frustrated?" she wondered. Then she asked, "Zhang Hao, why are you dressed like that?" He scratched his head in confusion and answered, "My manager told me to. She said I have a large fan base. Cosplay is basically a treat for everyone." Hearing this, she smiled and said, "I see. Zhang Hao works so hard," she thought. "And that blonde hair looks so good on him." He pointed to the bathroom and said, "I've been wearing this all morning. It's scorching hot. I'm going to take a shower." Tianqin sat down to pick up the bags and replied, "All right. When you're done, I'll give you a massage to help you relax." He turned to go to the bathroom, then remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh, right." Zhang Hao asked shyly, "I'm sorry, Tianqin, but it's really hard to take this outfit off by myself. Could you come to the room and help me?" Hearing this, her cheeks flared up, and her eyes began to sparkle. The two of them talked and laughed inside the bathroom. It turned out the outfit really did require someone else's help to get off. Cosplay outfits are so complicated. I know, right? But it's still better than wearing those super short skirts. I don't like those. Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and stuck his tongue out. It was fast to put on, and it was easy to walk in, so why is it so annoying to take off? He was incredibly anxious inside. "Wei Nan, you better take this chance to slip out." Zhang Hao struggled to peel off the outfit and complained. "Wearing this on such a hot day, I feel like a sardine in a can. I'm going to rot in here." Gazing at his alluring shoulders, Tianqin couldn't help but whisper to herself, "Zhang Hao looks so provocative right now." She suddenly pressed, she continued, "Besides, I think your cosplay is beautiful. Even someone as jaded as me is starting to flutter." He asked skeptically, "Huh? Really? Then I should buy a few more cosplay sets. I can wear them during my live streams too," Zhang Tianqin said shyly. "Exactly. My heart is beating so fast right now. I feel like if you do this a few more times, I'm going to be turned straight." He replied, "Well, if it helps you, then of course," she hurriedly answered. Yes, definitely." Zhang Tianqin's eyes twinkled. She signaled her agreement and said, "I'll help you pick them out. We can't have you wearing anything too revealing during the streams." He beamed at her, saying, "Of course, I'm the one live streaming about tech. Let me go take a shower, then I'll head out with you." She replied with a cheerful facade. "All right, I'll go make you a glass of milk." But deep down, she was harboring sinister thoughts, planning to secretly buy a maid outfit and a uniform for Zhang Hao to wear. He would definitely look incredibly sexy in those. It was a beautiful day with clear blue skies and golden sunshine. The bathroom was dead silent. As he undressed, Zhang Hao muttered to himself, "It seems like Sister Zhang Tianqin really loves it when I do cosplay. Maybe I can just straighten her out." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, and she actually claimed she was a lesbian. He jumped, shouting in surprise as he saw Wei Nan sitting on the edge of the bathtub, staring at him. He immediately grilled her. "Why are you still here?" Suddenly, she asked, "Zhang Hao, what's wrong?" He quickly scrambled over to cover Wei Nan's mouth and panicked, shouting toward the door, "Nothing. I just stubbed my big toe." Zhang Tianqin replied helplessly, "Why are you so clumsy? Do you need me to come check on you? He refused immediately. No, no need. Then, he turned to Wei Nan, his face flushed with anger. I already walked my sister upstairs. Why are you still here? She replied calmly. I never agreed to leave. Zhang Hao turned pale. Why are you still here? Do you want to stay for dinner at my place? My house doesn't have any Australian lobster to serve you. Wei Nan didn't seem to care about his words at all, and asked, Wei Nan, do all the men in your world just stand around in front of women shirtless without even batting an eye? Zhang Hao frowned. That's still not as much of a pervert move as hiding in someone else's bathroom, she said with a sarcastic tone. Your sister is full of tricks, isn't she? Trying to pick out cosplay outfits for you? Are you playing some kind of nurturing game? As he put his clothes on, he glanced at her. Were you eavesdropping just now? She suddenly turned serious. I just wanted to confirm something I warned you about. Your sister isn't simple. If she found out you weren't her real brother, what do you think she'd do? He replied. That's not something you need to worry about. Wei Nan. Zhang Tianqin called out from outside the door. Zhang Hao, the milk is ready. Let me give you a massage after your shower. Wei Nan jumped down and said with a smirk, What a good sister. He looked at her in a panic and begged, I'm begging you. Stop messing with my family. Just think of a way out, okay? I'm pleading with you. Wei Nan stood there in silence. Zhang Tianqin clearly had ulterior motives, but given Zhang Hao's personality, she couldn't just force him. She then stepped over and opened the window. She actually pulled the frame right off and tossed it aside, leaving Zhang Hao to shriek in shock. My window! She stood on the windowsill and instructed, Come see me tomorrow. Also, she shot him a glance and added, I am definitely going to handle your family affairs. She thought to herself, Zhang Tianqin, I will absolutely expose your fake face in front of Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, at the Wei mansion, Wei Nan raised a knife and cleanly chopped the meat into perfectly even pieces. The way she stood at the stove was so captivating, it could win over anyone's heart. Zhang Hao walked over and marveled. I didn't expect this. The great Wei Nan actually knows how to cook? She replied. Wait a second, it's almost done. He rolled up his sleeves and said cheerfully, There's no way you're cooking while I just sit and eat. Let me help. He reached for an apron and exclaimed, Wei Nan, your knife skills are impressive. She said, I wasn't born as Wei Nan. She turned to look at him with a shy expression. Besides, isn't it perfectly normal to step into the kitchen for the man you love? He felt so awkward he started sweating. Stop, I can't take this anymore. Wei Nan chuckled. It's rare to see such a cute guy in the kitchen. It's quite the visual. He retorted, I'm not a cute guy. I'm the type who lived alone for many years back in my world. He failed to control the heat, causing the flames to flare up. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. She pulled him aside and gently gave him some pointers, then said awkwardly, You really opened my eyes today. He coughed, struggling to catch his breath. I haven't cooked in a long time. I'm just out of practice. I usually just order takeout because of all the overtime. Wei Nan said, All right, go sit outside. Don't make any more mess. He sheepishly agreed and apologized. Looking at her domestic side, he secretly thought, I never knew a dominant CEO could have such a soft side. Soon, a lavish meal was laid out, looking incredibly appetizing. Wei Nan rested her chin on her hand, staring at him. Go ahead, try it. As Zhang Hao picked up his chopsticks, he thought, I didn't expect such a feast. I wonder how the food cooked by a dominant CEO tastes. After taking a bite, he admitted it was quite good. She asked pointedly, Really? How does it compare to your sister, Zhang Tianqin? Zhang Hao didn't hesitate for a second. They're incomparable. After all, Zhang Tianqin is my family. She smiled and asked, Do you really think Zhang Tianqin is your sister? He replied, Of course. Among everyone I've ever met, she's the girl who treats me the best. I'm so happy to be her little brother, she explained. A good sister wouldn't use a fake identity to get close to you. He shouted angrily in defense of Zhang Tianqin. Stop making things up. Girls care about their reputation. How could she possibly fake being a lesbian? Don't assume everyone has ulterior motives. Tianqin is my family, my sister. I really like her. Hearing that, she looked unhappy. Like, huh? He replied with a firm gaze. Like, Wei Nan was furious, grinding her teeth in thought. This Zhang Tianqin really has her ways. She tried to restrain herself, leaning back, and said, Fine, just eat your dinner. He looked at her with innocent eyes and said, Thank you for the pampering you've shown me, Wei Nan, but my family will always come first in my heart. Don't forget our agreement. You aren't allowed to interfere with my family. She calmed him down. I know. Just eat. Wei Nan's expression darkened as she thought. Zhang Hao, You see her as family, but she sees you as a toy. Oh well, nothing I say right now will convince you. But what you call family is nothing more than a scam orchestrated by Zhang Tianqin. The secretary of the Fang Hong Group director walked in and reported, Wei Nan, we followed the clues from the kindergarten and continued investigating. We discovered that their parents' marriage wasn't so simple. It seems like Zhang Tianqin was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Wei Nan was livid. Then she said, so that means Zhang Tianqin is using the stepsister identity to get close to Zhang Hao. The secretary looked at the document and continued, Zhang Tianqin has been obsessively chasing Zhang Hao from kindergarten all the way to this very day. Wei Nan, both angry and helpless, propped her chin up. What trash. If she hadn't done anything wrong to Zhang Hao, why take such a roundabout way? This kind of person isn't fit to be by Zhang Hao's side. She stood on the balcony, watching him leave. Someone like her has no right to be by Zhang Hao's side. She stood on high ground, watching him leave. After seeing him drive off, she went back inside and checked her phone. Wei Nan called her secretary and asked, how's the document Zhang Tianjin is handling to set up Zhang Yan and Tran Kwok Liu Xin coming along? The voice on the other end replied, almost done. She thought to herself, Zhang Tianqin, I can't touch you right now, but what happens when you're no longer Zhang Hao's sister? I'll make you realize the consequences of crossing the line. Zhang Tianqin yanked the curtains wide open, staring at the clear blue sky as she murmured, it's time. Zhang Tianqin was happily tending to some beautiful flowers. She turned around, beaming when she saw him return. Zhang Hao, you're back, he asked, surprised. Sis Chen, you're off work early today? She smiled. Mom and Dad aren't home, so I wanted to get back a bit early. She looked surprised when she noticed him bringing a friend home. Yue? Yuehua is here too? The girl bowed politely. Nice to meet you, Zhang Hao's sister. He turned to her, looking a bit shy. Yuehua, no need to be so formal. Just relax. Zhang Tianqin forced a smile and questioned him. Zhang Hao, you brought a friend home and didn't tell me beforehand? He scratched his head, looking flustered. I forgot. I'll be more careful next time. He stepped closer and whispered to her. I told you about this before. Yuehua has social anxiety. Usually, she just sits around or studies at home. I can't just let her stay like that forever. Yuehua spoke up timidly. Zhang Hao, I've finished changing into my slippers. He praised her. Good job. Seeing this, Tianqin thought to herself, acting like a grandmother. Zhang Hao then took the girl's hand and turned to inform his sister. Sis Chen, we're heading upstairs. Outwardly, she replied, sure, I'll go fix you both a snack. But inside, she was seething. This Min Yuehua is like a bad penny always showing up and ruining my plans. In the room, Zhang Hao asked Yuehua, do you want to play a game or read a book? The girl looked around and marveled. Zhang Hao, your room smells so good, and it's so pretty too. He laughed, eyes crinkling. It's just a normal room. Don't just stand there. Feel free to look around. He then thought to himself, wait, my room has a scent? He turned to Yuehua. By the way, your room is so empty. You could learn a thing or two from my decor. The girl beamed. Can I decorate with your things then? He replied. Sure, whatever you want, it's yours. The girl walked over, knelt in front of his closet, picked up his Pikachu-themed underwear, and said, I want this. As soon as she said that, Zhang Tianqin pushed the door open and walked in. She was completely blindsided, mouth agape. Zhang Hao rushed to explain, Sis, Chen, don't misunderstand. Then they all sat down on the floor. Tianqin asked, misunderstand what? A girl comes to your house and starts undressing? He helplessly tried to defend his friend, explaining that due to some family circumstances, Yuehua's social awareness wasn't normal, not that she was a pervert. Zhang Tianqin thought, this girl doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. She doesn't look like she's faking it. Tell you what, I need to cut down the time she and Zhang Hao spend together. She then faked empathy, put an arm around Yuehua, and said cheerfully, so, your social awareness is really a bit off? Do you want to come to my room? I'll show you some fun stuff. Yuehua replied shyly, thank you, Zhang Hao's sister. What kind of fun stuff? Her cheeks flushing pink, she replied. Things that help you become an adult. The kind of movies we girls love to watch. You know what I mean. Zhang Hao panicked. Sis Chen, don't teach her that. He pulled Yuehua toward him as he spoke. Zhang Tianqin smiled and covered her mouth, saying softly, I was just talking about things girls usually talk about. But deep down, she was fuming. How dare Zhang Hao protect her like that? She grabbed Yuehua's shoulder and said, girls should hang out together. Come on, I'll teach you some things girls are supposed to do. Zhang Hao asked suspiciously, Sis Chen, you're acting really weird today. Don't tell me you're. She froze, speechless. then replied, "No." He suddenly stared wide-eyed, breaking into a sweat. Zhang Tianqin had just grabbed him by the collar in front of his friend, pulling him close as she purred. "Zhang Hao," she gasped unexpectedly. Just as predicted, Tianqin lunged forward and forced a kiss on Zhang Hao, leaving him beet red. He swore under his breath, "Damn it, Sis Chen Chen." After that, they both just kind of soaked in the moment. He pushed her away and asked, "Sis Chen Chen, what are you doing?" Zhang Hao turned to ask, "Yuehua, are you okay?" The girl looked dizzy and replied, I think I almost suffocated." Zhang Tianqin's eyes suddenly turned sorrowful. She said sadly, "Zhang Hao, I'm sorry. I lied to you that night during the pouring rain." Zhang Hao called a taxi for Yuehua to go home. After Yuehua got in, he instructed, "Get home safe, Yuehua. My sister didn't make you uncomfortable, did she?" Yuehua sighed. "No, not really. She just stressed me out a bit." Zhang Hao apologized. "That's just how my sister shows friendliness. By the way, you were looking at her earlier," Yuehua asked, seeing Zhang Hao hesitate as he spoke. "Huh?" Zhang Hao quickly changed the subject. "It was nothing. Get home safe and send me a text, okay?" Sitting in the car, Nuyet Min Yuehua pulled a gun-shaped keychain from her bag. She gripped it tightly, wondering, is the person Zhang Hao likes my sister? Zhang Tianqin gently opened the door, standing there as if she had something to say. Seeing her, Zhang Hao called out, "Sister Zhang Tianqin." He remembered what Wei Nan had said. A good sister wouldn't use a fake identity to get close to you. It seemed like Wei Nan was right. He asked, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, are you not actually related to me?" Facing him, Zhang Tianqin didn't even know where to start. She bluntly admitted, "No, Zhang Hao. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I'm not your sister. I like you too much." Zhang Hao was completely stunned, stumbling backward. "What?" Zhang Tianqin continued. "I like you. But Mom would definitely never agree to it, so I could only pretend to be your sister to lower her expectations." Zhang Hao was too bewildered to speak. But, isn't that just way too weird?" Ignoring the rain, Zhang Tianqin rushed toward him. I know it's crazy, but it was the only way for Mom to let us be together. I just couldn't bear to lose you again." Zhang Hao considerately pulled her under his umbrella and gently reminded her, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, don't get so worked up. You'll catch a cold. And, what do you mean by lose me again? Are you talking about when we were separated back at the nursery?" Zhang Tianqin poured her heart out. "Zhang Hao, of course you don't. Remember what happened when we were kids. To be by your side, I'm willing to do anything. I just want to be with you. I'll spend my whole life making it up to you. Actually, I've been silently watching over you as you grew up, from elementary school to middle school, all the way until now. I've always been right there with you." She was so infatuated she'd lost control, acting foolishly just to be close to him. Just as Zhang Tianqin was pouring out her feelings, Wei Nan walked over. "Well, I seem to have arrived at just the right time." Wei Nan stepped out of the car. She ignored the assistant, walking over to hold an umbrella for her. Liu Yifei. Damn it. Liu Yifei stood there, letting the rain pour down on her. "Zhang Hao, I wasn't wrong about what I said earlier, was I? You treat her like family, but she doesn't think the same way." Zhang Tianqin looked startled. "What?" Zhang Tianqin was shocked. What exactly did Liu Yifei tell Zhang Hao? Liu Yifei continued. "From the very beginning, she's been lying to you." Zhang Hao listened in silence. Liu Yifei added, "Come with me. Zhang Hao, you're not the person you were in the past, don't forget that." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was stunned, completely frozen. Zhang Tianqin screamed in a fit of rage. "Enough! This is our home. You aren't welcome here, so just leave. Otherwise, I'm calling the police." Zhang Hao said softly, "Chemsem, please." Zhang Tianqin spun around aggressively and said, "Zhang Hao, don't pay any attention to her. Go back to your room. Let me handle this." Zhang Hao shoved the umbrella into her hand. Zhang Tianqin couldn't believe her eyes. She gasped in alarm. "Huh?" Zhang Hao said gently. "Sem, go inside first. Wait for me. I'll give you an answer." Zhang Tianqin gripped the umbrella tight, standing there stunned at Liu Yifei's private residence. Inside, she changed into dry clothes, dried her hair, and brought a dry towel out for Zhang Hao. She asked with genuine concern, "Don't catch a cold. Dry yourself off." Zhang Hao looked up at Liu Yifei, his expression blank. "Liu Yifei, did you really have to go this far? Did you have to expose my background in front of Semsem? And trying to frame her on top of that, was all of this really necessary?" Liu Yifei grabbed a towel to dry his hair, sighing helplessly. Huh, even now you haven't changed. You still believe your Semsem is innocent? You want the truth, right? Then look. See the real face of your sister, and you'll finally understand why I don't want you falling into her trap. With that, Liu Yifei tossed a file folder about Zhang Tianqin down. Heh, did you even go out of your way to hire someone to investigate my family? Zhang Hao flipped through the documents, unable to believe his eyes. This is a report from Zhang Tianqin's kindergarten. It detailed bullying, possessive behavior toward Zhang Hao, accompanied by photos and video reports provided by the kindergarten teachers. In elementary school, Zhang Tianqin had beaten a girl who confessed her feelings to Zhang Hao so badly that the girl had to transfer schools. Included were photos of the victim, medical diagnoses, and settlement records provided by the parents. Zhang Tianqin had specifically signed up for classes that matched Zhang Hao's interests. Zhang Tianqin had turned down invitations from famous schools out of the province, choosing the school closest to home instead. Zhang Tianqin also advised Zhang Yan to go on a blind date. There were photos of Zhang Yan and Tran Kwok Liu Xin. After seeing all this, Zhang Hao couldn't believe it was real. How could all of this be true? Liu Yifei said, "The records, photos, and videos are all here. Is there anything else you don't believe? Honestly, I admire the love she has for you. It's like a sickness. She's meticulously planned everything for your sake, slowly closing in on you, and she's almost succeeded." Zhang Hao stammered, unable to find the words. "Oh," Liu Yifei whispered into Zhang Hao's ear. "Zhang Hao, perhaps you think this is just a rush of feelings. Fine, it's normal for a victim not to understand the situation. Let me put it more precisely and clearly." She pulled out a cigarette. "If this were in that patriarchal world of yours, imagine a guy stalking a girl." Liu Yifei flicked a lighter to spark the cigarette. "He uses every trick in the book." She exhaled a thin stream of smoke, her face twisted and dark. "He follows you, takes secret photos of you, interferes with your studies, ruins your social life and your family relationships, all just to have you. If that isn't a sickness, what is? Have you ever thought about that? Your Sem. Is the person she loves really the you of today?" Zhang Hao remained silent. He didn't know what to say, his mind in complete turmoil. Liu Yifei cut straight to the point. She wanted Zhang Hao to realize that he and Tianqin were unable to distinguish reality from their delusions. "If you want to go back, you have to stay away from her and cooperate with me on the blood moon research. Understand?" Zhang Hao was confused. He needed silence to think. "Sorry, Liu Yifei. I'm very confused right now. I'm sorry, I'm heading back." Liu Yifei thought for a moment. She said, "Fine, I'll drive you home. It's still pouring out there." Zhang Hao refused. "I need some quiet time to think this through." "No need. Liu Yifei, stop, I'll just leave these files here." Zhang Hao put the files down and hurried away. Liu Yifei stood there quietly, holding back her anger, watching Zhang Hao leave with a sense of helplessness. Zhang Hao thought to himself as he walked, what Liu Yifei said couldn't have been fake. It's true. Sem is a bit scary going to such lengths just to have someone, but the scenes deep in my memories tell me that Zhang Tianqin isn't like that. Besides the suffocating feeling, there was also a sense of warmth. Who is the person Zhang Tianqin likes, and what is in my own heart? These are things that can only be resolved face to face. Upon returning home, Zhang Hao saw Zhang Tianqin sitting outside the gate like a lost soul in the pouring rain. She couldn't understand how things had come to this. She was terrified that Zhang Hao would distance himself from her. "Why? Why?" Zhang Hao walked over and hurriedly held the umbrella over her, saying gently, "Chemsem, I'm home." Zhang Tianqin, eyes brimming with tears, said, "Welcome home." Zhang Tianqin went inside with Zhang Hao, quickly pouring warm water and fussing over him. "Zhang Hao, sit here quickly. Let me pour you some water to warm up. It's raining so hard. Why did you go run off to someone else's place? You're soaked through. Don't catch a cold." Zhang Hao sat down and said calmly, "Chemsem, don't go to all this trouble. There's something I need to ask you." Zhang Tianqin looked anxious and uneasy when she heard this, stammering in fear. "What is it? Did Liu Yifei say something again?" Zhang Hao asked point blank. "Chemsem, you said you've been by my side since we were little. I'm afraid it wasn't just being by my side. Was it?" Zhang Tianqin trembled, her face darkening. She said in a panic, "Zhang Hao, you know everything, don't you?" Zhang Hao replied honestly, "Yes. Even though Liu Yifei's tactics are shameless, the evidence is so clear that I have no choice but to believe it." Zhang Tianqin collapsed to her knees, fearful. She said, "Zhang Hao, let me tell you a story. Once, there was a girl. Her life was very prosperous, her family was wonderful, and she lived a very happy, joyful life. But one day, her parents divorced. Her happy life shattered from that moment on. After the divorce, her father quickly married someone else to start a new family. Because her mother was busy with work, she couldn't take care of her. So, the girl lived sometimes with her father's new family, sometimes with her mother. In her father's new family, her stepmother didn't like her and often scolded and beat her. And her father, he was incredibly cowardly. He saw his daughter suffering domestic violence but didn't dare say a word, even letting the stepmother kick her out of the house. The little girl, not even 6 years old, lived on her own for 2 weeks before her biological mother finally found her. Slowly, the girl shut herself away in a shell of her own making. She was shunned. All the parents in class didn't want their kids to be friends with her. The parents didn't even show up. Is she just a spoiled brat with no one to teach her right from wrong? What's wrong with this kid? She's so filthy. Did she get into another fight? She's so aggressive. Make sure you don't hang out with her, or she'll be a bad influence. Her personality grew more and more withdrawn, quiet and reclusive, until one day, a little boy ran over to befriend her. Why are you playing all by yourself? Let's go. Let's play together. A boy who seemed like an angel had transferred into their class. The boy was like a little tail, clinging to her and acting spoiled. Don't ignore me. I even brought good snacks. Let's eat lunch together. His classmates wanted to be his friend, too. They gathered around and asked Lucian Quantam, "Your name is Zhang Hao, right? Don't hang out with that jinx, Zhang Tianqin. She's always fighting, she's covered in dirty scrapes and bruises." "Yeah, exactly. Let's play together instead. Don't talk to someone who's just dirty and troublesome." Zhang Hao turned to look at her. He saw her standing quietly in a corner, turning her face away, thinking, "I'm just being ostracized. It's nothing new." Zhang Hao happily ran over and grabbed Zhang Tianqin's hand. His eyes sparkling, he said, "Zhang Tianqin, let's play together. I don't think you're like what they say at all. You're actually really cool." The boy's gentleness moved her, and she burst into tears. Just like that, the little boy walked straight into her heart. Zhang Hao carefully tended to Zhang Tianqin's wounds. He declared loudly, "From now on, you have to protect yourself well. If you keep getting hurt, I'll become a doctor when I grow up and heal you myself." He became the only friend she ever had, a treasure she held dearer than anything in her life. But then, a tragedy occurred. The girl made a terrible mistake. The boy suffered a huge shock and lost his memory. He forgot everything, and his parents moved him to another school. The light in the girl's life vanished once again. From that moment on, she was consumed by self-blame. But she didn't just drown in it. Because her light still existed somewhere, she began to secretly follow him, protecting him from the shadows, trying her best to study medicine, the field he had always wanted to enter, learning how to dress and socialize, hoping to become a perfect woman who would finally be worthy of him. However, just watching from afar wasn't enough. Her intense desire to possess and protect him drove her to get close again, to spark a relationship with him once more. She even manipulated her parents so she could become his older sister. She had absolutely no regrets, even though she knew this decision would lock her into a choice she could never change for the rest of her life. Zhang Hao thought, "Sister Tianqin, is this the bond that ties us together?" Zhang Tianqin collapsed, confessing, "I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I'm a twisted person with a possessive streak. That girl was me. I'm so sorry, Zhang Hao. It's only natural that you'd hate me. Zhang Hao, I love you. That's why I want to be by your side. I don't want to share you with anyone else." Tears streamed down her cheeks. She accepted every bit of criticism because she loved him too much. She did everything blindly, heedless of the consequences. Zhang Hao thought to himself, "I never knew I had a past like that when I was little. No wonder those childhood memories keep flashing through my mind. But Sister Tianqin has treated me so well. She's always protected me. Even though we're siblings in name only, we have no blood relation. And besides, I have feelings for her too." Zhang Tianqin said, full of self-reproach, "Zhang Hao, if you hate me, I can leave. I can give up my wish to be near you, go far away, and never bother you again." Zhang Hao reached out to wipe the tears from Zhang Tianqin's face. "Don't apologize. I know you treasure me, and that's enough." He blushed and said, "Tianqin, let's be together. I like you, too." Zhang Tianqin was stunned, overwhelmed with joy. "Zhang Hao, I knew it. I still like you so much. No matter what you become, I'll always love you." She burst into sobbing laughter and hugged Zhang Hao tightly. Zhang Hao gently coaxed her. All right, Tianqin, your tears and snot are all over me." He thought to himself, "Well, talk about deception. I'm technically fooling her too." Zhang Tianqin lunged at him again in an embrace. "I don't care. You already said yes." Zhang Hao laughed. "Hey, slow down, Tianqin. It feels like I've been confessing to you for days now." In Zhang Hao's room, an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Zhang Tianqin hugged Zhang Hao tightly, as if she wanted to imprint him into her soul. Her tongue darted forward with lightning speed, locking onto Zhang Hao's sweet lips. The long, lingering kiss lasted who knows how long, until Zhang Hao couldn't breathe, and only then did Tianqin reluctantly let go. Both were panting, their faces flushed, making the temperature in the room rise even higher. Zhang Hao groaned softly. Yeah, we're like each other's first love. It's so sweet and happy. Tianqin treats me so well. They clung to each other, inseparable. Zhang Tianqin would feed him delicious food and take meticulous care of him, drying his hair and sneaking up to hug him from behind. Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Hao, these days feel just like a dream. I'm so happy. Zhang Hao felt guilty, but the more she acted like this, the heavier his conscience became. Although he really did like Zhang Tianqin, her love for him was based on their bond from when they were little, not on who he was now. Zhang Tianqin said happily, I'm going to take care of some business. I'll call you for dinner later. Little darling, Zhang Hao replied obediently. Okay, he thought to himself. I was so impulsive in agreeing to be with her. Looking back, it feels like I was taking advantage of the situation. I should find a chance to be honest with her. If I tell her the truth, would she still accept me? He called out softly, Sister Tianqin. Actually, Zhang Tianqin turned back and asked, What's wrong, my little darling Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao felt a pang of guilt. He didn't have the courage to tell the truth and had to brush it off. Oh, nothing. You go ahead and handle your work. He felt dejected, unable to speak his mind. And then, before one thing was settled, another arose. At Wei Nan's company, Wei Nan said smugly, You're right on time. Good, very obedient. Zhang Hao asked impatiently, What is it? Just say it. Wei Nan seductively raised her long, smooth legs and brushed them against Zhang Hao's, her expression inviting. I just wanted to ask, have you settled things with that sister of yours yet? Zhang Hao hurriedly pushed her legs away, saying coldly, You don't need to trouble yourself, Wei Nan. We're doing just fine. Wei Nan's expression shifted instantly. She said coldly, Doing just fine? Why lie to yourself and others? You know your sister Tianqin loves a different version of you, don't you? That crazy love she has for you is built entirely on your childhood. The truth can't be hidden forever. Eventually, she'll realize you aren't him, and neither of us knows what will happen when she does. Besides, don't you want to push forward with the blood moon research? Zhang Hao felt flustered. She had nearly guessed his hidden thoughts, leaving him with almost no room to argue. Wei Nan, stop guessing, he said. As he stumbled over his words, Wei Nan decided to drop the persuasion for now. His mental state was fragile. Pushing him harder right now probably wouldn't work. Zhang Hao, if you're stuck in a quagmire, I'll just have to use my own methods to pull you out. Wei Nan silently weighed her options and shifted the subject. Zhang Hao, about your live streaming career, I have a partnership proposal. You're currently a top 3 creator in the gaming section of the app, and you can effectively call yourself the one with the most views. But as you know, there's a limit to how far an internet celebrity can go on their own. On the flip side, almost every A-list influencer has their own business ventures. You really can't underestimate the economic influence of your fans. Your fan base is young and trendy, so the corporation has decided to help you launch your own clothing brand. Zhang Hao took the document, looking bewildered. A clothing brand? The corporation's? He squinted at her. I have a feeling this isn't the corporation's idea. This is yours, isn't it? Wei Nan replied bluntly. Think what you want. But I, Wei Nan, have never made a losing investment. Professionally, the corporation and I have high hopes for you. Personally, I'm helping you research the blood moon. As for the money, you don't have to pay me back with your body. How about you be my business partner, help me make money, and we'll call it even. Zhang Hao muttered to himself. Ugh, classic capitalist. He replied, I can't pay you back with my body, but if you want to invest, we can give it a try. I'll agree to this, to repay your help in the past. Zhang Hao scratched his head, asking awkwardly, But how exactly am I supposed to run a clothing brand? Wei Nan calmly lit a cigarette. Don't you usually have plenty of opinions? Figure it out yourself. Zhang Hao tried to deflect, countering, Aren't I supposed to be listening to the big boss's advice? Fine, I'll go study it. Goodbye, Wei Nan. Wei Nan calmly smoked and replied, I'll be waiting for good news. Watching Zhang Hao walk away, she thought coldly, My strategy is working perfectly. With my intelligence network, tearing the two of you apart is a piece of cake. If I just leaked this evidence, your reputation as an influencer would be in ruins. But I won't do that. It would only hurt Zhang Hao and drive him away from me, which would be counterproductive. Zhang Hao, you weren't meant to be someone who just hides behind a woman's shadow. You should focus more on your career and spend less time with Zhang Tianqin. Meanwhile, I'll use my trump card, the Blood Moon, to make you change your heart. Wei Nan crushed her cigarette, declaring with resolve, I'll use my own way to snatch you back from her. When Zhang Hao got home, he immediately dove into research for launching his own clothing line. Zhang Tianqin walked in. Is my precious Zhang Hao busy? Zhang Hao jumped, startled. The plan is finished. I'll be heading to bed soon. Zhang Tianqin brought in some warm milk, asking about his work. Is this clothing brand thing something the company set up? Don't overwork yourself. It breaks my heart. Zhang Hao turned to reassure her. It's fine, sis. Tianqin, with the company's support, things move faster. Once I get used to the workflow, it won't be so tiring. Zhang Tianqin thought to herself. Wait. Zhang Hao's company is a subsidiary of Wei Nan's group, right? She set the milk down and hugged Zhang Hao, smiling. Zhang Hao, we're together now. You don't have to struggle so much. I can earn enough to take care of you. There's too much outside drama, and you're still young. Their mother suddenly walked in to remind the two siblings, making Zhang Tianqin and Zhang Hao scramble away from each other in a panic. Zhang Hao, time for bed. Tianqin, go back to your room. Zhang Tianqin answered, I know, Mom. Get some good rest, Zhang Hao. Their mother thought they were being way too close, thinking, even if they're close as siblings, they don't need to be glued to each other. Even when sleeping, do they? Still feeling uneasy, Zhang Tianqin walked back to her room. She turned around to remind him, remember to drink your milk, Zhang Hao. I'll leave the cup here and come clean it up later. Zhang Hao quickly waved her off. No need, I can clean it myself. Go get some rest, Tianqin. Zhang Hao thought about how attentive Tianqin had been lately. During the day he was at school, and at night he was back home streaming and working. Even though they had little time together, she always managed to help him adjust his mood and cheer him on. He picked up the milk and drank it. Can this life, overflowing with such happiness, really belong to me forever? The next morning, in class, Zhang Hao was slumped over his desk, feeling exhausted. Min Yuehua ran over. She patted his head, consoling him. Zhang Hao, what's wrong? You've been lying on your desk all this time. Is something bothering you? Zhang Hao shook his head. No. I'm fine, Min Yuehua. It's just that my clothing store is in the promotional phase, and I still haven't found a professional model. Suddenly, Zhang Hao looked up at Yuehua. Seeing her clear, bright, and adorable face, he realized she was perfect for the image he was looking for. He was surprised. Wait, isn't she right here? Zhang Hao stood up abruptly and grabbed Yuehua by the shoulders, pleading. Min Yuehua, after school, please do me a favor. I'm begging you. Yuehua looked confused. After school, at the photo studio, Yuehua was modeling the upcoming clothing line as Zhang Hao had requested. It seemed Yuehua was a natural for this collection, so the shoot went smoothly. All right, a little smile. Tilt your head a bit. Okay, that's it. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Zhang Hao felt smug. Of course Min Yuehua is perfect. She had the face of a young girl, but possessed a cool, noble aura, paired with long, fair legs. Damn, the crew whispered in awe. Is Miss Min really an amateur? You should consider signing a contract with our agency. Min Yuehua shook her head, refusing. Oh, what a shame. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Zhang Tianqin arrived with food. My precious Zhang Hao is working so hard, Zhang Hao asked in surprise. Tianqin, why are you here? She lifted the bag of food to show off. I brought the snacks you love, Zhang Hao, and some for everyone else too. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. The crew looked at Zhang Tianqin and sighed. The boss's sister is so beautiful and thoughtful. Wei Nan appeared then, too. Is it always this noisy in here? Seeing Wei Nan, Zhang Tianqin puffed up like a ruffled cat. Why are you here? Wei Nan replied smugly. I'm his boss. Why wouldn't an investor be here? And you? Just a stepsister with nothing better to do than snoop around? Zhang Tianqin wasn't about to back down. Watch your tone. Did the capitalist come to supervise? Do you think Zhang Hao isn't doing a good enough job? The two began their standoff. Wei Nan shot back. You're Zhang Hao? Do you really deserve him? The family you're talking about wouldn't use such low-handed tactics. Zhang Tianqin retorted sarcastically. Ha! A boss who uses illegal means to dig up other people's information isn't exactly honorable, either. Zhang Hao's business is my business, and that's all that matters. You don't need to waste your breath, neither would yield. I'm definitely going to be involved in this, Zhang Tianqin challenged. Fine, I'll take you on whenever. Zhang Hao ran over to mediate. Whoa, hold on a second. Wei Nan, you two, just stop it for a minute. Min Yuehua ran over to join the fun. Zhang Hao, I'm hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. Both women stopped their bickering and shouted angrily. Not yet, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. Is the model you mentioned Min Yuehua? Like our classmate Yuehua? Zhang Hao explained. Oh, right. Since I needed to shoot a young girl theme, I invited Yuehua. Wei Nan reapplied her lipstick, while Zhang Tianqin put on some sexy black pantyhose. Zhang Hao tried to negotiate with them. Look, can we not be so childish? Are you really fighting over being a model? Wei Nan and Zhang Tianqin glared at each other, challenging one another. We're starting the shoot, aren't we? As your boss and your family, isn't it only natural for us to help you out? Wei Nan smirked. Besides, I can certainly help you more than some people can. Zhang Tianqin wasn't about to back down. Is that so? Well, how about we have a little contest here at the studio? Zhang Hao stood there, scratching his head in confusion. But seriously, why would you ask someone outside the industry like me to take photos? Wei Nan tossed her hair haughtily. Don't waste your breath. Does anyone else even deserve to have me as their model? Zhang Tianqin was annoyed. Does Wei Nan mean that our Zhang Hao is the only one who deserves it? Wei Nan retorted. So what if he does? Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Zhang Tianqin warned. Wei Nan, keep your distance from our Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao rushed to stop them. All right, enough of that, Wei Nan. Let's just hurry up and get this finished. Min Yuehua ran over happily. Zhang Hao, if you need a model, I can do it too. Zhang Hao was speechless. Min Yuehua, please, don't pour more fuel on the fire. Let's just start shooting. Zhang Hao directed. Put your hands on your face. Tilt your head down a bit. Zhang Tianqin asked. Is this okay? Zhang Hao marveled. As expected. Sister, you're so photogenic. That mix of seductiveness, purity, and gentleness, it's absolutely top tier. Zhang Hao adjusted the camera angle. Classmate Yuehua, you look great. Just give us a little smile, and we're good, he thought to himself. Her smile is so healing, like an obedient little rabbit. Wow, perfect. It was Wei Nan's turn. Zhang Hao complimented her, noting she was quite good. He thought to himself, Wei Nan's aura is so intense, it's a completely different vibe compared to the other two. He directed her, Wei Nan, put your left leg forward a bit, she asked back. Like this? Zhang Hao felt a strange sense of superiority, being able to direct a powerful female CEO like this. What a strange, exhilarating feeling. The shoot was going very smoothly. Zhang Hao rearranged the set, moving the lights to the left a bit. A day passed. Min Yuehua felt a twinge of jealousy seeing Wei Nan's physique. Great, we're done. Zhang Hao thanked the ladies. Thank you all for your hard work. Thanks for everyone's help. I'll treat you all to a meal another time, Wei Nan said smugly. It was nothing. If you need help again, just let me know. Besides, I'm more than enough on my own. Zhang Tianqin chimed in. Wei Nan, you're so busy, yet you took time to help Zhang Hao. I'm really grateful, but we won't bother you next time. I'll be Zhang Hao's assistant, and I'm sure I can do just as well as you. Wei Nan looked at her with contempt. What are you thinking? You don't need me? Why don't you look at the latest sales projections? Zhang Hao sighed. Man, I really need to keep those two apart in the future. That night at home, Zhang Hao reviewed his project. The cover page and product links are all set. I've already contacted customer service too. This is my first time starting a business with my own products, so I'm not sure how it'll go. I just hope there aren't any mistakes. He clicked go live. Hello everyone. Welcome to today's live stream. You can see a little shopping cart icon at the bottom of your screen. Per the company's request, I've built a small fashion brand. Since a large portion of my audience is female, this first batch will focus on women's clothing, with men's clothing coming later. The livestream viewers commented, a beauty influencer selling products now? Zhang Hao continued, this is my first brand and my first time starting a business. I hope you'll all support me. The fans were disappointed. Two male god archetypes ruined. In the end, can we really not beat capitalism? Zhang Hao's friend, who was also a streamer, was jealous and sneered at the screen. You're digging your own grave, aren't you? Serves you right. Let the trolls attack him. As Zhang Hao introduced the products, the viewers began to lash out. What kind of clothes is this streamer trying to sell just by using his looks? Is this a scam? This streamer is a killer, luring people in just to rip them off. If I buy this, do I get private photos of the male god? Is your brain broken? He's just using you for money. Why are you even buying it? If you like it, buy it. Why are you guys being so extreme? Can't you see what the clothes look like first? Zhang Hao read the comments and sighed. Sigh, just as I expected. Curiosity peaked. People clicked the cart to check out the new designs. Oh, honey, look. Doesn't that model look familiar? Isn't that the national chairwoman trending on WBO? That. What's her name? Damn. That's Wei Nan from Feng Hong modeling for him. What kind of clothes are these? At the hospital, people were talking too. Isn't this that brilliant young woman from the city, Zhang Tianqin? She's modeling? Share this in the group chat. The sales and the discussion volume skyrocketed in an instant. Oh, this set looks pretty nice. Did the streamer design this? Zhang Hao confidently presented his ideas. I see you're all discussing the products. This batch was designed and produced by yours truly. The inspiration actually came from a dream I had. In it, men and women swapped roles. Their aesthetics, hobbies, and fashion were completely different from here. That's why I was brave enough to try this. I wanted to break away from traditional aesthetic norms. People flooded him with praise. Wow. The best part is the price is cheap, and you don't need to pre-order. It's just as good as the UX fashion line. I don't feel bad about the money spent at all. Guys, I checked the shopping cart. The prices are very reasonable. Perfect for students. The clothes are beautiful. And those models, they're top tier. I want to try it all. I got scammed so quickly. Damn, you fake fans still dare to speak? At the office, Wei Nan watched the stream, satisfied. Not bad. Keep pushing his live stream. The assistant immediately got to work. Yes, Wei Nan. The butler informed Min Yuhua. Miss, as you requested, we've ordered a batch of clothes, but what should I tell the mistress? Yuehua said. It's fine. Just deduct it from my pocket money. Very quickly, the number reached 123,300 products sold. Zhang Hao was shocked. Wait, what's happening? The sales volume is crazy. Zhang Hao scrolled through the web and saw news outlets reporting on his clothing shop. Boom! Blood Moon fashion brand, launched by gaming influencer Zhang Hao, has set the market on fire. Another hit for a social media celebrity. On another channel, someone was live selling clothes similar to Zhang Hao's male god style. Last batch. We're ending the stream once these are sold. Loves. Buy it now. He sighed, exhausted. I just wanted to browse some videos to relax. Why is there news about me everywhere? Social media is terrifying. It's only been a few days, and my fans have already pushed me into the top 3 for J. The warehouse is sold out, and we're scrambling to restock. Everything is so surreal, though Wei Nan, Min Yuehua, and Zhang Tianqin have definitely been helping behind the scenes. I should find time to take them out for a meal to thank them. But if those 3 are together, the atmosphere gets pretty tense. What a headache. As Zhang Hao was lost in thought, Zhang Tianqin walked over gently. She pressed her chest against his back and called out softly, My little cutie, Zhang Hao. Why the long face? Zhang Hao jumped in shock. Sis. Sister Tianqin? Since when were you here? She hugged him tight and whispered into his ear, Let me guess. Your fashion brand has been trending lately, and you're worried about what to do next, right? Zhang Hao admitted with a bitter smile. Yeah, you're right, sis. Even though I'm an online entrepreneur, there's still so much I have to learn. Zhang Tianqin stroked Zhang Hao's cheek and looked straight into his eyes. True. Besides, our Zhang Hao is still a student, after all. I don't want you to overwork yourself, but I'll always support your choices. Don't worry. He thanked her softly. Yeah, thank you, sis. Oh, right. I'm planning to throw a celebratory party tonight to thank everyone. You should come. Zhang Tianqin agreed. Sure, I'll be there. Now, you lazy bum, get up. I'm going to take a bath. Zhang Tianqin soaked in the hot tub. A celebratory party, huh? Wei Nan and Min Yuehua are going too. Those 2 girls. One is a dominant CEO with extreme tendencies, and the other is a rich heiress who struggles with social interaction. If I tell them directly that Zhang Hao and I are dating, I could stake my claim and keep them away. But that would be a stupid move. Revealing this might put Zhang Hao in a tough spot, or even provoke those 2 into doing something drastic. No need to reveal it yet. She took a yellow rubber duck and set it on her knee, letting it glide down her smooth legs. The duck bumped into her curves, making her blush slightly. Zhang Tianqin cheered herself on. Stay confident, Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Hao only has eyes for me, and I only have eyes for him. That's the truth. For now, because of family obstacles, we can't be intimate. But once Zhang Hao graduates, he'll definitely be mine. I'll be the one to win in the end. The evening celebration took place at a nearby hotel. A line of luxury cars parked out front one after another. Passers-by couldn't help but stare. Whoa, that's blinding. So many fancy cars. Who's that rich? Wei Nan stepped out of her car, dressed to the nines. The Blood Moon bamboo was a hit, and Min Yuehua arrived carrying a massive bouquet. They all shouted in unison, Zhang Hao, I'm here. Zhang Tianqin, standing to the side, was burning with jealousy. She gritted her teeth. The two girls glared at each other. Zhang Hao said awkwardly, Welcome. You guys didn't have to be so formal. Come on, let's head inside. Let's sit down. The three women exchanged looks that seemed to spark with lightning. Once at the table, all three tried to grab the same dish at the same time. They fought over everything, refusing to give an inch. Zhang Hao downed a glass of alcohol in helplessness. Min Yuehua reminded him, minors shouldn't be drinking. Even though Sis Tianqin and Wei Nan were still at each other's throats throughout the meal, overall, the party was quite fun except for his own alcohol tolerance. Zhang Hao ran outside to throw up, wondering if this body was allergic to booze. One drink, and I'm already hammered. Good thing I made an excuse to get some fresh air. It would have been so embarrassing to puke in front of them. Suddenly, someone offered him a handkerchief. Here, wipe your face. Zhang Hao took it. Oh, thanks. He looked up and realized it was the Blood Moon Goddess. Hello, long time no see. The little Blood Moon Goddess had suddenly appeared before him. She waved in a friendly manner. Hi there. It's been a while, little Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was so surprised it sobered him up instantly. He stuttered. Are you really the Blood Moon Goddess? She touched down gracefully and gently lifted Zhang Hao's chin. That's right. It seems you've adapted well to life in this world. You have a career, someone who loves you, and plenty of admirers. Everyone wants a piece of you. Have you noticed that you're becoming more and more like the people who live in this world? You're drifting further and further away from that real man you mentioned, she whispered. I told you. You'd eventually be assimilated. Let me tell you a secret. Human soul frequencies can overlap. Zhang Hao shouted angrily. Overlap? What the hell are you talking about? I am who I am. I won't change. Just tell me, what do I have to do to get back to my original world? Or am I stuck here forever? The Blood Moon Goddess said mysteriously. The choice is entirely in your hands. I'm off. The moment is almost here. Anyway, we'll meet again soon. Zhang Hao panicked and called out. Wait. But the goddess had already vanished into thin air. He muttered. I wasn't done asking yet, Zhang Hao thought to himself. Damn it, the Blood Moon Goddess just bolted. That was fast. Soul overlapping? Assimilation? What is that moment? Why does she love talking in riddles? Zhang Hao clutched his head in despair. Min Yuehua walked over. Zhang Hao? You've been gone a while. Are you okay? Zhang Hao replied. I'm fine. Just needed some fresh air to clear my head. Where are Tianqin and Wei Nan? Yuehua asked worriedly. They're inside arguing. You're really sure you're okay? Zhang Hao brushed it off. I just had a bit too much to drink, that's all. I'm fine, really. Come on, let's head back. Yuehua agreed, thinking to herself. Did Zhang Hao just talk about the blood moon and another world because he was drunk? I don't really get it. Some time passed, and Zhang Hao's life returned to his usual routine, school, home, and the office. He spent less time with Zhang Tianqin, but their relationship remained stable. 2 months later, autumn arrived. Huang Yuan walked to school, wrapped in a coat. Whoa, it's so cold this morning. Is winter coming already? Yilong chimed in. You should really know better. Fall just started, you know? Huang Yuan was skeptical. It's clearly freezing though. Don't you think so, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao, distracted by his phone, didn't pay attention to the conversation and just murmured, yeah. Huang Yuan gave a mischievous smile. Zhang Hao, who are you chatting with? You're so focused. Zhang Hao quickly covered his phone. Hey, don't just go snooping through people's phones. Yilong chimed in. Yeah, Zhang Hao is an internet celebrity now. How can he just casually chat with random girls? Min Yuehua, dressed in a sweet outfit, walked over and said, Good morning. Seeing her, Zhang Hao blushed. Good morning, Yuehua. Min Yuehua asked, What is Zhang Hao looking at? Huang Yuan accused. He's definitely talking to those girls. Zhang Hao has turned into a bad guy. Zhang Hao helplessly covered his face. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. We're going to be late. In the classroom, the teacher announced, Everyone, settle down. I have an announcement to make. Our school's 50th anniversary is coming up, and the school plans to organize a dance performance for the opening ceremony. This event will be attended by city-level officials. Everyone must participate. It's boy-girl pairs, and you are free to choose your partners. I hope the girls can take the initiative and show some enthusiasm. Invite the boys in your class. After you've formed your groups, we will have 2 weeks to practice. Zhang Hao, you have some artistic experience, so the school is appointing you as the team leader. As for your partner, you'll have to find one yourself. Zhang Hao was stunned. He was to be the team leader? And he had to find a partner on his own? The teacher gave him almost no chance to refuse. All right, that's settled. Class dismissed. The girls in the class stared at Zhang Hao like hungry tigers. They all rushed forward at once. Godlike. Zhang Hao, give me a chance. I'm a national martial arts champion. This is dancing, not martial arts. Let me do it. I've trained for international competitions. I heard this will be on TV. Zhang Hao, I'm begging you, godlike one, pick me. No, pick me. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Zhang Hao yelled in frustration. Damn it, get away from me. Just leave me alone for a minute. Zhang Hao sat in the restroom and sighed. Being this popular is such a headache. A dance partner? In this school, the only person I'm in sync with is probably. He ran to ask Min Yuehua to be his partner. Min Yuehua lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I have to refuse. Zhang Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was shocked to realize, damn, this was the first time he'd been rejected since coming to this world. He sat in a corner, feeling sorry for himself. Why was Nguyet Min Yuehua, who was usually so obedient, acting like this? Nguyet Min Yuehua said regretfully, It's not that. It's just that I don't know how to dance. My mother told me to be humble and doesn't want me to stand out. There will be so many people watching this time. I'll definitely lose face if I get on stage. Besides, I've never danced before, so I'll definitely hold you back, Zhang Hao. That's why I can't let you get involved with me. And also, Njuet Min Yuehua was about to explain, but Zhang Hao cut her off. People who give up without even trying will never succeed. Njuet Min Yuehua replied tremblingly. But, Zhang Hao said confidently, I don't know how to dance either, but I have a way. Nguyet Min Yuehua, will you trust me just this once? This time, I want everyone to see you in a completely different light. At the practice room, the coach reminded Nguyet Min Yuehua to put her hand on Zhang Hao's waist and not to be shy. Zhang Hao comforted her. Nguyet Min Yuehua, don't be so tense, just pretend I'm a wooden post. Nguyet Min Yuehua felt useless. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. Zhang Hao patted her head comfortingly. It's okay, just take your time, I'll teach you. The instructor looked at the clock and reminded them. All right, that's enough for today. Tomorrow there will be higher expectations for you both. Clean up and head home. Both of them replied, yes. Nguyet Min Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief as she sat down to rest and drink some water. Zhang Hao thought about how agile Nguyet Min Yuehua was when she fought. Was this just a contrast? He turned back and felt an unfriendly gaze. Why do I have the feeling that someone is watching us? Nguyet Min Yuehua grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and asked, Zhang Hao, what's wrong? He shook his head, thinking it was probably just an illusion. It's nothing. Let's go, he thought to himself. An illusion? It's a good thing I usually train. Otherwise, this body would be exhausted by now. Min Yuehua called out and pointed at the locker. Zhang Hao, I think my locker is broken. Zhang Hao ran over to check and saw that someone had stuffed chewing gum into the keyhole. Damn it, who is so low life? They've jammed your locker shut. What is this? Chewing gum? Nguyet Min Yuehua. Wait a minute. I'll make a call. I'll get the school staff here. Zhang Hao vigilantly thought. It feels like someone is intentionally targeting Nguyet Min Yuehua. I need to be more careful. The next day, after PE class, Lin Yilong praised him. Zhang Hao, you're great at basketball, but how are you two doing with your dance practice? Zhang Hao replied, it's going okay. He looked up and saw Nguyet Min Yuehua taking out her shoes. Something inside reflected a silver light. Zhang Hao asked suspiciously, and then shouted, Wait, Nguyet Min Yuehua. He quickly threw the shoe to the ground, and several needles fell out. He shouted furiously, What the hell? Whoever did this, get out here right now. You have the guts to do it but not to own up to it? Huang Yuan saw this and felt angry on her behalf. This is so dangerous. Who put nails in Nguyet Min Yuehua's shoes? Lin Yilong was furious. Exactly. Trying to hurt people? How despicable. Everyone else, stop being nosy. Even the godlike Zhang Hao is cursing now. Is someone jealous of student Min for getting to be the partner of our school heartthrob, so they're intentionally targeting her? Zhang Hao thought, Nguyet Min Yuehua rarely interacts with others, so why has she suddenly been targeted with such malice lately? Could it be related to being my dance partner? Someone wants to hurt Nguyet Min Yuehua to force her to withdraw from the performance. Damn it, this malicious scheme is so obvious. This person is very cunning. They didn't create a direct conflict with Nguyet Min Yuehua. They must be afraid of Nguyet Min Yuehua's background. It seems I have to take responsibility for finding the culprit and protecting Nguyet Min Yuehua. At the end of the school day, Zhang Hao sighed and asked, Min Yuehua, have you offended anyone lately? Who on earth is being this sinister? Nguyet Min Yuehua thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Zhang Hao warned her, In any case, you need to watch your safety lately. Zhang Hao looked up and saw a flower pot falling right where Nuet Min Yuehua was standing. He quickly lunged forward and shouted, Nuet Min Yuehua, look out. Crash. Zhang Hao dove to shield Njuet Min Yuehua, and his head was struck by the plant pot. Drops of blood dripped onto Njuet Min Yuehua's face. She was terrified. Zhang Hao, are you okay? Zhang Hao stood up and shouted angrily, Damn it, you dare to throw a flower pot, don't you? Nuet Min Yuehua said worriedly, You're hurt. Zhang Hao didn't care. We'll deal with this later, don't let them get away. He ran to the rooftop and caught a girl crying in panic. He asked, You're the culprit, right? Why are you being so extreme? The girl cried in remorse. Boo-hoo, God like Zhang Hao, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all that, Min Yuehua. She's clearly just pretending to be dumb. What makes her worthy of taking you? And she keeps pretending not to know anything. What gives her the right to be your dance partner? Is she even worthy? Just because she comes from a rich family, she thinks she can monopolize the school heartthrob? She's not worthy. God like Zhang Hao, I've hurt you. I can only die to atone for my sins. Zhang Hao lunged forward and grabbed the girl's arm. Listen here. Then he pulled her hard and threw her right into the middle of the rooftop balcony. Let me make this clear first. My actions only stemmed from humanitarianism. Don't flatter yourself. Furthermore, I hope you understand that I chose Nguite Min Yuehua, and whether she's worthy or not is for me to decide. Nguyen Min Yuehua ran up, covering her face and crying. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's vision started to blur. Nguyen Min Yuehua. You're here. What's going on? Shattered memories flashed before his eyes. He didn't understand what they meant. What is this? Zhang Hao woke up from a long sleep, his vision blurry. He thought hazily. My head hurts so much. Were those visions just hallucinations? Seeing him wake up, Nguyen Min Yuehua was overjoyed. You're awake, Zhang Hao. She heart-wrenchingly took his hand and pressed it against her cheek, tearfully saying, I'm sorry. I let you get hurt. Her eyes turned cold and vengeful. Just you wait, Zhang Hao. I'll get revenge for you. She clenched her fist, threatening, I'm going to ruin her. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and quickly stopped her. No need, Nguyen Min Yuehua. I think the school will handle the rest. Have you already forgotten about that time you got locked in the quiet room for fighting? Zhang Hao threw the blanket aside and jumped up, showing off his muscles. See? This tiny wound is nothing at all. We're short on time. We only have 2 weeks to practice for the opening dance. We have to make the most of it. Nguyen Min Yuehua was still worried. But you're hurt. You can't dance anymore. The teacher even suggested finding someone else. Zhang Hao insisted it wasn't necessary, much to Nguyen Min Yuehua's surprise. He showed his determination, saying, I told you I'd make everyone see you differently. A man keeps his word. With only 2 weeks, we invited a professional dancer to guide us so I could help Nguyen Min Yuehua. Nguyen Min Yuehua gradually let go of her insecurities and became more confident. However, she suddenly received a phone call from her mother. Zhang Hao recognized that it was Mayor Man, Nguyen Min Yuehua's mother. He knew she was always incredibly busy and rarely called Nguyen Min Yuehua, even when she was away. On the other end, her mother said, Nguyen Min Yuehua, I've already asked your teacher to excuse you from the opening performance. Don't go. You've never danced before. I don't want you embarrassing yourself in front of everyone. Hearing this, Nguyen Min Yuehua panicked. She had prepared so hard, and now her mother was saying this. What was she supposed to do? Nguyen Min Yuehua anxiously replied, Mom, but we've been practicing for so long. Plus, my friend Zhang Hao has been helping me. If we quit now. Before she could finish, Mayor Man cut her off. Nguyen Min Yuehua, listen to me. She was only worried about her own reputation. There will be city officials there, reporters, and even my colleagues and rivals. Everyone will be scrutinizing you. You are the heir to the Man family. You shouldn't be showing your face too much. Put the family first. Nguyen Min Yuehua stammered nervously. But Mom! Suddenly, Zhang Hao took the phone from her hand. He started speaking to Mayor Man. Hello, Mayor Man. Sorry to bother you. I'm Nguyen Min Yuehua's classmate, Zhang Hao. I apologize for being rude. He said, seriously, I'm asking you to please let Nguyen Min Yuehua participate in this performance. You might think she isn't fit for the stage, but she has poured so much heart and soul into this show. She's been working so hard just because she heard you might come to watch. Please, trust your daughter. We will prove to everyone that Nguyen Min Yuehua isn't inferior to anyone, and she won't embarrass you. Just come and see for yourself. Nguyen Min Yuehua waited nervously for her mother's answer. She grabbed the phone back and said firmly, Mom, I'm not giving up. Please, remember to come watch the performance. Goodbye, Mom. She hung up, leaving Mayor Man stunned. Nuyet Min Yuehua hung her head, making Zhang Hao worry. He called out softly, Nuyet Min Yuehua. She spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. Looking at him, she said sincerely. Can you practice with me a little longer? Zhang Hao was captivated by the look on her face. Nuyet Min Yuehua's determined expression was truly beautiful. Of course, he couldn't refuse, saying, Sure, it doesn't matter how long you want to practice. I'll be right there with you. The day of the performance arrived. The sky was bright and beautiful, and crowds were streaming into the campus. The principal took the stage. Today marks the 50th anniversary of Alistan Academy. I would like to sincerely thank all the leaders and distinguished guests who have gathered here to witness this wonderful moment. 50 years of hard work and struggle, and we have marched forward together. Mayor Min, Yuehua's mother, was sitting in the audience. Wei Nan, bored, looked at his phone and complained, Man, this guy talks way too much. The principal was still rambling on about how Alistan has always been committed to excellent education, focusing on cultivating more talent, providing the society with elite graduates, blah blah blah. Finally, the principal announced with a beaming smile that the Alistan Academy performance was officially starting. The dazzling stage lights flared to life. Zhang Hao and Yuehua stepped into the spotlight, ready to perform. The audience began to whisper and chatter. Wait, is this the piece where they're supposed to be judging men by their scent? The crowd went wild, screaming and cheering. Go, Zhang Hao, you're the best. Zhang Hao looked sharp in his suit, while Nuyet Min Yuehua was stunning in her elegant purple dress. They exchanged a knowing smile and moved gracefully to the rhythm. Zhang Hao leaned in and whispered, Nguyet Min Yuehua, show them exactly what you've got. Deeply moved, Nguyet Min Yuehua nodded. Okay. The mayor watched the performance intently, silently marveling to herself. Incredible, not a single mistake. Nguyet Min Yuehua is completely lost in the moment. The students below were cheering with excitement. Wow, Zhang Hao is so handsome. Are they pros or what? Another student praised his partner, saying they were a perfect match. Wei Nan heard this and felt a wave of bitter irritation. Yeah, Zhang Hao and this girl are way too close, Mayor Man thought. In her mind, Nuyet Min Yuehua was always a lonely, introverted kid, never one to get too close to others. Seeing Njuet Min Yuehua shining so confidently on stage like this, it was a complete transformation. Suddenly, all the stage lights cut out. Zhang Hao and Nuyet Min Yuehua were stunned. What's going on? A power outage? The students in the audience began to murmur in confusion. Why'd the lights go out? The music stopped too. Is this part of the show? It was a sudden blackout right at the climax. Rumors spread that the show might be cancelled. Down in the crowd, students turned on their phone, flashlights, and started shouting, What's happening? Turn the lights back on. We want to see Zhang Hao. Even the parents were losing their patience. Is this show even worth watching? How is the school's logistics team running this? We all took time off work to be here. My kid has a performance coming up after this. What are we supposed to do? Zhang Hao could only sigh in frustration. Damn it. Why did the power have to go out right now? It felt like a total disaster. Suddenly, the principal called him over. Zhang Hao, come here for a second. He anxiously went outside to talk to her. Principal, what is going on here? The principal explained that they had just investigated. The power grid failed, and they're working on it now. But it'll take about 20 minutes. Zhang Hao panicked upon hearing this. Make the audience wait another 20 minutes? How can we do that? The principal felt helpless. It seems like we have no choice but to stop the show. Zhang Hao was completely flustered. Why did this have to happen at such a critical moment? He looked over at Yuehua, who was standing quietly off stage. She rarely got the chance to shine in front of her mother. After all this preparation, was it really going to end so poorly? The woman sitting next to Yuehua's mother sneered. Your daughter looks a bit rattled, doesn't she? Do you think they can handle this emergency? Mayor Min also felt incredibly anxious. Just then, the principal picked up a megaphone to address the crowd. Dear guests and audience members, I sincerely apologize for this unexpected power outage. Just as she was about to announce the end of the show, Zhang Hao rushed to stop her. He took the megaphone and said, Wait. He turned on his phone's flashlight and announced clearly that the show would go on. What's a little power outage? He gave the principal a mischievous wink. Student Council President Alistan wouldn't go into battle unprepared. It's not like we don't have a backup plan, right, principal? His words caught her off guard. Yes. He calmly tried to regain the atmosphere and said, As for the power outage, it's a shame. But at least we can use our phone flashlights to find our way. He turned to the principal again. Do you know what's even more desperate than a power outage right now? She stammered. What is it? She was thinking to herself. Is this stand-up comedy? Is this kid Zhang Hao playing a prank? He chuckled and said the answer was that his phone only had 5% battery left. Truly like a blind man lost on the battlefield. The principal sighed helplessly at him. All right then. He looked down at the audience, who had stopped clamoring and gone silent. Having been an MC for so long, cracking jokes had become a basic skill. It seemed he had managed to stabilize the crowd's mood for now. Next, it's up to you guys. Hurry up. Huang Yuan grabbed the instrument and said, Ma'am, I'm borrowing this for a bit. The teacher scrambled to chase after them. Wait, you need to sign it out first. Lin Yilong frantically tried to come up with a solution. A light source. A light source. Or maybe just don't use electricity. But where can I find that? Just then, Wei Nan appeared and said, A light source? Need some help? Huang Yuan ran onto the stage and shouted, Zhang Hao, we're here. Wei Nan held up a flashlight to illuminate them so they could continue the performance. Zhang Hao was stunned. Damn, did Wei Nan really just rip the headlights off his own car? But thank goodness they made it in time. He stirred up the crowd. All right, dear audience, the show continues. Zhang Hao said a few words before the performance. Young people are always forced to be someone else, and their youthful passion is always looked down upon. We aren't afraid of anything. We can't be anyone else. We are who we are. Next, we'd like to dedicate the song W to everyone here. He encouraged Yuehua. Yuehua, you've got this. I believe in you. Yuehua regained her energy and nodded, ready to go. Huang Yuan started strumming the instrument, creating a melody. Zhang Hao sang into the small megaphone, They think we're nothing. We're useless, but don't feel sorry for us. Yuehua danced to his lyrics. No matter what they said, it couldn't hurt this precious heart. Her limbs moved gracefully with the rhythm, and the audience watched intently. When you stand on the brink of despair, inexperienced and full of helplessness, Mayor Min was very pleased. Under your feet, there is no solid foundation. This place is your sanctuary. Yuehua flowed with each graceful note of Zhang Hao's music. Because we are who we are, bright colors in the dark. No need to tell yourself to become someone else. Stand up and say it bravely. I am not afraid. After the ceremony ended, people left one by one, and the lights came back on. Mayor Min approached Zhang Hao and asked, You're Zhang Hao, right? The one who answered Yuehua's phone? He scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, that's me. Sorry about that. He was sweating buckets inside. Damn, why does this family put so much pressure on everyone? Yuehua lowered her head and said softly, Mom, thank you for coming to see me perform. Her mother was silent for a long time, feeling an indescribable emotion welling up inside. She put her hands in her blazer pockets, regaining her composure. In a gentle voice, she called out to Yuehua. Mayor Min praised her. You did a great job this time. You didn't embarrass the Min family. Next time, invite your friend Zhang Hao to be a guest at our house. Both Zhang Hao and Yuehua were shocked, never expecting this to happen. Yuehua was so moved that she teared up and nodded slightly. She threw herself into her mother's arms and hugged her tight, saying, Thank you, Mom. Her mother seemed quite surprised by this gesture. Zhang Hao stood by, smiling. Seeing this scene made all the hard work worth it. Mayor Min and Yuehua hugged each other happily, looking truly joyous. This was the scene backstage. Zhang Hao finished most of his energy drink and let out a sigh of relief. Even though it was a bit reckless, they solved the problem, and Yuehua didn't lose face in front of her mom. What can I say? I'm just that good. While he was busy patting himself on the back, someone tugged on his sleeve. Zhang Hao. Yuehua walked up shyly and asked, Do you have a moment right now? He was surprised and didn't quite understand. Wait, is this the scene in the gym? Zhang Hao scratched his head in confusion when Yuehua led him there. Yuehua, isn't this where we practice? What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to train right now. The injury on my head isn't even fully healed yet. She stammered in reply. No, that's not it. This is our secret spot, so I chose this place. Just listen to me for a second. Zhang Hao, I've really enjoyed training with you these past few days. Yuehua slowly bared her heart. Ever since I transferred to this class, I've wanted to walk to school with you every morning. During every break, I hope to say a few more words to you. Every week, I wished we could go out together. You know so many things. I really admire that. Yuehua continued, deeply moved. You've taught me so much. You taught me how to like someone, what friendship is, how to have the courage to try, how to stand up for myself, and how to be who I am. But because of your presence, I've slowly stopped being myself. Every word she said left Zhang Hao stunned and surprised. She was being bold, expressing her feelings to him. When I see you joking around with other girls, my heart aches. I can't sleep, and I have nightmares. She stepped closer to him. At first, I thought I was coming down with something, but after checking with Huang Yuan, I realized it wasn't a sickness. Yue Hua grabbed his hand and called out softly, Zhang Hao. She held his hand tight and said, I'm very clear about my feelings now. I really, really like you. Zhang Hao. Her direct question made him blush. Can we be together? He fell silent, lost in thought. Yue Hua was clearly serious, and it was the first time she'd opened up so much. Being around her was easy, and she was great in every way, both in personality and appearance, but what held him back was the fact that he was already seeing Sister Qin. This isn't how a man should act. I can't do this. After a moment of thought, Zhang Hao finally spoke up to Yue Hua. Zhang Hao felt awkward but had to be honest. Thank you for your feelings, but I can't accept them. Yue Hua bowed her head, looking embarrassed and desperate. He intended to tell her the truth about him being with Sister Qin, but before he could, she lunged at him and wrapped him in a hug. He turned red and tried to push her away, but Yue Hua held on tighter and sobbed, I will like you forever. Zhang Hao. She said sincerely, no matter what, I'll wait for you. Yue Hua leaned in close to his lips as if to kiss him and whispered, I'll always wait for you. Zhang Hao. Outside the window, light spilled into the room. Wei Nan stood outside the wall, chewing on a cigarette, seemingly having heard everything. Her eyes held a look of melancholy and annoyance. This was the men's locker room. Zhang Hao took off his shirt, feeling frustrated. Damn, I can't be straightforward in front of Sister Qin, let alone do whatever Yue Hua is asking for. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Yue Hua has already cornered me. He angrily tossed his shirt onto the floor, stopped thinking, and decided to just change and head home. Just then, Wei Nan opened the door and walked in, startling him. She flashed a wicked grin at the scene before her. Oh. Zhang Hao panicked and quickly grabbed his clothes from the floor to cover his chest. Hey, watch it. Don't you know how to knock? Besides, this is the men's locker room. Why are you in here? Wei Nan stepped closer and grabbed him by the collar. Stop trying to boss me around. Did Yue Hua just confess to you? He stammered. Huh? How do you know? He grew even more flustered. Wait, no. You were eavesdropping on us. Wei Nan smirked. Humph. Though, I have to say, I'm quite satisfied with how you reacted to her. Zhang Hao yelled. Satisfied with what? Exactly. She twirled the keys in her hand and said, Zhang Hao, it really bugged me that you danced with Yue Hua, but I still pulled out those car lights to help you out. She propped her leg up on a chair with a bossy attitude and added, You owe me. Zhang Hao, now terrified, tried to regain his composure. Look, let's talk about this calmly. Don't go grabbing me. I can make it up to you. Just say it. She reached down and started unhooking her fishnet stockings. You know, every good husband and father here puts stockings on his wife every day. So, I want you to do it. As she pulled the stockings down further, Zhang Hao panicked and tried to stop her. Wait, what are you doing? She took the stockings off, placed them on her lap, and said, Help me put them back on. Zhang Hao felt like his nose was about to bleed. He thought to himself, this is so twisted. He remembered that in this world, helping a woman put on stockings was like helping a man tie his tie in his old world. Is this some kind of role play? Zhang Hao's hands trembled as he reached toward Wei Nan's feet. Damn it, Wei Nan, this is taking it too far. Does doing this count as crossing the line? The angel inside him appeared. Of course it does. This is filthy. Are you still worthy of Sister Qin? The devil inside him countered. Who says that? Helping someone is a good deed, and besides, she helped you, so you should return the favor. The angel and devil clashed. The angel called the devil a degenerate and warned of the sin. The devil provoked him. So what? It's not like you all talk, no action. The angel was left stammering, unable to respond. You. Zhang Hao frantically shook the chaotic thoughts from his head and decided, screw it. Not paying back a debt isn't how a man behaves. As he helped Wei Nan put on her stockings, he asked her, now that you mention it, why do you like wearing stockings so much? She smirked and emphasized, you should remember that this is formal attire for women all over the world. My status requires me to maintain decorum when attending formal events. What? Don't you like it? Zhang Hao lifted Wei Nan's leg, and, as he put the stocking on, said, it's not that. It's just that in my world, wearing stockings actually carries a bit of a sensual vibe. His words startled Wei Nan. Her leg twitched slightly, and she blushed as she shouted, ah. Then, feeling awkward, she tried to pull her leg back. You shouldn't be doing unnecessary things. Zhang Hao was surprised by her reaction. What's wrong? You don't usually react like this. He was still struggling to get the stocking on and hurriedly apologized. My hands are a bit slippery. Wei Nan looked at him, feeling confused deep down. Only this man could make her heart feel this restless. Zhang Hao noticed her pained expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are you ticklish?" "Ha ha, all right, I'll be a bit more careful." Wei Nan's face turned even redder involuntarily. She decided to change the subject. "By the way, why did you go to the hospital last time?" "I was so busy I didn't get a chance to visit," Zhang Hao replied. "I was just practicing dancing, and a classmate accidentally hit me. It was nothing serious." Wei Nan immediately asked angrily who it was. Zhang Hao was sweating, terrified on the other guy's behalf. "I already handled it." He cursed under his breath. "Hell, if I tell her, she'll probably go kill the guy. He's just a student." He awkwardly turned his face away and said, "About that, you should handle the top part yourself. It's not really appropriate for me." That made her blush too, and she stammered, "Oh sure." Wei Nan politely added, "Thanks for your hard work." He coughed a few times and said, No, it was nothing. No trouble at all." He told Wei Nan, "You head out first. Once I'm done changing, I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for your help." Honestly, he was a bit surprised by what she had just said. Even he was shocked that Wei Nan could say something like that. Wei Nan stood outside the door, acting cheeky. "What are you still embarrassed about? I've already seen everything anyway." Inside, Zhang Hao stammered in embarrassment. You don't talk nonsense." Wei Nan waited outside quietly for a long time without saying anything else. Suddenly, she received a call from her secretary. "Huh? At this hour?" She picked up and asked, "Hello? What's going on?" The person on the other end sounded terrified just hearing her voice. Wei Nan, "I'm sorry to bother you, but this is a truly urgent matter." Wei Nan calmed her down, telling her to take her time and explain clearly. The secretary regained her composure and said, "We finally found it." Hearing this, a tear rolled down Wei Nan's cheek, and she asked, "What did you say?" She pulled the phone away from her ear, and Wei Nan left only one final sentence. "All right, I'll be there right away." Wei Nan called through the door to Zhang Hao. "Something came up. We'll do dinner another time." "You owe me a meal." Zhang Hao was startled. "Huh? Oh sure, that's fine." Wondering, what kind of emergency does Wei Nan have? Why is she acting so differently all of a sudden? Outside, the night was pitch black. Zhang Hao flopped onto his bed, letting out a long breath finally, some rest. Just then, Zhang Tianqin peeked through his door and asked if he was in there. Startled, he asked, "Sis, Zhang Tianqin, is everything okay?" She walked straight into the room and said, "Zhang Hao, you really are a heartthrob, talented, artistic, and a great dancer, too." Zhang Hao was confused by her comment. Zhang Tianqin held her phone up to him, showing him all the posts filling up their social feed. "Even though it's blurry, I recognized you instantly." It was a snapshot from his and Ngyet Minuewa's performance. Zhang Tianqin added, "I know the school paired you and Minuewa together for the dance, but I still can't help feeling uncomfortable about it." She hugged Zhang Hao tightly, asking, "Why couldn't your dance partner have been me?" She held on even tighter, chiding him. "Why are you so popular? Why couldn't you have just steered clear of all this? This was clearly your choice." With tears welling in her eyes, she pleaded, "Isn't having me enough? Zhang Hao, for you, I can ignore everything else." Zhang Hao felt incredibly ashamed. Seeing the woman he liked cry made him feel like he wasn't acting like much of a man. But do I even have the right to comfort her right now? The more she relied on him, the guiltier he felt. Ultimately, he knew he had to confess everything. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin bit down on Zhang Hao's neck, making him cry out in pain. "Ow, sis, what are you doing?" She replied that she wanted to make sure he remembered this next time. "Zhang Hao, I want you to remember this moment." Suddenly, the door swung open, and a mirror crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhang Hao's father stood there, stunned, unable to find the words. What are you two doing?" Both Zhang Tianqin and Zhang Hao were shocked, having no idea how to explain their behavior. Zhang Hao's father turned pale, clutching his chest in shock and panic. What are you two doing?" Zhang Hao and Zhang Tianqin stared at him, frozen. Zhang Hao reached up to cover his neck, stammering, "Dad, it's just Zhang Tianqin." Neither of them could form a coherent sentence. "It's just that." A moment later, the two of them sat under immense pressure. Zhang Zhangyan's cold voice cut through the air. "Explain." She rested her chin on her hands, her expression dark, and demanded, "What was that just now?" Zhang Tianqin forced a smile and quickly tried to justify it. "Mom, it's not as serious as you think. Zhang Hao and I were just playing around." Zhang Zhangyan slammed her hand on the table, shouting, "What kind of siblings play around like that?" She glared at them. "Listen to me. You two are siblings, do you hear me? Siblings. Both of them went silent. Jiang Tianqin hung her head low. Zhang Hao thought to himself, I've never seen Mom this furious before. Zhang Yan scolded them. Remember this. Men and women should keep their distance, especially given your current situation. You need to be even more careful. Jiang Tianqin said nothing, her lips pressed tightly together. Zhang Hao's father stood behind her, trying to intervene. All right, that's enough. Stop talking. Zhang Yan, her anger still simmering, added, Honestly, this girl, she's always been so difficult. She's been like this since she was little, with such a strange personality. Whenever something happens, she never says a word. Zhang Yan muttered that she shouldn't have let her live with that useless father of hers in the first place. Jiang Tianqin was rattled by the comment. Realizing she had nothing left to lose, she looked up with a cold expression. Fine, Mom. If that's how it is, I'll tell you the truth. Zhang Hao and I. Zhang Hao, sitting next to her, suddenly cut in. Wait. Actually, Sis and I, we were just practicing. I asked her to help us rehearse for the Vampire Countess's play. Zhang Hao lied with confidence. Since I'm the lead, I needed her help to run through a few scenes. Zhang Yan hesitated. Oh, is that so? Zhang Hao smiled calmly. Jiang Tianqin looked at him from the side, thinking, Zhang Hao. Yeah, Zhang Yan thought. Zhang Hao is such a good kid, he wouldn't lie to me, right? She let out a long sigh and said, Well, I suppose I misunderstood. Zhang Yan warned them to be more careful in the future. Zhang Hao quickly agreed. Yes, Mom. Internally, he thought. If I hadn't stopped her, we would have had a massive war on our hands. Zhang Tianqin remained silent, her expression unreadable. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, worrying internally. This is still a headache. In the days that followed, I focused entirely on my studies and my live streaming. Everything went smoothly. Relying on my memories from my previous life, I achieved top marks in the final exams. My live streaming performance also saw a huge improvement. I became the top creator in my field. Images of Zhang Hao holding his awards on stage and his channel sitting at #1 on the trending charts solidified his success. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The only thing was, a single drop of water seemed to appear in the void. It fell with a splash, creating ripples on the surface as if signaling the future. The images were blurry, like looking at an old TV with bad reception. Little Liu Yiqin grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Liu Hao struggled to speak. Qin. Sis Qin, you're going too fast. Where exactly are you trying to go? Liu Yiqin beamed, a radiant smile on her lips, her holding a bouquet of sunflowers in her arms. She looked at him and said, Liu Hao, under the witness of the sky and the moon, I swear, when I grow up, I will definitely marry you and make you my husband. The image changed. It looked like winter. Liu Yiqin wrapped a scarf around them, held his hands, and said, Agree to it, okay? I like you so much too. Isn't that right? Only you understand me, and I understand you. Liu Hao felt flustered and said, Wait, we're too close. Sis, don't. Finally, adult Liu Yiqin appeared, her face full of panic. She covered her mouth in fear, then opened it to say with certainty, You aren't him. Who exactly are you? Liu Hao jolted awake, covered in sweat, gasping for air. Liu Hao wondered to himself, damn it, was that just a dream or an actual memory of Liu Hao's? Why is it getting so unclear? Ever since he saw the blood moon, and after his head injury, these dreams became more vivid and frequent. Liu Hao worried, what the hell is wrong with me? At the hospital, holding his x-ray, Liu Hao muttered, it was supposed to be because of the head injury, plus all the stress lately. That's why I came for a consultation. Lifting the x-ray up to the light, Liu Hao looked up and said, surprisingly, there's nothing wrong. Huh? His phone rang. He picked up the video call. On the screen, a girl with pink hair and twin tails appeared, looking worried about something. Liu Hao asked, Hello? Sis Li, what's wrong? The girl hurried to say, God tier Liu Hao, this is super urgent. It was Hu Li from a high-end live streaming platform. Hu Lily clasped her hands, pleading, Zhang Hao, you know, our streaming traffic has been snatched away by those viral video clips. We're facing a real crisis here, Lily Hu said, biting her lip. That's why the platform has planned a massive offline event, and there's only one person capable of pulling us out of this slump, Lily Hu continued. Who can turn the tides and hit the KPIs needed to save the platform? That person is none other than our idol, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao sighed in defeat and asked, Are you kidding me? He thought to himself, Are they dragging me into another special project? Zhang Hao asked, Lily, is there another business event that needs promoting? I mean, my recent stream performance has been pretty weak. Or maybe, before he could finish, Lily Hu raised a hand and said, "Hold that thought, Zhang Hao. This event is super simple, and I've got a reward for you that you won't be able to refuse." Lily Hu added, "Just help me out this time, and I'll give you an 8-figure contract every year, with no need to participate in any extra promotional activities. Plus, you'll get 30 days of paid leave every single year." Zhang Hao was stunned and shouted, "What?" Zhang Hao feigned calm and asked, "Okay, tell me first, what's the event, and where is it?" It was a dreamy beach with golden sand, warm sun, and blue skies with white clouds. Lily Hu announced the destination, Cheongzhou. Lily Hu was wearing a black swimsuit under a yellow shirt. She said, "It's a reality show." After reading the script, Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Celebrity wilderness survival, 7 days? You mean we're actually living on a desert island for a week?" Zhang Tianqin said gently, "It's all right. I'll be by your side the whole time." Her reason for being there was that she was worried about her little brother traveling alone for the first time, so she had insisted on coming along as his assistant. Looking at Zhang Tianqin, Zhang Hao blushed and thought, "It's literally winter, and she can still wear a swimsuit? Cheongzhou is so weird." Zhang Hao was distracted by some bubbles floating his way. It was Min Yuhua blowing them, and she said, "Zhang Hao, I'll be rooting for you too." When Min Yuhua found out Zhang Hao was going to Cheongzhou Island, Yuehua had used her family's connections to come here for a vacation. Wei Nan's voice sounded cold and unwelcoming. She said, "This is Zhang Hao's show. What are you guys doing here?" Wei Nan and Zhang Tianqin stared each other down, both with dark expressions. Zhang Tianqin asked Wei Nan, "Isn't this show sponsored by your corporation? Why is Wei Nan here in person?" Wei Nan replied, "I'm participating myself, and with me here, Zhang Hao's journey will be much smoother." Min Yuehua was caught in the middle. Like a doll, she chimed in, "I'm just here for a vacation, and to help Zhang Hao out while I'm at it." Seeing this, Zhang Hao thought to himself, "Oh no, I have a feeling these next 7 days are going to be miserable." Lily Hu called out from across the way, "Idol Zhang Hao, Wei Nan, all participating artists, time for a meeting. Family members and assistants can go rest for now." A while later, in the meeting room, 9 people sat at a long table with a blonde-haired man at the head. He said, "Everyone's here, right? Great. So, ahem." He introduced himself. "Hi everyone, I'm Jose, the host for this reality show." That's right. It's me. "Thank you all for joining this hot new show, Celebrity Wilderness Survival, 7 days. Zhang Hao heard this and muttered, "What a name." Rose made a heart gesture toward Wei Nan and said, "That's right. Besides our influencers, we also managed to invite Wei Nan, despite her very busy schedule." Wei Nan nodded slightly. Rose adjusted his glasses and explained the show's rules. "There are 8 participants who will freely choose teams of 2 to compete. After 2 rounds of intense competition, we will crown the final winner. The ultimate winner will be crowned the strongest streamer," he continued. "The first round will last 2 days. The first day, we'll play 2-on-2 volleyball, and on the second day, it'll be a 2-on-2 flag capture game," Rose said. "Both games are single elimination. Your ranking will be calculated based on your performance. First place gets 4 points, second gets 3, third gets 2, and last place gets 1 point. Simple and easy to understand, right?" Wei Nan didn't pay much attention and looked down at her phone. Suddenly, Rose raised his voice. "The key point is that your ranking in the first round will have a major impact on the second round." Only then did Wei Nan look up and pay attention. Rose slapped his hand against the image of the island behind him and said excitedly, "Our second round." It was a 5-day survival adventure on Cheongzhou Island. "Any team of 2 that successfully reaches the finish line completes the challenge," Rose said. "We will provide everyone with basic survival gear and a signal flare for this activity. As for high-end equipment, you will be able to choose based on your rankings from the first round. Those are the rules for this event. The staff has handed out scripts and rulebooks. Feel free to take a look." A staff member handed several sheets of paper to Zhang Hao. The person said, "Please take these." Zhang Hao replied, "Yes, thank you." He thought to himself, "My first time on a reality show, and it turns out there's a script that dictates guest behavior and procedures." Just as he was reading, a hand reached out and snatched the papers. Zhang Hao blinked in confusion. "Huh?" Then, to his horror, Wei Nan just tore the papers with the rules in half. She said, "We're just going to participate. We don't need these things." Zhang Hao yelled helplessly in his mind, "Don't act like a bossy CEO right now," Rose said awkwardly. "Wei Nan, this is." Wei Nan shot him a look and asked arrogantly, "Do you have a problem with that?" Rose quickly said, "No, not at all. So, that's all. Everyone, get to know each other and decide on your teams." The competition officially begins in 3 days. A moment later, on the beach, the blue-haired young man was Xiao Yi, a gaming streamer with 4,840,000 followers. The man with the bald, shiny head was Dao Qiang, a gaming streamer with 1,130,000 followers. Xiao Yi immediately made his move. Wei Nan, want to team up with me? I promise I won't hold you back. Dao Qiang nudged him aside and said, beat it, kid. Wei Nan, team up with me. I guarantee we'll make the top 2. Watching this, Zhang Hao thought, everyone wants to be on Wei Nan's team. I get it. Teaming up with the sponsor makes everything so much easier. Suddenly, someone approached Zhang Hao. She said, hello. 3 women approached him. The blonde, Hu Zi, a comedy streamer with 940,000 followers. The redhead, La, a beauty streamer with 1,330,000 followers. And finally, the brunette, Old Tong, a gaming streamer with 2,220,000 followers. Hu Zi said, idol, Zhang Hao, I've heard so much about you. Team up with me. I'll protect you. La added, we're both gorgeous, and I think you're quite charming. Want to help each other out? Old Tong said, Zhang Hao, you're really handsome. Let's form a CP. My traffic is nothing to sneeze at, you know. Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head. He stammered, honestly, I didn't think I was that much worse than Wei Nan. Seeing this from afar, Xiao Yi seethed with jealousy, thinking to himself, that little punk just has a pretty face and already thinks he can seduce everyone. Xiao Yi stepped forward and said, Azo, I was wondering who it was. The 1 in a million heartthrob has arrived, I see. No wonder everyone is paying attention to you. Zhang Hao replied modestly, hello, Xiao Yi. Your livestream engagement is really impressive. Xiao Yi retorted provocatively, oh, don't mention it. We play games until we're exhausted every day, and still don't make as much as you do, just by showing your face. You're the platform's little golden child, aren't you? Zhang Hao replied calmly, it's all right, I'm just lucky to have the platform's support, he thought to himself. Is he doing this on purpose? Xiao Yi continued, speaking of which, that kid in our team is also being cared for by you. I believe he's your classmate, right? Now that you've sucked up all the traffic, you really are quite the schemer. Zhang Hao was speechless, thinking, so he was waiting here just to pick a fight? Xiao Yi provoked him. This competition is boring. Want to make a bet? Consider it a way to spice up the show. The one with the lower ranking will stop live streaming for a month and set their title to, I am a loser, at the start of every broadcast. Xiao Yi goaded him. Well, do you dare? It's just a little game, he thought smugly. Once I team up with Wei Nan, you little punk. Zhang Hao, just wait until you're begging at my feet. Wei Nan suddenly appeared and asked, should we, partner? Hearing this, Xiao Yi turned around, his cheeks flushing with anticipation as he asked, are you talking to me? Sure. Wei Nan draped an arm around Zhang Hao's shoulder and said coldly, Zhang Hao and I are a team. Also, your makeup is way too thick, and your perfume smells cheap. Are you trying to package yourself as a piece of merchandise? Zhang Hao looked embarrassed, and then both of them walked away, ignoring Xiao Yi completely. Zhang Hao said, I told you not to make decisions on your own. Wei Nan asked, still want to team up with someone else when I'm right here? Zhang Hao replied helplessly, fine. Xiao Yi watched them walk away, seething with anger. Wei. Zhang Hao, just you wait. His face was puffed up like a pufferfish. Zhang Hao asked, confused, how did you suddenly become a streamer? And you have so many fans now, Wei Nan explained. I just opened a live stream room randomly. The data refreshed, and it blew up. Wasn't it all to help you with the competition? Zhang Hao said, I appreciate the trust, but I'm a guy. I can win this on my own. Wei Nan said, all right, I believe in you. But let's drop that for now. There's something else I want to ask you. Wei Nan continued. Remember that time I answered the phone and left suddenly? I did some investigating for you back then. I found a guy who also mentioned seeing the blood moon. And he's also from another world. Zhang Hao's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock. What? He asked disbelievingly. A girl? Wait, what? You're saying she's from the same world as me? Is that for real? Wei Nan confirmed. That's right. He said it himself. He's seen the blood moon and lived in another world. But his situation is a bit unique. Wei Nan added, in any case, I'll go verify the truth of his claims carefully. Zhang Hao thought skeptically. What does she mean by verify carefully? I have a bad feeling about this. Zhang Hao bowed his head, thinking, if Wei Nan isn't kidding, and that person's experience is identical to mine, then the secret of the blood moon and the transdimensional travel might finally be solved. Wei Nan patted Zhang Hao's head and said firmly, "Don't worry, I've kept your business in mind. Besides, you belong to me." Zhang Tianqin arrived out of nowhere and coughed. She smiled dangerously and said, "Zhang Hao, have you finished chatting with your temporary teammate? Shall we go rest for a while? Can I help you apply some sunscreen?" Zhang Hao had to say goodbye to Wei Nan. "Wei Nan, it's getting late. Let's go back and regroup. I'll get ready for the competition." Wei Nan said nothing. Watching their backs, Wei Nan whispered, "Zhang Tianqin." A while later, on the beach, Rose raised her hands to stir up the crowd. "Ahem. Welcome, audience, to the 7-day survival battle on the deserted island. Today is the first day of the competition. Our first event, 2-on-2 beach volleyball. The red team consists of Zhang Hao and Wei Nan. Holding the ball, Rose briefly summarized the rules. 8 players divided into 4 pairs, randomly drawn for a single elimination tournament. This beach volleyball match is based on a 15-point system. The first team to reach 15 points wins. The 2 winning teams from the first round will advance to the finals. This is a competition between the best of the best. The winning team will receive 4 valuable points. The streamers lined up on the side. The energy was electric. Rose said, "All right, audience. Sun, sand, boys, and sweat. The first beach volleyball match starts right now." Rose acted as the referee. She raised her hand and shouted for the competitors to get ready. The red team served. The blue team consisted of Dao Xiang and Hu Zi. Hu Zi said confidently, "Heh, we won't go easy on you, heartthrob Zhang Hao." Dao Xiang laughed loudly. The ball was tossed up. Wei Nan reached out and spiked it with all her strength. In the first round, Zhang Hao and Wei Nan drew the comedic duo, Dao Xiang and Hu Zi. The ball flew like a cannonball straight at the opponents, whizzing past Hu Zi's face and smashing into the sand with a loud thud. Hu Zi's mouth was distorted from the impact. He gasped, completely unable to process what just happened. Neither of them had time to react. As a result, Zhang Hao's red team defeated the blue team, thanks to Wei Nan's brutal serve. Winning with a score of 15-0 and advancing to the finals, Zhang Hao said in terror, "Hey Wei Nan, are you trying to kill them?" The blue team was utterly defeated, trembling and hugging each other, while behind them were craters left by Wei Nan's serve. Hu Zi cried out, "Wei Nan, were you for real?" Dao Xiang is already crying. "Wah, I'm literally live streaming right now. Do we have no dignity left?" Wei Nan replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't go easy on us?" Entering the second round of the finals, the enemies on a narrow road, Zhang Hao and Wei Nan met Xiao Yi and Ajiu's blue team. Xiao Yi provoked them. "Hey, did your pretty boy face really make it to the finals? Are you just relying on that strong woman? Doesn't matter. I'm going to beat you directly and see if you're still so stubborn." Zhang Hao turned around, not having a clue what the guy was rambling about. Xiao Yi tilted his head back, got right in his face, and asked, "Do you know why it's volleyball this time?" Xiao Yi stuck out his tongue, made a throat-slitting gesture, and threatened, "I'm the one who suggested it to the show organizers. I'm an expert in this field. Prepare to lose face on your live stream." Zhang Hao thought miserably. Why is this guy such a jerk? "Both teams, take your positions," Rose announced. "The competitors are ready. The match is about to begin, and the blue team will serve." Ajiu tosses the ball into the air, takes a running start, and leaps up. Ajiu jumps into the air, following the ball with her arm outstretched. Zhang Hao exclaims in shock, "Whoa, that's high." Wei Nan panics and shouts, "That's a jump serve. And it's professional level too. Get out of the way if you can't handle it, don't force it." Ajiu swings hard, hitting the ball. Rose comments, "There it is. A jump serve, that level of power is enough to terrify anyone." The ball makes direct, intimate contact with Zhang Hao's face. Rose chimes in, "Whoa, it happened. He just took that one right to the face." It looks like the blue team's strategy is to target the red team's back row guys. Zhang Hao, "Hey, are you hurt? That's a 1 in a million face. But while it's ruthless, targeting an opponent's weakness is definitely effective." Wei Nan's face darkens, and she rushes over anxiously, calling out to him. Zhang Hao, meanwhile, lowers his head and clutches his nose and mouth. Over on the other side, Xiao Yi is being incredibly smug and provocative. Geez. Beach volleyball is a 2-person game. If one person is dragging the team down, the teammate has to shoulder double the burden. Wei Nan, you picked the wrong partner. Good looks don't help everywhere, you know? Our AGU is a retired soldier, pretty strong, right? Wei Nan snaps angrily. "Shut your mouth, all of you." Zhang Hao raises a hand to stop her, telling Wei Nan it's not necessary. He lifts his head, his expression sharp, cold, and furious. Zhang Hao says in a low voice, "I guess I look like an easy target, huh?" "Huh, Wei Nan, trust me. I'm going to show them what ruthless really looks like. The match continues. After Zhang Hao's facial injury, he and Wei Nan hold tight to the score and focus on defense. It's 14-14 the game point. Rose yells, "Game point! The red team is serving." Wei Nan exhales, tosses the ball up, leaps into the air, and spikes it hard toward the opponents. Rose yells excitedly. Wei Nan jumps for the attack and strikes back with the same intensity. Their momentum is overwhelming. Will this decide the match? The ball flies toward Xiao Yi's battered, swollen face. He panics and cries out, "It's aiming for me again. I'm finished." The ball smashes into Xiao Yi and bounces back. Xiao Yi falls backward, shrieking in a panic. Rose shouts. Xiao Yi actually managed to save it. The ball flies back toward the middle of the net. Wei Nan rushes over. Rose calls out, "Wei Nan is going for the kill shot." Ajiu runs over, shouting, "Don't even think about it." Rose continues. Ajiu stretches her long arm out, trying to block it. Wei Nan jumps to spike the ball, but Zhang Hao suddenly says, "Trust me." Then he whispers, "The sand is soft. If you want power, dig your feet into the sand and channel the force into your hands." Wei Nan glances at him and stops her spike. Instead, she angles her wrist and uses her index finger to tip the ball, changing its trajectory. The ball flies toward Zhang Hao, who leaps up to spike it. Rose says excitedly, "What?" Wei Nan didn't finish it, it was a fake. She passed it to Zhang Hao in the back. Rose adds, "Will Xiao Yi be able to save Zhang Hao's shot?" The ball greets the side of Xiao Yi's face with brutal force. Xiao Yi screams in agony. "Dad!" Rose yells. The ball hit Xiao Yi right in the face. They scored. They've taken the point. Rose shouts in excitement. What an amazing bait. The red team is the final winner. And that concludes the first round. Zhang Hao and Wei Nan take the lead with 4 points. The first day of activities is over. Everyone returned to rest. In the room, Zhang Hao feels like he's caught between two battlefields. Wei Nan sits on the right and says, "The next round is very important. I should still be the one to lead the attack. You remember that." Zhang Tianqin on the left says, "Zhang Hao, don't listen to her. Just close your eyes and get some rest." Min Yuehua stands behind him and says, "Zhang Hao, here's some water." Wei Nan says uncomfortably, "Hey, Zhang Tianqin, are you not going to show any restraint, you sisterly figure? We're trying to discuss strategy here." Zhang Tianqin doesn't hold back, retorting, "I believe it's supposed to be rest time now. Wei Nan, do I need to report my restraint to you?" Min Yuehua keeps saying, "Zhang Hao, water." Zhang Hao is helpless, trapped in the middle, thinking wearily. I knew this was going to happen. Xiao Yi is outside the door, secretly filming a video with his phone. He thinks to himself, "Hey, Zhang Hao, you bastard. I've finally found your weak spot. 3 women and 1 man in a messy, ambiguous situation. This is perfect." Xiao Yi's face, already hideous from the swelling, looks like a total monster due to his twisted expression. Xiao Yi thinks, "This time, I'll make sure you humiliate yourself. Heh. Who told you to make an enemy out of me?" Zhang Hao walks out into the hallway and enters the dressing room. The people inside look at him, huddling together to whisper and discuss him excitedly. Zhang Hao pushes his chair back, turns to look at them, and thinks in confusion, "What's going on today? Why are they all whispering about me?" Just then, someone walks up and says, "Your stream today was great. Have you checked the trending searches?" Zhang Hao repeats in confusion. "Trending searches?" He opens his phone. Right at the top of the Baidu trending list is news about him, with the headline, "Scandalous photos of streamer Zhang Hao leaked." There are tons of people talking about it. It's even bigger than the news about the island survival show. Zhang Hao thinks angrily, "What is all this? Someone recorded me secretly, then framed me for being with all these people? What kind of grudge do they have against me?" He opens it and sees photos of him sitting between Min Yuehua, Zhang Tianqin, and Wei Nan. Except for him, the faces of the 3 women are all blurred. Zhang Hao thinks, "This is from last night. The person who filmed this blurred the girls' faces and only left mine?" Zhang Hao thinks seriously. A scandal about improper relationships, and with multiple people at that, this is terrible for my image. The market really values an artist's reputation right now. The person behind this wants to ruin me. If I don't handle this well, I'll be finished in no time. Suddenly, Xiao Yi appears from out of nowhere, sticks his face right up to his, and says, "God, Zhang Hao, these stories must be the work of some paparazzi, right?" Then he turns to the side, pretending to cry for him, acting it all out. Zhang Hao, who could be so cruel? Being a male streamer isn't easy. If I catch the culprit, I won't forgive them. Boys help boys. Seeing the fake act, Zhang Hao thinks to himself, "It wouldn't happen to be your nephew, would it?" Just then, someone walks past and shoves Xiao Yi aside, saying, "Get out of the way." Xiao Yi yelps in pain. "Who was that?" Xiao Yi turns around angrily, shouting, "Who doesn't have eyes?" But when he sees who it is, he goes silent, his face turning pale. It's Wei Nan, holding the list of people going to the island. Wei Nan says, "I've had my people edit the profiles of everyone going to the island over the past week. Finding out who did this won't be difficult at all." Wei Nan wore a black swimsuit, her face ice cold as she warned, "I know someone is intimidated by me. That's why they blurred out my face." With a murderous tone, she added, "Whoever did this, I'll make them disappear without a trace." "I mean what I say," she said, casting a razor-sharp glare at someone. Everyone around looked on, terrified and uneasy, but Xiao Yi was visibly startled, her face turning deathly pale as she broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Hao scratched his neck and said, "I appreciate the concern, Wei Nan, but there's no need for you to get involved in such a small matter." Zhang Hao reached out to touch Wei Nan's cheek, making her gasp in surprise. "Look, this is a public place, after all. Don't go around making such blatant threats." Wei Nan bristled like a cat and snapped, "You're getting a bit cocky, aren't you?" Zhang Hao replied, "The point is, don't worry, I can handle this just fine." Other staff members whispered among themselves. The girl with blue hair asked, "What's going on? Was Wei Nan just acting shy? How is that even possible?" The red-haired girl replied, "Looks like Zhang Hao really has some powerful backing. Anyone who crosses him is definitely in for trouble." Zhang Tianqin and Min Yuehua both rushed over, looking grave and anxious. Zhang Tianqin called out to Zhang Hao, as did Min Yuehua. Zhang Hao turned around, surprised. "Sister Qin, Yuehua, you two are here?" Zhang Tianqin stepped forward, took Zhang Hao's hand, and asked, "Are you okay? Don't get involved in this. I'll handle it personally." Zhang Tianqin continued, "I've already analyzed it. I've narrowed down the list of people who were in the studio last night, and had the chance to pull this off. I'm going to use my own methods to investigate. Whoever hurt you, I'm absolutely not going to let them off the hook." Xiao Yi was trembling in fear nearby, thinking in a panic. "What? This woman is Zhang Hao's sister?" Min Yuehua added angrily. "Zhang Hao, tell me who it is. I'll help you take them down. If that doesn't work, I'll call my grandmother and have her send soldiers to deal with them." Zhang Hao quickly reached out to stop them before things got out of hand. Whoa, wait. It's getting way too dramatic. Seriously, it's not necessary." Zhang Hao smiled. "Thank you all for your support and concern. I truly appreciate it." He thought to himself, "I, Zhang Hao, am a real man who stands on his own 2 feet, not some gigolo hiding behind women." Zhang Hao said coldly, "They're just clowns jumping around. Let's let the bullets fly for a bit." Xiao Yi stood by, terrified and speechless, her face ghastly pale, staring at the ground with dilated pupils. The next day, at the filming site for the Capture the Flag challenge, a majestic waterfall cascaded down into white foam, and a large crowd gathered on the lush green grass beside the river at the base of the falls. Reporters were being held back by security. They shouted at Zhang Hao, "Mr. Zhang Hao, can we get an interview?" A reporter asked, "What are your thoughts on the scandalous photos that hit the Wohot search yesterday? What is your relationship with the girls in the photos? Are you really engaging in group activities?" Wei Nan clicked her tongue in annoyance. Zhang Hao chimed in, "It's fine." He then stepped toward the reporters and said calmly, "It's not as complicated as everyone thinks." Zhang Hao gestured awkwardly. "Those photos were just taken while I was resting in the lounge after my competition yesterday. I'm extremely sorry for taking up public resources and turning this into a social media hot topic. I know everyone is curious. What is my relationship with the 3 women in the photos?" Zhang Hao pointed toward Zhang Tianqin, who was holding a bamboo umbrella, and Min Yuehua, who was taking photos nearby, and explained, "In reality, 2 of the women are my sister and a classmate from my school." The camera zoomed in on Zhang Tianqin, who smiled kindly and waved. Zhang Hao continued, "My sister is here following me, to help with my daily needs." The camera then panned to Min Yuehua. Zhang Hao added, "And this classmate here is just traveling. She happened to run into our production crew, so she's helping me out as a little assistant, recording and taking videos." Finally, Zhang Hao gestured toward Wei Nan and said, "And the last person is another competitor in the tournament, the national celebrity CEO, Wei Nan. I don't think I need to introduce her." Zhang Hao scratched his head. "Last night we were debating the Capture the Flag challenge. The conversation got quite intense, and we had some physical contact. It just so happens that some malicious people recorded it and used it to smear me and these outstanding women." Zhang Hao argued logically, "If everyone thinks about it, you'll understand. One is family, one is a classmate, and one is a national CEO you all admire. With relationships like these, how could I be having an illicit affair with a nobody like me? Zhang Hao held up his phone and said pitifully. Plus, look, everyone blurred out the women's faces and only left mine. The intent is obvious. Zhang Hao stood tall, with a clear conscience. Even though I don't know who took the secret photos and leaked them, I wonder if they have the guts to stand here and confront me. Xiao Yi hid in the distance, nervously clutching herself. Zhang Hao said coolly, I believe that anything untrue is just a fabricated rumor. The most powerful weapon is sincerity. Thank you all for your attention and support. Please continue watching the second day of the show, Wild Island Survival. Wei Nan stood to the side, arms crossed, watching everything with a satisfied smile, and said with pride, he's the man I chose. After all, he even managed to boost the show's buzz while he was at it. Zhang Tianqin heard this and said disapprovingly, Wei Nan, watch what you say. Zhang Hao just got away from the media. Wei Nan replied nonchalantly. He didn't even blush or miss a beat while spewing that nonsense. Wei Nan opened her eyes, fixing Zhang Tianqin with a sharp, provocative stare, then asked, what's the matter? As his sister, don't you feel that Zhang Hao is completely different from before? Zhang Tianqin frowned, looking coldly at Wei Nan. Xiao Yi was in the restroom, breathing a sigh of relief. She thought nervously, they haven't investigated me yet. As long as I keep denying it, it'll be fine. Zhang Tianqin suddenly appeared at the door and asked point blank, the photos haven't been traced back to you yet, have they? Xiao Yi, caught off guard, instinctively blurted out, right, I deleted them a long time ago. Her voice cut off like a strangled duck, her eyes widening in horror. Xiao Yi quickly spun around and gasped, wait, you're Zhang Hao's sister. Zhang Tianqin replied coldly, that's right. So, you just admitted you were the one who did it, right? Xiao Yi feigned ignorance. What? What are you talking about? Did what? What are you talking about? I don't get it. Zhang Tianqin held up her phone and said, don't bother playing dumb. Thanks to your assistant, during the competition earlier, I managed to take a look at your phone, even though you deleted some stuff, Zhang Tianqin said calmly. I happen to know a thing or two about data recovery. By the way, I also dug up some juicy scandals of yours from a few years back, the kind that would ruin you. Xiao Yu replied in a panic. Enough. That's enough. Stop. What exactly do you want? Money? An apology? Do you want me to drop out of the competition? Will that satisfy you? He thought resentfully. Damn it, that useless assistant wasn't paying attention. I'm firing him the moment I get back. Zhang Tianqin smiled and let out a soft, Her expression turned cold and dark. You've got it wrong. I don't want anything from you. I want you to disappear for good. Xiao Yu asked in a daze. What? What did you say? Zhang Tianqin stepped forward and grabbed his collar. He panicked and yelled, What are you doing? This is a society ruled by law. Are you really going to break the law just because of that guy, Zhang Hao? Zhang Tianqin replied. That's right. For Zhang Hao, there isn't anything I wouldn't do. Her eyes narrowed, filled with cold, ruthless intent. She added, Though, to deal with a loser like you, I probably don't even need to go that far. After all, I'm planning to spend the rest of my life with Zhang Hao. Xiao Yu was stunned and gasped. Huh? Zhang Tianqin continued. But even if I don't lift a finger, once those scandalous stories about how you climbed the ladder come out, I'm sure someone will want you gone, right? So, do you know what you need to do next? Xiao Yu was lifted off the ground, trembling as he replied, I understand. I get it. Cough, cough, cough. I can't breathe. Xiao Yu was dropped. He collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough, hack, cough. Zhang Tianqin smiled, turned around, and said, I'll leave it to you, then. Xiao Yu wept in regret. Why on earth did I ever decide to mess with a monster like Zhang Hao? Zhang Tianqin walked out of the restroom and ran into Min Yuehua on the way. Zhang Tianqin said, Hey Yuehua, you're late. There's nothing left to see here. But if you still want to protect Zhang Hao, feel free to come talk to me. A while later, at the flag capture arena, Rose announced loudly, the flag capture match between Team Zhang Hao and Wei Nan versus Team Xiao Yu and a Jiu is officially starting. As soon as she finished, Xiao Yu lunged forward with all his might. Rose shouted excitedly, Xiao Yu is already attacking right at the start. Zhang Hao braced himself, thinking, here he comes. But instead, Xiao Yu suddenly dropped to his knees, sliding toward Zhang Hao due to his momentum, catching him off guard. Then, Xiao Yu hugged Zhang Hao's legs, crying and begging, Master Zhang Hao, it was all my fault for targeting you back then. I shouldn't have been so arrogant as to challenge you. It was just my own twisted inner darkness. I'm the one who's trash, please, I beg you. I forfeit this match. I'm not worthy to compete against you. Zhang Hao was completely baffled. What the hell is going on? He asked out loud. Kid, what kind of game are you playing? Xiao Yu sobbed. Zhang Hao, could you please let me off the hook? I'm forfeiting this match right now. Just, please don't hold a grudge over what happened before, Rose said on the live stream. Teacher Xiao Yu, the match has already started, and we're live. What are you doing? Xiao Yu shouted. I quit! I quit! I'm not filming this anymore. He started confessing right there. I was the one who was secretly filming. I was the one who posted the smear campaign on social media. The crowd was shocked and started recording with their phones. Xiao Yu continued. I was the one who hired the trolls and paid for the trending topics. It was me. Wei Nan frowned, silent and deep in thought. Xiao Yu cried. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I just want to go home. Wah. Finally, the match ended because Team Xiao Yu forfeited. Team Zhang Hao and Wei Nan advanced. Back at the resort villa where Zhang Hao was staying, Zhang Hao opened his room door, feeling incredibly suspicious. He thought, what got into Xiao Yu? Why would he suddenly confess everything? As he opened the door, he realized someone was inside. Zhang Hao asked curiously, Zhang Tianqin? She had her soft hair tied in a neat ponytail, and her slender body was hugged by a pure white short dress. She looked absolutely beautiful and stunning. Zhang Hao blushed, his eyes wide as he stammered, Qin, Sister Qin. Zhang Tianqin rushed over and hugged Zhang Hao, calling him affectionately, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao asked blankly, wait, Sister Qin, why are you in my room? Zhang Tianqin explained, well, I'm family, so it's easy for me to get in. Your filming schedule finally wrapped up early today, so I came to find you. Zhang Hao couldn't help but peek at her impressive curves, thinking, whoa, did she just take a shower? On the surface, he acted all righteous and coughed. Is that so? Did you need something? Zhang Tianqin fell silent, looking a bit downcast. She remembered what Wei Nan had said earlier. As Zhang Hao's sister, can't you tell that Zhang Hao is completely different from before? Zhang Tianqin had frowned back then and asked, what do you mean by that? Wei Nan had scoffed, then gave a smug, provocative smile. Looks like you're not such a great sister after all. Min Yuhua had chimed in. No matter what Zhang Hao becomes, I will always like him, Wei Nan retorted. I wasn't asking you. Min Yuhua just replied. Oh, Zhang Tianqin had clenched her teeth, her lips pressed tight, as the atmosphere around her turned gloomy. She thought, me too. No matter what Zhang Hao becomes, I love him. No one can compare to me. I love Zhang Hao even more. Zhang Tianqin then said, I want to have a serious talk with our parents about our relationship. What do you think? Zhang Hao worriedly thought, is she feeling insecure again? Zhang Hao looked at Zhang Tianqin, his gaze softening. He stepped forward to hug her and said, Sister Qin, I agree with you. Time passed, and soon it was time for the Desert Island Survival Challenge. A helicopter flew toward the designated island. Rose said, the final round, a 5-day survival challenge on a deserted island. Contestants will be paired up, carrying only basic survival gear to survive on the island. Look at that pristine, dense, and vibrant rainforest. Rose continued. On this untouched island, food, water, and shelter are all major problems. There are poisonous insects, wild beasts, and swamps. The dangers are everywhere. Our contestants are betting their lives to complete this hellish survival challenge for you all. Let's look forward to it. At the entrance, Zhang Hao and Wei Nan were wearing camouflage tactical gear, both warming up. Zhang Hao stole a glance at Wei Nan, thinking to himself, no matter how many times I see it, Wei Nan's body is truly captivating. Wei Nan turned back, smiling slightly, and asked, what are you daydreaming about? Are you scared? Don't worry. I'm here. Zhang Hao turned away, embarrassed, and stammered, no, it's nothing. Let's get going. The two walked through the forest. Wei Nan cautioned, stay alert and keep close to me. Zhang Hao followed right behind and replied, got it. Suddenly, Wei Nan called out, oh, right. She reached out her hand, which held a few mint leaves. Wei Nan explained, there's no perfume or vitamin B here, so use this mint instead. The bugs here are vicious, Zhang Hao remarked. Wei Nan, you're worthy of your reputation as a former Special Forces soldier, knowing so many survival skills. Wei Nan said, relax. With me here, this challenge won't be difficult at all. Zhang Hao cheered. A like for the master, Wei Nan said, there's a river up ahead. Let's go to the bank to rest for a while and find something to eat. Zhang Hao obediently agreed. A while later, the two stood by the river. Wei Nan assigned tasks. How about this? I'll head to the riverbank to see if I can catch some fish. There should be some edible berries in the woods, so if you're up for it, Zhang Hao, you go pick some fruit, Zhang Hao said. Yes, ma'am, Wei Nan warned. If there's any danger, remember to use the signal flare and radio to call for help. Don't push yourself too hard, Zhang Hao said. Yeah, I know, Wei Nan added. All right, get going. I'll have the fish ready by the time you're back. Zhang Hao agreed. As he left, he thought to himself, why Nan? After this is all over, maybe we should just end things. A while later, Zhang Hao returned, arms full of fruit. Hearing the movement, Wei Nan turned around. Zhang Hao called out, Wei Nan, I found these, but I'm not sure which ones are edible. So I just picked a bunch of everything. One hand clutched the pile of fruit, while the other leaned against a tree branch. He didn't notice the snake tail on it. Wei Nan wiped water from her chin and said, That works. Wei Nan said, My harvest is. She stopped abruptly, startled. Wei Nan shouted in a panic, Don't move! Zhang Hao, confused, asked, What are you talking about? The hand he was leaning on the tree brushed against the grayish snake tail. The snake whipped around aggressively and opened its mouth to strike him. Zhang Hao froze in fear. The snake opened its fang-filled mouth and lunged, trying to take a bite. Wei Nan lunged forward and pushed Zhang Hao away, causing the snake to bite her own flesh near her armpit. Wei Nan instantly squeezed the snake's head tightly and threw it far away. Zhang Hao asked, terrified, Wei Nan, are you okay? Wei Nan clicked her tongue. Her knee was bleeding from a scrape. She pressed her hand firmly over the bite and said, I've been bitten. Zhang Hao's face went pale upon hearing this. He thought he needed to treat the wound immediately. For emergency first aid for a snake bite, Zhang Hao grabbed Wei Nan and said, If you've been bitten by a snake, don't move around. Just try to hold on. Wei Nan exclaimed, Huh? Just then, at the production booth, someone entered the monitoring tent and reported, Director. The medical team judged from the video that it probably wasn't a venomous snake, but they still recommended a rescue mission. The director said, Of course, we have to rescue them. He smiled with interest, but told them not to act too quickly. Understand? At this moment, Zhang Hao leaned in close to the wound. Wei Nan panicked. Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Zhang Hao said seriously, Don't move. I'm helping you suck out the venom to keep it from spreading. Don't worry, I definitely don't have bad intentions. Wei Nan said, embarrassed, Suck. Then, she bit her lip hard and let out a sound. Her whole body trembled, and she said, Wait. Wei Nan covered her mouth with her hand, speechless, thinking, That's not how you treat a snake bite. In the control room, Wei Nan's helpless voice echoed, Wait. The director turned red and ordered, Cut this part quickly, don't let it air. The assistant said, It's been too long, sir. We've already played over it with ads. Outside the tent, Zhang Tianqin stood silently listening to the sounds inside. Her face was grim, her emotions unreadable. A spit of blood hit the grass. Zhang Hao wiped his mouth and said, Wait a second, let me find something to bandage you up. Wei Nan called out, Hold on. She leaned against the tree trunk behind her and asked, Who taught you how to do first aid for a snake bite like that? Wei Nan said, You didn't even know if it was venomous. Do you realize how dangerous that is if it had been? You've been watching too many movies, Zhang Hao said, embarrassed. What? Wei Nan explained, That snake wasn't venomous. You don't need to panic, just wash the wound with clean water. Wei Nan ordered, Let's head to the riverbank and rest. Zhang Hao replied, Oh. An orange-haired medic said, Once we find them, just check the wound carefully, don't interfere with the game. A black-haired medic replied, Understood. At that moment, someone stepped forward and said, I'm going too. The orange-haired one turned around, surprised, and the black-haired one gasped. The black-haired one called out, Zhang Tianqin. She replied calmly, It's me. Zhang Tianqin asked, You know me? The black-haired girl said excitedly, I do. I'm a huge fan. You developed medical research on your own while you were still a student. You're a genius in the medical field. Zhang Tianqin replied modestly, You're too kind. That was thanks to my professor and the university guiding me. Zhang Tianqin said, If you're going up the mountain for the rescue, take me with you. Whether as a doctor or as Zhang Hao's sister, I think I should go check on them. The black-haired girl agreed immediately. Of course. I'd be honored, Zhang Tianqin said awkwardly. Come on. You're flattering me too much. Please, I'll need your help, the medic said. All right, let's head out. Night fell. The moon hung high, and at a cliffside cave, firelight flickered from within. Zhang Hao sat to one side and said, Hey, you've been staring at me all day. You're starting to scare me. Wei Nan kept glaring at him. Zhang Hao asked, Aren't we filming a show? Can we turn the cameras off? Wei Nan said, I'm the boss. I say what goes. Zhang Hao didn't pay much attention and replied indifferently, yeah, yeah, yeah. Suddenly, Wei Nan leaned in close and said, besides, what's happening now isn't suitable for broadcast. Wei Nan lunged, pinning Zhang Hao to the ground. Zhang Hao asked, confused, damn it, why are you suddenly getting so close to me? Wei Nan said, I want to. Zhang Hao thought, what the hell is she talking about? Does that snake have venom? Let me go. Wei Nan pinned him down and kissed him forcibly. Zhang Hao thought to himself, damn it, Wei Nan is so strong, I can't even resist. A moment later, they pulled apart, both breathing heavily. Wei Nan said, you know, I could have used a piece of this to bandage the wound. Wei Nan pulled her shirt down slightly and said, but I saved it for you. Outside, footsteps crunched on the damp grass. A medic said, puzzled, that's strange. They should be right around here somewhere. Two medics walked in front, with Zhang Tianqin following behind. They said the camera signal cut off here, and we can't get in touch. Please tell me nothing bad happened, Liu Yiqin worriedly thought to herself. Liu Hao, an employee, said, oh no, I've lost our boss. Suddenly, the bushes next to Liu Yiqin rustled. She turned her head and asked, who's there? A shadow stood hiding, then said, sis, it's me. Liu Yiqin said in disbelief, Min Yuehua. Min Yuehua walked out, dressed in dark clothing, and said, I know where they are. There are tracks ahead. The girl with black hair turned back and said, Yiqin, I don't think it's this way. Let's take the other path. The girl with black hair cried out in surprise. Huh? Where'd they go? Liu Yiqin followed Min Yuehua. She asked, why are you here? Min Yuehua replied, because I've been following them. Liu Yiqin was astonished, thinking, alone? This kid is really bold. Liu Yiqin said, I know you like Liu Hao, but he won't date you. It's best you don't waste your effort. Min Yuehua calmly replied, I know that. Min Yuehua added, as long as I can be by Liu Hao's side, even if he's with someone else, I'll accept it. Min Yuehua said, but if Liu Hao is hurt by that person, Min Yuehua said with murderous intent, I'll blow her brains out. Liu Yiqin followed behind. Hearing this, her face devoid of emotion, it was unclear what she was thinking. Elsewhere, Liu Hao's hands were tied. He struggled and shouted, hey, stop. Are you crazy? Stop and listen to me for a second. Liu Hao pleaded, don't go down this path of sin. His shirt had already been pulled up to his chest. Wei Nan said, this is all your fault. You're the one who started it. Liu Hao was bewildered. Huh? Wei Nan's face was flushed red, covered in sweat, hovering over Liu Hao. I'm not going to let this slide easily this time. Liu Hao flusteredly called out, Wei Nan. Wei Nan was leaning down to kiss Liu Hao's chest. Wei Nan panted, her tongue slightly poking out. Wei Nan said, your mouth says no, but your body is very honest. Yeah, why does this guy refuse to be honest about these things? Liu Hao panicked. This is it. Is my golden reputation going to be ruined here? Suddenly a voice shouted, Liu Hao. Wei Nan was startled. Liu Hao hurriedly said, Wei Nan, why are my sister and Yuehua here? Get up already. Wei Nan clicked her tongue in annoyance. She glanced aside, her expression cold and angry, saying, these two are like ghosts that won't go away, ruining my fun again. Liu Yiqin and Min Yuehua entered the cave. Liu Yiqin called for Liu Hao, both of them staring inside. They saw Liu Hao and Wei Nan had already fixed their clothes. Liu Hao said, Sis Qin, Yuehua, why did you two follow me here? Liu Hao said, it's so remote and there's no one to take care of things. It's dangerous. There was a reddish mark on his neck. Liu Yiqin saw it and thought, that's a hickey. She gritted her teeth at Wei Nan. Wei Nan coldly said, humph, it seems you shouldn't be here. This is the competition area. Liu Yiqin furiously lunged at Wei Nan, shouting, you bastard, how dare you bully Liu Hao? Wei Nan raised her hand to block Liu Yiqin's punch. She said, oh, wanna spar? Wei Nan said, I'll oblige you. Simultaneously, she threw a heavy punch into Liu Yiqin's stomach. Liu Yiqin was in such pain she gasped, unable to speak. Liu Hao panicked and shouted, Sis Qin, internally thinking, it's over. They're fighting again. Wei Nan looked down at Liu Yiqin and said, I'm bullying Liu Hao. So what? What right do you have to lecture me? Wei Nan raised her eyes to look at Min Yuehua, who was also lunging forward. Min Yuehua swung a punch from above. Wei Nan was forced back by the force, but she remained calm, staring coldly ahead. Min Yuehua slid to the side, intending to strike Wei Nan's flank. She said, anyone who bullies Liu Hao is my enemy. Then, she kicked hard toward Wei Nan. Wei Nan kept her hands up to block the blow. She stepped back to reduce the impact of the attack. Min Yuehua said, whoever bullies him, I'll beat them down. Wei Nan lowered her center of gravity, placing her hand on the ground to create friction to keep from being pushed back too far, leaning forward to keep her balance. Suddenly, Wei Nan chuckled. Ha ha. Wei Nan stood up, her face ice cold, her tone filled with killing intent, saying, "Fine, come at me together. Both of you." Lu Yiqin stood up and said, "I really didn't expect the CEO of Hongfeng Corporation to be this shameless." Lu Yiqin scolded, "You're so grown up, don't you have any sense of propriety?" Wei Nan gritted her teeth and said, "Shut up." Lu Yiqin cursed her for clinging to a high schooler, robbing the cradle. "Don't you feel disgusted?" Wei Nan angrily lunged forward, shouting, "I told you to shut up." Wei Nan slapped Lu Yiqin across the face. Zhang Hao was startled, sensing hostility. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Wei Nan, my sister was impulsive just now, but it's clear she's no match for you. Please, calm down. I apologize to you on her behalf." Wei Nan, still fuming, snapped, "You're crazy." She told him that every step she took was a calculated move against him, just to satisfy her twisted desires, yet he was still defending her. Zhang Hao pleaded with Wei Nan, "Just listen to me." Zhang Tianqin coughed and spoke up. Cough, cough, cough. "Zhang Hao, you don't need to apologize to her," Zhang Tianqin added. "We didn't do anything wrong. She was clearly the one who pressured you first." Zhang Hao said worriedly, "Sister Tianqin, you're bleeding," he thought to himself. It seemed like Wei Nan's slap had been incredibly forceful. Wei Nan reached out to stop him. "Don't you dare go over there." Zhang Tianqin wiped the blood from her mouth and said, "She's clearly just an outsider. Why should we apologize to her? Even if it costs me my life, I won't let her lay a finger on you again." Wei Nan gave a cold laugh and said, "Ha! What a big mouth." Zhang Tianqin, "Are you tired of living?" Zhang Hao placed his hand on her shoulder and called out to Wei Nan. Zhang Hao said seriously, "Don't be like this. I'm already in a relationship with Sister Tianqin." Wei Nan and even Mang Yuehua were shocked, while Zhang Tianqin just smiled. Zhang Hao continued, "I want to quit your research. I originally planned that once this filming was finished, we wouldn't see each other anymore. All the money I earned from this, I'll give to you, as compensation for what I owed you before." Zhang Hao said, "I turned you down before because our personalities didn't match, and now, it's even more impossible. The person I love is Sister Tianqin, who has been by my side." A medical staff member and a woman with blue hair were still continuing their search. The blue-haired woman said she was sure they were this way. The medical staff member asked worriedly, "Did you find them?" The other replied, "Yes." The medical staff member sighed. "Why would Tianqin act on her own like this?" The blue-haired woman replied, "How would I know? I'm not even close with her. Besides, she wasn't acting alone." The blue-haired woman pointed at some tracks. "Look at these marks. It looks like there were several people here." The medical staff member called out, confused, "Huh?" Both of them suddenly spotted a cave along the cliffside. The blue-haired girl said, "They must be just ahead. There's a fire in that cave." "In there," Zhang Hao said. "So, Zhang Hao, regarding what I told you to keep to yourself, don't get involved anymore." "We really shouldn't," Wei Nan snapped. "Shut up." Wei Nan clapped her hands together and said, "I don't care what kind of crazy spell this madwoman has cast on you. I'll deal with her first, then we can talk." Furious, Zhang Hao grabbed Wei Nan's arm and said, "Can you be rational for a second? That F9 melon isn't sweet, do you get it?" At this moment, Min Yuehua piped up and told Zhang Hao, "Let them fight it out, and then I'll face the winner." "Helpless," Zhang Hao said. "Stop trying to stir up trouble." Zhang Tianqin stood up and said, "Wei Nan, I admit you're strong, but if it concerns Zhang Hao, I won't back down." Suddenly, a panicked scream echoed from outside the cave. "Oh." The whole group inside froze, the heavy atmosphere instantly vanishing. Zhang Tianqin tilted her head to look outside and saw the blue-haired girl sprawled on the ground, while the medical staff member was hiding behind a protruding rock. The medical staff member said, "You idiot." Sheepishly, she stepped out and offered a forced smile. "Aha, did we come at a bad time?" With the moon hanging high in the sky, the group emerged from the cave. The medical staff member said, "Wei Nan and everyone else, thank goodness you're all okay. I'll go report that you're safe to the director." Suddenly, Wei Nan grabbed the staff member's shoulder and said, "Wait." With a dark expression, Wei Nan asked, "Once you go back, what should be said and what shouldn't? You understand, right?" The medical staff member replied in fear, I understand." She added, "Please, boss, you can trust me. I'm very discreet." Suddenly, the staff member's eyes widened, her pupils contracted, and she cried out in pain, "Urgh!" A bow and arrow had pierced through the backpack on the staff member's back, pinning straight into her chest, the arrow tip protruding with blood dripping from it. Startled, Wei Nan thought, "An arrow?" She wondered who it could be. At that moment, a hand wielding a dagger slashed at her from the side. Wei Nan shifted her gaze and quickly leaned back to dodge the blue-haired girl's attack. Even so, the dagger grazed Wei Nan's chest, leaving a thin, shallow cut. Wei Nan gasped in surprise. The blue-haired girl smiled triumphantly. Zhang Hao lunged forward, raised his leg, and kicked, shouting, "Wei Nan, get back!" Zhang Hao kicked the blue-haired girl away, but she managed to block with her arms. A cold shiver ran through Wei Nan as a cold, metallic glint flashed from deep within the forest. Wei Nan immediately grabbed Zhang Hao and jumped aside to dodge. Another arrow followed, embedding itself firmly into the ground, its tail vibrating incessantly. Zhang Hao gasped in fear. "That was close. We almost kicked the bucket." Zhang Tianqin rushed over and asked, "Zhang Hao, are you okay?" Several silhouettes emerged from the forest. The person in the center said, "As expected of the Wei girl, your skills haven't faded a bit over the years." It was Luca, a woman with dark skin, wearing a skin-tight suit and an eye patch over her left eye. Wei Nan clutched her wound and said, "I didn't expect you to still be alive." Zhang Hao asked suspiciously, "Wei Nan, who exactly are these people? Are they your enemies?" Wei Nan replied, "That's right. They're a terrorist criminal organization founded by a bunch of extreme lunatics." Wei Nan pointed at the black snake tattoo coiled on the person's leg and said, "See that snake tattoo? That's the symbol and the name of their organization. Ouroboros. I've had some run-ins with them in the past." The woman smiled, raised her index finger, and shook it. "Some run-ins? Oh no, no, no. That wasn't just a run-in." Veins popped on the woman's face as she snarled. "That was a deep-seated, blood feud. You and I won't stop until one of us is dead. You won't get away this time." She added that they had been lying in wait for years. "Today is a golden opportunity. It's rare to catch you filming alone without your bodyguards, and you even went and smashed your own cameras, cutting off all contact with the outside world." Spreading her arms, she said, "With a chance to wash away our humiliation, how could we possibly pass it up?" Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin said, "Wait." She raised both hands and said, "I surrender. I surrender. The person you want is Wei Nan. We have nothing to do with this." Zhang Tianqin tried to negotiate. "Let us go. And we'll pretend this never happened. Once we get back, we'll give you a large sum of money." Zhang Tianqin thought to herself, "No matter what, I have to get Zhang Hao out of danger first." The woman replied, "You're a very smart woman, sister, very sensible, knowing how to distance yourself. It's true, you have nothing to do with her." "Then," she said fiercely, "however, we are professionals. How could we leave any witnesses behind?" "Don't worry, I'll make sure you go out nice and easy," Wei Nan said. "They aren't the type you can negotiate with," Wei Nan added. "When the fight starts, I'll provide cover." Zhang Tianqin, Min Yuehua. "Take advantage of the chaos and get Zhang Hao out of here." Zhang Hao thought, running won't be that easy. Looking at the group, he calculated that they were prepared. On the surface, there were 4 of them, but he didn't know if there were more ambushing them. He had to come up with a plan. Luca signaled to kill, and the 2 women beside her charged. Wei Nan and Min Yuehua stood in front to block them. Zhang Tianqin retreated and called out, "Zhang Hao, hurry." Just then, the blue-haired girl slashed toward Zhang Tianqin, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Hao lunged forward and said, "Tianqin, get back." He threw a punch, blocking the blue-haired girl's attack. She said angrily, "You little brat." Seeing this, Zhang Tianqin was shocked, thinking, Zhang Hao has such good combat skills? How is that even possible? Zhang Hao shouted, "Wei Nan, Yuehua, don't get hung up on the fight. Follow me." Both of them looked at him. Luca looked at Zhang Hao and whispered, "That young man." She reached out and picked up her crossbow. Meanwhile, in the production tent, lively sounds echoed. Clinking her beer mug, Lily said, "Congratulations, director. This show is a huge success. We're definitely going to top the ratings." The director said modestly, "Ha ha ha. That's all thanks to everyone's hard work." Lily told the director, "If there are no surprises, you'll definitely be promoted. I hope you'll look out for me then." The director said cheerfully, "No problem, no problem. Cheers." On the other side, with Zhang Hao's group, Wei Nan was panting for breath as they were backed into a corner. Wei Nan asked, "Are you sure about running in there?" Zhang Hao said, "Yes, I felt a draft in the cave earlier, which means it's likely a through cave. Where there's an entrance, there's an exit." Zhang Hao added, I can't be 100% sure, but it's better to gamble on it than to just lie here and wait for death. Luca, behind them, said they were reaching the end of their rope. Wei Nan said, you guys go first. She got into a defensive stance and said, this cave is very narrow. They can only come at us one by one. I can handle this. Zhang Hao Tru said, but, Wei Nan insisted, don't stall. This is on me, so I'll handle it. You guys need to get out of here and find backup. Fast. Just then, a blue-haired girl with a ponytail lunged forward, shouting, I can handle this on my own. Don't you dare look down on me. Wei Nan yelled, just go. Zhang Hao fell silent for a moment before turning back with a determined look, saying, let's move. Pick up the pace. Min Yuehua replied, okay. Zhang Tianqin hesitated, looking like she wanted to say something. Zhang Hao pushed ahead, saying, there might still be supplies further up that we haven't grabbed yet. After a while, they found the campfire they had lit earlier. Zhang Hao said, found it. He spotted a small crevice and thought to himself, just as I thought. There's a way through here. Zhang Hao said, Zhang Tianqin, Nuate Min Yuehua, you two take the supplies and go ahead. There's a communication device inside. Use it to call for help. I'm heading back to back up Wei Nan. Zhang Tianqin quickly urged him, wait. Zhang Hao, that's way too dangerous. We should all just get out of here together. Zhang Hao said, Zhang Tianqin. He explained that even though they didn't usually get along with Wei Nan, they couldn't just leave her behind now. He had to help. You guys need to go. Now. With that, he turned and walked away. Zhang Tianqin called out softly, Zhang Hao? She watched his back as he moved further away, feeling a strange, gloomy sense of distance, wondering why he felt so different all of a sudden. Meanwhile, the blue-haired assassin was being choked, gasping for air, her face twisted in a gruesome, vein-popping struggle. Wei Nan held her by the throat, hoisting her up, and said with pure killing intent, if you want to die, keep following me. Luca cursed in frustration. Damn it, the attack was too rushed. We didn't bring guns. Looking at Wei Nan, who stood like a god of war at the cave entrance, Luca thought, the entrance is too narrow for a group attack. In a one-on-one fight, no one can beat Miss Nugi, Wei Nan said. Luca, Ki were right before. Wei Nan continued. Neither of us is stopping until one of us is dead. She retreated slowly, adding, one day, I will slaughter you and your entire organization. Just you wait. Luca looked startled, her face pale with fear and panic. Gritting her teeth, she raised her crossbow and fired, shouting, damn you. The bolts whistled straight into the dark cave. Luca thought to herself that she absolutely could not let them escape. She ordered, you, guard the entrance. I'm going to lead the others around to the back. The other one replied, yes, leader. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was sprinting back toward Wei Nan, thinking, I never expected to run into people hunting her down in a place like this. I hope she's okay. Suddenly, he spotted someone ahead. It was Wei Nan, leaning heavily against the wall in exhaustion, clutching her stomach with one hand, a stray arrow embedded in her shoulder. Zhang Hao gasped, rushing over in a panic. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Did you get hit by an arrow? Wei Nan asked. Why? Why did you come back? Zhang Hao replied. It's a good thing I did. I actually found another way out, and I'm going to lead you through it. Wei Nan said, you don't have to. Just go. If they actually catch up. Zhang Hao cut her off. Don't move. He scooped her up in his arms. Zhang Hao said, I am going to get you out of here. Trust me. Wei Nan blushed and asked, why did you come back? Didn't you want to cut ties with me? Wouldn't it have been easier to just let me disappear this time? Zhang Hao snapped back. Easier? Don't talk anymore. You're still bleeding. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it after we survive this. Wei Nan gazed at him in silence, feeling a sudden, unexpected sense of peace being carried by him like this. Outside, the night was pitch black with the moon hanging high. At the other end of the cave, Zhang Tianqin and Min Yuehua were waiting. Zhang Tianqin fretted. This is so nerve-wracking. Why isn't Zhang Hao back yet? This is no good. I have to go back and find Hao, she said. She was just about to head back into the cave when she saw a figure emerge and stopped. It was Zhang Hao. He said, Zhang Tianqin. There's no need. He added, I'm back. Min Yuehua said, Zhang Hao, you're amazing. You really found an exit, though the path was a bit tight. Zhang Tianqin stared blankly as he carried Wei Nan. Zhang Hao set her down and said, Zhang Tianqin, Wei Nan is hurt. You need to treat her right away. Zhang Tianqin replied, I understand. She leaned down to check the wound, saying, it's not a fatal wound, but she's lost a lot of blood. Without proper medical equipment, I can only bandage it temporarily. I need to stabilize the arrow so it doesn't cause further damage. Zhang Tianqin took off her coat, tore a piece of fabric from her inner shirt, and started bandaging Wei Nan's wound. Wei Nan asked, "Are you sure you want to help me?" Zhang Tianqin countered, "What? Are you afraid I'll try to hurt you?" Zhang Hao risked his life to bring you back. I'm not going to let his efforts go to waste. However, Zhang Tianqin added, "We aren't out of danger yet. Who knows when those assassins will catch up? Once I finish treating you, I'm taking Zhang Hao and leaving." "Wait, Zhang Tianqin," Wei Nan interjected. "Zhang Hao, she's right. Their target is me. Plus, with me injured, I'll just be a burden to everyone. If we don't handle this right, no one is going to make it out." Wei Nan promised that she had research on the Blood Moon. Once she escaped and found Secretary Kim, she would explain everything. Zhang Tianqin asked in surprise. What are you talking about?" Zhang Hao said. "Now is not the time for this. I'm taking you away from here, and we'll figure out the rest later." Zhang Tianqin snapped. "Zhang Hao, are you really planning to throw your life away for her? At the end of the day, this is their fight. We're just normal people caught in the crossfire," she pleaded. "Stop being stubborn. Won't you just come back to our normal life with me?" Zhang Hao looked down, silent. He whispered, "Maybe we can't go back to the way things were." He thought to himself, "After all, I'm not the original Zhang Hao anymore." He said, "Wei Nan saved me once. As a man, even if it means risking my life, I can't just watch her die." Zhang Tianqin was stunned. Min Yuehua's eyes sparkled, and she said, "Zhang Hao is so cool." Zhang Hao said, "That's what Brother Long always taught me." He remembered his brother Long from his old world, the kind of man who would walk through fire for his friends. "What?" Zhang Hao looked down and said, "Zhang Tianqin, you and Nuyet Min Yuehua go first. Call for help. I'll take care of Wei Nan." Zhang Tianqin protested. "How can you say that?" "What are you talking about?" she demanded. "How could I ever abandon you and run away alone? What has gotten into you? This isn't like you at all. What kind of man?" Zhang Hao said, "I'm sorry, Zhang Tianqin. I'm not the same Zhang Hao as before." With that, he picked up Wei Nan and left. Looking back, he said, "If there's still a chance later on, I'll explain everything to you, sis." Zhang Hao said, "I'm not the same Zhang Hao I used to be. If we ever get another chance, I'll explain it all to you." Zhang Hao said, "But there are assassins on our tail. The most urgent thing right now is to get out of here and find reinforcements. Listen to me, just you and Yueha go together." Min Yuehua protested. "Zhang Hao, I'm not leaving. I'm staying here to protect you." Min Yuehua added coolly, "I want to be a real man too." Then she awkwardly corrected herself. "Wait, no, a tough woman? Zhang Hao. What does manly even mean?" "Oh, right, that's just a term from your other world. Just ignore it." Zhang Hao said, "Yuehua, I appreciate the sentiment, but for everyone to survive, you and Zhang Tianqin need to run first. The assassins are right behind us. Please, just realize how dangerous this is." Min Yuehua was reluctant, but Zhang Hao insisted. "Don't be stubborn anymore. Just go." Min Yuehua said, "Even if I go back alone, what kind of world is it without Zhang Hao? I don't want to leave you, and I definitely don't want to lose you." Zhang Tianqin chimed in from the side, "Me neither." Zhang Tianqin said she wanted to stay by his side. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, "Oh? You guys still have time for this tragic romantic drama?" The group was startled. It was Luca. She had brought people with her. She said, "I'm bored of this cat-and-mouse game." Seeing this, Zhang Hao thought in despair, "It's over. There are so many of them. We're really finished." A noisy sound echoed. The director woke up groggily, murmuring, What's all that noise?" He yawned and pulled open his tent. Covering his mouth, he said, "Why is it so loud all of a sudden?" When he looked up, his eyes widened, his expression one of pure terror. He saw a long line of helicopters flying toward the forest. The director muttered blankly, What on earth is going on?" Zhang Hao lay flat on the ground, crying out in pain. Ugh. All four of them were under control. Behind Zhang Tianqin, Wei Nan, and Min Yuehua, there was an assassin, while Zhang Hao was dragged in front of Luca. The moon in the sky turned a blood-red color. Luca looked down from above and said, "Haha, it seems you all really like this guy, huh?" She pulled a sharp knife from her waist and said, "He doesn't look half bad, and he knows martial arts too. If I weren't in such a rush, I'd like to have a taste." "What a pity." Luca swung the knife down toward the back of Zhang Hao's neck, but she stopped abruptly, just before it struck. She smiled as she looked toward Wei Nan. Luca laughed and said, "Haha, Wei Nan, do you want to see your reflection right now? Let's see what kind of expression you're making." I never thought you'd have a day like this. Ha ha. Wei Nan, disheveled, knelt in silence. Luca said, You're usually so cautious when you go out. I've been waiting for years to ambush you, but never had the chance. Now you've let your guard down. You're not careful anymore. Is it because of this boy? Tears streamed down Wei Nan's cheeks. She trembled and said, Luca, spare him, and I'll agree to anything you want. Luca seemed to hear a joke. She burst out laughing and teased her. Really? Anything? You're so naive, she said cruelly. You're asking me to spare him? Wei, are you blinded by love? When my brother died, did you guys spare him? Luca grabbed Zhang Hao by the hair, pulled his head up, and held the knife to his throat, snarling, None of you are getting out of here alive this time. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out, and blood sprayed everywhere. Zhang Hao thought to himself, Ah, I'm dead. He lay in a pool of blood, his eyes vacant. Suddenly, strands of pinkish-red hair appeared, dancing in the air. Zhang Hao said, You, why are you here? It's the blood moon goddess. She crouched down to look at him, resting her chin in her hands, a smile on her lips. The blood moon goddess said, Take a guess. Zhang Hao jolted awake and cried out, Ah! Zhang Hao sat up, his hands flying to his neck, muttering, Am I dead? He didn't notice that his body had reverted to how it was before. A voice suddenly whispered in his ear, Honey? Zhang Hao was startled. He turned his head in disbelief, and she asked, What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Zhang Hao asked, You. What did you call me? It's me, Wei Nan, she said, looking confused. Honey, there are so many people walking toward the company on the road. They passed the ticket gate, and there are even more people inside. Zhang Hao sat in the car, looking outside, thinking, So, I really did return to my own world. This is where I used to work. He turned to look at the girl beside him, thinking, And Wei Nan is actually the director of my company. Wei Nan was wearing a brown office suit and a white shirt, sitting with her legs crossed while checking her phone. Zhang Hao thought, And she's my fiancé too. He wondered if this was definitely the work of the blood moon goddess. Wei Nan looked up at him and asked, What are you spacing out for? Wei Nan asked, Have you finished thinking about my suggestion to have your dad move in with us? Zhang Hao was startled and said, Huh. Wei Nan continued, It wasn't easy for your dad to raise you all by himself. You should be filial. Our new house is big enough, and he can have whichever room he wants. Wei Nan touched her belly and said gently, Besides, if we have a little Zhang Hao in the future, Dad can help us take care of him when we're busy. How wonderful that would be. There was a gold ring on her ring finger. Zhang Hao hesitated and said, Wei Nan, Wei Nan reached out, grabbed his tie, and said, You're being awkward again. Wei Nan pulled him closer, leaned forward, and said playfully, We already agreed on this, right? When it's just the two of us, you have to call me wifey, got it? Zhang Hao said bashfully. Wait, that's a bit. Wei Nan asked, suspicious. Zhang Hao stammered, thinking to himself that at times like these, her personality was exactly like the Wei Nan from the other world. Zhang Hao shyly said, Wifey. Wifey. Wei Nan said, satisfied. That's better. Wei Nan said, All right, I won't hold you up from work anymore. Go on, I'll pick you up later. Zhang Hao replied, Okay, I'm heading out. The driver in the front, having been fed enough dog food to feel stuffed, just said, in his heart. Zhang Hao walked into his office, thinking, I can't believe I came back to my world like this. Zhang Hao sat at his desk but couldn't focus on the computer, lost in thought. If I came back because I died, then what about Zhang Qianqin and Yue Hua? Did they get killed by that mercenary group later too? Zhang Hao rested his head on his hands, depressed, thinking, sigh. In the end, I still couldn't save them. Then his eyes suddenly widened, and he thought, right. Zhang Hao started using his mouse, thinking, what are Zhang Qianqin and Yue Hua doing in this world? Zhang Qianqin used to be a famous doctor, so what about in this world? He went online and searched using the keyword Zhang Qianqin. He looked through the results again and again but couldn't find the person he was looking for. Zhang Hao panicked, thinking, I can't find her. Could it be that if she never met Zhang Hao, she never studied medicine? Zhang Hao didn't give up and continued searching, wondering, what about Yuehua then? After that, he found news about Min Yuehua's mother, Min Tianshu. The news reported that on May 16th, she reached the top 500 richest people. With a fortune of 95.74 billion, she ranked 20th and became the wealthiest person in Lukdang City. Zhang Hao thought to himself, wait, wasn't Yue Hua's family a military background? How did they become a merchant family? He pondered, in this world, I have no connection to them at all, and I have no idea how they're living now. Zhang Hao thought. As for me, even though I've returned to my own world, I've somehow inexplicably become Wei Nan's fiancé. Looking at the ring on his ring finger, Zhang Hao froze and asked himself, wait, damn it, how on earth did I manage to win over a female CEO? Zhang Hao was completely confused. He had no memory of it at all. How did he suddenly end up with this result? Without realizing it, Zhang Hao had left the office and was wandering aimlessly. He sat on the bus, turning his head to look at the scenery flashing past the window. He watched everything in silence. Zhang Hao thought to himself, feeling this world that was both familiar and strange. Standing in an apartment complex, he thought that he had finally returned to this place, his home. Zhang Hao gave a bitter laugh and muttered, I wonder how Dad is doing now. A voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Husband, it's Wei Nan, she asked in surprise. Why are you home before the workday is over? Wei Nan stepped forward and said, I was planning to surprise you. I didn't expect you to be home so early. Zhang Hao asked suspiciously. A surprise? Wei Nan replied. Did you forget? It's your birthday today. I've already made plans with Dad, and we were going to cook a feast together to celebrate your birthday. Zhang Hao said awkwardly, so today is actually my birthday? Is that right? Wei Nan fell silent, her eyelids lowering slightly, before she asked, Do you have something on your mind? Zhang Hao was startled and answered honestly, Yeah. He scratched his head and added, I'm just not used to seeing you being so gentle and sweet. Wei Nan was infuriated and said, What do you mean by attacking me out of the blue? Zhang Hao thought to himself, Before I transmigrated, let alone being in a relationship, I wasn't even close with Wei Nan. There's no way I can just live blindly with her for the rest of my life. Zhang Hao said, Cough, cough, honey, what I'm about to say might sound a bit weird. A girl as beautiful, capable, and ambitious as you, why would you like an ordinary person like me? Wei Nan was startled and blushed. She asked softly, blowing hot and cold, What exactly is going on? Acting this shy really doesn't suit you. Wei Nan reached out to wrap her arms around Zhang Hao's neck, her other hand lifting his chin. Wei Nan said, You aren't having pre-marriage jitters, are you? Don't worry, I'll be responsible for you. You can rest easy and just marry into my family. After saying that, she gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Wei Nan said, All right, if there's anything else, we can talk about it tonight. She added, Let's go, Dad is still waiting for us. Wei Nan sat down, silently glancing to the side, where his dad was drinking water. Zhang Hao stepped forward and asked quietly, Dad, is Wei Nan really going to spend the night at our house today? He said with a firm tone. That's right, Zhang Hao said, but we only have 2 rooms. Am I supposed to sleep with you? His dad put his glass down and said, You're being way too obvious. Zhang Hao let out a confused, Huh? His dad continued, I understand. Everyone has their moments of instability. If there's an issue, just go to the hospital for a checkup and some rest. It's no big deal. A married couple should just be honest with each other. Zhang Hao told him helplessly, That's not what I meant. His dad stood up and said, All right, go help Wei Nan do the dishes. I'm going to get some rest. He walked into his room, and before closing the door, he said, Happy birthday, kiddo. Zhang Hao stood there, dumbfounded, as the door clicked shut. He was speechless at his own father. He sat in the living room, sighing in frustration, then rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. Let me help you. Wei Nan smiled and said, You were perfectly fine yesterday, so why are you acting so powerless today? Zhang Hao was stunned and asked back, You heard that? Wei Nan blushed and asked, Am I demanding too much? To the point where your body can't handle it? Zhang Hao turned bright red, thinking, Damn. He looked at her and thought, Have Wei Nan and I really reached that stage? His gaze drifted down to her hips. Zhang Hao thought awkwardly, But I have absolutely no memory of that. Zhang Hao said, About the matter you brought up the other afternoon. Wei Nan was startled. She smiled and said, So, do you remember when we first met, back when I was just a manager? Wei Nan recounted. During a company banquet for clients, an influential client kept harassing me and even tried to drug my drink to force me to drink more. Back then, that bald client deliberately held out his glass to force me to drink. You stepped in, held the client's hand, and said, Sorry, my fiancée is currently preparing for pregnancy, so let me drink in her stead. The client was startled and shouted, What? What? Then Zhang Hao downed the drink in one go. Wei Nan continued, I don't know where you found the courage to pretend to be my fiancé just to save me, and you even drank the spiked glass. Passing out after just one sip, Zhang Hao had collapsed directly to the ground. Wei Nan panicked and cried out, while the client was terrified. Zhang Hao, foaming at the mouth, still managed to say, This drink is tainted. Don't drink it. Wei Nan exclaimed in shock. What? Then she turned to confront the client. President Tran, what is the meaning of this? He held his head, protesting indignantly. That's impossible. I used an aphrodisiac, not a sedative. He quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. The people around them looked at him and started whispering. Wei Nan continued. After that, we called the police. That President Tran was ruined because of it. Standing outside the hotel, Wei Nan asked, Are you okay? Back then, Zhang Hao, with cotton stuffed in his nose, replied, Yeah, I'm fine. I overacted a bit. I couldn't control my strength when I fell. Wei Nan asked, How did you know the drink was tainted? Zhang Hao said it was because he was always watching him and saw him secretly slipping something into the wine. Wei Nan was stunned. Huh? Zhang Hao said, Everyone knows that lecherous client is a creep. I was worried he would try something with you, and it turns out I was right. Wei Nan asked suspiciously. Wait, why were you so worried about me? She asked. Do you like me? Not at all. Zhang Hao said he just found the guy intolerable. In reality, everyone was always skeptical about how a beautiful, young woman like her could become a CEO. Zhang Hao said, Maybe because my seat was close to your office, I could see just how hard you worked. Wei Nan blushed shyly upon hearing this. Zhang Hao explained, If you and that scumbag client had rumors floating around, everyone's previous suspicions would have turned into truth, right? Wei Nan said, Doesn't that mean you were worried about me? If that's not liking me, then what is it? Zhang Hao was flustered and panicked, trying to find an explanation. It's really not that. I just wanted to be an upright person. Wei Nan sighed and said, You're so upright. Zhang Hao scooped her up and asked, Why do you have such a regretful look on your face? Wei Nan covered her mouth to hide her laugh, then smiled and asked, So, have you fallen for anyone yet? Zhang Hao stammered, Not yet? Wei Nan asked, Are you single since birth? Zhang Hao replied, You've got a sharp tongue. Don't you have any friends? Back to the present, Wei Nan said. And then, we gradually developed feelings for each other. Zhang Hao reached his arms around from behind to hug Wei Nan's waist. He embraced her, resting his chin slightly on her shoulder. Wei Nan asked, Hubby? Zhang Hao smiled, thinking sweetly to himself that he could feel it even without specific memories. When Wei Nan spoke of these recollections, a sudden sense of warmth and happiness filled his heart. Their reflections shimmered on the surface of the sink. Zhang Hao thought to himself, To think that meeting Wei Nan in this world could be something so wonderful. Zhang Hao called out, None. Wei Nan replied with a puzzled, Zhang Hao asked her, Do you believe in parallel worlds? Wei Nan was stunned when she heard this. Her voice dropped as she repeated, Parallel worlds? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Zhang Hao said, You probably won't believe me, but I've had this really long dream. Or maybe it wasn't a dream at all, but a real world. Zhang Hao continued, In that world, there was also a Wei Nan. You were chasing after me, but our relationship was, we were basically just comrades in arms, with a close bond. Wei Nan parted her lips to say something, but Zhang Hao gripped his hand slightly and said, Anyway, you already know my biggest secret, but in that world, there were two other people who were also very important to me. They were in danger because of me, and there was a chance they might lose their lives. In the middle of the kitchen, Zhang Hao's voice remained steady, even though he was deceiving the person who trusted him most, unable to be completely honest about everything. Zhang Hao said, I really can't tell the difference anymore. I'm so confused right now. I know this sounds strange, but you're the only one I can confide in. Wei Nan turned around, reached up to touch Zhang Hao's cheek, and replied, Wei Nan pinched his cheek and said, If you can't tell me, then who can you tell? She continued, If I could, I would love to stay by your side just like this forever. Wei Nan smiled and said, But I don't want you to carry regrets and force yourself to live out a whole lifetime. If your heart is troubled, I won't be happy either. So, although Wei Nan was smiling, there was a trace of regret and sadness in it as she turned, a reddish glow appearing around her. She said if he had regrets he needed to resolve, she would let him go to take care of them. Zhang Hao was startled. Wei Nan? He thought to himself, suspicious of this red light. Wei Nan moved closer to Zhang Hao and said, Was that the first time you've acted like a spoiled child with me since we met? Zhang Hao yelped in surprise. Huh? Even his tone changed. You mean? Wei Nan leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Images of the two of them kissing flashed in his mind, but in that memory, they were a bride and groom in wedding attire, sharing a lifelong vow. Zhang Hao thought, unable to believe this was his own memory. As their lips parted, Wei Nan said, Remember, no matter where you are, no matter which world, I will find you, and I will hold on to you tightly." Her eyes showed pure determination. Zhang Hao called out, "Wei, honey?" Inside, he was confused, wondering, what on earth is going on? Blood moon? Suddenly, Zhang Hao's pupils glowed red, and his eyes involuntarily began to close. He struggled to say, "Stop." Zhang Hao's body turned into shards of red light and vanished completely. Wei Nam remained with her hand raised, her expression lonely. Wei Nam said, "Disappeared so quickly? I guess it's my turn next, isn't it?" A voice echoed. "So that is your choice, Blood Moon Goddess." She appeared behind Wei Nam and said with interest, "I thought you were the one with the strongest possessive desire." The Blood Moon Goddess leaned down, wrapped her arms around Wei Nam's neck from behind, and whispered in her ear, "I told you, you could have easily kept him all to yourself. Living in this world forever wouldn't have been a problem. But now, you've handed his fate over to others. Even if things work out in the end, you'll have to compete with all those other rivals." Wei Nam remained unaffected by the Blood Moon Goddess's words. She replied calmly, "If this is the way for him to return, I believe they would make the same choice I did." Moreover, Wei Nam turned her face to look at the Blood Moon Goddess, smiling with pride and confidence as she said, "I am very good at competition." The Blood Moon Goddess laughed. "Ha ha, I like your personality." She added, "Otherwise, how would there be a good show to watch? It's not often you get to come to his world. Take one last look. You won't see it again." Wei Nam looked over toward the kitchen. The scene, simple yet full of the warmth of daily life, peaceful and bathed in golden sunlight, coming through the window. Wei Nam lifted her hand, staring intently at the ring on her finger, and said with regret, "It would be so nice if I could take this with me." Her hand began to turn transparent, dissolving into pieces. Wei Nam also vanished from the place. It is unclear how much time passed before Zhang Hao woke up. He instinctively called out, "Honey." Zhang Hao hadn't realized his surroundings yet, and muttered groggily, "Honey, what are you talking about? What is this about going or not going?" Instead, a fierce voice replied, "Gotcha." A hand reached out and clamped tightly over his mouth. Zhang Hao yelped. It's Min Yuehua," she said. "You damn pervert." Zhang Hao was suddenly pinned down by Min Yuehua, her hand covering his mouth. Zhang Hao was confused. "What's going on? Where's my wife? Where am I?" Min Yuehua shouted. "Don't move. Behave yourself." The two looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Hao said, "Ah, Yuehua?" Yuehua looked at him, also surprised. Oh, the blue sky was filled with a joyful atmosphere. She realized she had caught the wrong person and let him go, apologizing profusely. "Sorry, I am so sorry." Zhang Hao realized something and thought, "If I'm not mistaken, this must be another trick staged by the Blood Moon Goddess." He took out his phone, which showed the date and time, the 13th of June, 2029, at 10:31 a.m. He thought to himself, "I must have been teleported again. The timeline here is a few years behind the one I was in before." Zhang Hao remembered the goddess who loved to play games and teleport him around. Although things were chaotic, he had to stay calm. Based on the current situation, it was likely the Blood Moon Goddess messing around, sending him to parallel worlds to meet the girls he liked, only to teleport him away and watch him get humiliated. So annoying. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him, and he looked up in surprise. Min Yuehua finished her phone call and walked toward him. She said bashfully, I'm so sorry. I got the wrong person. You're Zhang Hao, right? Could you please come down to the station with me to give a statement?" Zhang Hao gave a helpless, wry smile. "Oh, okay. Wait, so Moonflower is a police officer in this world? But she doesn't seem very familiar with me. Or is she?" She hopped onto her bike and gestured for him to follow. "Come on, hop on." Zhang Hao replied quickly, "Sure." As they rode, he couldn't help but think, I never expected Moonflower to be this mature. She's so lively and outgoing. In no time, they reached the police station. She called out loudly, "I am terribly sorry, Captain Chen." As soon as they entered the captain's office, she bowed deeply to apologize. "I've caused so much trouble for the station. It's all my fault." The captain looked at her and let out a weary sigh. "Officer Min, we are public servants. Serving the people is our top priority." He glanced at her with an annoyed expression and added, "But just look at yourself. You're always acting so rashly. I understand you want to prove yourself during your internship, but you can't just go showing off when you lack the experience. To think you even arrested the wrong person in such a small case," he shouted. "Go apologize to him," he grumbled. "Now let's see if he's going to demand compensation." As Min Moonflower listened to the captain's lecture, she kept her head down, I am deeply sorry. It won't happen again. Outside the door, a few colleagues were passing by, and hearing her get scolded by the supervisor, they started gossiping. Typical. Another classic case of someone with good intentions messing everything up and getting caught by the boss. I heard she's got some connections. That's the only reason she got in. Why would a princess like her come here to suffer? She's been so frantic lately. I doubt she'll make it through her internship. Zhang Hao stood in the room, listening to them whispering about her. He sighed to himself. Moonflower really is an outcast here. As expected. Zhang Hao spoke up to defend her. Captain, Officer Min didn't give me a hard time at all. I could see her passion for keeping the citizens safe. Furthermore, I believe she has the ability. We were just discussing the case. We already have a lead, and there's no way we're going to let the criminal get away with it. He signaled to her, right? Min Moonflower, who had been flustered, heard him and nodded instinctively. Oh, yes, exactly. Zhang Hao took her hand and raised it, speaking confidently in front of the captain. I believe she will definitely solve this case, he continued. Please, give her a chance. This was the sincere request of an ordinary citizen. Min Moonflower looked at him, unable to hide her gratitude. After leaving the station, they headed back to the apartment complex where the sunlight was streaming down. Zhang Hao and Moonflower sat on the sofa, and he picked up the case file to read through it. Zhang Hao turned to ask her about it. He noted that this was a case involving a pervert stealing women's undergarments, and there have been multiple reports of someone secretly taking photos of young women. Min Moonflower nodded, looking troubled. Ah, that's right. Her expression darkened as she filled him in on the situation. Lately, a pervert has appeared in X City. We're not sure if it's a lone wolf or an organized group yet, but based on the leads, the perpetrator usually strikes near the West City subway station, and he looks to be around 25. When she reached the part where she had pounced on him earlier, she felt embarrassed and continued, I'm still tracking him. She had found Zhang Hao standing there motionless and looking extremely suspicious, which is why she stumbled over her words, clearly flustered. I'm so sorry. I hurt you. Zhang Hao gently patted her head and replied with a soft smile. It's nothing. Don't you know me by now? I didn't take it to heart. Her face started to turn red, and she stammered, we know each other. Zhang Hao smiled and looked away, trying to change the subject. Ahem. But all that aside, Officer Moonflower, your method of investigation isn't exactly clever. Then, Zhang Hao seriously pointed out her mistakes. First off, staking out the crime scene isn't wrong in theory, but your police uniform and the registration number on your motorcycle made you stand out immediately. Committing a crime while being watched, the guy has to be either an idiot or a maniac. He held up 2 fingers. Secondly, just waiting around is a fool's game. You'll end up wasting your time with nothing to show for it. We can try baiting the hook. Hearing this, she asked, confused. Baiting. The hook? Zhang Hao clicked his mouse, speaking as he typed. Exactly. First step. Access those weird, shady NSFW websites and get into those pervert groups in the city. Once he said that, he opened the blacklisted site and covered Moonflower's eyes. Kids shouldn't be looking at this stuff. Min Moonflower blushed and protested. But I'm an adult, he continued to explain. Step 2. Go undercover, infiltrate the group, lock onto a target, and leak some intel. A prey appeared on the screen, and the chat window showed his conversation with another man, secretly photographing adult women at the mall. Message me for the decryption password. Message me to trade resources. If you don't put in the work, you don't get the goods. The person in the chat typed back, Brother, haven't seen the bait bite yet. Zhang Hao replied, It's a sure thing. I've got office gear. If you guys have any good leads, introduce them to me and I'll take care of it. He used the alias Zhang Hao, adding, I heard there's a car model show at Subway Station 20 tomorrow afternoon. There's bound to be plenty of beauties. You guys interested? With that done, he looked at her with a knowing glint in his eyes before starting the final step. To catch a big fish, you need good bait. She looked up, stunned. No sooner said than done. The next afternoon at the subway station, the intercom announced, The train is now arriving at Guangji Bridge Station. Please exit the train, do not crowd. The next stop is Guozhizhou Bridge. Zhang Hao was dressed in a girl's uniform, wearing a mask, and sporting a wig. Within moments, he had transformed into a pretty girl standing at the subway station. He thought to himself, if I let the person I like be the bait, that'd be pathetic. So, he clenched his fists with determination, thinking, I've already spotted his feet. Zhang Hao looked exactly like an innocent schoolgirl. Even the author was impressed. Zhang Hao's first time cross-dressing, and it's actually working. Bro, you look so good. The subway system announced, arriving at Station 20. Please exit the train in an orderly fashion. Do not push. Next stop, Station 20. Crowds of people surged in and out. Because it was his first time cross-dressing, Zhang Hao felt a bit shy and pulled his mask up higher. He thought, it's still pretty awkward going out like this. Then, he reassured himself. Damn it, what am I afraid of? It's just a few pieces of fabric. Be a man in charge. You pervert, you're going down. Min Moonflower ran over, linked her arm with his, and with a blushing face, she brushed his hair back and said softly, Big sister, let's go. Hearing that, Zhang Hao's face turned as red as a cherry tomato. Big sister? What do you mean, big sister? Why does it feel like she's teasing me? The train doors began to close. Whatever happened to the gentle, obedient Nuet Min Yuehua from back then? The train's PA system chimed again. The train is about to depart. Please secure your belongings and yield seats to priority passengers. Thank you. An elderly man sitting nearby glanced over, looking a bit uncomfortable. Seeing him standing so close, Min Yuehua's occupational instincts kicked in. She glared at the man with such intensity that he broke into a cold sweat. Noticing this, Zhang Hao pinched her cheek and whispered, Ngiet Min Yuehua, dial back the cop instincts. You're acting way too suspicious. You'll scare off the perps. She replied meekly. Okay, I'll tone it down. Good. Zhang Hao scanned the car, thinking to himself, we've been on the train for a while now. Where is the pervert? His eyes passed over, two students chatting. Want to go play ball after class? Or maybe hit the internet cafe? He scanned a man with a grumpy expression who was cursing under his breath. Damn it, it dropped again, he judged internally. High schoolers heading to school early. They're likely not the guys. The middle-aged office worker still worrying about the stock market. He seems like just another guy obsessed with money. Probably not him either. Zhang Hao's gaze flickered to an old man. Surely it's not him, right? Geez, he looked everywhere and couldn't find anyone suspicious. Zhang Hao held his head and started questioning himself. Is this trap too obvious? That can't be it, can it? We clearly posted in the group that there was good bait today. Are we going home empty-handed? Min Yuehua stood by, patting his head to comfort him. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Take it slow. If it doesn't work out, we'll just try again next time. Suddenly, the train jerked violently, making them both jump. They stumbled, and as Zhang Hao saw her falling, he shouted, Nguyen Min Yuehua, watch out! Min Yuehua lost her balance and fell right into Zhang Hao, her hand accidentally brushing against his fake, padded chest. Zhang Hao pulled her back up, gripped her shoulders, and said, Ahem, Nguyen Min Yuehua, try to stand steady. She replied, flustered, okay. Two young men nearby looked at the two sisters, commenting with lecherous grins. Oh man, look at that pair. So sweet. They're both such beauties. Min Yuehua blushed and whispered to him, Zhang Hao, you really are amazing no matter what you do. Hearing the compliment, Zhang Hao pushed her away, confused. What? What was that? The train system crackled again. Due to a technical issue ahead, the train will be stopped for a moment. Please remain calm, thank you. Everyone on the train started buzzing with worry. What's going on? Is there an accident up ahead? Did someone fall off? Hey, cut it out. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Hao felt something, and thought in surprise. Feels like someone is touching my butt. Zhang Hao glanced back at the middle-aged man lurking behind him, and finally, he spotted a hidden camera tucked under her skirt. The fish has taken the bait. Zhang Hao quickly kicked the man's leg hard. The man let out a sharp cry and grabbed his foot. Ow! What are you doing, you freak? Do you have any idea how expensive these shoes are? Zhang Hao gave him a mocking smirk. What a beast in human clothing. I didn't expect a pervert like you to be such a creep. Taking secret photos. Hearing this, the man was shocked, then exploded with rage. You're a guy? He adjusted his glasses and quickly tried to deflect. So, you're a pervert dressed as a girl? What are you doing in broad daylight? Zhang Hao calmly pointed at the man's backpack and said, We'll see who the real pervert is. Dare to let the train staff check your bag? His voice tightened. You used this bag to shield yourself while you filmed under my skirt earlier, didn't you? The hand holding the bag began to tremble. Stuttering with fear, the man retorted, Damn you. Talking nonsense, you psycho. He tried to scurry away, dodging them. I need to get away from you people. Just as he turned to flee, Zhang Hao blocked him. Stop right there. The man was tackled to the ground. People nearby watched in shock. Min Yuehua had restrained him in an instant. The pervert struggled, shouting, Hey, who do you think you are touching me? What right do you have? She replied coolly. We're police, working by the book. The man's jaw dropped in fear at the mention of the police. What? You? You guys are cops? Min Yuehua said sternly. That's right, and I'll tell you something else. Zhang Hao isn't the pervert here, you are. His scream echoed through the entire carriage. Zhang Hao stood by, speechless, calling out, Nuiet Min Yuehua. After they caught the pervert, they hauled him off to the police station. Zhang Hao, being credited for the arrest, was begrudgingly presented with a commendation by the captain, friend of women, model citizen. He stared at the plaque, speechless, finally having helped Nuiet Min Yuehua catch a criminal. Zhang Hao gave an awkward smile as he accepted it. The captain and colleagues had recognized Nuiet Min Yuehua's ability, which was good news. That evening, the two decided to head to a pub to celebrate. That night at a colorful bar, Zhang Hao saw photos of himself dressed as a girl all over social media. He pointed at his phone, embarrassed and awkward, but why is this the photo they chose? I'm being shamed all over the internet now. The post's caption read, the hero who sacrificed his dignity by cross-dressing. Min Yuehua was flushed from drinking. She said, you're not ugly at all. She said his name, Zhang Hao, Zhang Hao. You've probably heard this a lot, but I still want to thank you. Hearing that, he looked up. She started tearing up as she spoke. I really can't do this without you. Zhang Hao looked at her and smiled. Nguyet, Min Yuehua. You're just not great at socializing yet, and you haven't been working smart enough. We can learn. I believe you can definitely do it. She blushed, stuttering. No, that's not what I meant. I'm not willing to let go. Her hand reached up to his face. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock. Min Yuehua wrapped her arms around his neck, looking shy as she said, I can't live without you. Her face turned bright red as she stammered. She whispered, I can't go on without you. Zhang Hao pinched her cheek and said, Nguyet Min Yuehua. Are you drunk? She squinted at him. I'm not drunk. I can keep drinking. Suddenly, she burst into tears, pouring her heart out. Zhang Hao, do you know how lonely I am on my own? Sob. She lowered her gaze and whispered, the truth is, I only joined the police academy because I wanted to be like you. Recalling that time, she murmured, but they all thought I used my grandmother's connections to get in. Everyone kept their distance from me. She picked up her glass and shouted, I didn't do anything like that. Nguyet Min Yuehua kept going. Then, even my own family started targeting me. Seeing her reach for more alcohol, Zhang Hao stopped her. Nguyet Min Yuehua, drink less. She recalled the memory and continued. They started pushing me to find a boyfriend, setting me up on dates with all these rich kids, she said, tears streaming down her face. But I rejected them all. They could never compare to you. Her voice trailed off. It could never compare. Zhang Hao sat beside her, speechless and a bit bewildered, thinking to himself, Yuehua is really drunk. How long has it even been since we met? Why is she saying such nonsense already? Before he could finish his thought, she slumped against him. Zhang Hao quickly steadied her, but her stomach was clearly churning. The inevitable was about to happen. She immediately threw up all over Zhang Hao. He shrieked, cursing, damn it! The server at the counter heard the commotion and glanced over. Seeing him about to leave, the server called out, Sir, your girlfriend did that. Aren't you going to clean it up? So sorry. Zhang Hao forced a smile to smooth things over. My apologies. We'll pay for the damages. I'm so sorry. Boss. After leaving the bar, Yuehua was riding on his back. Zhang Hao walked her around for a bit, then asked, How is it? Does the sea breeze and the walk have you feeling a bit more clear-headed? Min Yuehua replied wearily. Still a little dizzy. He stopped, their silhouettes flickering under the moonlight. All right, get down then. Let me help you clear your head. He helped her down as the waves rolled in and out. Their voices echoed. Is this pressure okay? It hurts a little. Zhang Hao was giving her an acupressure massage. Min Yuehua asked, Zhang Hao, where did you learn this? He smiled, leaning down to answer. I used to be an office worker, and I often had a stiff neck, so I studied acupressure. Plus, it's good to have a backup skill in case of layoffs. Knowing more is always an advantage. Min Yuehua called out, shyly, Zhang Hao. She fell silent for a few seconds, then turned away and added, Thank you. Zhang Hao noticed she had put her feet down and asked, You don't need any more massage? She stood up, looked at him, and said with a smile, Yeah, I've thought about it carefully. She looked down, smiling under the moonlight that was slowly changing color. I can't be selfish and tie you down to this place. He was stunned. Yuehua cut him off and continued, Zhang Hao, you have somewhere you need to go. Zhang Hao was startled, thinking to himself. Sure enough, the red glow of the moon reflected in his eyes. His pupils constricted. It was the blood moon again. Then, he began to fade away. leaving her standing alone on the beach. Min Yuehua reached into her pocket and pulled out a gun-shaped keychain. She whispered softly, with a hint of sadness, "I'll be waiting for you there." The blood moon goddess suddenly appeared behind Min Yuehua and said, This little girl from the Min family seems weak." She yawned lazily in midair, muttering. But when it came to making decisions, she was very decisive. She glanced over and continued, "Competing with those two mature, beautiful, and smart sisters, you don't have much of an advantage. Plus, it's not even certain if Zhang Hao can return." Yuehua fell silent upon hearing this. A second later, Min Yuehua glanced over, replied with a confident smile, "As long as you keep your word, we will definitely win." Back in Zhang Hao's hospital room, Wei Nan was sitting by his bed. Suddenly, she looked up, saw Min Yuehua return, and asked, "Min Yuehua, it seems you succeeded." "Thank you." Then Yuehua turned to the back, speaking to Zhang Tianqin, who was sitting in the corner of the room. "Zhang Hao's sister, it's your turn next. I hope you can bring Zhang Hao back." Wei Nan's face darkened as she added, "This is his life we're talking about. There can be no mistakes. It's all up to you now." Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin looked up with a troubled expression and replied, I know what I have to do." Zhang Hao felt as if he were falling into a deep abyss, unconscious again, and forced to leave once more. The two previous transmigration experiences were in worlds with Wei Nan and Yuehua. Furthermore, what really caught his attention was that it seemed like Wei Nan and Yuehua in those two worlds knew something, as if they knew he would have to leave. Could it be that they had transmigrated too? If so, had that goddess made some kind of agreement with the three girls, letting them meet him in these transmigrated worlds before taking him away? What was the reason for this? Just then, he heard someone calling his name. "Zhang Hao, Zhang Hao." He returned to the bedroom. Before he could process what was happening, he found himself in another world. He had transmigrated again, but this time, he had been turned into an elementary school student. Zhang Hao stood dazed in the middle of a soccer field. Did the timeline change when he transmigrated? But it made sense. The last time, Yuehua was already an adult. Zhang Hao was careful, but because he didn't react in time, he took a soccer ball straight to the face. Zhang Hao lay on the ground, feeling dizzy. Good grief, can't I be awake for a second whenever the scene changes? A while later, Zhang Hao was taken to the school infirmary. He was startled to see the girl sitting next to the hospital bed. It was his sister, Zhang Tianqin, peeling an apple while waiting for him to wake up. Zhang Hao stammered, "Sister, is that you?" Zhang Tianqin pondered for a moment. "Zhang Hao, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. There's one question I want to hear you answer yourself." Zhang Hao became tense. With that tone, "It's definitely her." Zhang Tianqin asked coldly, "Are you truly the original Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao mused. "So, Sister Tianqin has transmigrated too." He confessed, honestly, "I am not the Zhang Hao who played with you when we were kids. By pure chance, I transmigrated into his body. I was just a normal guy from another world. An unexpected encounter with a blood moon brought me to this world, replacing the original Zhang Hao, which led to many misunderstandings. I still have some of his memories, but I don't know why things ended up this way. I only know that I love you, Sister Zhang Tianqin." Zhang Tianqin quietly shed tears. Could the original Zhang Hao come back, right? Zhang Hao was conflicted. "I'm sorry, I don't know." The apple in Zhang Tianqin's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She bowed her head, gripping the knife tightly. "All my motivation to keep living was Zhang Hao." Hearing this, Zhang Hao scrambled to get up. Tianqin brought the knife close to her neck. If he wasn't there, she would end it all. Zhang Hao shouted, "Don't! Grab the blade!" He grabbed the edge of the knife with his bare hand. "Don't do anything foolish. The mistake is mine. The responsibility is mine alone. If I have occupied the body that belonged to Zhang Hao, then I should be the one to die." Zhang Hao tremblingly pulled the knife toward himself. "Who knows, if I disappear, maybe he can come back." Tianqin was startled, her pupils dilating. Zhang Hao continued, "Maybe this is the only way to make the real Zhang Hao return. I said it before, I will make up for what I owe you." Blood seeped from his hand more and more. Tianqin trembled. "Don't you know this isn't that world? How could Zhang Hao possibly return? If I don't try, how will I know?" Zhang Hao forced a smile. "Maybe if I disappear, this dreamlike world will end too." As he smiled, Zhang Tianqin saw the faint silhouette of the original Zhang Hao. She was dazed. "No, I can't do it." She screamed, "Don't you dare touch her." Zhang Hao looked at her in fear, just holding on to her. At that same moment, Zhang Hao's parents arrived with the school supervisor. "Teacher, is my son Zhang Hao going to be all right?" The teacher gave a forced smile. "It's nothing, just some superficial wounds. Boys will be boys. It's hard to avoid a few scrapes when they're playing around. Zhang Hao's father. This is the infirmary where your son is resting. He's actually doing quite well right now. As soon as they entered, the sight of Zhang Hao with his hand covered in blood hit them both. Both of them panicked and shouted in unison, "Zhang Hao, be careful!" The teacher swooped in like Spider-Man and knocked the knife away. The teacher scolded them loudly. "You're just kids, yet you're playing with knives and even hurting a classmate? You've got some nerve." Zhang Hao nervously tried to explain. "Teacher, it's a misunderstanding." Before they could finish explaining, Zhang Hao's father stepped forward. "Zhang Hao, let's get out of here first, and let the teacher handle this. You're hurt. We need to get you bandaged up quickly." Zhang Hao refused. Before being dragged away, he still tried to explain for her. "Teacher, Zhang Tianqin didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault," he shouted. "Zhang Tianqin, wait for me. I'll come back to find you." The teacher was gripping Zhang Tianqin's arm tightly while using the other hand to call another teacher to report the incident. "Is there a student in your class named Zhang Tianqin? She just had a knife in the infirmary and hurt a classmate. Luckily I got there in time. Otherwise, you'd better notify her parents. The parents of the injured student aren't people you want to mess with. We'll see if we should just give her a warning or expel her entirely." The next morning, at the school office, Zhang Tianqin's stepfather came to apologize sheepishly. "I'm so sorry, teacher. You're right. Zhang Tianqin has been having some mental issues lately. I'll keep her at home for a while to rest and help her adjust her state of mind. I hope you can be lenient. Zhang Tianqin isn't a bad kid. I'm her stepfather. I will definitely discipline her properly." Saying that, he tried to offer a gift box, but the homeroom teacher firmly refused. "We aren't allowed to accept gifts. We understand the struggles of being a parent. Just go home and wait for the disciplinary decision. As for the punishment, we will give it careful thought for her sake." Zhang Tianqin's stepfather lowered his head. "All right, I'll leave it to you then. We'll be heading off." Back home, Zhang Tianqin was met with a storm of fury from her stepfather. Zhang Tianqin, you're pretty bold, aren't you? Trying to cause trouble for me?" Her mother saw him pull out his belt and rushed over to defend her. "Husband, please, don't hit Zhang Tianqin. I'm begging you. She knows she was wrong." He shoved her mother aside. "Because of this nonsense, I've already lost an important client. Do you have any idea how much I've lost? Sending her to an elite school is a complete waste." Zhang Tianqin's mother tremblingly urged her. "Quick, apologize to your father. Be a good girl and admit you were wrong." Zhang Tianqin retorted defiantly. "You can hit me, but don't you dare touch my mother." Hearing that, the stepfather grew even more enraged. "Do I need you to lecture me? Who do you think earns the money to feed leeches like you and your mother? At the end of the day, you're both just parasites living off me. You don't want me to touch your mother? Watch me hit her then. I'm the one who runs this house. Let's see if your mother even dares to fight back." The belt hadn't even touched her mother when a glass vase came flying and slammed into the stepfather's head. He screamed in pain. "You little brat." He was even more shocked to see Zhang Tianqin, aiming a knife at him. Zhang Tianqin's mother screamed in a panic. Zhang Tianqin, don't." Fortunately, the tip of the blade stopped just inches from his eyes. Zhang Tianqin said coldly, "Mom, we don't need to depend on this piece of trash. Both of you, get a divorce," the stepfather stammered. Okay. Don't get agitated, Zhang Tianqin. We can talk this out. Everything is negotiable." He quickly grabbed her hand and shoved her away. Zhang Tianqin was thrown back, slamming hard against the wall. Her stepfather approached, clutching his face in a rage. "You little monster. It seems like you don't just have a violent streak, but your brain isn't working right either, huh? Mother of yours, keep screaming, I could beat you to death." With that, he began stomping repeatedly on the head of a girl who was still in elementary school. Zhang Tianqin's mother covered her face and wept. "Please, stop hitting her." At that same moment, downstairs, Zhang Hao had found his way to Zhang Tianqin's apartment complex, just as he had been directed. Inside a small house, the man's angry shouting echoed. "That crazy girl is out of her mind. Today she even dared to hurt me. Who knows what she'll do tomorrow?" A woman's voice could be heard softly trying to persuade him. Zhang Tianqin definitely did something wrong. Please, just forgive her." Inside the small room, the man's arguments and questioning continued. "Forgive?" Zhang Tianqin lay on the floor, covered in injuries, listening to her stepfather's abuse from outside. He decided, tomorrow, send her to a reformatory to get her head straightened out. He added, "I told you, we should have just dumped her on your ex-husband. You just had to keep this burden." Her birth mother argued back. Zhang Tianqin isn't a burden. If I gave her to my ex-husband, then she would. Before she could finish, the girl lying inside sighed, tears welling up in her eyes. Sigh. Then, she struggled to stand up, her body aching, and realized to herself, it seems like no matter what world I'm in, I'm a complete failure. Then she turned to look at the window, watching the sunset, remembering that the person she liked had disappeared long ago without her even noticing. And no matter which family she was with, everything was always turned into a mess. Zhang Tianqin lifted her bare feet and began to shuffle away. She thought to herself that perhaps she really didn't deserve to be loved. She walked toward the window and glanced at her reflection in the glass. Her face was blurred with tears. Zhang Tianqin thought about herself in despair. I'm just a clown with a messed up head, she added, only obsessed with love. Her small, bruised hands tried to clutch the curtains in front of her, while her gaze remained hollow, tears streaming down as she looked out into the distance. Then, Zhang Tianqin pulled back the curtains, looking down with an empty expression, her face covered in scars, and made a decision. Let's just end it like this. She asked herself, I wonder, if I die in this world, will I completely vanish? Suddenly, he appeared before the window, his whole body trembling as he gave her a forced, awkward smile, stammering. Zhang Tianqin, having a nice afternoon? Seeing him, she was startled, forgetting even to cry, her eyes wide and blank. Then, Zhang Tianqin calmed down and let out a stunned sound. With a look of worry and shock, she asked Zhang Hao, What are you doing? This is the 6th floor. How did you? She trailed off. Seeing her intense reaction, he gave a clumsy, awkward laugh. Zhang Hao scratched his face, trying to brush it off with an awkward smile. That's not important. Next to him, a construction worker looked around, confused, and asked, Wait, I just went for a smoke. Where did my safety harness go? His gaze turned serious as he looked at her to confirm. Is this why your stepfather is hitting you? He asked, then confessed something himself. Actually, the moment I walked through the front gate, I heard arguing inside. When asked, Zhang Tianqin turned her head away to avoid his question, frowning in discomfort. This has nothing to do with you. Then, lowering her eyes sadly, she added, If I'm not really that Zhang Hao person. She denied him. You don't need to do these useless things for me. We don't have a chance. That was her conclusion. Hearing this, Zhang Hao quickly retorted firmly. No. He grinned, looking straight at her, and clarified. It's not just for you, he countered, then added. Everything I do is because I believe it's the right thing to do. That's what a real man does. Behind him, the sun was slowly setting. Shortly after, they finished discussing, and Zhang Tianqin opened the door to peek out. Seeing that Zhang Hao's bandaged head was already treated, she glanced at her mother, who was staring at her daughter in shock. Her eyes filled with disgust as she looked at them, her lips pursed. Her stepfather dropped his cigarette, stared at her, and mocked. Oh, my daughter is really something. Picking the lock and opening the door herself? Your grounding is useless. Seeing him being sarcastic, her mother panicked, hurried over, and shouted at her, Zhang Tianqin, what are you doing? Get back inside right now, she urged. Seeing she wasn't listening, he crushed his cigarette into the ashtray and said softly, A child who doesn't listen needs to be taught a proper lesson. He took off his belt, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth and held it with both hands, glaring at her. You little rabbit, you actually dare to pick the lock? You're getting more and more gutsy. Zhang Tianqin remained calm despite his words. The next second, the belt swung toward her face. Zhang Tianqin flinched in fear, squeezing her eyes shut and pursing her lips, ready to take it without fighting back. The next moment, a small hand blocked the belt in midair. Zhang Hao had lunged from behind, grabbing the belt tightly in the man's hand and pulling it taut, grinning as he remarked, You've got some strength, old man. Seeing the man's eyes pop out as if they were going to burst, he greeted him. I'm here for the first time. Sorry for the intrusion. The girl behind him also peeked out, looking at them in astonishment. The man panicked, forgetting his anger, and shouted in surprise at Zhang Hao. Are you that injured kid? Then he questioned him. Why are you in my house? What are you here for? Seeing his question, the boy just grinned and glared back, his hand still gripping the belt tightly, pulling it taut as he answered, Uncle, I'm Zhang Tianqin's good friend. He interrupted and continued. I heard she had to leave school for a while, so I came to visit her. He stated his reason. Then, Zhang Hao's face darkened as he coolly looked at the man and remarked, I didn't expect it to be so lively in Zhang Tianqin's house. Truly, a harmonious family. Hearing that, the stepfather was startled, his face turning black as he looked back at him and shouted angrily, What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Then, The man thought to himself, "This little brat is small, but really strong." Seeing he had no intention of letting go, the man let go of the belt first, forced a grim smile, and confirmed, Fine. Your name is Zhang Hao, right?" Then he questioned further, "I guess you're here to demand compensation, aren't you? Speak up. What are your terms?" he urged smugly. Zhang Hao let go of the belt, breathing heavily, looking up at him to negotiate. "Well, uncle, I only have one request," he interrupted, then confirmed, "Leave. Zhang Tianqin must leave her mother." Hearing this, she froze, looking at him with wide, astonished eyes. Then Zhang Hao added a threat. "I will report all of your violent behavior to the police," he continued. "You aren't worthy of being a father." Hearing this, her stepfather laughed, his face twisted. "Ha ha ha. Report me to the police?" he asked. Then he held his stomach, laughing so hard he looked pleased, and asked, "So, you want to be a messenger of justice, huh?" Ha ha. Her mother stepped back to see better, sitting on the sofa, watching them. Then, he laughed manically, glaring at him with angry contempt, and said, "Listen here, you little brat." He paused, then asked with great interest, "Which eye of yours saw me committing domestic violence? Besides, even if I did hit her, do you think anyone would believe a kid like you? Where's your evidence?" He questioned him frantically. Hearing that, the boy glared back at him calmly. Standing behind Zhang Tianqin, she pursed her lips as he added, "Even if I take 10,000 steps back and we have evidence, my friends will help me cover everything up." The two looked at him with disdain. Then, he pointed a finger at her mother, who was sitting on the sofa, and laughed self-righteously. "Don't dream, little brat. When you have money and status, you can hold everything in your hands," he challenged. "Ask her mother, aren't they clinging to me just to live in luxury?" He questioned madly, "Does she dare say one word of no to me?" Then he looked at her and asked, "If it weren't for me, would they have what they have today? Would they be eating well and dressing well?" Hearing him go crazy, Zhang Hao just sighed, closed his eyes, and shrugged, which left the stepfather confused. He frowned at the boy, letting out a questioning humph. Zhang Hao pointed to the smartwatch on his wrist, and casually, the watch emitted a sound. Recording complete. He mocked the man. "Sorry, uncle. I recorded everything quite clearly." Then, he added his plan. "I'm not just sending this to the police, but also to the leaders at your workplace. With this recording and the injuries on Zhang Tianqin's body, I don't believe I can't get you convicted," Zhang Hao asserted firmly. Seeing this, the stepfather was stunned, his face darkened, his eyes widening in confusion as he asked, "A children's smartwatch?" Not waiting for him to process, Zhang Hao grinned triumphantly, his eyes sharp. "I wonder if you've ever seen a move that strikes from below," he interrupted, appearing confused. Then, quickly taking advantage of his small stature, he lunged at the man's groin and shouted heroically, "Ha!" When his small hand made contact with the target, the man doubled over in pain, his face contorting, gasping as his glasses fell off his face in a mess. He shouted the name of his advanced technique, "Monkey steals the peach." The stepfather's face dissolved, as if his eggs were crushed, completely broken and severed. He let out a grunt, his face pale as a sheet, his eyes bulging. Then, a scream echoed through the apartment building and into the blue sky. The two finally escaped. He rested his hands on his knees, panting proudly. Looking up as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, it's a good thing we ran fast. Looks like he isn't chasing us." Zhang Tianqin walked silently behind him. Suddenly, she spoke up, her confusion making him freeze as the air around them seemed to drop to freezing temperatures. Zhang Hao looked completely bewildered. He turned his gaze toward her. Then, Zhang Tianqin looked at him, sweat beading on her forehead as she expressed her inner doubts. "Is this another world, or is this just a dream? What's the point of me doing all this?" She poured out her heart, admitting she still couldn't accept a stranger taking Zhang Hao's place. Their surroundings began to shift into uncertainty. Zhang Hao, true to his nature as the protagonist, was incredibly direct and straightforward with his confession. "Even if this world is an illusion, the pain you've suffered is real. For that alone, I won't let your stepfather get away with it. Besides, I like you. For no reason at all. Tell me, when you changed yourself for Zhang Hao, trying to become a better person, did you ever stop to think why?" The girl was startled by his blunt confession. Zhang Tianqin blushed, shyly saying, "Thank you, but if I betray Zhang Hao, it means I've betrayed who I've been for the past 10+ years. She refused him, saying, "My life wouldn't have any meaning anymore, so, I'm sorry." Just as she turned to leave, young Zhang Hao grabbed her hand to hold her back. He urged her, "I want you to live for yourself." Zhang Tianqin was stunned by his words. "You aren't a burden to anyone," he added. And you don't need to carry these sins. The memories of her time with Zhang Hao felt like shackles binding her, and she whispered his name, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, she murmured, then blurted out, if I choose you now and forget Zhang Hao, what will happen to him in the other world? As she said this, she felt the moral chains binding her begin to dissolve. Zhang Tianqin looked at the small photo inside her locket, asking herself, what should I do? Tianhao took her hands in his. He explained, I'm not asking you to forget the past, forget that Zhang Hao, or betray the person you were. The pain, happiness, and hope from the past were what made her who she was today. Zhang Tianqin seemed enlightened, looking at him blankly, still hesitant. But Zhang Hao cut her off, his face looking deeply pitiful, and reminded her that people cannot live in the past forever. He continued, even if you choose not to be with anyone, you have to keep moving forward. The meaning of life isn't just about reminiscing. Zhang Hao gently took her hand, calling her name. As a light breeze swept the autumn leaves to the ground, he said, let's start over. Zhang Tianqin was completely flustered, not knowing what to say. Sister. Suddenly, an arm reached out to gently touch her, and a familiar voice spoke up. He's right, Zhang Tianqin. She startled at the sound and turned around. It was Zhang Hao. He hadn't expected to be visible to others. He held up his hand, confirming his presence. How? How am I? Zhang Tian trembled as she saw him, unable to believe her eyes, thinking it was just a hallucination. Zhang Hao, is that really you? Zhang Hao called out gently, it's me, Sister Zhang Tianqin. Actually, I've been here all along. He and the other Zhang Hao were essentially one and the same. The feeling was truly miraculous. At first, I could only watch from the perspective of an observer. He raised his hand, feeling his body actually exist. Zhang Hao continued, but to encourage you, sister, I don't even know how I managed to appear. Zhang Tianqin broke down in tears, looking so fragile. He reassured her, Sister Zhang Tianqin, you really do need to live for yourself. You've done so much for me. He finally said the words he had always wanted to say. Also, I've always wanted to apologize to you. He remembered her words. She had only been trying to protect him in her own way. Back in the day, when he was being bullied, his female classmates were whispering, holding a caterpillar. Let's put this bug in his bag later. You guys just pretend you don't know anything. Watch how I mess with him. Haha. The girl beside her didn't stop her, but joined in. Oh, you're so mean. He's definitely going to cry later. The girl sneered. Who told him not to have a mother? Serves him right. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianqin stood nearby, expressionless, as if thinking about something. Later, she was the one who beat up the kids who bullied him, while he just sat there, weak and crying. He sobbed in fear. Sister, you look so scary. I'm scared. Zhang Tianqin grabbed his collar, stressing every word. We said we'd always be together. You're not allowed to be scared. Come home with me. Her young eyes were filled with killing intent. Anyone who didn't know her would think she was ill. She told him, having me is enough. Those people aren't worth your time. She brought him home. Zhang Hao was terrified in this new environment. Sister Zhang Tianqin, where is this? Zhang Tianqin introduced it. This is my house. I like you, so live here from now on. You don't need to go back to that kindergarten anymore. As soon as she finished, he shouted, I don't want this. He gritted his teeth, trembling. Sister, you're always like this, forcing me to do things I don't like. I want to go back. He shouted, I want to go back. I hate you. He spoke without noticing her face change. His words were like 1,000 blades. He twisted the knife even deeper. I never want to see you again. It left her like a hollow shell, her face deathly pale. After remembering those moments, he finally realized that he was the one who had turned her into this. He sobbed, feeling incredibly guilty. I know Sister Zhang Tianqin has been protecting me since I was little, but the more you did that, the less I dared to face you. Zhang Hao looked at Zhang Tianqin, his face full of self-reproach. Because I know I'm the one who hurt you the most deeply. I'm sorry, Sister Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Tianqin was moved to tears hearing this. She called his name, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt more at ease seeing the scene before him. Returning to the present, she collapsed on the floor and confessed to Zhang Hao, if you feel disgusted, I can stay away from you. I can only give up the fantasy of being with you. I'll leave you forever and never bother you again. Zhang Hao reached out to catch her. Sister, you don't need to apologize. He hesitated for a moment. Sister Zhang Tianqin, I am inside his mind. Zhang Hao spoke to the other Zhang Hao. Zhang Tianqin just confessed. Zhang Hao curled up, head bowed. Yeah, I know, he said. Please, don't reject her. Zhang Hao was surprised. What? He looked up at him. You've become her everything. If you reject her, will Will she even go on living? Perhaps this will be our final conversation. The other Zhang Hao looked troubled hearing that. You're the only one who can save her. I'm counting on you, my other self. I'm sorry, Sister Zhang Tianqin. The youth with shoulder-length white hair spoke in a melancholy tone. Zhang Tianqin felt a pang of reluctance. Zhang Hao. Ch. How insipid. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut in. She clicked her tongue, exhaling a puff of smoke from the pipe in her hand. Dressed in stylized traditional Hanfu, the red-haired woman exhaled a thin cloud of smoke and said, "Who would want to watch such a dull, sappy family reconciliation drama anyway? Why don't you guys just tear each other apart? I want to see rivers of blood." At the sound of her voice, all eyes turned toward her. They were all caught off guard, wondering when she had even appeared. But Zhang Hao seemed to know exactly who she was. He muttered 2 words in his youthful voice. Blood Moon. Stop playing these games with me. Transmigrating between 3 worlds now. What is it that you want? What is the point of all this? Zhang Hao challenged her, his red hair swaying gracefully. What's wrong? The one called Blood Moon leaned in, bringing her face level with his. She blew a puff of white smoke directly into Zhang Hao's face. Ignoring his frantic attempts to cover his mouth and nose, she said with a seductive tone, "Are you angry?" Through the hazy smoke, her eyes glinted as she gave a mocking laugh. Logically speaking, I don't owe you any explanation. But your reactions and your decisiveness are so incredibly fascinating. They bring me so much joy. Fine, I'll make an exception for you. Then she asked, "Little brat, do you remember when you went to that island to film the show and were attacked by those thugs?" Flashing back to that night, when the sky and the moon were stained a deep red, the Blood Moon had appeared, squatting beside him with her chin resting on her hands, looking at him with amusement, as he muttered in a daze. "Why am I here?" the woman recounted in an even tone. "You were literally on the brink of death back then, but since you're my favorite toy, I couldn't let you die that easily." Images of the Blood Moon, using magic on Zhang Hao, appeared in the flashback. She continued, "I saved your life, but you didn't wake up, you fell into a deep coma. That was when I discovered something truly interesting within your body. 2 souls coexisting, both clashing and harmonious at the same time. It's a sight I've never seen before." Blood Moon curled her lips into a smile. "So, I came up with a game even more fun than that." Images of Min Yuehua, Wei Nan, and Zhang Tianqin appeared as she spoke. "I let those 3 girls who adore you step into your mental world one by one, in a situation where you couldn't notice. I wanted to see what choices they would make to keep you trapped in a dream, or to break through the illusion and return to reality. Perhaps they would choose to stay lost in the dream of living with you, unable to escape. Or maybe they would reveal their identities, cause conflict, or even turn on each other out of jealousy, just to possess you alone." The more she spoke, the more the Blood Moon felt her own blood boiling. She was exhilarated, her cheeks flushed, and she concluded loudly, "What an interesting multiple-choice test that was." But suddenly, the Blood Moon clenched her fist, crushing the cigarette holder in her hand. Her voice turned sharp, "But I never expected that these girls could actually agree to suppress their desires and bring you back." Blood Moon gnashed her teeth, grabbing Zhang Hao's face with both hands. "What kind of black magic do you have? You're just a somewhat cute little brat, after all." Zhang Hao looked confused and swatted her hands away, saying, "So what? The boring test is over. Can you send me back now?" Blood Moon stood up, a gentle, playful smile on her face. "Sure, I suppose." With a snap of her fingers, she shot him a disdainful look and laughed. "But Zhang Hao, I don't think you guys have much time left." The 3 of them were stunned. Zhang Tianqin blurted out, "What do you mean?" The woman smirked and continued, "You should know by now that my power only works for a short while after the Blood Moon appears. The effect is coming to an end. Starting with you, the reflection of the silver-haired boy in her eyes. That weak, sickly guy. I heard your wish to become stronger. So, from another world, I brought in another version of you to fulfill that desire. And then, you arrogant little brat," she said, looking at the other girl's eyes reflecting Zhang Hao. "I have to be clear with you. The moment you arrived here, you were probably already dying of a stroke from overwork. I only forced your lifespan to extend." Blood Moon folded her hands together. "And now, your 2 souls are tightly bound together. Haven't you been suffering from frequent headaches, hallucinations, and getting more and more fragmented memories lately?" Zhang Hao felt his brain spinning. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Then tell me, what is going to happen to us?" Blood Moon wasn't worried like he was. She laughed comfortably, acting as cute as a cat, and said, Based on my past experience, you might completely turn into a schizophrenic madman, until the two souls collide and eventually vanish into thin air. Zhang Hao screamed in horror. What? But he secretly thought, wait, Wei Nan once said she was investigating an elderly psychiatric patient who kept talking about the blood moon. Is this her handiwork? No. I can't let both Haoses disappear. Zhang Tianqin, standing behind him, suddenly shouted, her eyes wet with tears, but her voice firm. I won't accept this. The silver-haired Zhang Hao also agreed. That's right. You're a goddess who brought souls to another world, and now you refuse to take responsibility? Are you just going to dump us like yesterday's trash? The girl laughed as if she'd heard the funniest joke, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Dump you like trash? Ha ha ha. She wiped her eyes and said coldly, when a toy is broken, most people just get a new one. This was directed straight at Zhang Hao. He understood, but said nothing. Setting aside whether or not the blood moon's power was sufficient, one thing was certain, she wouldn't help for no reason. Zhang Hao pondered. The link between him and the other soul had been there for a long time. He could truly feel himself changing step by step, often becoming hesitant and indecisive. And Wei Nan's investigation, along with what the blood moon said, confirmed that with two souls occupying one body, mental collapse was inevitable. They would eventually become insane. He gritted his teeth, lamenting internally. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? The blood moon only saw him as a toy. Getting bored and discarding a toy was just her nature. He had no leverage to control her. It was even harder to try and give up the body now. She would just watch him go insane for fun. This must be the twisted amusement of a sick goddess. The word death hung in the air, making everyone feel weary. All right. The blood moon's voice echoed. Explanations over. Time to send you back. Enjoy the little time you two have left. A rift in space-time suddenly tore open in the sky. The silver-haired boy behind him kept wiping his tears. Zhang Hao said, Stop crying. That doesn't look like me at all. Listen, do exactly as I say. The silver-haired Zhang Hao nodded, looking confused. Zhang Hao turned back, frustrated by his lack of resolve, and said, In a moment, follow my lead but do the opposite. If I use my left hand, you use your right. If I lift my left leg, you lift your right. White-haired Zhang Hao looked panicked, his eyes brimming with tears as he stared at him. Huh? If Blood Moon is right, and this world is formed by our subconscious. Zhang Hao looked at his other self, his expression a mix of anxiety and resolve. Do as I say. We are the ones who control this world. If our mental strength reaches a certain point, we can definitely influence what's happening here, Zhang Hao thought. The white-haired Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. I understand. Zhang Hao said, Follow my movements closely, like a mirror. Trust me. The white-haired Zhang Hao hesitantly mimicked his movements in reverse and replied, All right. Our personalities are worlds apart, and we grew up differently, but we can still understand each other. Blood Moon watched them, clueless as to what was happening. Zhang Hao's voice rang out again. I think the root of all this is our love for Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Tianqin suddenly heard her name and looked up. Zhang Hao continued, We both want to treat her well. We don't want her to fall into an abyss of self-blame and regret. So, let's become one. The white-haired Zhang Hao panicked. Huh? What? How? How are we supposed to just merge into one? Zhang Hao's gaze turned sharp. Don't overthink it. Just try, he shouted with absolute sincerity. Let's count down. 2, 1. The two of them huddled together and shouted in unison, Zhang Tianqin, I love you. Huh. On the sidelines, Blood Moon laughed so hard she was practically rolling on the floor. She clutched her stomach, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Don't make me laugh. Who confesses their love at a time like this? Suddenly, with a loud boom where the two Zhang Hao stood, a thick cloud of white smoke appeared, enough to catch even Blood Moon's attention. As the smoke cleared, it revealed healthy, rosy skin and a solid, muscular physique. Zhang Hao was in a body larger than before, with black hair, blue eyes, and a robust frame. He looked incredibly handsome. He looked at his own arms and muttered, It worked. Blood Moon was stunned, her mouth agape as she stared at Zhang Hao. Even Zhang Hao was caught off guard, looking bewildered. Wait, it actually worked? Zhang Tianqin was startled, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. Her voice trembled. The two Zhang Haos merged into one? What on earth is happening? She felt lightheaded, as if her soul were leaving her body. Oh my God. Quickly, a hand caught her shoulder, that familiar voice again. Zhang Hao pulled Zhang Tianqin into his embrace and asked, Are you okay? Zhang Tianqin looked up at this younger brother who now seemed much more mature than his age. She hesitated. Zhang Hao didn't let her speak. He jumped in. I know what you want to ask, Tianqin, but don't worry. I am still Zhang Hao. I am the Zhang Hao who has lived 2 lives and carries memories from both. No matter what happens, I'll always be here. Zhang Hao smiled, his eyes gleaming. You don't need to doubt that. Suddenly, Blood Moon's voice rang out, her pupils glowing with madness, her lips curling into an even wider smirk. She sighed. Zhang Hao, you really are my most interesting toy. Even though you come from 2 completely different worlds, 2 completely different people, you actually managed to reach an agreement. Blood Moon reached out toward Zhang Hao and continued. Blood Moon lifted his chin and smiled. Their spirits were usually broken. If not, they would submit to the rules of this world, assimilating into someone else and losing themselves completely. Her red hair fluttered in the air as she reached his side, lifting his chin again. But you, little brat, this complete fusion state, it's the first time I've ever seen it. I order you, don't go playing yourself to death before the next Blood Moon season. I'm sending you back now. Zhang Tianqin was startled by her sudden, intimate gesture, but Zhang Hao replied, I hope so. Suddenly, he looked up, his expression unreadable. He said, by the way, it might be rude, but I have to ask, have you ever been hurt in love? Blood Moon's eyes widened, her brows furrowed, and her expression shifted drastically. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead as she stammered, Huh? You filthy little brat, what nonsense are you spewing? Zhang Hao couldn't bear to look her in the eye. According to the setup, you choose a toy every cycle. He gestured with his hands and continued in a skeptical tone. And the targets you choose are always men. Picking on the male gender like that, I guess. Zhang Hao repeated. I'm just guessing. But you were played with, weren't you? And after that, you started to despise arrogant, trashy men? The more she heard, the more panicked Blood Moon became. She blushed, looking as if her heart had been pierced, flustered and stammering, You! Shame turning into rage, she screamed, Shut your mouth. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to speculate like that again, I'll… Before she could finish, Zhang Hao interrupted. Did I hit a sore spot? Leaving it at that, he turned to hold his sister's hand. A red aura began to surround them. Parts of Zhang Hao's body began to fade. He smiled at Zhang Tianqin and said, There are definitely good men left in this world. Like me, for example. Blood Moon watched this, her face turning crimson with rage. She clenched her fists and roared, You arrogant, disgusting little brat. This cycle is ending soon. Just you wait. I'll come back for you next time. As Zhang Hao began to fade away, he smiled and replied, Sure, I'll be waiting. I bet it's lonely, having to visit the human realm so rarely. Next time, I'll play with you properly. He paused for a moment and added, Also, thank you, Blood Moon. This sudden show of gratitude caught Blood Moon off guard, leaving her feeling a bit awkward. She didn't respond. Then she heard Zhang Hao say, Because you helped me live an interesting life and helped me meet them. The darkness faded for a moment, and his eyes blurred as he saw a white ceiling, murmuring to himself. Zhang Hao wearily opened his eyes to the sound of his name being called repeatedly. Zhang Hao! Zhang Hao! Min Yuehua cried, her eyes teary. You're awake? Wei Nan was also startled. He's awake, Wei Nan thought. Has Zhang Tianqin finally figured things out? That's such a relief. Min Yuehua couldn't stop talking. Zhang Hao, earlier, your hair suddenly turned black, and the EKG went flat. I was so worried about you. Wei Nan also spoke up. That Blood Moon, did she do anything to you? Is there anything abnormal with your body? I'm fine. Everything is normal, Zhang Hao replied. I'm back. It's good to be back. Wei Nan said, seriously. That Blood Moon deity. If you hadn't come back, I definitely would have found a way to take revenge for you. Min Yuehua added with equal seriousness. Me too. God or demon, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have let it go. Zhang Hao panicked. All right. She won't be appearing for a while. According to her, it would only be a short time after the Blood Moon physical phenomenon appeared. He explained seriously that she would be able to enter the human world and take action. Based on that, I'm guessing her next visit will be soon, Wei Nan chimed in. I've already looked into the 5 years she mentioned, she continued. There's a small group of people in the human world who actually worship the Blood Moon. They believe the Blood Moon is the deity that controls destiny and joy. Wei Nan looked at him with an unhappy pout, then added, Don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you. Chu Tone. Zhang Hao didn't say anything, just offered a strained smile. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught his attention. Zhang Hao, I'm sorry. Zhang Tianqin said, looking a bit ashamed, because of my own selfish desires, I almost. Zhang Hao quickly cut her off. Between us, there's no need to say things like that. I should be the one thanking you all. Everyone gathered around Zhang Hao's hospital bed, the air filled with the warmth of a family. He whispered softly, I'm finally back. Zhang Tianqian placed her hand over her heart, excitedly saying, Zhang Hao, from now on, stay with me, okay? She added, blushing slightly. Whether as a lover or as your older sister, just let me protect you. This caught Zhang Hao off guard, but then Wei Nan's voice rang out. She wasn't about to back down either. Humph. The future I clearly see is one where Zhang Hao and I are together. Zhang Hao spun around, dumbfounded, staring at Wei Nan. Min Yuehua wasn't falling behind either, her pretty face flushed pink. Zhang Hao, what is your choice? The three of us will respect whatever you decide. The young girl added quietly, I'm very obedient. Zhang Tianqian looked at him, urging him, Zhang Hao, make your choice. I believe in you. Wei Nan nodded in agreement. That's right. No matter what you choose, we're on board. As they said this, both their cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson. Conversely, Zhang Hao wasn't as comfortable. He broke into a cold sweat and said awkwardly, about that. Zhang Hao scratched his head, blushing. I know this sounds terrible, but it's what's truly in my heart. Being fake and pretending just isn't my style. How about… He hesitated. Their shadows stretched long across the floor under the sunlight. Zhang Hao's voice echoed again, dropping a total bombshell. Why don't we all four live together? He scratched his head again, smiling sheepishly. How about the four of us just live together? Yuehua, Zhang Tianqian, and Wei Nan looked at him with expressions that screamed, Did you just go crazy? Zhang Tianqian shouted at him in embarrassment. Zhang Hao, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Meanwhile, Wei Nan just furrowed her brows in anger, then reached out and slapped his shoulder, following up on her previous point. Zhang Hao, did the fusion have side effects that scrambled your brain? Do you even know what you're saying? She stared at him with skeptical eyes and continued. Put it this way. If people found out about this situation, do you have any idea how much public pressure and scrutiny you'd have to face? An image of him being a playboy flashed through her mind. Look at him. He has no shame, one guy dating 3 girls? Can his body even handle that? Wei Nan quickly chimed in. Little one, how much money do you want? I refuse to share you with anyone else. She crossed her arms with a slay expression, looking at Zhang Tianqian, especially not with people like Zhang Tianqian. Absolutely not. Zhang Tianqian gritted her teeth in anger. Wei Nan, you, Wei Nan continued, as confident as ever. I've been very merciful. I'm willing to tolerate you two living together for a while, as servants or friends. Your choice. Zhang Tianqian finally retorted to Wei Nan's scathing remarks. That's enough. Do you think, because you have money and power, you can look down on everyone and bully people? Wei Nan didn't miss a beat. I think it's just normal, saves me the trouble of wasting energy like some people. Do you think that just because you have money and power, you can look down on everyone and push people around? Wei Nan, not one to back down, retorted immediately. I think it's pretty normal. It saves me from having to waste my energy like some other people. He sat there watching them bicker, helplessly thinking to himself, oh my god, these two are like fire and gasoline whenever they meet. Suddenly, cutting through the heated argument, Yuehua shouted, I don't care. She placed her hands on her chest, her eyes firm and determined. As long as Zhang Hao wants it, I'm in. As long as I can be by Zhang Hao's side and get a little bit of his love, I'm satisfied. He looked at her flushed cheeks and called her name, Yuehua. She then reached into her pocket, searching for something, and said, Right. Following Zhang Hao's guide, I've written down some notes, the essential skills to make a person happy. He asked hurriedly, Skills? Essential skills. She pulled a small notebook from her clothes and started reading from it. Through poverty or wealth, sickness or health, I am willing to stay by Zhang Hao's side and take him as my husband. Zhang Tianqian and Wei Nan were left wide-eyed, thinking, Isn't that a wedding vow? She blushed shyly and continued, Even if I can't wear a wedding dress in this life, as long as I'm with the person I love, I'm happy. He lowered his head, moved to tears, and whispered, Yuehua, I'm so lucky to have met you all in that world. I was just an ordinary guy scraping by, and Sister Qin was the one who gave me such precious warmth when I was struggling. Tianqian blushed uncontrollably. He continued, Wei Nan gave me a unique, incomparable love. Wei Nan's expression softened, just like Tianqian's. Finally, he spoke of Yuehua's strengths, and Yuehua has given me consistency and reliability. He looked at the 3 shining stars before him and exclaimed, You 3 are like 3 radiant, warm lights. You show me the path I truly need to walk. Subconsciously clutching his chest, he confessed to the 3 of them. I know my request is very unreasonable, but this is truly the result of deep thought. I can't choose just one of you and leave the others in pain. Therefore, I want the 4 of us to live together. I am ready to give everything to maintain this relationship, even if the price is that we won't have a legal marriage. The three girls stood in stunned silence for a long moment, deep in thought. Wei Nan suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the tension. Ha! Then she ran over and pinched his cheek angrily, saying, "You greedy brat, still want to build a harem for yourself?" He winced as she pinched him, crying out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." She continued, "And you want to include me too? If it were any other man, he'd be dead by now, but since it's you, it's not entirely out of the question." She leaned in closer, showing off her smooth legs, and added, "But I have one condition. In our private space, those two must not appear in my sight." Zhang Tianqin looked furious after hearing her condition. "What did you say?" Before it was over, she leaned in closer to stroke his dark hair. "And one more thing, your first time must be mine. I want to have your child." Zhang Tianqin heard this and, feeling irritated, pushed her away and said seriously, "Wei Nan, what are you saying? He's still a student. Zhang Hao, I'm here, I'll protect you." Then, with a determined expression, she turned directly toward him and said, "No, not as a sister or a relative, but as a lover I will protect you." She smiled, secretly thinking to herself that since Zhang Hao had made his choice, she could only agree for now. But Zhang Hao's love was definitely limited. It couldn't possibly be as calm as still water. If she just had enough time, she was certain she could gradually win him over completely. Wei Nan saw her expression and put her hands on her hips, saying with a disdainful look, "Hey, you Zhang person, if we're all living together, there has to be an order of precedence, right? I'm the oldest, and I stand out the most in every way. I'm the first wife, you don't have any objections to that, do you?" Zhang Tianqin's face darkened, and she quickly refused. "I don't agree. I've been living with Zhang Hao the longest. Only I deserve that position." Then, Yue Hua hurried to chime in, emphasizing her age. "Only student Zhang Hao and I are the same age." And so, a fierce war broke out in the room. Wei Nan echoed Yue Hua's words loudly. "Huh? Someone like you doesn't get a say. I'm the CEO of Feng Hong." Zhang Tiansen didn't hold back either, saying angrily, "Tsk, tsk, tsk, tsk. Using your status to bully people again? How pathetic." Wei Nan saw that sharp-tongued Zhang Tianqin making such biting remarks and retorted immediately, "What did you say? You scheming woman." Zhang Hao quickly tried to calm everyone down. Wait, stop arguing everyone. Oh, my foot." All three women panicked and shouted in unison, worried for him. Zhang Hao, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" He smiled, scratched his head, and replied, "Haha, I'm fine. Just, please, everyone, stop fighting over me." Zhang Tianqin realized she'd been tricked, jumped into his arms, and said, "Fine, you brat. How dare you trick me?" Wei Nan also lunged at him, saying, "Zhang Hao, you aren't being good." Seeing them both pounce on him, Zhang Hao cried out, I was wrong. He looked at all three of them, blushing, and said, "Thank you, everyone. And also, this world is truly a wonderful place." Scene shift. 2 years later on Island 10, he sat reading a newspaper article about himself and remarked, "It feels like there are many eyes watching us." A hand appeared, offering him a bite of something. "Here, student Zhang Hao." Zhang Tianqin revealed herself, her curves looking incredibly alluring. Open wide. Time for some vitamins." From far away, someone else's voice rang out. "Honey, don't listen to her. We need to start training today. We need to start preparing for pregnancy." It turned out to be Wei Nan. Zhang Hao held the newspaper, showing a sly smile as he spoke to Zhang Tiansen. "Does Zhang Tianqin want to go exercise?" Zhang Tiansen gritted her teeth in anger, clenching her fists, and muttered, "That woman." Suddenly, another voice cut in. "Zhang Hao, after we finish, we still have one-on-one combat training to do." That was Yue Hua. He immediately replied, "Sure, I'll follow your lead." Once she left, he thought to himself, I've always wondered what it actually means to be a real man. Is it powerful strength, a resilient soul, an extraordinary career, or endless wealth? Maybe, but that's not all. I've always thought the most important thing is to always stay level-headed, understand what you want, act on it, and then take full responsibility for your choices. That is the essence of a real man. He stood in the peaceful scenery and said, "The weather is so beautiful." He turned his head and added, "All right, I'm going to start enjoying life now. I wish you, the readers, always stay clear-headed and become the protagonists of your own lives." Scene shift. A few years later, his father looked panicked, bewildered, and shocked, pulling on his wife's shirt and asking, Honey, tell me, what on earth is going on here?" A baby with captivating, dual-colored eyes appeared before them. She looked down at the letter in her hand and read, "Dear Mom and Dad, I'm sorry I haven't been in touch for so long. I'm with Wei Nan. Zhang Tianqin and student Min are doing very well. And this is our child, your grandchild. She looked like she had been hit by a paralysis spell, frozen stiff. She screamed, her voice echoing throughout the room. What? What? What is this situation? This is a child Zhang Hao gave birth to? I'm supposed to be first. Getting pregnant before marriage, how could Zhang Hao be so bold? His father quickly tried to de-escalate. Calm down, calm down. After all, Zhang Hao is an adult now. Let's see what else the letter says. Yes, the next part of the letter says, I have asked student Min's butler to bring the baby to meet you. Because work is truly too busy, I am troubling you both. I am entrusting you to raise the baby for 1 month. It's a good opportunity for you to bond with the baby. A month from now, the baby's mother and I will come to visit you. Love you both. Goodbye. The two of them were stunned again. The father quickly picked up the baby and started cooing at it, but his mother scowled, her face darkening. That brat Zhang Hao. He just went off traveling without a word. Now look at this, he's brought back a grandchild. Did you notice, dear? Then, with a skeptical look, she added, this baby is Zhang Hao's biological child. But who is the mother? While holding the baby, the father froze for a beat. Huh. She looked toward the butler, holding the letter. You're Min Yue Hua's butler, so you must know, right? The butler quickly wiped sweat from his face and replied, I'm sorry, I don't know anything. The eldest miss just told me to bring the baby here and look after it. Just as things were peaceful, the door swung open, and a wealthy young lady stomped in, shouting, Where are they? Go find them for me. The couple was like, what is going on? The two of them hugged each other and shouted, Who are you people? Yes, the platinum-haired lady was actually Wei Nan's mother, the head of the Wei family. She pulled up her glasses with a sleigh expression and said, Hi, isn't this my in-law? My intelligence report said my grandchild had returned to the country, so I came to see. Her eyes fell on the baby, and she shrieked, Look, is this my adorable grandson? So cute. Look at how pretty he is. He looks exactly like my Nan. The couple was startled. Wei Nan's mother is this young? She stepped forward to stroke the baby's head and continued, Little one, you have to eat well and grow up fast so you can inherit Feng Hong. Don't be like your mother. None. Then, someone else burst in, looking cool and collected. Feng Hong, of the Wei family. Who gave you permission to touch my grandchild? An elderly woman with snow-white hair continued. Just some merchant trying to barge into other people's homes and laying hands on my grandchild. It turned out to be the Min Young Miss, commander of the Southeast Military District. Wei Nan's mother just turned, smiled, and said something pointed. Commander Min, I advise you to look clearly. This boy is obviously the flesh and blood of my Wei family. Look, does he have any resemblance to your little master? This is definitely my Nan's child, she retorted with a sour expression. I advise you not to be ignorant. I've already seen the military investigation report. This is definitely Yue Hua's child. Wei Nan's mother wasn't one to back down. Oh, your information isn't necessarily faster than mine. I know for a fact that Nan and Zhang Hao have known each other the longest. The two of them just kept arguing, their tempers boiling over. What now? Are you trying to talk your way out of this? Trying to snatch the kid? Demanded Min's mother, the commander's wife. Nam's mother didn't back down, retorting instantly, For the sake of my family, I'll do whatever it takes. Zhang Hao's mother looked helpless as she spoke. Did we miss a clue somewhere? Could it possibly be Zhang Tianqin's child? Back to the squabble between the two elders. Min Yuehua's grandmother chuckled gleefully. Looks like I'll have to play hardball. Wei Nam's mother immediately chimed in. Ha! Bring it on. I'm with you to the end. Just as the two were fired up, a baby's cry cut through the tension. Everyone froze, looking completely stunned. Min's grandmother spoke up. What are we old folks even fighting over? Wei Nam's mother looked embarrassed, covering her face with her hand. Such a cute little guy, and here we are passing him back and forth like a toy. We really shouldn't be doing this. The man's father quickly soothed the baby. Exactly. Zhang Hao said he'd be back in a month. We'll know the truth by then. Getting worked up now won't solve anything. Finally, the two calmed down and managed to handle the situation. Min Yuehua's grandmother smiled and said, Let me say this. Regardless of whether he's my biological grandson or not, I'll treat him like my own. He just looks so pitiful. Nam's mother smiled and added, That's right. Blood-related or not, he's still our grandson. Everyone looked at the adorable baby in front of them and said, Zhang Hao is so close to our daughters, so we will definitely take good care of his child. Little one, grow up healthy and strong. Scene shifts to elsewhere. The blood moon deity stared into a sphere and laughed. It seems that anyone whose soul transmigrates to another world ends up with extraordinary abilities. Your child will also inherit a portion of your charm. From now until the next cycle, I'm going to have quite a lot of fun. Scene shifts to him and his 3 girls. Manhwa asked with concern, Zhang Hao, are you really okay with leaving the baby at home alone? Zhang Tianqin looked equally worried. That's right, Tianan is only a year old. Wei Nam joined in. Don't you think it's irresponsible for us to just go off on vacation like this? He adjusted his glasses with a cool look and said, It's fine, he's my son, I trust him. Besides, in terms of safety, there's no place safer than inside the country. Plus, we have the Nam and Yuehua families looking after him. The 3 women spoke in unison, but he stepped forward to embrace and reassure them. Don't worry about it anymore. My parents are only watching him for a month. Besides, nothing is going to happen to my kid over something like this. A voice echoed. Private flight Millet 520 is cleared for boarding. Passengers, please head to the plane. He pointed forward with a satisfied look. Let's go. Our honeymoon for the 4 of us is about to begin. He smirked and added, Even though I can't give you all a legal marriage, life still requires a bit of ritual. If others have it, you 3 deserve it too. Yuehua asked hurriedly. Zhang Hao, can we go get a marriage certificate? It seems like everyone else has one. He sighed helplessly. I'm afraid that's not possible, since there are 4 of us. She asked again. Then can all 4 of us register together? He answered, feeling a bit skeptical. If you're talking about faking it, I've got no objections. After all, you are all my wings. Zhang Tianqin and Wei Nam chimed in greedily in unison. Everyone laughed and chatted happily, surrounded by one another. Don't forget to like and comment below to share the wonderful moments after finishing this series, I Rely on Women in Another World. And the other bros and bunnies too. Yeah,